believe everyone has played games to some extent, right? In the game, there is a very attractive concept: krypton gold. It means that as long as you invest money, you can quickly become stronger. The more money you spend, the stronger you become. You can easily defeat 10 or even 100 people at once. And now, I am bound to a magical one-key cultivation system. And it brought him to the Blue Star 2,000 years later, a world full of ferocious beasts. The beasts here are extremely powerful. A sneeze from them can create a strong wind that can blow humans 3,000 miles away. One slap is enough to crush a human into dust. Although humans embarked on the path of martial arts under the guidance of ancient books and developed a brilliant warrior civilization, but they were still defeated by the ruthless invasion of the ferocious beasts and could only build a base behind the towering barriers and fight hard. Fortunately, as long as I keep spending money, I can automatically learn advanced mental methods and peerless skills, and even master them instantly. At this moment, bang, bang, bang. Su Lang, get out here. The sound of banging on the door was as fierce as a cannonball, followed by a vicious shout. Little waist, do you hear me? Open the door quickly. The harsh sound was like a needle prick, exploding in my mind in an instant. I held my breath, and all the humiliating scenes I had experienced flashed through my mind. The guy's sneers at me, his constant insults to my parents, the garbage piled up at the stairs, the slaps and hair pulling, and even the intimidation and blackmail in the corridor. These disgusting insults all came from the villain who lived opposite, Chu Gang. When my parents were alive, he called me Master Su. When my parents disappeared, he called me Stinky Boy. When it was confirmed that my parents were dead, he simply changed his name to Little Waist. From that moment on, he became more and more aggressive, coming to harass her every few days, and his methods became increasingly brutal. What a coward. I actually put up with him for so long. I clenched my teeth in anger, all my muscles tense with rage. I glanced over and saw the black tang sword on the wall. I supported myself on the bed and wanted to take the sword to fight him. At this moment, a sharp pain spread from my chest, and I suddenly collapsed on the bed, unable to move. Damn it, this wound hurts so much. Chu Gang, you damn bastard. I cursed in pain, my chest heaving violently, almost spitting fire. At this moment, the sound of kicking the door outside became more and more violent. If it weren't for the wooden door strengthened by spiritual energy, it would have been kicked into pieces long ago. The door won't hold for much longer. Am I really just going to wait for death? I clenched my fists, feeling extremely unwilling. No, never. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Ding! The main cultivation method, Boundless Heart Sutra, is detected. Do you want to spend 10 gold coins to activate the one-key cultivation function? My heart was shaken, and a sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth. System, start. Ding! Consume 10 gold coins. Detect the main cultivation method, Boundless Heart Sutra, and activate the one-click cultivation function. In an instant, my consciousness entered a dark space. In the center of the space, a little man who looked like me was sitting cross-legged, surrounded by golden air currents. The air currents were running along the technique at a very fast speed, constantly filling my body. As the technique was practiced, the spiritual energy and medicinal properties accumulated in the body began to surge wildly. In a blink of an eye, half of the little man's body was already dyed with golden light. An unprecedented sense of power filled my body. The system's information emerged in my mind. One-click cultivation allowed me to obtain top-level talent, completing a cycle of the body every minute and automatically practicing 24 hours a day without stopping. The body tempering stage that originally took decades to reach now only takes 5 days. This is too much. I watched my cultivation level improve so quickly that my heartbeat quickened in surprise. The system was so powerful that it was beyond my imagination. It was simply incredible. And this is just the first feature. There are more capabilities waiting to be unlocked later. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but be filled with excitement and almost laughed out loud. Ding! The host cultivation has reached the maximum level. Do you want a breakthrough? The system's prompt sounded as pleasant as a piece of music, and my blood instantly boiled. Breakthrough! I gave the order without hesitation. Suddenly, the hot power exploded in my body, and my body was filled with a powerful airflow. I opened my eyes and felt a power I had never felt before. The primary stage of body tempering is complete. I got out of bed and felt my new body. The previous injuries had disappeared, my face was rosy, and my eyes were bright. I was no longer the weak Su Lang, but full of confidence and strength, with a whistling sound when I swung my fist. Haha, this strength alone has surpassed the limits I achieved in my previous life. A sense of confidence that one can control one's destiny arose spontaneously. Outside, the kicking sound became more and more violent, and Chu Gang's roar was as fierce as a wolf. Waste Su Lang. If you don't open the door, I will kill you. Kill me? I sneered at the crumbling door. How could I be afraid of Chu Gang now? You bastard. If you don't open the door, I'll kill you. Chu Gang's voice became more and more ferocious. I sneered, walked to the door, took a deep breath, and opened it. Outside the door, Chu Gang was standing there, looking impatient. When he saw me, he cursed angrily. You little bastard, why do you take so long to open the door? Before he finished speaking, I snorted coldly, raised my hand, and slapped him. The crisp sound of slap echoed in the corridor. Chu Gang was hit and turned half a circle. He staggered against the wall, his face full of disbelief. You dare to hit me? He covered his face, his eyes full of shock and anger. Chu Gang was furious. He raised his hand and punched me in the face with such force that it was obvious he wanted to knock me down with one punch. I raised my hand slightly and grasped his fist firmly, without moving at all. How? How is it possible? Chu Gang's eyes widened, his face full of astonishment. I smiled coldly and suddenly exerted force on my hands. Crack! The sound of bone breaking and Chu Gang's screams echoed throughout the corridor. His arm was broken into two pieces by me. Ah! Chu Gang covered his arm with his hand, his face distorted, his previous arrogance long gone. Aren't you going to kill me? I sneered and slapped him. Bang! Chu Gang was slapped to the ground and fell heavily. His face quickly swelled up. His previous arrogance had become a joke. Isn't that enough? It's just a broken hand. If all your limbs were broken, would you be more interesting? I looked down at him with a sneer on my lips. Chu Gang's face was pale, his eyes were full of fear, and he stammered, I'm wrong. Please let me go. I'm a member of the Broken Axe hunting group. Everyone in our group has a small axe tattoo. If you touch me, you'll be an enemy of the Broken Axe hunting group. Broken Axe hunting group? I sneered and stared at Chu Gang under my feet, murderous intent surging in my eyes, and twisted my toes fiercely. Chu Gang let out a shrill scream, his face twisted in pain, and he fell to the ground like a ball of mud. Broken Axe hunting group. How could I forget this name? The tattoo that roared in my ear appeared on the earlobes of the two villains who beat me severely. This gang of people has committed many evil deeds and dared to run rampant in the city. Thinking of this, my rage grew stronger and stronger, and I stomped my feet down harder. Su Lang, I was wrong. Let me go. Chu Gang struggled, his tone full of fear. Can we just be even? Clear. I smiled coldly, leaned over, and whispered in his ear. Today is the day to settle the debt you owe. Pay it back with your life. No. Su Lang, blesses para me. Chu Gang finally showed fear and knelt down to beg like a little beast on the verge of despair. I was too lazy to listen to his wailing anymore, so I reached out and took down the black tang sword from the wall. The blade glowed coldly in the dim light. Chu Gang was completely panicked and waved his hands repeatedly. Don't kill me. Isn't it enough for me to apologize? Apologize? I smiled contemptuously and lightly scratched his neck with the tip of the knife, leaving a trace of blood. I can spare your life, but the premise is that you have to tell us everything about the Broken Axe hunting group. Background, location, members, everything. Okay, if Chu Gang's fear was evident in his words. His voice trembled, and all the details poured out like a flood. I just joined the Broken Axe hunting group not long ago, so I know a little bit. The leader is a formal warrior, and the two deputy leaders are both quasi-warriors, and they are quite strong. The other members range from beginners to peak warriors, and of course, there are ordinary people like me. I squinted my eyes and listened, the blade pressed against his skin, steady as a rock. The group's headquarters is in the Jingwa building, and there is a Jingwa bar on the outskirts for cover. I don't know where the core area is. I also know that they have a base in the Fengling district outside the city, which is specifically used for hunting and black market transactions. Chu Gang trembled and told everything he knew. Very good. I nodded coldly. Continue. Where are the two guys who injured me? It's Do Zhong and Kai Feng. Both are masters of the body tempering stage. They just returned to the city yesterday, drank all night at the Golden Fruit Bar, and left with their people this morning. I don't know where they went. After listening to this, I smiled coldly and sheathed the knife with satisfaction. Chu Gang collapsed to the ground, as if relieved of a heavy burden, exhausted like a dying stray dog. However, as he gasped for air, I sneered and quietly moved my foot to his good arm. Su Lang, what else do you want to do? Chu Gang screamed in horror, his eyes filled with fear. Not enough yet. I looked down at him and slowly crushed him with force. Crack! The sound of bone breaking and screams echoed throughout the corridor. Chu Gang's arm swelled up instantly, and his whole body convulsed in pain. Young Master Su, please spare my life. I will never dare to do it again. Chu Gang's face was filled with tears, full of regret and pain. This is just the beginning. I sneered and slowly moved my foot to his leg. Didn't we agree to cut off all 4 limbs? No. Su Lang, spare me, spare me. Chu Gang begged, trembling all over, his tone full of despair. Unfortunately, I don't buy it. I stepped my foot down hard with indifference. Crack! The sound of bones breaking and heart-wrenching screams echoed in the air. After a while, the corridor was left with only the silence after he fainted. Fortunately, the windows and doors were closed. Otherwise, such noise would have caused unnecessary trouble. I sat on the chair, looking coldly at the unconscious Chu Gang, feeling refreshed. It's so damn refreshing. However, in my happy mood, I didn't forget the property panel function of the system. System. Open the property panel, I said silently, and the data immediately appeared in my mind. Name, Su Lang, race, human qualification, turbid body realm, primary body tempering attack, primary body tempering defense, primary body tempering animal movement, primary body tempering endurance, primary body tempering skill, infinite heart sutra system function, 1 key training, level 1. Turbid body qualifications? I sneered and shook my head. It doesn't matter. With the system, I can still practice against the will of heaven. I moved my eyes to the Kung Fu column and found that this Infinite Heart Sutra was actually the most advanced martial arts on Blue Star. Thousands of years ago, a hero made this technique public at all costs, which allowed humans to practice to a high level. Since then, the Infinite Heart Sutra has become the only mainstream technique. Thinking of this, I can't help but sigh. Then I noticed the level of the 1 key training function. Level 1? Can it be upgraded? The system's cold voice sounded. Host, the 1 key cultivation function can be upgraded. Upgrade details. Level 2. 100 gold coins. Cultivation speed is twice the basic speed. Level 3. 1,000 gold coins. Cultivation speed is 4 times the basic speed. Level 4. 10,000 gold coins. Cultivation speed is 8 times the basic speed. Fuck. I couldn't help but jump up excitedly. If I reach the advanced level, the results of my 1-year practice will be equivalent to others practicing for hundreds or even thousands of years. I'm going to be rich now. After calming down, I realized a small problem. Upgrading requires gold coins, and I only have 6 gold coins, which means I still need 94 gold coins to upgrade to level 2. It's really hard to move forward without money. I paced anxiously, and my eyes fell on the unconscious Chu Gang. Although he looked poor, I could find something out of him, right? With the idea of giving it a try, I dragged Chu Gang back to his residence and turned the room upside down. In the end, I found some rags and sundries, only 1 silver coin and 62 copper coins. Fuck, poor bastard. I held the change in my hand in disgust and slammed Chu Gang's door. When I got home, I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. How can I complete the task of 94 gold coins? Working part-time? That's completely impossible. Just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. I thought about it, and suddenly I had 2 solutions. Solution 1, sell the house. Although my shabby little house is really inconspicuous, it is worth at least 20 or 30 gold coins. Although I will have to live on the street if I sell the house. As long as I can quickly improve my cultivation and become a high-level warrior, I can easily buy a mansion or a villa, and I won't be afraid to even look at a house with a few acres of land. Option 2. Go to the Warrior Alliance to receive subsidies. The Warrior Alliance is the legendary big money bag. It originated thousands of years ago, was established to resist ferocious beasts. Its influence spreads everywhere, and its support for warriors is terrifying. As long as you are promoted to the primary level of body tempering, you can receive a promotion red envelope of 10 gold coins, and the allowance will increase with each small level you advance, and you can receive it multiple times. For example, you can get 20 gold coins by upgrading from primary body tempering to intermediate level, plus a monthly fixed allowance. Although it is not much, it is definitely a good start. I couldn't help but chuckle, my heart leaping with joy. Okay, let's do it. The plan was decided, and we started immediately. First sell the house, then go to collect the subsidy, and then go to the F-level Windwolf area to settle accounts with the Broken Axe hunting group. I quickly packed my luggage. Actually, the so-called packing only means stuffing a few worn-out daily items into my backpack and taking my only Tang sword. Done. With these belongings on my back, I went out in style. After some bargaining at a second-hand house purchase store near the community, the house was finally sold for 25 gold coins. With a total of 31 gold coins in my pocket, I took the spiritual bus and headed straight to the Warrior Alliance building. After the disaster, traditional cars have long become scrap metal, and both gasoline and electric cars are unable to operate. Nowadays, spiritual cars are the mainstream, but the cost of manufacturing and maintenance is staggeringly high. Even some formal warriors are far behind. Taming a ferocious beast as a mount is even more of a luxury. No one has succeeded in thousands of years. The bus moved forward steadily under the impetus of spiritual energy. I leaned back in my seat, staring at the little white man in the practice space. The golden air flowed slowly from its body into my body, as if absorbing the blessing of spiritual energy, and I felt full of strength. Half an hour later, the Reiki bus arrived at the station. Looking up, I saw a magnificent black building rising into the sky. This was the Warrior Alliance building. It seemed to be made of black crystal, several times taller than the Dubai Tower in my memory, and covered an area as wide as a mountain. The building is fully functional. There are offices, shops, practice rooms, and exercise rooms, but the one I want to go to is the hall where subsidies are distributed. The hall is on the ground floor of the building. It is magnificent, spacious, and bright, with reception windows lined up in a row, probably numbering over 100. These windows are divided into different levels, and each warrior goes to the corresponding window to collect allowances or handle affairs. High-level warriors can even use low-level windows first. In this era, where martial arts are respected, privileges are everywhere. I glanced around and finally found the body temper window on the left. Body temperers were the lowest level of warriors, and there were many people who received subsidies, and there were long queues in front of each window. I stood in the queue, secretly complaining in my heart. Why are there so many people in line? What's more annoying is that from time to time, formal warriors would bring their subordinates to cut in line, relying on their status to get priority, causing the queue to move at a snail's pace. I waited for 3 hours, and finally it was my turn. Hello. I handed my ID card to the heavily made-up woman behind the window and forced a smile on my face. What level of allowance do you receive? She asked numbly, obviously saying this 1,000 times a day. Primary body tempering. I smiled slightly and pressed the detection crystal at the same time. A white light lit up, proving my level. Oh, it's really the primary stage of body tempering. She raised her eyebrows with a hint of disdain in her eyes. I sneered in my heart. This look TSK really looks down on me. She glanced at me and said contemptuously, Su Lang, you have only started to temper your body at the initial stage at the age of 20. Are you an ordinary person or a waste? She deliberately raised her voice and threw 10 gold coins into the window. The people around could hear it clearly. Ha! You're already 20 and you're only at the beginning of body tempering. You're definitely a waste. With such poor aptitude, I'm afraid I won't be able to make a breakthrough in my lifetime just relying on the allowance. There was a burst of laughter all around, each one more piercing than the last. I ignored their sarcasm and sneered. You call me a waste? Ha! You were just tempering your body. At this time, a young man with braids jumped out and curled his lips in disdain. Compete with me? I'm a quasi-warrior. What can a useless person like you with a basic body tempering use to compete with me? The onlookers were amazed and looked at the man with braids with envy. Humpsy, he raised his chin proudly and sneered. People like you will never reach my level in this lifetime. I glanced at him, and the panel immediately appeared. Name: Yang Shen qualification, middle grade realm, quasi-warrior attack, quasi-warrior defense, quasi-warrior animal movement, quasi-warrior endurance, quasi-warrior kung fu, infinite heart sutra. Middle grade. I snorted coldly and rolled my eyes, secretly disdainful in my heart. You dare to laugh at me? My qualifications are flawless, and there is no comparison with your middle grade qualifications. Oh, you dare to roll your eyes? Yang Shen patted my shoulder unhappily, his face full of sarcasm. You are so powerful. Why don't we make a bet? I smiled slightly. Okay, let's bet on how long it will take me to break through from the primary level to the intermediate level. The bet is 50 gold coins. Okay, I bet you can't break through in 10 years. Yang Shen sneered. If you can really break through, come to the Puyuan Villa district in the north of the city to find me, and I'll give you 50 gold coins. But if you can't, there was a glimmer of pride in his eyes. How about you take off all your clothes and run around the building 3 times, shouting, "I'm a genius," as you run? The crowd immediately started to cheer excitedly, saying, "Wow, running around naked and shouting, 'I'm a genius. How exciting. Hurry up and sign, and put your fingerprints on it. Don't cheat.' What do you think? Do you dare to bet?" Yang Shen sneered, his eyes full of provocation. I laughed, patted the table, and responded playfully, "Why not? But the bet has to be exciting. How about this? If you lose, not only do you have to give me 50 gold coins, you also have to strip naked and run around the Warrior Alliance building 3 times, shouting, 'I'm a genius,' as you run. Do you daddy?" Okay. Yang Shen's eyes revealed a hint of certainty. He waved his hand as if he was sure of victory, and turned around to return to the crowd. "Wait a minute." I reached out to stop him and said with a smile, "What? You regret it?" Yang Shen snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. "Su Lang genius. Don't be so cowardly. Go back on your word? That's impossible," I said calmly. "But verbal agreements don't seem to be safe. It's better to sign something and make it more real." "Huh." Yang Shen laughed out loud and glanced at the crowd watching with a look of disdain. "You still want to sign and seal? You really take yourself too seriously." The others burst into laughter when they heard this. "Huh, signing? This kid really dares to dream. He thinks he can win like this? It's really hilarious. Let him take it seriously. Maybe he can really turn the tables?" Someone echoed sarcastically. As more and more people gathered around, there were laughters and no one believed I would win. "Since you were so serious, I will play with you." Yang Shen shrugged helplessly, walked to the counter, and smiled at the lady at the counter. "Beautiful lady, can you lend me a piece of paper and pen?" Seeing this, the heavily made-up lady at the counter immediately threw him a flirtatious look, handed him a pen and paper with a smile, and deliberately stroked his hand. Yang Shen took the paper and pen, wrote down the bet, and signed his name in a casual manner, then handed the paper to me. "Come on, our genius Su Lang, it's time for you to sign too." The crowd burst into laughter. I smiled coldly, took the paper and pen, signed my name, and shook the bet in my hand. Okay, I'll wait for you to lose completely." Yang Shen became more and more arrogant, as if everything was under his control. I curled my lips into a smile and said firmly, "I will give you the same thing. However, you don't have to wait too long for this punishment. It's now." "What?" Yang Shen's face instantly showed a trace of panic, and the onlookers couldn't help but laugh, thinking that I was deliberately being mysterious. I closed my eyes and silently said, "System breakthrough." In an instant, a powerful wave of power spread from my body, and the onlookers gradually felt the change in this aura. "Wait, did he really break through?" Someone in the crowd exclaimed. "How is this possible? He was a loser just now, and it's only been a short time." Someone murmured in disbelief. "In fact, they don't know that I have already accumulated sufficient medicinal power in my body, but I just need an opportunity to break through. Today, I will give them a surprise. Impossible." Yang Shen's face turned pale instantly, his eyes full of shock and anxiety. I raised the bet in my hand and said with a smile, "Great genius, Yang. I admit defeat. Here are the 50 gold coins. Also, don't forget to run 3 laps around the Warrior Alliance building, shouting, 'I'm a genius,' while running, so that everyone can get to know you." "No, impossible. How could you break through so quickly?" Yang Shen tried to remain calm, but his voice was trembling slightly and his eyes were erratic. "You must have cheated. What method did you use to simulate the fluctuations of a breakthrough?" "Cheating?" I sneered and put my hand on the test crystal. The crystal instantly lit up with 2 white lights, clearly announcing my breakthrough. The 2 spots of light are actually intermediate level body tempering. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in shock. I didn't expect Su Lang to be so well hidden. He could have broken through long ago, but he has been holding it in until now. Yang Shen has really fallen completely this time. He deserves it. There were discussions everywhere, and everyone's faces were filled with astonishment and joy, staring at Yang Shen. I looked at Yang and sneered. "Since you lost, don't cheat. Give me 50 gold coins as agreed." As for the second point, Get ready to run naked around the Warrior Alliance building 3 times, and don't forget to shout, I am a genius. Yang Shen's face turned pale and blue. He gritted his teeth, took out a low-grade spirit stone from his arms, angrily smashed it into my chest, and then turned and left. Obviously, he didn't dare to run naked anyway. If he did, the Yang family would become a laughingstock. Even if I threw him a spiritual stone worth 100 gold coins, he would never fulfill the bet. I took the spirit stone, feeling secretly pleased, and snorted coldly. How dare you mock me? Yang Shen's back gradually disappeared in the crowd. I glanced at the onlookers, walked to the counter, smiled, and raised my eyebrows to the heavily made-up woman. Hey, bring me the intermediate body tempering allowance and identity card. The heavily made-up woman's face darkened. She snorted coldly, threw out 20 gold coins and an identity card, and whispered, You are just an ordinary person. If you offend young Master Yang, you won't live long. I took the things, not wanting to argue with her, and turned away. With this kind of service attitude, it will be over sooner or later. After leaving the hall, I looked down at the spirit stone in my hand, feeling delighted. This spirit stone not only speeds up cultivation, but is also an important resource for warriors. Adding the gold coins on me, I can upgrade my one-click cultivation to level 2, doubling my cultivation speed. Just as I was immersed in joy, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang. Host, this system provides free currency deposit, withdrawal, and exchange functions. What? I asked in surprise. Wouldn't this save me the trouble of running around and avoid the exchange fee? System, immediately exchange this spiritual stone for gold coins. In an instant, the spirit stone in his hand disappeared, and the mark 100 gold coins popped up in the money bar on the system interface. Ding! Exchange successful. Do you want to deposit the remaining gold coins into the system? Say, I clapped my hands, and the number jumped to 161. Looking at the flashing numbers on the screen, I smiled with satisfaction. Ha! I got 161 gold coins. Today is my lucky day. I licked my lips and my eyes narrowed into slits. System, upgrade my one-key cultivation. Ding! Consume 100 gold coins. The one-key training function has been upgraded to level 2, and the training speed has been increased to twice the basic speed. I held my breath and stared at the little white man in the black space. I saw the golden airflow around him suddenly surge, twice as fast as before. Wow, this spiritual energy is coming like a waterfall. I couldn't help but open my arms and let the abundant spiritual energy flow into my body. I was almost filled with this power. Training at twice the speed, the original 5 days of advancement time has now been shortened to just over 2 days. In other words, in just 2 days, Su Lang can achieve a feat that others would take decades to accomplish. Becoming a formal warrior is just around the corner. Haha, this feeling is so awesome. The little white man in the black space gradually emitted a faint golden light, and that tiny figure looked like a rising star in my eyes. I couldn't help but smile, feeling happy, and immediately asked the system, at this rate, how long will it take for me to break through to the advanced level of body tempering? The system's cold mechanical voice sounded. Host, you can reach advanced body tempering in 4 hours. 4 hours? I raised my eyebrows in surprise. That'll only take an afternoon. Once we find the Broken Axe Hunting Group's base, we can break through at the same time. God is really helping me. The house was sold, so it didn't matter where I went. I excitedly decided to go directly to check out the place. Happily took the number 1 Lingxi bus in the direction of Qingmen and planned to make a high-profile appearance. Most of the people on the bus were elite warriors at the Tempering Body realm, all experts in hunting outside the city, and any one of them could scare ordinary people away. But now, I was inconspicuous among the crowd, and I couldn't be more low-key. The bus ran smoothly and quickly along the way. About half an hour later, we arrived at the terminal. Half of the people who were originally full on the bus had left, and the remaining ones were all fearless warriors. After getting off the bus, I saw the majestic barrier at a glance. This towering city wall is 2,000 meters high, like a steel mountain range stretching across the sky and earth, so heavy that it makes people feel awe. The barrier was engraved with defensive arrays and offensive arrays, and the high level of defense made me gasp. This also made me imagine how ferocious the beasts outside must be to force humans to set up such a solid barrier. Following the crowd, I walked into the hall next to the barrier. This is the territory of the Warrior Alliance, and 4 big characters' City Tower Hall are hung on the door. The hall is fully equipped with maps, intelligence, medicines, weapons, various protective gear for sale, and even provides recycling services for materials from ferocious beasts and natural treasures. It can be called a perfect supply station. Outside the hall, there were private stalls filled with all kinds of strange and bizarre things. It was simply dazzling. I pushed through the crowd with great interest and walked around to take a look. At this moment, a voice came from not far away. "Maps for sale! Maps for sale!" I turned around and saw a middle-aged man in the primary body tempering realm. He greeted me with a smile on his face. "Young man, the latest version of the map was just updated the day before yesterday. Would you like a copy?" I nodded. A map is indeed necessary. Otherwise, I would be completely blind when leaving the city. "Okay, I'll give you one. Thank you for 1 gold coin." The middle-aged man smiled flatteringly and handed over the map with both hands. 1 gold coin? Do you think I, Su Lang, am a sucker? I glared at him and shook my head. 1 silver coin, you can sell it if you want. If not, I'll look for other places. I pretended to leave, but he froze instantly. The smile on his face froze. I laughed in my heart. "Hey boy, you are a little naive to bargain with me." "Don't worry, little brother." He quickly stopped me and forced a smile. 2 silver coins, it's really the lowest price. Deal. I stopped with satisfaction and casually took out 2 silver coins and handed them to him. "But I still have a question." "Okay, ask me. I'll tell you everything I know." He handed over the map with a smile. I took the map, looked him in the eye, and asked, "Do you know where the Broken Axe hunting group's base is in the F-rank Wind Wolf Zone?" The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. He looked at me and whispered, "Young man, is this your first time here?" I nodded. "Stop talking nonsense and speak quickly." He moved closer and lowered his voice. The Wind Wolf area was originally a paradise for the body-tempering realm, but later a rare herb was discovered, and the Broken Axe hunting group intervened and occupied the territory. The Broken Axe hunting group is not a good group. They are ruthless and cruel. Outsiders are not allowed to approach, not even to pick herbs. There were a few brave ones who tried to break in, but they never came out. Some people were dissatisfied and complained to the Warrior Alliance, but the matter was suppressed without causing any waves. I narrowed my eyes. "So, this Broken Axe hunting group has a backer?" The middle-aged man nodded, looking a little timid. "Yes, but we, as small characters, don't know which force it is." I pondered and asked again, "How is the defense of the stronghold? Are there any warriors guarding it?" "There aren't any warriors." He looked around and whispered, "It's just an F-level area, and those guarding it are just quasi-warriors. But because of their powerful background, even official warriors don't dare to provoke them easily." While they were chatting, someone next to them shouted, "Boss, how much is this knife?" The middle-aged man hurried to greet other customers. I smiled slightly. The information was obtained. A quasi-warrior guard? I whispered to myself, secretly calculating in my mind, "System, at my current speed, how long will it take for me to be promoted to a formal warrior?" The system responded immediately. "Host, from the intermediate body tempering to the formal warrior, you still need to break through the 3 small realms of advanced body tempering, peak body tempering, and quasi-warrior, which takes a total of 51 hours. 51 hours? I pursed my lips, feeling a little unhappy. I felt a little overwhelmed by the pleasure of being able to advance several levels in just a few minutes. Now I have to wait for nearly 2 days, and I feel a little impatient. If this news spreads, I am afraid that those warriors who have not practiced for decades will be so angry that they vomit blood. How long does it take to become a warrior? I continued to ask. After all, to deal with the Broken Axe hunting group, it is enough to reach the level of a quasi-warrior. The host can reach the quasi-martial state in 25 hours. It's still too slow. I frowned, not wanting to delay for too long and avoid a long night with too many dreams. How can I improve quickly? Suddenly, a thought flashed through. By the way, you can use elixirs. Breaking through the primary quenching body in the past was thanks to the medicinal power in the body. The elixir can significantly speed up training, so it's perfect. Since the revival of spiritual energy, a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures have emerged on Blue Star, and various medicinal materials have emerged in Endlessly. The alchemist extracts the power of the medicine and makes elixirs with different effects. However, the price of elixirs is not low. The lowest one costs 1 gold coin, which is almost the monthly income of an ordinary body temperer. Forget it. Let's go to the Tower Hall and have a look. I strode toward the hall. Although the items in the Tower Hall are more expensive than private stalls, the prices are transparent and the quality is reliable. At critical moments, it is worth spending money to buy peace of mind. When I came to the elixir window, I said directly, I want to buy elixirs. The staff handed over a brochure and said calmly, here's the price list, you can choose your own. I flipped through the booklet and my eyes stopped on a list of pills. Body tempering pill, strengthening pill, bone forging pill. Body tempering pill is still the best choice. It is said that a body quenching pill can significantly improve the body quenching efficiency, and the effect lasts for about 2 hours. It's just that the effects vary depending on your physical condition, so it's difficult for ordinary people to use it efficiently. TSK, the effect only lasts for 2 hours? For ordinary people, the cost effectiveness is really low. But for me, the short time required can maximize the effectiveness of the pill. Still, the pills were indispensable. I began to look through the prices carefully. Body tempering pill, lower grade, second level, 5 gold coins, mid grade, second level, 7 gold coins, upper grade, second level, 12 gold coins. I couldn't help but be amazed as I flipped through the booklet. Pills are divided into levels 1 to 9, and the quality is divided into waste, low quality, medium quality, high quality, top quality, and perfect. It is lucky to encounter a high quality one, and the top quality one is even rarer. As for the perfect pill, it is so rare that you may not see one even in a few years. Top-grade body tempering pills cost 12 gold coins. Wow, this price is almost equivalent to half of an apartment. I muttered to myself, but then I smiled, and my mind suddenly became clear. But money is just a thing outside of our body, so just spend it. Here, give me 5 top-grade body tempering pills. As soon as the words fell, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, followed by a burst of whispers. What did he just say? He wanted 5 top-grade body tempering pills. Did you hear me right? He wanted 5 at once? Is he kidding? 60 gold coins. Can he really afford that? Everyone looked at me as if I were a gold grubber who spends money like water. I raised the corners of my mouth and smiled at the staff at the window. What? Don't you believe me? Do you want it or not? The staff member looked at me hesitantly and asked doubtfully, are you sure you want 5 top-grade body tempering pills? I sneered, a bunch of poor fellows. Is this all you want for just 60 gold coins? After saying that, I took out 60 gold coins from the system space and slapped them on the counter. The staff member was shocked as he handed me 5 high-grade body-hardening pills and said apologetically, sorry, I'm sorry for the offense. I waved my hand, took out a pill, swallowed it, and turned to leave. There was another cry of surprise from behind. This guy, he just ate it so casually? Shouldn't such an expensive pill be bathed, burned with incense, and carefully refined? Listening to the discussion, I suddenly turned around and grinned at them. What? You think I can eat them like candy beans? Someone behind him couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Everyone stared with wide eyes, not knowing what to say. In fact, they had no idea of my method of cultivation. The system had its own automatic power exercise system, and I could naturally absorb the medicinal power of the elixir whether I was walking or sitting, so I didn't have to worry about refining it. Sure enough, the training speed is as fast as riding a rocket. Feeling the spiritual power surging in my body, I asked the system, how long will it take to be promoted to a quasi-warrior? Host, you can break through to the quasi-warrior level within 10 hours. The system responded calmly. I nodded with satisfaction. These 5 top-grade body tempering pills are really worth the money. Although the pills can improve quickly, excessive consumption not only costs money, but also gradually reduces the long-term effect. It is more cost-effective to directly upgrade the system and permanently double the cultivation speed rather than spending 144 gold coins a day on elixirs. I unfolded the map I just bought, and my eyes were instantly attracted by the dense markings. The world of Red Maple City is full of dangers, and the colors marked on the map are progressive from green to red. The city is a clean, white safe zone, and the nearby green area is an F-level ferocious beast area for newcomers to practice. Although it is low level, it is dangerous. The orange area further out is the territory of E-level beasts. The red and dark purple areas are the territories of D-level and C-level beasts. It is rumored that B-level beasts are rampant and have razed many strongholds to the ground, and A-level beasts are even more likely to cause city-destroying disasters. We found you, Broken Axe Hunting Group, staring at the green area marked on the map. My eyes turned cold, and a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. However, just as he was about to put away the map, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Who? I turned around and saw a bearded man standing behind me, raising his hands and pretending to be harmless. Don't get excited, brother. He laughed dryly. My name is Tan Zicheng. I saw you studying the map. Are you planning to go out of town hunting? I glanced at him coldly and suppressed my vigilance. What does it have to do with you? Don't mind. Tan Zicheng smiled flatteringly. I specially take people to run errands in the wild to help. Do you need it? I raised my eyebrows and asked, how much? 50 silver coins. His eyes lit up. Just hunt, I'll take care of the rest. If you want me to help, there will be an additional fee. I just needed a guide. I nodded and pointed to a restaurant not far away. Let's go after we finish eating. Tan Zicheng followed me eagerly. I also ordered a table of delicious dishes, which made Tan Zicheng very grateful. He wolfed down the food and thanked him repeatedly. Master Su is so generous. It's a blessing. Okay, eat quickly. I smiled casually. And after eating, I took him back to the city tower hall to prepare to set off. Passing through the barrier, I looked out at the world. The rolling hills stretched to the horizon. The primitive jungle in the distance was gloomy and cold, and the huge peaks in the distance reached the sky, like giants in the sky and the earth. Let's go to the F-level Wind Wolf area. I threw the backpack to Tan Zicheng, holding only the black longsword in my hand. Wind Wolf area? That's the territory of the Broken Axe hunting group. Tan Zicheng's face changed slightly, and hesitation flashed in his eyes. I smiled faintly and waved my hand, saying, I'll just go and take a look. I won't cause any trouble. Okay, I'll lead the way. Tan Zicheng breathed a sigh of relief and immediately put on a smile. Master Su, you found the right person. I know a shortcut that only takes 4 hours. He led the way, skillfully bypassing various obstacles, while I observed the surroundings calmly. Soon after, the eerie feeling in the air grew stronger, and the scattered skeletons of ferocious beasts could be vaguely seen. I clenched my sword tightly, looking at Tan Zicheng standing there sneering, with a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Why don't you leave? I asked coldly, knowing that he had bad intentions. This place has beautiful mountains and clear waters. It's a perfect place to bury the bones. Tan Zicheng turned slowly and said in a cold voice. I smiled and said, Actually, I noticed you when I was buying the pills. Tan Zicheng's face turned cold. You knew there was something wrong with me? Then why did you dare to take me out of the city? If you don't have any problems, you're lucky. If you have problems, it's your own fault, I said coldly. He sneered, You're really tough. Brothers, come out, let's kill. As soon as I finished speaking, 4 burly men emerged from the forest and surrounded me with malicious intent. I wonder how much gold this fat sheep can bring us? Leave him alive. This guy looks quite valuable. I sighed softly and said calmly, In fact, I treated you to that big meal as a reward for the idle guide, or as your last meal before execution. Upon hearing this, Tan Zicheng's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he shouted, Brothers, go ahead, save him alive. The 4 robbers rushed towards me fiercely. I shouted coldly, Breakthrough! The spiritual power in my body surged wildly, and I instantly broke through to the advanced body tempering. Breakthrough fluctuation? He actually broke through to the advanced body tempering at this time. Tan Zicheng's face changed instantly. I sneered disdainfully and swung my knife forward with a sharp and concise movement. In a flash of the knife, the heads of the 2 robbers who had been tempered at the primary level fell to the ground before they could react, and blood spurted out. Then, I kept moving my knife forward and went straight for Tan Zicheng's dagger. With a crisp ding sound, his dagger flew up like a kite with a broken string. I kicked the other intermediate-level body-tempered robber away with a whip kick. I stabbed the last robber with my backhand. When Tan Zicheng saw this, his face turned pale, and he turned and ran away. Want to escape? I snorted coldly and leaped up like a cheetah, blocking his way in an instant. I chopped him down with a knife, and his legs were broken. Tan Zicheng screamed and fell to the ground, blood gushing out, staining the ground red. He looked at me desperately, his eyes full of fear. No, don't kill me. Please spare my life. Tan Zicheng knelt on the ground, looking at me with horror, his whole body shaking like a sieve, his eyes full of begging. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to do anything. I have elderly parents and young children to support, and they all depend on me to support them. I looked down at him, a sneer on my lips. You support your family by killing innocent people, huh? Tan Zicheng's face turned pale instantly, and he opened his mouth to say something, but I turned my wrist, and the long sword flashed with a cold light, quickly ending his life. Shwa! I put away the Tang sword glanced at his body calmly, and raised the corner of my mouth slightly. He deserves to die. After counting, they found 85 gold coins, plus several bags of silver and copper coins. Even their weapons could be sold for a few gold coins. I snorted coldly. How many warriors did these scums rob to save up this much money? Then I packed the gold coins, picked up my bag, and continued to head towards the Broken Axe hunting group's base. Tan Zicheng chose a good road, remote and quiet, with almost no danger. After walking for 2 hours, a large patch of black and red thorns appeared in front of him. The bloodthirsty thorns unique to the F-level Wind Wolf zone. We're here. I narrowed my eyes, slowed down my pace, and carefully walked through the thorny area, hiding in the shadows. There are usually sentries outside the Broken Axe hunting group, but most of them are low-level warriors and pose no threat to me. However, after sneaking for a while, I suddenly stopped and frowned slightly. Strange. There's not a single person here. It was so quiet that even the common wind wolves were nowhere to be seen. I remembered the news I heard in the city that the 2 leaders of the Broken Axe hunting group had left the base this morning. Could something have happened here? I took a deep breath and decided to observe carefully before taking action. I shuttled between the shadows of the trees and soon saw a junior body-tempering warrior taking a nap on the arrow tower in front of me. It was Kai Feng, one of the enemies who had seriously injured me. The opportunity for revenge has come. My eyes turned cold, and I quietly sneaked under the arrow tower, climbed the stairs, and came behind Kai Feng. He yawned lazily, muttering about the arrangements after the shift change, with a somewhat obscene smile on his face. I slowly put the Tang sword under his neck. The blade was freezing cold. Kai Feng's hair stood up, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he almost screamed. "Kneel down and shut up if you want to live." I whispered in his ear, my tone as cold as ice. Kai Feng was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he knelt down obediently, his usual arrogance completely gone. "Very good." I slowly walked around to him, lifted his chin, and sneered, "Look who I am." When he saw my face clearly, his eyes were filled with fear, and his pupils suddenly dilated. He thought I was dead, but he didn't expect me to appear again today. Are you a human or a ghost?" Kai Feng was so scared that his teeth were chattering and his face was pale. I sneered. "None of this matters. What matters now is that you are about to die." With a slight lift of his wrist, the blade moved slightly, and a bloody mark oozed out of Kai Feng's neck. He begged hurriedly, "Don't kill me. We are also following orders." The deputy gang leader ordered it. Not me who wanted to do it. Deputy gang leader? I raised my eyebrows and asked in a cold voice, "Why did you give the order?" I don't know." Kai Feng responded tremblingly, his eyes full of fear. I snorted coldly and continued to ask, "Did something happen at the base?" Kai Feng hesitated and answered hesitantly. "We found a 5th-level precious medicine, but it was guarded by a pair of quasi-level wind wolves. All the experts in the gang were gone." I was delighted when I heard this. This precious medicine is priceless and can greatly enhance my strength. I put away my smile and asked coldly, "Where is the precious medicine?" "It's in the Hulu Valley to the west of the stronghold, half an hour away." He looked at me pleadingly. "I've told you everything I know. Please let me go." I nodded and asked, "When will the masters of the stronghold leave?" "I just left not long ago." His expression changed, as if he had thought of something, and he exclaimed, You don't want to take advantage of us, do you? You, a beginner in body tempering, can't possibly deal with our people." I smiled slightly and said calmly, "Maybe it was like that half a day ago, but now, it's not the case anymore." Kai Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes full of disbelief. I sneered impatiently. "Explain the layout of the base clearly. Maybe I will let you go." Kai Feng quickly told me the structure of the stronghold in detail, and also mentioned a secret passage. It was obvious that he had bad intentions and thought that I would never return after entering the stronghold. Chapter 17. You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the living crime. That's all. Look, can you let me go? Kai Feng told all the information about the stronghold, and then looked at Su Lang eagerly. However, although he looked eager on the surface, secretly a sneer and excitement for the upcoming revenge arose in his heart. But no matter how hard he thought, he could never have imagined that Su Lang had already reached a high level of body tempering. Moreover, in about an hour, I would be able to break through to the peak of body tempering. With such strength, they can run rampant when the stronghold is not guarded. Well, I'll keep my promise and spare your life. Su Lang took the Tang sword back from Kai Feng's neck and smiled with satisfaction, revealing his shiny white teeth. Then I'll take my leave. I'm very grateful for your mercy. Kai Feng's eyes showed surprise. He hurriedly bowed to express his gratitude and then turned around to run away. Wait! Su Lang curled his lips and stopped Kai Feng. Did I let you go? Ah, this, you said you would spare me. Kai Feng cried out in his heart that something was wrong and his body began to tremble again. I intend to spare your life, but you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the living crime. Su Lang made a knife flower with a faint sneer on his lips. If you want to leave a pair of hands behind. This Kai Feng was one of the culprits who directly killed Su Lang's predecessor. How could Su Lang let him off so easily? Leave your hands alone? You broke your promise. Kai Feng was shocked when he heard this, and then he said angrily, We are all in the same primary stage of body tempering. I was just controlled by you before, so I let you slaughter me. After all, I have hunted ferocious beasts before. You're just a piece of trash who just left the city. Do you really think I am afraid of you? Ah, aren't you afraid of me? Su Lang laughed. Then why were you kneeling on the ground just now? You bastard. Kai Feng was filled with shame and anger. He gritted his teeth, pulled out a dagger from his waist, and stabbed Su Lang fiercely. You were the one who started it. Don't blame me if you die. Su Lang sneered, flipped his wrist, and the blade flew across the air. Immediately, a bright knife light flashed like thunder, and Kai Feng's anger froze in an instant. This is impossible. Kai Feng opened his mouth with fear in his eyes, and then a large amount of blood spurted out of his neck, and his body fell down with a bang. Until his death, he didn't understand why Su Lang became so powerful. Wouldn't it be better if you just handed over your hands? Su Lang shrugged his shoulders, squatted down, searched Kai Feng's body for all the valuables, and quickly rushed to the Broken Axe hunting group's base. Now that the Broken Axe hunting group's base is empty, it's a good opportunity to raid their home. You should know that strongholds often trade with each other and often purchase valuable materials from individual players, so the amount of money they have in reserve is definitely not small. Even the lowest level F-class stronghold is absolutely amazing enough. According to the information provided by Kai Feng, Su Lang bypassed more than a dozen arrow tower outposts and came to the center of the Broken Axe hunting group's base. The Broken Axe hunting group's base did not have any strong barriers built. This is because there would be waves of ferocious beasts attacking the city almost every 10 years or so, and by then these strongholds would be completely vulnerable and would be directly destroyed. Therefore, most F-class strongholds are made of huge and smooth wood tied side by side to form a simple city wall. Following the city wall, Su Lang quickly found the underground passage that Kai Feng mentioned. You can't trust Kai Feng's words. You have to be careful. Su Lang opened the entrance to the underground passage and walked in cautiously. The secret passage was dark and damp, but fortunately Su Lang was an experienced killer who had experienced this kind of environment many times, so he could handle it with ease. I walked through the secret passage carefully and did not encounter any danger. But when he was about to reach the exit, Su Lang heard a noise. This secret passage is guarded. Su Lang was shocked. Kai Feng is indeed cheating. Soon, Su Lang walked slowly to the exit with light steps, and the guard was right above his head. Intermediate level body tempering. Su Lang glanced at the guard and then rushed out. Who? The guard became alert, but before he could see the person coming, he felt a flash of a knife before his eyes. In an instant, the guards were so frightened that their scalps seemed to explode. He tried his best to dodge to the side, but it was still no use. The cold blade cut into his throat, and endless pain swept through his body, depriving him of all his will. Chapter 18. Of course I killed them all. Next, after slowly putting down the guard's body, Su Lang rushed to the next place where someone might be guarding based on the information provided by Kai Feng. As for searching the bodies, you can wait until the battle is over. After all, now is the best time to assassinate and you can't miss it. Soon Su Lang found the second, third, fourth guardian and killed all of them. Everything was easy. Gradually, Su Lang couldn't find any members of the Broken Axe hunting group. They were all killed by me? Impossible. Su Lang curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of astonishment. But at this moment, a series of strange sounds came over. Women's voices? More than one. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and moved towards the direction where the sound came from. After killing a patrolling member of the Broken Axe hunting group on the way, Su Lang came to a house. The women's voices came from here. Even through the doors and windows, Su Lang could feel the lewd atmosphere inside. Combined with Kai Feng's previous mumbling, Su Lang knew without a doubt that there must be many women imprisoned inside who were used by the Broken Axe hunting group members to vent their anger. These guys are so bad that they have sores on their heads and pus on their feet. I won't make a mistake if I kill them all. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, then flew over and kicked the door open. Ah! Who is disturbing my good deeds? Who the hell is that idiot? I almost had ED because of that. An unbearable scene appeared inside the gate. 3 naked men looked towards the door angrily, and 7 or 8 women screamed, their numb and painful eyes filled with fear. The big man with tattoos on his arms, who is the leader among the 3, is at a high level of body tempering, while the other 2 are at a medium level of body tempering. And one of the intermediate body tempering masters was Do Zhong, who beat Su Lang's predecessor to death. Oh, I'm sorry to bother you 3. Su Lang glanced at the little white man who was about to turn completely golden, squinted his eyes, and walked into the gate with a playful smile on his lips. Who are you? He doesn't have a tattoo on his earlobe. He's not one of us. Tell me quickly, who are you? How did you get in? Where are our people? The 3 big men felt something was wrong, pushed the frightened women aside, and looked at Su Lang with great vigilance. Your people? Of course I killed them all. As for who I am, Su Lang had a sneer on his face. Do Zhong, you don't recognize me so soon? You are, Su Lang? Do Zhong was stunned, as if he had seen a ghost. No, weren't you beaten half to death by us yesterday? You are just an ordinary person. How come you are here? I'm annoyed by the constant asking of these questions. Su Lang rolled his eyes and immediately looked at the tattooed man in the lead. Tell me, where is the wealth and the stronghold? If I am satisfied, I can spare your life. Please spare my life? The flower-armed man sneered. Are you sick in the head? I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Su Lang shook his head, unsheathed his Tang sword, and rushed out with a single step. This speed, advanced body tempering. Do Zhong's eyes were about to pop out. He would never believe, even if he was beaten to death, that someone could advance from an ordinary person to a high-level body tempering level in just one day. 3 against 1. What's there to be afraid of? Go ahead. The big man with tattoos growled disdainfully, picked up the big knife beside him, and rushed towards Su Lang. When the women saw 3 brutal men surrounding and killing Su Lang, they were suddenly horrified and felt pity for him. They knew that it would be fine if Su Lang died directly, but if he fell into the hands of Do Zhong and others, he would definitely be worse off than dead. It's so disgusting. Seeing 3 naked men swinging their birds towards him, Su Lang frowned, revealing deep disgust. At this moment, the tattooed man swung his mighty sword down fiercely. Ha ha, go to hell. Do Zhong and the other 2 also took their scimitars and slashed at Su Lang's shoulders with cruel looks on their faces. System breakthrough. Seeing the blade getting bigger in front of him, Su Lang shouted and slashed down with the knife vertically. A violent breakthrough wave surged out. Su Lang felt his body burning hot, and a terrifying force was suddenly transmitted to the Tang sword. Chapter 19. Are you too scared to speak? What? The 3 men only had time to think before the Tang sword arrived and chopped off the sword of the leading man. Bang! The invisible force pressed down like a mountain, and a huge gap instantly appeared on the sword. The big man with tattoos had a cracked knuckles and blood gushing out. He staggered back more than 10 meters in horror and fell to the ground with a thud. Su Lang didn't even look at the tattooed, burly man. He leaned forward and twisted his waist. The blade light transformed from the Tang sword slashed through the waists of the 2 men in Do Zhong like lightning. The brutal expressions on the faces of the 2 men in Do Zhong suddenly froze, and then their faces were gradually covered with pain and began to twist and deform. Ah, my ex is gone. It hurts, it hurts. There's so much blood. No. Do Zhong and the other 2 were in so much pain that they curled up on the ground like shrimps, rolling and wailing. The women standing by stared at all this in amazement, their faces full of disbelief. The expected scene did not happen at all, and on the contrary, 3 vicious men were defeated by Su Lang's sword. Those 3 vicious and devil-like men were defeated. Fear, shock, confusion, joy, and other emotions made the women not know what expressions to make. They just stared blankly at Su Lang, their bodies trembling, tensing, and cramping due to intense emotions. What a noise! Su Lang frowned and killed Do Zhong and the other man one by one with his knife, like killing a chicken. How dare you kill someone from my broken axe hunting group? Durede. The burly man with tattoos sitting on the ground was filled with overwhelming anger. The Broken Axe hunting group has been occupying this stronghold for 3 years, and no one has ever dared to rush into the stronghold and kill its members. But the person in front of me actually killed 2 people without blinking an eye. He is really bold and unscrupulous. Only your Broken Axe hunting group is allowed to kill people, but others are not allowed to kill people from your Broken Axe hunting group. Su Lang shook off the blood on the blade with a sneer and approached the tattooed man step by step. You are so awesome. Stop. You stop. The big man with tattoos finally panicked. He knew he was no match for Su Lang. Moreover, the battle has been going on for such a long time and no one has come to support, which means that everyone outside must be finished. At this time, he was the only member of the Broken Axe hunting group left in the entire stronghold. Why should I stop? Give me a reason. Su Lang curled the corners of his mouth, and his footsteps sounded like a claw hammer, hitting the tattooed man's heart again and again. Faced with the great terror of life and death, the big man with tattoos felt a deep fear in his heart. Are you too scared to speak? You are such a loser. As Su Lang spoke, he raised his tang sword. The cold light on the blade flickered unsteadily, like a poisonous snake choosing its prey. Wait! The big man with tattooed arms was terrified and immediately said, There's a lot of wealth in the stronghold. I know where it is. Accustomed to a carefree life where he can do whatever he wants every day, how could the tattooed man bear to die? Very good. I only want gold and silver coins. Speak quickly. Don't try to delay. Su Lang's words shattered the glimmer of hope in the tattooed man's heart. Okay, I'll tell you, the gold coins in the base are all in the Guardians. The big man with tattoos swallowed and told everything quickly. It turns out that the financial power of this stronghold is in the hands of the quasi-warrior guarding it. Gold and silver coins were also locked in a huge safe in his room. Su Lang smiled. I'm not sure if what you said is true, so what? The big man with tattoos had a bad premonition and shuddered. Su Lang did not answer, but smiled faintly and swung his sword. The tattooed man felt his legs go cold and a sharp pain spread throughout his body, almost making him pass out from the pain. If you lie, Su Lang looked down at the tattooed man and said, I will come back and kill you if you are not lying. At this point, Su Lang smiled at the stunned women and said, Tie him up. If I don't come back within 5 minutes, he will be left to you to deal with. If you are lucky today, you can leave this devil's cave alive. Chapter 20. Don't let him die easily. No, I swear I'm not lying. The tattooed man woke up from his semi-comatose state and cried out miserably, You promised to spare my life. I didn't say they would let you go. Su Lang smiled non-committally and said to the terrified women, The opportunity for revenge is right in front of you. What are you waiting for? If you don't even have the courage to seek revenge, then I will help you get rid of it. The women who had suffered humiliation trembled with fear, and then they remembered all the bullying they had suffered, and hatred in their hearts gradually surged. Finally, a woman stood up tremblingly. Her teeth were chattering, but the hatred and murderous intent in her eyes were almost overwhelming. Incuminto. The second woman stood up, followed by the third, fourth, and finally all 8 women stood up. They picked up the ropes, chains, and gags that had been used to tie them up and tied up the tattooed man tightly. You can play around for a bit, but don't let him die easily. Su Lang nodded with satisfaction, then left with an encouraging smile. After the door of this sinful house was closed, the faint screams of a tattooed man like a pig being slaughtered could be heard from inside. Retribution. Su Lang smiled faintly and rushed to the Guardian's residence. This stronghold was not very big, and Su Lang arrived at his destination a few minutes later. The door of the guard's residence was tightly closed, but this did not stump Su Lang at all. Lockpicking is a necessary skill for a qualified killer. Not long after, Su Lang successfully opened the door and went in. Who? A woman's voice came from the room. Then a woman in blue appeared in Su Lang's sight. This woman was a beginner body temperer. She looked good, with some bruises on her face and eyes full of fear and dread. When she saw that the person who came was not the one she expected and that there was no tattoo on her earlobe, a glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in her eyes. Are you a woman who was abducted? Su Lang looked at the woman in blue in front of him calmly. The woman in blue was very excited. Well, who are you? How did you get in? Can you take me away? I will get out of here, and so can you, but not now. Su Lang smiled and said, Do you know a safe? It's the one where the guardian keeps gold and silver coins. I know. I also know his password. He said it unconsciously when he was drunk. Seeing that there was hope of leaving, the woman in blue was extremely happy and nodded frequently. You know the password? That's great. Take me there. Su Lang was also very surprised. He had never touched a safe of this era and had no confidence in opening it. It would be very convenient to have the password at this time. The safe is over here. The combination is. The woman in blue said as she turned and led the way at a very fast pace. 10 seconds later, a mechanical password safe as big as a wardrobe appeared in front of Su Lang. It looked very heavy and sturdy. Su Lang entered the password and opened the safe with a clang. He was immediately dazzled by a flash of gold and silver. The woman in blue, standing nearby, also stared with her eyes wide open. So many gold coins were beyond her imagination. That's great. That's great. Su Lang looked at the piles of gold and silver coins in front of him and was ecstatic. I don't know if it's enough to upgrade the system. Then, Su Lang grabbed a handful of gold coins and deposited them directly into the system. In the mysterious black space, the number behind the gold coin icon suddenly became 26. The woman in blue at the side was stunned with shock as she watched the gold coin disappear into Su Lang's hand. Being able to collect items out of thin air means having a space ring, but a space ring is something only big guys at the military general level can possess. How terrifying must be the background of a person who can possess a space ring during the body tempering stage. Thinking of this, the woman in blue looked at Su Lang with awe. Su Lang had no idea what the woman in blue was thinking. He chuckled and deposited all his coins into the system, one after another, and exchanged them all for gold coins. The numbers behind the gold coin icon changed from dozens to hundreds, and finally to 1568. It's already over 1,000. Ha ha ha. Su Lang clenched his fists excitedly, shouting in his heart, System, upgrade the one-key cultivation function for me. Chapter 21, activate the second function. Ding! Consume 1,000 gold coins. Upgrade the one-key training function to level 3, and increase the training speed to 4 times the basic speed. Ding! Host, congratulations on obtaining the activation rights for the new function. It only requires 10 gold coins to activate it. 2 consecutive system prompts made Su Lang feel so happy that he almost flew up. Especially the last one, a new function. The first function is so abnormal. How could the second function be worse? System, activate the second function for me. Su Lang chose to activate it without hesitation. Ding! Consume 10 gold coins. Open the heart of martial arts and activate the one-click martial arts function. Ding! Congratulations on activating the second system function. You have obtained the additional function Furnace of All Techniques, which allows you to practice all the techniques in the world. As soon as the system prompt disappeared, Su Lang felt a shock in his mind, and information about the one-click martial arts function emerged. At the same time, a white little man suddenly appeared in the mysterious black space. This white man was still the outline of Su Lang, but unlike the first white man, it was standing. Ha 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 ha! Looking at the second white man in the mysterious black space, Su Lang couldn't help but laugh wildly towards the sky. At this moment, he has completely understood all the features of the second function, that is, automatically practicing techniques other than the main technique. In this era, the practice of martial arts is divided into 2 parts. The first part is the main practice method, which is specifically designed to improve the level of cultivation. Now everyone is practicing the Infinite Heart Sutra. The second part is to focus on the techniques of attack, killing, defense, and self-cultivation. These techniques can be roughly divided into 3 categories: bodybuilding techniques for the body, weapon techniques for practicing weapons and fists, and attribute techniques for controlling various extraordinary energies. According to the degree of preciousness, it is divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, and top level. It is said that there are even more profound skills above the top level, but it is just a rumor. In fact, according to Su Lang's understanding, the realm of cultivation is equivalent to the level, and the second most part of the skills is equivalent to skills and moves. Practicing the main technique depends on aptitude, while mastering the skills and moves depends on understanding and hard work. To practice any of the second part of the exercises, you must have sufficient understanding. If you have a high level of comprehension, you will need to spend less hard work. If you don't have enough comprehension, you will have to spend a huge amount of time and energy to make up for it. But no matter what, you have to spend time and energy to practice. Moreover, even the elementary skills are shockingly expensive and are simply not affordable for ordinary people. In addition, even those wealthy young masters would not choose to practice the second part of the exercises during the body tempering period. Because compared with directly improving the level of cultivation, the cost-effectiveness is really shockingly low. Originally, Su Lang was planning to practice the second part of the technique after he was promoted to a warrior. But this time it's different. With the one-click martial arts practice function, he can practice martial arts automatically 24 hours a day, anytime and anywhere. System. How do I enable the one-click martial arts training function? Looking at the motionless white man, Su Lang felt itchy in his heart, as if he was being scratched by a cat's claws. Host, you only need to place a technique to activate the one-click martial arts function. Currently, the one-button martial arts training function is at level 1, and the martial arts training speed is the basic speed. It can place one martial arts technique, and it can be replaced after placement. It is detected that the host has the return to origin body forging technique. Would you like to place it? Su Lang was stunned. He had no impression of this book, Good Yuan Body Tempering Art, at all. However, he soon found this martial arts book from the corner of his previous life's memory. It turns out that this is the most basic elementary bodybuilding exercise that almost every formal warrior must practice, and it is passed down from one's previous parents. It's just that because his predecessor was unable to practice, he naturally couldn't learn martial arts, and in the end, he could only helplessly put it behind him. System, place it for me immediately. Su Lang's mouth cracked into a big smile. Ding! The return to origin body forging technique has been placed, and the one-click martial arts function is enabled. In an instant, the second white man standing in the mysterious black space moved. It kept doing various bodybuilding movements in the Good Yuan bodybuilding art with extremely standard postures. No one who saw it could find any flaws. At the same time, Su Lang felt a subtle warm current flowing continuously through his limbs and bones. Although these warm currents were so subtle that they were barely detectable, they accumulated over time, and in just a few breaths, Su Lang felt his body getting slightly stronger. Chapter 22. Super Abnormal One-Click Martial Arts Training. This speed is definitely at the level of a demon genius. Su Lang's eyes suddenly widened, filled with shock and ecstasy. Don't think that Good Yuan body tempering technique is just an elementary technique. In fact, it is a bodybuilding exercise that has been updated and renewed for more than 1,000 years. Although it is very moderate and ordinary, it is not easy to practice, and it is difficult for most people to get started. People divide the exercises into 4 levels according to their degree of mastery: entry level, minor success, major success, and perfection. Reaching the perfect level means that you have mastered the skills and can use them at your fingertips with ease. But even if the average person practices Good Yuan body strengthening technique to the beginning, they still have to invest a lot of energy and time. For example, my predecessor's parents practiced hard every day for more than a month before they reached the entry-level level. But at this time, the one-click martial arts function only took a few breaths to have such a significant effect, which shows how abnormal this function is. This function is really awesome. Su Lang was so excited that he trembled all over. The function is only at level 1 now. After upgrading, it can also increase the speed of martial arts. And according to the system prompts, it is speculated that after upgrading, more skills can be placed. When the time comes, I will be able to possess all kinds of magical skills and defeat everything. It's exciting to think about it. You should know that the practice of the second part of the skills is very difficult. Generally, it is considered amazing for a martial artist to be able to practice 2 or 3 skills to the great success level in his lifetime. But what about Su Lang? At such an abnormal training speed, a few or a dozen sets of exercises would not be enough to fill the gaps in one's training. And the most important thing is that while others need to work hard to practice martial arts, Su Lang can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. This is simply one of the most satisfying things in the world. At this time, Su Lang licked his lips and asked excitedly, "System, how much does it cost to upgrade the one-click martial arts function?" The one-button martial arts training function is so abnormal. How could he forget to upgrade? Host, the gold coins consumed for upgrading the one-click martial arts function are the same as those for the one-click cultivation function. It takes 100 gold coins to reach level 2, and the training speed is twice the basic speed. It takes 1,000 gold coins to reach level 3, and the training speed is 4 times the basic speed. It takes 10,000 gold coins to reach level 4, and the speed of martial arts training. When the one-click martial arts function is upgraded to level 3, the host will be able to obtain the activation authority for the next function. Fuck, system. You are so fucking awesome. As soon as the system prompt ended, Su Lang's eyes widened with excitement. It only takes 100 gold coins to upgrade the one-click martial arts function to level 2. At this time, he has 568 gold coins, so he can definitely upgrade to the next level. Moreover, the remaining 468 gold coins are only a little more than half of 1,000 gold coins, and the activation of the third function is almost at hand. Quick, system, upgrade the one-click martial arts function for me. Su Lang did not hesitate at all and immediately issued the upgrade order. Ding! Consume 100 gold coins. The one-click martial arts function is upgraded to level 2, and the martial arts speed is increased to twice the basic speed. In an instant, Su Lang felt more warmth flowing through his limbs. He could even clearly feel that his strength, defense, agility, and endurance had improved to a certain extent. Just at this moment, ding! The Good Yuan body tempering technique has reached the entry level. Wow, you've already gotten started so quickly. Su Lang's expression changed, and the shock on his face was hard to conceal. Then he thought about it and called out his attribute panel. Aname, Su Lang. Race, human. Qualification level, flawless. Realm level, peak body tempering. Attack level, peak body tempering plus. Defense level, peak body tempering plus. Agility level, peak body tempering plus. Endurance level, peak body tempering plus. Mastered skills, Infinite Heart Sutra, Good Yuan body forging skills, elementary entry. Activated system functions, 1 key training function, level 3. 1 key martial arts function, level 2. He attack, defense, agility, and endurance have all been increased. The benefits are considerable. Su Lang couldn't help but let out a low and excited laugh. Once this is over, I will go back and find more techniques to practice. Chapter 23 Primary Weapon Technique. After a long time, Su Lang finally calmed down his excitement and returned to his calm expression. Only then did he remember that there was a woman standing next to him. Su Lang turned around and saw the woman in blue looking at him with a dull expression. Stop looking, let's go. Su Lang waved his hand and turned away. Oh. The woman came to her senses and hurried to catch up. She looked at Su Lang in front of her, wondering why Su Lang's expression kept changing, as if he had encountered some great thing. But even with her overflowing imagination, she could not have imagined that Su Lang could actually master a technique to the entry level in just 1 or 2 minutes. Soon, Su Lang brought the beautiful woman to the outside of the house, where Do Zhong and 3 others had been killed. There are some women in there who share your pain. Su Lang pointed at the door of the house and said, "You are at least a beginner in body tempering, so take them away from this devil's cave. I will give you the safest route. So, what about you? You're not taking me with you?" The woman in blue was counting on Su Lang to protect her. When she heard what Su Lang said, she immediately became anxious. Me? Why do you care about me? Let's go. Once we come back to guard the base, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Su Lang smiled non-committally, then took out a map, drew the route, threw it to the woman in blue, and turned away. Su Lang had experienced so many women in his previous life, and it was wishful thinking for him to serve a fallen woman he met by chance. He is not a bootlicker, but an emotionless killer. The woman in blue looked at Su Lang's resolute back and could only sigh and give up the idea in her mind. Soon, she came to the gate, ready to take those women who shared the same pain away. Crunch! The door opened. The woman in blue let out a terrified scream. Behind the door were 3 tattered corpses and 8 evil-looking women. The scene was extremely bloody, just like a Jura hell. After Su Lang handed the map to the woman in blue, he did not leave the base. Most of the experts in this stronghold went to hunt quasi-level wind wolves. A wind wolf that can reach quasi-level must be a wolf king. They are often surrounded by dozens or even hundreds of low-level wind wolves. It is not an easy task for the Broken Axe hunting group to hunt them down. Even if the Broken Axe hunting group is fully prepared, they will be exhausted after winning the battle, and that will be a good time to take action. Moreover, Su Lang himself also needs time to improve his cultivation level. After the 1 key training function was upgraded to level 3, his training speed soared to 4 times that of a genius with perfect qualifications, and he could break through to the quasi-warrior level in just 2 hours. The time taken by the Broken Axe hunting group and others, including traveling, reorganizing, exploring, fighting, and returning, is definitely far more than 2 hours. Therefore, Su Lang planned to plunder the stronghold first. and then wait for the opportunity. 10 minutes later, Su Lang looted the bodies and dormitories of the Broken Axe hunting group members and obtained a total of 89 gold coins. In addition, there are many materials about ferocious beasts, medicinal materials, minerals, and other items, but these things cannot be stored in the system and can only be put aside temporarily. Adding the remaining 468 gold coins, I now have 557 gold coins. Su Lang smiled brightly. This way, we are one step closer to upgrading the one-button martial arts function to level 3 and unlocking new functions. After searching the bodies and dormitories of the members, Su Lang returned to the residence of the defender of the stronghold. Although all the gold coins in the safe have been taken out, they contain public funds of the Broken Axe hunting group, and the Guardian's private collection has not been searched yet. After some searching, Su Lang obtained another 123 gold coins, and there were already 680 gold coins in the system. And this is not what makes Su Lang most excited. I didn't expect that in addition to gold coins, I could actually find a set of skills. Su Lang was holding a thin book and was excitedly flipping through it while sitting in a chair. This martial arts technique is called Ghost Moon Sword Technique and is a primary weapon technique. Su Lang speculated that this was prepared by the stronghold guard for himself to break through to become a formal warrior. Even though it's an elementary weapon technique, it's much more profound than the sword techniques I had in my previous life. Moreover, this technique is obviously more profound and difficult than the returning to the origin body strengthening technique. Once you practice it, the benefits will definitely be greater. Su Lang was amazed at what he saw, and soon he read it completely. Chapter 24. Crush the opponents of the same level. Ding! Detected the primary skill, Ghost Moon Sword skill. Do you want to place it? Just after I finished reading, the system prompt came. Fuck, you just read it once, without studying it carefully, and you can just put it aside? Su Lang's eyes lit up with surprise. In this way, no matter how profound a skill is, he only needs to look at it once, and he can start practicing it automatically without having to spend any effort at all. After the excitement, Su Lang pondered and said, System, how long will it take for the return to origin body forging technique to reach the minor success stage? Host, it will take another 24 hours to reach the minor level. It only takes 1 or 2 minutes to get started, but it takes 24 hours to reach a minor level of proficiency. It's really too difficult. Su Lang was filled with emotion and immediately said, System, replace the return to origin body forging technique with the Ghost Moon Sword technique for me. If you continue to practice Good Yuan body tempering art automatically, it will take 1 day to reach the minor success level. But if you switch to Ghost Moon Sword technique, you will definitely be able to reach a small success level in a short period of time. So now changing to Ghost Moon Sword technique will bring obviously greater benefits. Ding! Change the training method to Ghost Moon Sword technique. A system prompt came, and Su Lang moved his mind and came to the mysterious black space. I saw that the white little man who was doing various bodybuilding exercises now had an illusory long sword in his hand. It held a long sword and continued to practice the Ghost Moon Sword technique. His sword training movements are extremely smooth and natural, almost like art, pleasing to the eye. Su Lang just sat in the chair and waited quietly. 2 minutes later, ding! Ghost Moon Sword skills has reached the entry level. Su Lang felt his mind tremble, and a lot of understanding about Ghost Moon Sword technique was imprinted into his soul, which made his mastery of this technique directly reach the entry level. It's worthy of being a level 2 one-button martial arts training function. Su Lang smiled slightly, then turned his wrist, and a bright knife light like lightning shot out instantly, and then retracted into the sheath in an instant. If not for a terrifying knife mark on one side of the thick wall, everything would seem as if nothing had happened. This attack power is enough to crush the peak body tempering. Looking at the horrific knife marks that almost penetrated the wall, Su Lang curled his lips and summoned the attribute panel. Anama, Su Lang. Race, human. Qualification level turbid. Realm level, peak body tempering. Attack level, quasi-warrior. Defense level, peak body tempering plus. Agility level, peak body tempering plus. Endurance level, peak body tempering plus. Mastered skills, Infinite Heart Sutra, Good Yuan body forging skills, elementary, entry level. Ghost Moon Sword skills, elementary, entry level. Activated system functions, 1 key training function, level 3. 1 key martial arts function, level 2. Sure enough, the attack realm has reached the quasi-warrior level. Once I break through to the level of a quasi-warrior, I will be able to crush my opponents of the same level in all aspects. This feeling is so wonderful and refreshing. Su Lang felt his own strength, and the smile on his lips gradually widened. Although he is a killer, what he likes most is to beat the enemy head-on and make them cry for mercy on their knees. Now I just have to wait for a key to improve my realm. Su Lang poured himself a cup of tea and drank it leisurely. At the same time, to the west of the stronghold, outside the Calabash Valley, 15 members of the Broken Axe hunting group were ready to go. Among the 15 people, there are 2 quasi-martial arts masters, and the rest are at the peak and advanced levels of body tempering. Have you memorized the tactics? Let's go. The leader of the stronghold guards was wearing a red suit, with a tiger-mouth long sword on his waist. He waved his hand and walked towards the Hulu Valley. The rest followed closely behind, ready for battle. Soon, an angry wolf howl was heard in the Calabash Valley. Obviously, the Broken Axe hunting group had been discovered. After the first wolf howls continued to be heard in the valley, and even long howls were heard around the Hulu Valley. Quick, charge in! A would-be warrior shouted loudly and rushed forward, and the others also drew their weapons and swarmed forward. When the wind wolves in the valley saw the Broken Axe hunting group, they all rushed forward with bloodshot eyes. In an instant, the 2 sides came into close combat, with the sounds of wolf howls, roars, slashing, and scolding continuing. Chapter 25. I've been waiting for a long time. 2 hours later. Host, the sea of cultivation is full. Do you want to break through? Su Lang, who had half closed his eyes to gather his strength, suddenly opened his eyes and burst into astonishing light. To him, this system prompt is even more wonderful than the moans of a beautiful girl. System, give me a breakthrough. Su Lang chose to break through without hesitation. In an instant, a huge warm current flowed through the body, making the muscles, bones, blood, and flesh become more resilient and strong. Attribute panel. Anama, Sulang. Race, human. Qualification level turbid. Level, quasi-warrior. Attack level, primary warrior. Defense level, quasi-warrior plus. Agility level, quasi-warrior plus. Endurance level, quasi-warrior plus. Mastered skills, Infinite Heart Sutra, Good Yuan Body Forging Skills, Elementary, Entry Level. Ghost Moonsword Skills, Elementary, Entry Level. Activated System Functions, 1 Key Training Function, Level 3. 1 Key Martial Arts Function, Level 2. What the hell? Looking at the attribute panel, Su Lang suddenly jumped up from his chair. He never expected that his attack level would reach the level of a formal warrior. Although there is a minus sign after it, it is still a real, official warrior level. There is only one word difference between the quasi-warrior realm and the warrior realm, but there is a world of difference, a difference between heaven and earth. Even if a dozen quasi-warriors surrounded and killed a formal warrior, the final result would definitely be that the warrior would be crushed and killed. Hee, as long as I don't meet a formal warrior, I will be invincible. Su Lang smiled widely. Even if I encounter a warrior, I have the ability to escape unscathed. Just then, there were bursts of shouting suddenly coming from outside. Quick, open the door. Boss Sure E is injured. Where are you? If you don't open the door, I'll skin you alive. Open the door quickly. There are injured brothers waiting for treatment. Rude shouts and insults continued to be heard. Without thinking, you know that the members of the Broken Axe hunting group that hunts quasi-level wind wolves have returned. I've been waiting for this for so long. Revenge and the truth. A sneer appeared on Su Lang's lips, and then he quickly walked to the gate of the stronghold. Which bastard is guarding the gate today? Why aren't you opening the door? My brother is dying. The members of the Broken Axe hunting group outside were even more angry at this time. It was obvious that their situation was not optimistic. I'm coming, sorry I was busy just now. Su Lang shouted a few times from behind the door, then opened the heavy door a crack. Something's wrong? If my brother is gone, you'll really be in trouble. A big man cursed and squeezed into the door with an unhappy look on his face. Little bastard, why don't you open the door a little bit? As he spoke, the big man squeezed into the gate and saw Su Lang with a smile in his eyes. Who are you? When the big man saw Su Lang's face, he was immediately confused and wanted to question him. But before he could finish his words, he felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, followed by a chill on his neck, and lost consciousness. The peak body is so tough that it can withstand a single blow. Su Lang swung his tang sword, and the blood on the blade splashed into the sky. Mad, what are you talking about? Just then, a member of the Broken Axe hunting group pushed the door open. Soon, all the members of the Broken Axe hunting group saw Su Lang holding a long knife and a headless corpse with blood gushing from its neck. Has the base changed? There's an enemy. What? One person, including the two prospective warriors. Everyone looked at Su Lang in disbelief. They couldn't believe that someone dared to strike down the Broken Axe hunting group and destroy their stronghold. They couldn't believe that the person who destroyed the stronghold was a body temporer with no spiritual energy at all. They couldn't believe that this body temporer didn't run away after destroying the stronghold, but waited for them to come back and kill people in front of them. This is really incredible and unbelievable. While the Broken Axe hunting group was staring at Su Lang in shock, Su Lang was also looking at this group of people. Including the ones just killed, there were 14 people in total, and all of them were injured. One of them was even lying on a stretcher. It was obvious that he had suffered heavy losses under the claws of the Wind Wolf. Chapter 26, Killing 3 People in a Flash. My name is Tung Bao. Who are you? Why are you trying to pick a fight with my Broken Axe hunting group? The big man in red tights took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and asked in a cold voice. Boss, why bother talking to him so much? Let me kill him. Yeah, Boss Tung, let's kill him. Snort. Tung Bao snorted coldly and waved his hand, and everyone immediately shut up. Su Lang, do you know? Su Lang curled his lips and said lightly. What? Su Lang? Shouldn't Su Lang be dead? Tung Bao was startled, and then said, No, you are here to avenge Su Lang. You are so brave to provoke my Broken Axe hunting group. If you have the courage, there must be someone behind you, right? Tell me, which force gave you this courage? As soon as these words came out, Su Lang knew that this Tung Bao must be related to the death of his predecessor. It's just that this person has never seen what he looks like, or even if he has seen it, he has forgotten it. Sadi, Im Su Lang. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and looked at Tung Bao with a playful look on his face. How is it? Is it a surprise and exciting? Are you Su Lang? That's impossible. He is obviously an ordinary person. Tung Bao looked at Su Lang coldly. Forget it. If you provoke my Broken Axe hunting group, no matter who you are, you must die. Ha 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 ha. So arrogant and overbearing. What a pity. There are only a few of you. I can kill them with a snap of my fingers. Su Lang laughed loudly, looking up to the sky, and with a flick of his thumb, a bright blade light burst out of the scabbard. How shameless of you, little yellow-haired boy. Tung Bao sneered and drew out his long sword. I want to see how you can kill us in a snap of your fingers. Come on. Everyone, come together. I'm going to skin him and drink his blood. Leave him alive. Such delicate skin and tender flesh are rare. The other 12 men had cruel looks in their eyes, and they all drew their weapons and rushed toward Su Lang. For a moment, the sound of swords and sabers was gleaming and as cold as snow. In the eyes of the Broken Axe hunting group and others, Su Lang was so young and had no spiritual energy fluctuations, so he was at most a quasi-warrior. This group of people killed 2 quasi-level Wind Wolf kings and dozens of low-level Wind Wolves. With such powerful strength, isn't it easy to deal with a young prospective warrior? However, when Su Lang made his move, their thoughts were instantly overturned. Ghost Moon Plunder. Facing more than a dozen people rushing up, Su Lang took a step forward. His knife moved with him, and a bloody light suddenly appeared. In an instant, 3 members of the Broken Axe hunting group were beheaded and 2 were seriously injured. Not good. He is so strong. I can kill with the flick of my fingers. I can really kill 3 people in a row with the flick of my fingers. The other members of the Broken Axe hunting group were horrified, and their cruel smiles were instantly replaced by horror. Ghost Moon Sword Technique. Tung Bao's pupils also shrank suddenly. Could it be that he found my martial arts book and practiced it successfully? No. What a joke. How can he succeed in practicing with just a body tempering technique? I've been working on it for a whole year, but I still can't perform a single move. But he performed it. What happened? Tung Bao's face was dazed. He was completely confused at this moment. I just like the way you are surprised. Su Lang sneered and swung his knife in a flower shape, shaking off the blood on the knife, causing its cold light to reappear. He's just a quasi-warrior. Don't panic. Follow me and kill him. Tung Bao swallowed his saliva. Although he knew that Su Lang was very strong, he didn't think that Su Lang was strong enough to destroy them all. As long as Su Lang cannot kill everyone in a short period of time, he will definitely be slowly entangled and surrounded. Let's fight. Revenge our brothers. Under the leadership of Tung Bao, The remaining 7 people rushed towards Su Lang together. As the main force, Tung Bao and another quasi-warrior rushed to the front and arrived in front of Su Lang in half a breath. One of them held a long knife, and the other held a long sword. They were fierce and went straight for Su Lang's vital points. Ghost Moon kill! Su Lang did not stop. He turned his wrist and slashed down with the Tang sword, leaving a snowy light. Chapter 27, Then I Will Help You. Bang! Boo! Boo! Ding-ee-nee! 2 sounds of metal clashing were heard at the same time, and the sound of swords and sabers was extremely sharp. Under Su Lang's warrior-level attack, Tung Bao and the other man were completely unable to resist. Their weapons were knocked away in an instant, and their faces were exposed. At the same time, the terrifying invisible force coming from the swords made half of their bodies numb, and they were unable to make quick movements in a short period of time. This is absolutely impossible. Tung Bao was stunned. He could not believe that he, who had been an elite quasi-warrior for many years, was no match for a young man. Another prospective warrior from the Broken Axe hunting group was also extremely shocked and couldn't believe it. However, the facts are right in front of them, and no matter how much they refuse to believe it, they have no choice but to accept it. Gu Nai. At this moment, Su Lang drew his sword again, and 3 more members of the Broken Axe hunting group had their throats cut and blood gushed out like a fountain. No way to defeat them, go! Seeing this scene, Tung Bao and the other 2 were terrified and wanted to withdraw immediately. You want to leave now? Guyue Shun. Su Lang sneered arrogantly, took a step forward, spanned several meters, and slashed towards Tung Bao with a knife. Zolfast. Tung Bao looked at the gradually enlarging blade and was so frightened that his scalp seemed to explode. He instinctively raised his long sword to block in front of him, but the deadly blade suddenly bent and cut directly into his waist and abdomen. Puff! The sharp blade pierced into the flesh, leaving a scarlet red mark. Tung Bao's eyes widened. The endless pain almost drained all his strength, causing him to stagger and lose his balance. Boss Tung. The boss lost. What should I do? Run. Run as fast as you can. The remaining 3 members of the Broken Axe hunting group were at a loss when they saw that Tung Bao was seriously injured. Then, led by the quasi-warrior, they began to flee in all directions. Don't go! Come back! Tung Bao's eyes showed despair, and he sat down on the ground. He never expected that these guys who were so friendly to each other on a daily basis would be so selfish and disloyal at the critical moment. You want them back? I'll help you. As Su Lang sneered, his body had already chased after the fleeing would-be warrior. With his agility level of a quasi-warrior plus, he caught up with the quasi-warrior in just 3 breaths. Go to hell. The would-be warrior felt needles on his back, his hair stand on end. He immediately turned around and swung his sword. Ding-ee-neen. The long sword made a mournful sound, and a head flew high into the air. The other 2 fleeing members of the Broken Axe hunting group were so frightened when they saw that all the would-be warriors were killed with 1 sword. One of them was so frightened that his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. Then he prostrated himself on the ground and kowtowed to Su Lang. Stand still. Su Lang looked indifferently at the last escaped man from the Broken Axe hunting group, and his voice was so cold that it seemed to come from the bottomless abyss. The last escaping man from the Broken Axe hunting group trembled all over and stopped involuntarily. Then he turned around extremely stiffly and knelt down tremblingly. Very obedient, not bad. Su Lang smiled slightly and walked towards Tung Bao, who looked pale. As Su Lang's footsteps got closer, Tung Bao's body was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Tell me, why do you want to kill me? Su Lang swung his Tang sword and pressed it against Tung Bao's forehead. A few strands of hair were cut off by the blade and flew away with the wind. Are you really Su Lang? Tung Bao's voice was trembling so much that it was almost inaudible. Su Lang nodded and said, That's right. Tell me why you want to kill me, and I can give you a quick death. I still don't believe you are Su Lang. Tung Bao shook his head in disbelief and then laughed like a madman. Ha ha! So what if you are really Su Lang? I'm gonna die anyway. Why should I tell you? Ha ha ha! After I die, someone will definitely avenge me. The background of the Broken Axe hunting group is not something you can fight against. Kill me, you bastard. Come on. Tung Bao seemed to have overcome his fear. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Su Lang, muttering and cursing through gritted teeth. Haha, this forces me to use those cruel techniques. Su Lang looked down at Tung Bao from above. Okay, then I'll help you. After saying this, Su Lang smiled and gently cut Tung Bao's face, shaving off a piece of flesh like fish scales. What are you going to do? Although the wound was small, Tung Bao had a very bad feeling. However, Su Lang did not answer his question at all, but focused all his attention on the blade. Ling Ti shall kreft. If it is not performed properly, the target will die. Chapter 28. The Yi family. What a great Yi family. Don't want. Stop. Kill me. Please spare me. Or kill me. A few minutes later, Tung Bao screamed in horror. At this time, his face, neck, and shoulders were covered with a large number of small wounds. Blood seeped out of the wound, making him look like he was covered in hideous red-edged scales. In fact, physical pain is secondary. What is most torturous is the fear and anxiety in one's heart. The knife swaying in front of my eyes was like a picky, poisonous snake, wondering where to bite next. It's just the beginning, and you can't stand it? Su Lang curled his lips and sneered. It's a pity that once it starts, there is no way to stop. No, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Please give me a quick death and stop torturing me. Tung Bao was like a whimpering stray dog, and all his previous toughness was gone. The two big men from the Broken Axe hunting group who were kneeling beside them were so frightened that their souls were out of their bodies, and their bodies were shaking as if they were sieving chaff. Well, for your pity. Su Lang was talking, but his hands were still moving. I'll do it while I listen to you. If I'm satisfied, I'll give you a good beating. No. Okay, I'll tell you. Tung Bao was already incoherent. The reason I want to kill you is because of your parents. Your parents became guests of the Yi family not long ago. They were sent to a very dangerous D-level beast area to carry out a mission, and they died in the end. According to the guest agreement, the Yi family needs to compensate each person with 2,000 gold coins, which would have fallen into your hands. But this amount of money is not a small sum, and you are just an ordinary person, so the sixth young master has set his eyes on this money. Then the order reached me, and I arranged 2 men to kill you. I see. Su Lang withdrew the Tang sword with an indifferent expression. Although he appeared calm on the surface, the hatred in his heart was already surging. Why did my previous parents want to be guests of the Yi family? It's all for the purpose of making more money, so that he can embark on the path of a warrior with this body. However, the Yi family sent them to the D-level beast area at the martial artist level, killing them. Not only that, in the end, they also wiped out the entire clan in order to get compensation. They were really ruthless and didn't even leave a single bone behind. The Yi family. What a great Yi family! Su Lang swung his knife fiercely and cut off Tung Bao's neck. Then he turned around and looked coldly at the 2 members of the Broken Axe hunting group who were kneeling on the ground. Please spare my life. Please forgive me. From now on, I am your dog. The 2 members of the Broken Axe hunting group no longer had the temperament of bandits. They buried their heads in the dust in utmost humility and kept begging for mercy. Go and gather all the valuables before me. Su Lang's indifferent voice came. Don't play any tricks. Otherwise, you will be worse off than Tung Bao. There are still many materials and resources in the stronghold, worth at least 500 or 600 gold coins, and Su Lang does not intend to let them go. Yes. Let's go now. The 2 members of the Broken Axe hunting group were surprised and frightened. They hurriedly got up from the ground and began to collect valuables. Su Lang stood there, silently recalling the information about the Yi family. There are 4 major forces in the entire Red Maple City stronghold, and each force has a powerful general in charge. The Yi family is one of them. The other 3 major forces are the Warrior Alliance, the Yu family, and the Bao family. With such a background, the Broken Axe hunting group does have the confidence to be arrogant. If it were an ordinary warrior, he probably wouldn't dare to kill Tung Bao. But for Su Lang, even if the King of Heaven came, he would kill him without hesitation. As the main culprit, the Yi family also became the target of Su Lang's revenge, especially the 6th young master of the Yi family. It's a pity that I don't have enough gold coins. Otherwise, I could upgrade the system and take revenge in a minute. Su Lang's eyes flashed coldly, and then he asked, System, how long will it take for me to be promoted to the warrior level? Host, you only need 5 hours to be promoted to a warrior. 5 hours, and that's taking into account the power of the elixir. Su Lang calculated that he had already consumed the 4th body tempering pill, and even with the 5th pill, the medicinal effect could only last for 3 hours. It seems that I need to buy another pill. Su Lang found a rock to sit on, waiting for the two members of the Broken Axe hunting group to collect items. Chapter 29. Be a good person in the next life. 10 minutes later, a large pile of items appeared on the open space in front of Su Lang. There are a large number of materials about ferocious beasts, not only those of wind wolves, but also those of other F-level ferocious beasts. In addition, there are medicinal herbs and minerals, the most precious of which is the 5th level main medicine that Tung Bao and others have just obtained. Take these things with you. Su Lang waved his hand. Hurry up. Yes, yes. The two big men from the Broken Axe hunting group quickly agreed and put all the things on a cart. Well done. I hope you can be a good person in your next life. Su Lang nodded indifferently, then slowly drew out the cold tang sword. No. The two big men were shocked, both physically and mentally, with despair in their eyes. Ghost Moon Plunder. The knife flashed and then retracted into its sheath. Immediately, Su Lang pushed the cart towards the entrance of the barrier. That's right, he just wants to sell these things. Although there is a risk in selling these things, compared with the profit of nearly 1,000 gold coins, this risk is insignificant. What's more, as long as you are strong enough, what trouble can't be solved? A few hours later, it was already late at night. Su Lang hid the cart in a secluded forest. After making sure that he would not be discovered, he walked towards the entrance of the barrier. There was a big man guarding the entrance. When he saw Su Lang, he just nodded slightly and let Su Lang in. Passing through the long and narrow passage again, Su Lang came to the lobby of the city tower and found the window for purchasing materials and rare treasures. But just as Su Lang passed by, a man suddenly ran over and stood in front of him with a smile on his face. Hey, hello! The man looked like a profiteer, and he didn't keep the secret. You look murderous, so I'm afraid the things you want to deal with are not right. Oh, don't be so quick to deny it. I've seen many people like you, and I'm not wrong. Just tell me straight. I'm from Yinbao Tower. We buy and sell all kinds of materials from ferocious beasts, natural treasures, and the key is to only do transactions. We won't ask any other questions, and we will never disclose customer privacy. Our Yinbala is headquartered in the Dongshan stronghold, and our business has spread to more than a dozen surrounding strongholds. Our reputation is absolutely trustworthy. Su Lang's expression changed. He immediately searched his memory and actually found information about the hidden treasure pavilion. However, because his predecessor never left the house and had only heard his parents talk about it once, he would not have been able to remember it if the people from the hidden treasure pavilion had not appeared in front of him. What's it called? How much is it? Although Su Lang is not afraid of trouble, it would be better if he could clean up the beginning and the end. Hey, you can call me Lao Qian. Seeing Su Lang's interest, old Qian smiled even brighter. We are buying at 80% of the price of the tower hall. We will pick up the goods at your doorstep and guarantee that you will not have to worry about any future troubles. 80%? That's fine. Su Lang nodded calmly. My stuff is worth nearly 1,000 gold coins. You prepare it. More than 1,000 gold coins? No problem. Lao Qian smiled and nodded. Let's go. The goods are outside the city, right? Let me inspect them, and if there's no problem, I'll go back to the city and pay you. Seeing that Lao Qian agreed so easily, Su Lang felt more relieved. Soon, the two of them went out of the city and came to the hidden woods and found the cart. Oh, there is still a 5th level main medicine. Not bad. Lao Qian skillfully looked through the materials on the cart and finally said, these things are worth 900 gold coins. I'll give you 720 gold coins. Sulan Froneth. This was 100 or 200 gold coins less than expected. Seeing Su Lang's hesitation, Lao Qian said, since this is your first time trading with us and you have a tier 5 main medicine, how about I give you 750 gold coins? Make a deal. Sulan Nadid. He didn't want to waste time. Okay, let's go back to the city to trade. After the deal was concluded, Lao Qian was also very happy and said, just leave these things here. I will arrange for someone to receive them. Then let's go. Su Lang nodded with satisfaction. Although the price was a little lower, the service of Yinbao Pavilion was indeed quite good. Soon, the two entered the barrier, and Lao Qian went to the lobby of the tower to get 7 low-grade spirit stones and 50 gold coins and gave them to Su Lang. I'm always here, looking forward to the next deal. Old Qian stretched out his hand and shook hands with Su Lang, then turned around and went about his business. Chapter 30. The third heaven-defying function. Hey, now I have 1430 gold coins. I can upgrade the one-click martial arts function. Su Lang couldn't help but smile, but he still bought a top-grade body-tempering pill for 12 gold coins before leaving the tower hall. While walking on the road, Su Lang had an idea. System Convert all these spirit stones into gold coins and deposit all the gold coins. Ding! Exchange successful. Deposit successful. In the mysterious black space, the number behind the money symbol once again rose to 4 digits. 1418. System, upgrade the one-click martial arts function for me. Su Lang gave the order without hesitation. Ding! Consume 1,000 gold coins. Upgrade the one-click martial arts training function to level 3 and increase the martial arts training speed to 4 times the basic speed. Ding! Host, congratulations on obtaining the activation rights for the new function. It only costs 100 gold coins to activate it. The wonderful system prompts made Su Lang feel so happy. Call. Su Lang exhaled a breath of turbid air with some excitement. System, activate the new function. Ding! Consume 100 gold coins and activate the clone dispatch function. Ding! Congratulations on activating the third system function. You have obtained the additional functions Perfect Plunder, Doppelganger Perception, and Item Transfer. Ding! The current clone dispatching function is level 1. You can dispatch a clone that is exactly the same as the host to fight. It will take 24 hours for the clone to recondense after death. Ding! Host, congratulations on successfully activating 3 functions. The system has opened a storage space for you. You can store unlimited items. A series of system prompts made Su Lang's face dull. Immediately afterwards, there was a turbulence in his mind, and a purple little man gradually condensed in the mysterious black space. The outline of this purple man is exactly the same as Su Lang. It stood behind the 2 little white men, waiting motionlessly to be dispatched. At the same time, information about the clone dispatching function flooded into Su Lang's mind, making him understand everything about this function in an instant. First of all, this clone has exactly the same combat power as Su Lang. There is no doubt that this is extremely perverted and outrageous. You should know that the clone technique is extremely rare and has surpassed the category of top-level techniques. Not to mention generals and commanders. Even a king of martial arts would find it difficult to possess it. Moreover, even if those strong men have cultivated clones, their strength is often only 1/10 of their original body, or even lower. What's even more incredible is that Su Lang's clone can ignore spatial barriers and be sent to any place where Su Lang has a specific impression. For example, the Warrior Alliance Hall, the Broken Axe Hunting Group's F-level base, the Tower Hall, the Trading Street, the restaurant. Wherever Su Lang has seen, his clone can be instantly dispatched to a specific coordinate. Moreover, Su Lang can obtain the perception of his clone. Wherever the clone has seen, it is the place he has seen. That means that wherever the clone has been, it can be dispatched again instantly. In addition, the Perfect Plunder function gives Su Lang and his clones a 100% explosion rate. Any items directly owned by the targets killed by Su Lang and his clones, whether they are valuable materials on their bodies or things in their space rings or Sumeru space, will be regarded as spoils of war, plundered and stored in the storage space. This storage space is so abnormal that it can store unlimited items. You should know that only military commander-level masters can possess space treasures, and it is amazing if their space rings have a few cubic meters. Compared to Su Lang's storage space, this is simply garbage. Finally, the item transfer function is also very useful. With it, Su Lang can transfer items between him and his clone, which can be used in many situations. Damn, this system is so amazing. With this function, I can send my clones to hunt and earn gold coins. And if we encounter an enemy, we can send them out to siege them, which greatly enhances our combat power. Su Lang came back to his senses from his shock, and then kept gasping for air in excitement. The third system function is really abnormal. The only shortcoming is probably that the clone's intelligence is too low. At this time, the clone can only fight or execute some of the simplest commands. Even to speak, Su Lang had to give orders before he could utter some simple words. However, this does not affect the combat effectiveness of the clone at all. I can't wait to see this clone. Su Lang's eyes sparkled, and he quickly found a hotel and booked a room. Chapter 31, Amazing Hunting Efficiency. Crack! The door was locked. Hiss! Su Lang took a breath and sent out his clone with a thought. Silently, a naked man appeared in front of Su Lang. His appearance was very natural, as if he was supposed to be there. TSK tisk. Su Lang looked around at the clone, making a constant clicking sound. This clone is exactly like him, even down to the amount of hair. The only difference is the eyes, or to be more precise, the divine light in the eyes. Unlike Su Lang's clear and bright eyes, the clone's pupils were filled with confusion and murderous intent. Great, great! Su Lang couldn't help but applaud. If someone saw this, they would probably think he had some special hobby. Then, Su Lang retracted his clone and went to the clothing store outside. He planned to buy some clothes for himself and his clone. After all, his clone looked the same as him, and it would damage his image if he was naked all the time. After some selection, Su Lang bought several sets of cool black hooded robes. Before leaving, the boss gave Su Lang a few white masks and smiled as if to say, "I understand you." Needless to say, the boss must have thought that Su Lang was going to do something shady. Su Lang didn't take it seriously and went to a weapon shop and spent 10 gold coins to buy a high-level ordinary Tang sword to be used as the weapon for his clone. Above ordinary weapons are primary spiritual weapons. When Su Lang was choosing a weapon, he took a look and was secretly shocked by the price of 3,000 gold coins. With this money, I might as well upgrade the system functions. Su Lang curled his lips, then left the weapon shop and returned to the hotel. Come on, put it on. Under Su Lang's command, the clone put on clothes and masks. TSK, you really have the killer style. Looking at the black-robed and white-faced clone, Su Lang smiled with satisfaction. Then he sent it out with a thought and accepted the clone's perception. Somewhere in the F-level Wind Wolf area, the black-robed clone appeared silently. Then a Tang sword appeared in its hand, which was the one Su Lang had sent to it through the item transfer. At this time, a rustling sound came from not far away, and a giant gray-white wolf emerged from the bushes. This huge gray wolf with sharp claws and fangs is an F-class beast, the Wind Wolf. Roar! When the Wind Wolf saw the black-robed clone, he immediately roared and pounced on him with red eyes. This Wind Wolf is extremely ferocious, but the black-robed clone is exactly as powerful as Su Lang and is capable of competing against formal warriors. Swish! There was a flash of knife light, and the Wind Wolf's huge head flew into the sky, and its body fell to the ground with a bang. The next moment, the Wind Wolf's body disappeared out of thin air. This is Su Lang. Ding! You get 4 Wind Wolf claws, 4 Wind Wolf fangs, 10 Wind Wolf flesh and blood, 1 Wind Wolf fur. Su Lang quickly glanced at the storage space and found that the Wind Wolf's body had been perfectly divided up. As long as it was valuable material, nothing was wasted. That's great, just automating the disposal of bodies saves me a ton of trouble. Su Lang smiled brightly. You should know that handling the corpses of ferocious beasts also requires skills. Otherwise, the materials of the ferocious beasts will be destroyed accidentally, resulting in a decrease in value or even damage. Roar! Ouch! The smell of blood seemed to have spread from the black-robed clone's location, and 2 wind wolves followed the smell and came over. The black-robed clone didn't hesitate at all. He turned his wrist and flashed his sword. The 2 wind wolves turned into corpses in an instant. Ding! You get Wind Wolf Claws *8, Wind Wolf Fangs *7, Wind Wolf Flesh *18, Wind Wolf Fur *2. The value of the materials of an F-level Wind Wolf ranges from 20 to 50 silver coins, depending on its level. Although the materials Su Lang harvested were of varying grades, they were of perfect quality, with each Wind Wolf being worth 40 silver coins on average. In other words, in a short period of time, just now, Su Lang earned several gold coins. You know, if an ordinary body temperer doesn't risk his life to hunt, his monthly salary will be less than 1 gold coin. Of course, the wind wolves are not endless, and Su Lang's clone just happened to encounter a group of wind wolves. But even so, Su Lang's clone's hunting efficiency is much faster than that of ordinary body temperers, and he can harvest at least dozens of gold coins every day. The most important thing is that other hunters need to risk their lives to earn that money, and there are many expenses in the process, and what they earn in the end is all hard-earned money. But Su Lang can get these little cuties just by sitting, lying down, or taking a nap. Chapter 32. This is fucking money robbery. Although the dozens of gold coins every day are not worth mentioning compared to Su Lang's consumption of upgrading the system functions. But don't forget that the clone dispatch is only level 1. And most importantly, Su Lang will be able to be promoted to a formal warrior in no time. The clone's strength will be the same as his, and then he will be able to go hunting in the E-level ferocious beast area. You should know that the strength of an E-level beast is equivalent to that of a formal warrior, and its average value is more than 10 times that of an F-level beast. Of course, Su Lang did not forget the sweetness of destroying a stronghold. Although the Broken Axe hunting group's base has been destroyed, there is still the Yi family. It's a pity that the strength is not enough and the number of clones is too small. Su Lang's eyes sparkled. System. How much does it cost to upgrade the clone dispatch function? Host. It will take 1,000 gold coins to upgrade the clone dispatch function to level 2. Every time the clone dispatching function is upgraded, the number of clones will be +1, and new abilities will be unlocked every time a certain level is reached. Wow, there's a new ability. This feature is really terrifying, but unfortunately I don't have enough money. Su Lang raised his eyebrows. It seems that I have to be promoted to a formal warrior as soon as possible. He only has 319 gold coins now, which is far from 1,000 gold coins. A moment later, Su Lang got on the spiritual energy bus, heading to the Warrior Alliance building. This time when he went to the Warrior Alliance building, Su Lang did not plan to collect the Warrior Alliance subsidy. After all, he had just received the allowances for primary and intermediate body tempering in the morning. If he went to collect the advanced body tempering, peak body tempering, and quasi-warrior allowances again tonight, it would be hard not to cause a sensation. When you are not strong enough and attract the attention of an irresistible strong person, your fate will no longer be in your own hands. Of course, gold will always shine. But by that time, Su Lang was already invincible, and he would kill anyone who provoked him without having so many concerns. More than half an hour later, Su Lang arrived at the Warrior Alliance building. Even at night, the Warrior Alliance building is brightly lit and bustling with people. Su Lang mixed in the crowd and came to the second floor of the building. The first floor of the building is the service hall, and the second to fourth floors are official shops of various martial arts alliances, including a store that specializes in selling martial arts techniques. At this stage, the easiest way for Su Lang to improve his strength is to practice martial arts. A basic martial art that reaches the entry level can greatly increase his strength. The key is that it only takes a few minutes. When Su Lang thought about the fact that he possessed dozens or even hundreds of martial arts skills and had the ability to kill enemies across several levels, he was so excited that he couldn't help laughing out loud. However, after entering the store, he was stunned. Basic bodybuilding exercise, White Lion powerful exercise, 888 gold coins. Primary weapon skills, 7 swords to break mountains, 1298 gold coins. Primary attribute skills, Red Flame Secret, 23,000 gold coins. How could a book of martial arts be so expensive? Su Lang looked at the price tag, and the corners of his mouth twitched unnaturally. And this is still an elementary level skill. Looking at the intermediate skills, they are all priced in 5 figures, and the attribute skills are worth 6 figures in gold coins. The advanced skills are even more terrifying. There are only 3 copies in the entire store. The store's treasure, Blowing Snow Without Trace, is worth 5 million gold coins. Oh my god, this is robbery. Su Lang was stunned and dumbfounded. With his current wealth, he couldn't even afford the cheapest martial arts. Moreover, this shop had the Guiyuan body tempering art and the Ghost Moon Sword technique, which ruined Su Lang's plan of selling his techniques and then buying new ones. Oh, money. Su Lang walked out of the martial arts shop with an unhappy look on his face. It seems that the way to buy martial arts to improve strength is cut off. At this moment, Su Lang suddenly had an idea. If I can't afford it, I can rob it. Didn't I rob the Ghost Moon Sword technique? As one of the 4 major forces in Red Maple City, the Yi family must have many skills, even advanced skills. And there is also the Broken Axe hunting group that has not yet been eradicated. This notorious hunting group must still have a lot of good stuff? When I am strong enough, I will hunt them down. Thinking of this, Su Lang's mood improved again, and his steps towards the 5th floor became much lighter. Starting from the 5th floor of the Warrior Alliance building, there are various training rooms, martial arts training grounds, conference rooms, luxury restaurants, and other areas. Where Su Lang was going was the training room. Chapter 33, The Realm of a Formal Warrior. The practice rooms are divided into 2 types: ordinary practice rooms and spiritual practice rooms, and charges are based on usage time. An ordinary training room only provides a quiet and safe environment, and the concentration of spiritual energy is the same as that of the outside world. In the spiritual energy training room, the concentration of spiritual energy is extremely rich, which can greatly increase the training speed of formal warriors. Su Lang came to the consultation office and directly opened the best spiritual energy training room. Entering the training room, rich spiritual energy suddenly surged in. This concentration of spiritual energy is really refreshing. Su Lang felt the spiritual energy around him and smiled with satisfaction. After closing the door, Su Lang lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Anyway, no matter what posture he is in, it will not affect the one-key training function to automatically train him. At the same time, in a luxurious box in the Jinghua building, a Biao and a Qing haven't come back yet. A big man with a black snake tattoo on his bald head walked back and forth with his hands behind his back, frowning. Two prospective warriors and four peak body-tempering masters stood around him with their bodies bent. There were also several beautiful and exposed women huddled on the sofa, trembling with fear in their eyes. Boss, we have already sent people to the F-level Wind Wolf Zone stronghold. A would-be warrior lowered his head and said, I'm sure there will be news soon. Just then, shouts were heard from outside. Oh no! Boss, the stronghold is gone. They are all dead. Everyone is dead. The base is full of corpses. A shirtless man with a panicked look on his face ran into the private room, gasping for breath. As soon as these three sentences came out, the snake-marked man's body shook suddenly, and his eyes suddenly burst into terrifying anger. The rest of the people were stunned by the words coming from the visitor, and their faces were dazed. The Broken Axe Hunting Group's F-level stronghold had already opened up the upper joints, and all the contradictions had been completely suppressed. So how could it be destroyed all of a sudden? Who dares to touch the base of my Broken Axe Hunting Group? Who is it? Check it for me. Check it all for me. I want to see the results within one day. Hurry up and go. The Serpentine Man was so furious that he was almost like an active volcano erupting magma. Yes. Boss, calm down. I will check it out immediately. Hurry, let's go together. We must find the murderer. All the subordinates were terrified and immediately knelt on one knee, accepted the order, and left. In a blink of an eye, the only people left in the luxurious box were the serpentine-marked man and the trembling women. No matter who you are, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death when I catch you. An extremely cruel and vicious look flashed from the eyes of the snake-marked man. Immediately, he turned and walked towards the women who were huddled on the sofa in fear. Boss, don't want. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. In the Warrior Alliance building. Host, the sea of cultivation is full. Do you want a breakthrough? When the system prompt came, Su Lang, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes. Finally here, this training room was not opened in vain. Su Lang stood up excitedly. System, give me a breakthrough. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy rushed into his body like a black hole. Dramatic changes also took place in his body. Under the baptism and tempering of huge amounts of spiritual energy, Su Lang's body is undergoing a crazy transformation. His meridians, flesh, blood, and bones are all undergoing sublimation. Strands of black and red blood flowed out of his body and soon formed a hard shell on the surface. A vortex of spiritual energy gradually formed in his dantian, and wisps of spiritual energy also appeared in his meridians. After a long time, the hard shell cracked and peeled off, revealing Su Lang's healthy and shiny skin. I have officially reached the realm of a warrior. Su Lang grinned, his eyes gleaming with astonishing light. The breakthrough from the body-tempering stage to the true warrior stage is a transformation of the essence of life. It is for this reason that the Red Maple City stronghold has only more than 10,000 warriors out of a population of hundreds of thousands. There is only one word difference between a quasi-warrior and a warrior, but one is on earth and the other is in heaven, and they are people of different levels. Once you pass the hurdle of warrior, you will be above most people, and your strength and status will be greatly improved. Chapter 34. Show them some color. This feeling is so refreshing. Su Lang circulated his spiritual energy and attached it to his fist, feeling that he could punch through a giant elephant with one punch. Then he called out his attribute panel. Anama, Su Lang. Race, human. Qualification, level turbid. Level, primary warrior. Attack level, primary warrior plus. Defense level, primary warrior. Level of physical skills, primary warrior. Endurance level, primary warrior. Mastered skills. Infinite Heart Sutra, Ghost Moon Sword skill, elementary, entry level. Guyuan Body Forging skill, elementary, entry level. Activated system functions. 1 key training function, level 3. 1 key martial arts function, level 3. Clone dispatch function, level 1. It seems that the entry-level Guyuan body forging technique does not provide much improvement to formal warriors. It is not enough to increase the levels of body movement, defense, and endurance. But fortunately, with the bonus of the two skills, the attack level is still higher than that of the same level. Moreover, with this kind of strength, we can easily crush an F-class stronghold. Su Lang raised the corner of his mouth, revealing an evil smile. Let's start with the F-level stronghold and teach them a lesson. Just do it. Su Lang immediately left the spiritual energy training room. Hello, your total consumption is 30 gold coins. A staff member came over, but in an instant his expression became extremely shocked. He clearly remembered that when the young man in front of him entered, there was no spiritual energy fluctuation on his body, and he was in the body tempering stage. But at this moment, a faint spiritual energy fluctuation was emanating from this young man. He broke through to the warrior realm. He has reached the warrior realm at such a young age. Is he a genius from some family? The staff was horrified and envious, and immediately bowed and apologized. Sir, please forgive my rudeness. Su Lang was in a good mood. He smiled generously, paid the money readily, and then left the 5th floor of the building under the awe-inspiring gaze of the staff. All the way to the 3rd floor of the building, passers-by looked at Su Lang with shock and respect. Su Lang found a shop on the 3rd floor and spent 1 gold coin to buy the best map. This map not only marks the areas where various ferocious beasts are found, but also provides relatively detailed information on production materials and all the strongholds of various forces, and even the names and approximate strength of the stronghold defenders. Judging from the map, there are about 200 to 300 strongholds in the vast F-level area, accounting for 90% of all strongholds. Compared with F-level strongholds, the number of E-level strongholds has sharply decreased, with only about 30 or so. There are only 4 D-level strongholds in total, located in the 4 directions of the Red Maple City stronghold, and they serve as sentry towers. There is not a single C-level stronghold above D-level. In other words, the Red Maple City stronghold is the only C-level stronghold. The number of outposts outside the city is pitifully small compared to the hundreds of thousands of people in the Red Maple City outpost and the vast land outside the fortress. But it's not that people don't want to build more outposts. But because of the existence of the ferocious beast tide, almost all strongholds will be completely destroyed every 10 years or so. Even a D-level stronghold would be destroyed every time there was a wave of ferocious beasts, and then the 4 major forces would jointly spend huge amounts of money to rebuild it. I don't know how much money and manpower it takes to build and operate a base with great effort. Once the stronghold is destroyed, all the efforts will be wasted in an instant, which is something that ordinary people cannot afford. Therefore, people prefer to go out hunting in groups, and then return to the fortress to rest and prepare for the next hunt. Let me see the Yi family's base. Su Lang looked at them one by one and memorized all the Yi family's strongholds in his mind. There are a total of 33 F-level strongholds, 5 E-level strongholds, and 1 D-level stronghold. Let's start with the nearest one, the F-rank Dark Snake Zone stronghold. Su Lang sneered and ordered his clone to give up hunting and rush towards the F-level Dark Snake Zone stronghold. Chapter 35, Yi family's Dark Snake area base. The clone moved forward along the way, constantly encountering various F-level ferocious beasts. Ding! You get 2 bull horns, 1 bull carapace, 20 bull flesh, for bull tendons. Ding! You get 4 molten frog webs, 1 molten frog tongue, 1 molten frog skin, 1 molten frog tail. Ding! You get. The money comes in so quickly, it's so cool. Looking at the increasing number of ferocious beast materials in the storage space, Su Lang left the Warrior Alliance building happily. Back in the hotel, he lay down on the bed. Formal warriors also need to rest, otherwise they will die suddenly. After a busy whole day, Su Lang felt a little tired, so he took a break while his clone was on the way. The night passed in the blink of an eye. System, how long will it take me to break through again? Su Lang asked immediately after waking up. Host, you only need 50 hours to break through to the intermediate warrior realm. That's more than 2 days, right? Su Lang curled his lips, then shared the perception of his clone. At this time, the black-robed clone had already arrived at the Yi family's F-level Dark Snake Zone stronghold and was hunting dark snakes everywhere. Ding! You get Dark Snake Scales * 26, Dark Snake Fangs * 2, Dark Snake Skin * 1, Dark Snake Tendon * 1, Dark Snake Flesh * 5. Ding! You get. I've been hunting all night, but I don't know what the harvest is. Su Lang opened the storage space and took a look, and found that the ferocious beast materials inside had piled up into a small mountain. Obviously, after breaking through to become a formal warrior, the clone's strength has greatly increased, and the hunting efficiency has also been greatly improved. It's time to start the journey of revenge. Su Lang curled the corner of his mouth, asked his clone to stop hunting, and rushed towards the stronghold. As the stronghold of Red Maple City, the Yi family is wealthy and powerful. Not only does it not prevent individual people from hunting in the Dark Snake area, it even allows individual people to pay fees and recuperate in the stronghold. Therefore, Su Lang's clone easily entered the stronghold. Who is this man in black robe? There is a fluctuation of spiritual energy. It's a formal warrior. Get out of the way. This guy looks like someone you don't want to mess with. If we offend him, the rest of our lives will be over. The body temperers around looked at the mysterious black-robed clone in awe. Wherever the black-robed clone passed, no one dared not to give way. This is the power of a real warrior. Welcome to my Yi family's Dark Snake district base. A would-be warrior came up to him with a smile on his face. What's your name, sir? Is there anything I can help you with? Although this would-be warrior had a smile on his face, he could not conceal the pride in his eyes. Moreover, there were 4 prospective warriors following behind him, all of whom followed his lead. Obviously, this person is the guard of this stronghold. As expected of a formal warrior, even the Yi family has to treat him with courtesy. Yes, this Yi Jinsho is usually so cold and arrogant, but now he is actually smiling. Passers-by around couldn't help but sigh when they saw the Yi family's stronghold guarding to welcome the mysterious man in black robes. However, the atmosphere on the scene soon changed, because the mysterious man in black robe didn't show any intention of returning the greeting. Your mightiness. The guard at the stronghold frowned slightly when he saw the mysterious man in black robe with his head down and silent. At this moment, the mysterious man in black robe raised his head. These eyes. When the stronghold guard saw Su Lang's clone's murderous eyes, he was struck by lightning and trembled all over. Without thinking, he moved and ran away immediately. Swish! An arc-shaped crescent blade light suddenly appeared in the air. One part was white just out of the sheath, and the other part was a glaring blood red. A ho-ho! The guard at the Yi family's stronghold tightly covered his bleeding neck, his eyes wide open with disbelief. The other 4 would-be warriors also stared at the scene in front of them with dull faces, unable to react. Ding! You get 2 martial arts books, 1 advanced ordinary weapon, 20 gold coins, and silver coins. As the system prompt came, the body guarding the Yi family's stronghold slowly fell down. The scene was as silent as an abyss. But the next second, the scene exploded like a long-awaited active volcano. This person actually killed the guard of the Yi family's stronghold. How dare he? Is he crazy? That's a member of the Yi family. Oh my god, what did I see? Someone actually dared to kill the Yi family. As far as I know, this Yiwu guard is from the main branch of the Yi family and will soon become a warrior. If someone from the main branch of the Yi family is killed, even if he is a formal warrior, he will definitely die. This is a family with martial artists and generals. This black-robed warrior is dead. He is really dead. Everyone was so shocked that their hair stood on end and their scalp tingled. As they talked, they retreated in fear, and in an instant a vacuum area formed around Su Lang's clone. Chapter 36. Thunder Attribute Technique. You! How dare you kill the guards of my Yi family stronghold? A prospective warrior pointed at Su Lang and shouted in great shock and anger. Haha, I like opponents like you who don't know how to run away. Su Lang curled his lips and ordered, Kill him! Call! The sword flashed again, and the roaring would-be warrior was cut in half. Ding! You get 1 high-level mortal soldier, 12 gold coins, and silver coins. The black-robed clone held a blood-stained tang sword in his hand and stared closely at the next would-be warrior. This guy is crazy. Run! Quickly turn on the emergency light and go back to ask a strong man to kill this beast. The remaining 3 would-be warriors were so frightened that their bodies and minds trembled. They roared and ran in all directions at a rapid speed. The rest of the people, whether they were individual warriors or body-tempering practitioners of the Yi family, all ran away. Someone turned on the help light of the base, and suddenly a huge beam of light shot up into the sky, clearly visible even in the daytime. Kill the warriors who are ready to fight. Don't worry about those who escape. Deal with them as quickly as possible. Su Lang gave the order with a sneer, then opened the storage space and took out 2 booklets. These 2 booklets may seem insignificant, but they're the most precious books on martial arts. One of them is called The True Secret of Thunder Silk, and the other is called White Feather Footwork. They were all spoils looted from the guards of the Yi family's stronghold. The people of the Yi family are really fat. Looking at the 2 books of martial arts, Su Lang's mouth was almost crooked with smiles. Especially the book The True Art of Thunder Silk, which turned out to be a basic thunder attribute technique. This is a skill worth 20 or 30,000 gold coins. Su Lang was overjoyed and quickly flipped through The True Secret of Lei Si and read it through in less than a minute. Ding! Detected the elementary skill Thunder Silk Secret. Do you want to place it? Sure enough, I can practice with just 1 click after reading it once. Su Lang immediately changed Ghost Moon Sword technique to Thunder Silk Secret with a smile on his face. Ding! The training method has been changed to The True Art of Thunder Silk. At the same time, in the mysterious black space, the illusory long sword in the martial artist's hand disappeared. It sat cross-legged on the ground with its hands facing the sky, and dense, constantly twisting purple lightning appeared between its fingers. So cool! Su Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. After reading for a while, he opened White Feather Step and started reading with great anticipation. This set of exercises is an elementary bodybuilding exercise, specifically designed to enhance physical skills, and is equally valuable. After finishing reading the 2nd book of skills, Su Lang watched his clone killing people while waiting for the wonderful system prompt. About 10 minutes passed. Ding! The True Art of Thunder Silk has reached the entry level. Su Lang, who was lying on the bed, jumped up instantly. Thunder is coming. Su Lang let out a low roar, and his right hand formed into a claw, with strands of extremely violent lightning condensing in the palm of his hand. Under the constantly distorted lightning, the entire room was lit up and down. At this time, Su Lang drew out the Tang sword again, and traces of lightning flowed onto the blade like a living thing, looking extremely handsome. So strong. If a would-be warrior with the strength of lightning were to touch him, he would probably be turned into charcoal immediately. Su Lang carefully felt the energy contained in those traces of lightning and took a deep breath. Oh, and there's also the White Feather Footwork. Su Lang immediately changed the 1-button martial arts technique to the White Feather Footwork. In the mysterious black space, the lightning in the hands of the martial artist disappeared. It stood up and began to practice various moves in the White Feather Footwork, moving faster and faster until they were almost blurred. A few minutes later, ding! The White Feather Footwork has reached the entry level. Su Lang only felt warm all over, and his whole body became agile and light. Then he changed his technique back to the True Art of Thunder Silk and opened the attribute panel. Name, Su Lang. Race, human. Qualification level turbid. Level, primary warrior. Attack level, intermediate warrior plus. Defense level, primary warrior. Level of physical skills, primary warrior plus. Endurance level, primary warrior. Mastered skills, Infinite Heart Sutra, Thunder Silk Secret, elementary, entry level. Ghost Moon Sword skill, elementary, entry level. White Feather Footwork, elementary, entry level. Return to Origin Body Forging skill, elementary, entry level. Activated system functions, 1 key training function, level 3, 1 key martial arts function, level 3, clone dispatch function, level 1. Driven by the 2 skills, Su Lang's body movement level has reached that of a beginner warrior plus, and his attack level has reached that of an intermediate warrior plus. Chapter 37. Why is there suddenly no one here? Ha 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 ha. Su Lang couldn't help but burst into laughter. With my current ability, even an intermediate warrior can be killed by me if he's not paying attention. How cool. At this time, in the F-level Dark Snake area, the entire base was empty. In more than 10 minutes, all the members of the Yi family who were caught by the clone died. There were also a lot of spoils in Su Lang's storage space, including some gold and silver coins, ferocious beast materials, medicinal materials, low-level weapons, and low-level pills. It's a pity that I didn't obtain any new skills. Su Lang spread his hands regretfully, then directed his clone to walk around in the stronghold. Whenever he came across something valuable, he would have his clone send it to Su Lang's room through item transfer. Afterwards, Su Lang put these items into the storage space. It has to be said that the Yi family stronghold is very rich, at least twice as rich as the Broken Axe hunting group's stronghold. Soon, The clone could no longer find any items to deliver. The Broken Axe hunting group has a safe, and this base probably has one too. Su Lang thought about it, and then continued to command his clone to search everywhere. Not long after, the clone found a huge alloy safe in a relatively luxurious room. Su Lang didn't know the password to this safe, but that didn't stop him from taking it for himself. Smash it. Smash all the walls around the safe. Su Lang chuckled and gave an order. After receiving the order, the clone immediately started to smash the wall. With the attack level of the clone being an intermediate warrior plus, even a wall made of steel can't withstand it. Boom! Boom! Crash! Crash! Under the continuous attacks of the clones, almost half of the house collapsed. The safe has also become an independent entity. Then it became easy. Su Lang asked his clone to grab the safe, transport it into the room through item transfer, and then put it into the storage space. Just at this moment, "You bold lunatic! How dare you destroy my Yi family stronghold?" A roar went straight into the sky, and a figure as fast as lightning rushed into the stronghold and killed Su Lang's clone fiercely. It's coming so fast. Su Lang was suddenly startled. Moreover, through the perception of his clone, he clearly felt that the aura of the person who came was still far beyond the scope of a formal warrior, and was simply not something he could match at the moment. In order to avoid losing his clone, Su Lang immediately asked the clone to go into the next room. Immediately, the clone slowly faded away and was taken back by Su Lang into the mysterious black space. "Run? I'm going to throw you into the oil pan and fry you to death." The swift figure rushed into the room and slashed wildly with the sword in his hand. The sword light was like a huge net cast by a fisherman, covering the entire room. However, no one. The figure stopped in doubt. The sword light disappeared, revealing his face. This man has square lips, a straight mouth, a broad forehead, a flat top, a dark blue face, and bloodshot eyes. If anyone from the Yi family sees this person, they will immediately respectfully call him Elder Yi Tian. Where are the people? Why is there suddenly no one here? I clearly saw him run in here. This room is closed on all sides. How could someone disappear without a sound? Yi Tian's eyes widened like light bulbs, as if he had seen a ghost. Immediately, he searched the entire house and then the entire base. But he still gained nothing. This is impossible. Yi Tian was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. As a powerful martial artist, he let a warrior escape without even seeing his face. If other people knew this, they would definitely laugh at him for the rest of his life. After a while, Yi Tian finally calmed down. He noticed several things that were wrong. This person is only at the warrior level. How dare he go against my Yi family? And the fact that this person escaped so quickly suggests that he may have some kind of sleight of hand. Only some special attribute skills can produce the effect of sleight of hand. From these 2 points of view, this person should not be a warrior, but a martial artist. He may have suppressed the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Then who is he? Why does he want to go against my Yi family? My Yi family will never make enemies with martial artists. Could it be that this person is a bandit from another stronghold? Yi Tian pondered over it, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the people coming were most likely bandits from the stronghold. Chapter 38. Upgrading the Avatar Dispatch Function. The benefits of destroying a stronghold are much greater than hunting ferocious beasts alone. Therefore, before Su Lang, some vicious warriors had already set their sights on the stronghold outside the city. Most of these warriors will be eliminated quickly, but a very small number will still be able to escape pursuit and roam around. These people are the bandits in the stronghold that Yi Tian mentioned, but Yi Tian thought of another doubt. Why didn't the murderer choose the E-level base as the target? The benefits would be much greater that way. What on earth is going on? Yi Tian felt like his head was about to explode. Just when he was extremely unwilling, on the other side, Su Lang was happily depositing gold coins into the system. Wow, 1935 gold coins. I'm rich. Looking at the number behind the gold coin icon, Su Lang's face was filled with an excited smile. And these 1935 gold coins do not include the materials of ferocious beasts and natural treasures that have not yet been sold. I estimate that selling those materials will earn me more than 1,000 gold coins. System, upgrade the clone dispatch function for me. The small amount of money was enough, and Su Lang immediately chose to upgrade the system functions. Ding! Consume 1,000 gold coins. Upgrade the clone dispatching function to level 2, and increased the number of clones by 1. At the same time as the system prompt appeared, a purple little man condensed again in the mysterious black space. 2 clones now, so cool. Su Lang rubbed his hands excitedly and immediately sent the second clone to the front. He dressed it in a black hooded robe and a mask and stuffed a long knife into its hand. Next, let's go to the Broken Axe hunting group headquarters. Su Lang planned to temporarily postpone the attack on the Yi family stronghold, because after the Yi family lost a stronghold, they would definitely take strict precautions. If he sent a clone to attack the Yi family's stronghold at this time, he would most likely fall into a trap. Even if Su Lang could keep an eye on the situation of his clone at all times and retrieve it in time when it was in danger, it would still be a waste of time and effort. On the contrary, everyone's attention is now outside the city. It is a good time to cause trouble inside the city. Just do it. Su Lang immediately left the hotel and boarded the spiritual energy bus to the Jinghua building. Under the envious and awe-inspiring gazes of everyone in the car, Su Lang got off the car at the stop in front of the Jinghua building and walked over. Soon, Su Lang arrived at Jinghua Street. This street looks very chaotic, with hooligans everywhere. Of course, with Su Lang's spiritual energy fluctuating all over his body, no gangster would be blind enough to dare to provoke him. Su Lang found a tall building near the Jinghua building and arrived at the rooftop. Sure enough, here we can see part of the interior of the Jinghua building. Su Lang curled his lips, revealing a hint of a sneer. Then he thought about it and sent both clones to the Jinghua building. Those guards in the Jinghua building are simply useless. At this moment, in the luxurious box of the Jinghua building where the snake-marked man is. Knock, knock. There was a very rhythmic knock on the door. We only got the news now. What a bunch of rubbish. Bang! The man with snake marks put on a robe and slammed the door and walked out. The box behind him was in a mess, with several women with twisted bodies lying on the ground, their life or death unknown. Boss! Outside the door, a would-be warrior stood hunched over with cold sweat on his forehead. Tell me, who did it? The snake-marked man's manic eyes stared at the would-be warrior. No, I didn't find out. The would-be warrior said tremblingly. Everyone at the scene is dead. Judging from the wounds, I guess it was caused by the Ghost Moon Sword technique. Bang! There are more than dozens of warriors who know Ghost Moon Sword technique in the Red Maple City stronghold. What's the point of you finding this out? The snake-marked man slapped the would-be warrior to the ground with a slap. Oh, Black Snake, your temper is getting worse and worse. Why haven't you improved your strength so quickly? A young man's voice came from the door, with undisguised mockery in it. Sixth young master? The man with snake marks trembled when he heard the sound and turned around immediately. There were 2 people standing at the door. One of the men had short hair, narrow eyes, red lips, and white teeth, and looked like a nobleman. The other person was a thin old man with white hair, chicken skin, and a hunched body. Chapter 39. The Culprit of the Murderous Revenge. Sixth Master, why are you here? The man with snake marks had a fawning look on his face, and his previous arrogance and domineering attitude had completely disappeared. Why are you here? Do I need to say hello to you when I come here? The short-haired man sneered and sat down on the sofa. I dare not. A fine layer of cold sweat appeared on Black Snake's forehead. He is just a dog raised by the 6th young master Yi Liang. How dare he show any disrespect? Snort! Yi Liang snorted coldly and said, I came here this time to ask you something. Master, please speak. Black Snake nodded respectfully. The base of your Broken Axe hunting group was destroyed. And just now, our Yi family also had an F-level stronghold destroyed. By comparing the wounds, our people found that the attackers were probably the same person. So I want to ask you, did you offend some powerful person? Yi Liang's words made Black Snake's face change drastically, and he was stunned. The Yi family stronghold was also destroyed. The Black Snake opened its mouth, and its eyeballs were about to pop out of its head in fear. The Yi family is one of the 4 major forces in Hongfeng City. Who dares to touch the Yi family's tiger whiskers without knowing their own limitations? Yes, there are actually people who dare to go against my Yi family. Once I find him, I will make sure he lives 100 years, a life worse than death. Yi Liang's face was cold. Now, tell me, do you have any suspects? I have offended many people, Black Snake said tremblingly, but none of them are hard bones. I always deal with them cleanly. Forget it, it's useless to guess you. Yi Liang snorted calmly. Go and get the gold coins I harvested last month. I want to buy some elixirs to break through to the intermediate warrior level. Young master is about to break through? As expected of you, you are so powerful. Compared to you, we are nothing. The black snake was surprised at first, then revealed an extremely flattering expression. Stop talking nonsense and go. Yi Liang waved his hand, and the black snake immediately ran to get the gold coins. Not long after, Black Snake returned to the room carrying a large box and placed it in front of Yi Liang. Master, a total of 1,265 gold coins. Yeah, very good. Yi Liang nodded and was about to order Black Snake to send people to continue tracking down the murderer. Ah! Suddenly, there was a scream from outside. What's going on? Yi Liang, the old man, the Black Snake, and the would-be warrior who dared not move all looked at the door with surprise. At this moment, there were footsteps outside, and the hurried sound even gave people a feeling of impatience. Ha 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 ha. Yi Liang, the sixth young master of the Yi family, still has 1,265 gold coins. On the rooftop of the tall building next door, Su Lang curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a strange and excited smile. He never expected that when he came to the Broken Axe hunting group headquarters, he would actually run into Yi Liang, the culprit who ordered his killing. What an unexpected surprise! In the Jingwa building, the footsteps were getting closer and closer. Along with it came a faint smell of blood. Who is it? Who dares to kill people so recklessly in the Jingwa building? Black Snake was stunned. He never dreamed that someone would dare to break into his hunting group's headquarters. What are you panicking about? Yi Liang shouted coldly. With Master Lu here, anyone who comes will die. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man behind him took a step forward, exuding an unfathomable feeling. Just then, someone appeared at the door. He was wearing a black robe and had a white face. He held a knife in one hand and a head in the other, and blood was spilled all the way. His face was covered by a black hood and mask, and the white mask was stained with a few drops of bright red blood. A prisoner! Looking at the head with eyes open in the hand of the man who came, the Black Snake was shocked and angry. Akiyu was his most trusted subordinate, and he was beheaded. Compared to the Black Snake, Yi Liang and Old Lu were even more shocked, their eyes gaping and their faces dazed. They had already received the news that the one who destroyed the F-level Dark Snake stronghold was a knife expert in a black robe and white face. At this moment, the murderer that the entire Yi family had been searching for was right in front of them. Chapter 40. The arrogant sixth young master of the Yi family. After being shocked, joy immediately appeared in Yi Liang's eyes. Okay, if you don't take the road to heaven, you will come to hell. Yi Liang stood up from the sofa and looked at Su Lang's black-robed clone with a sneer on his face. In his eyes, the black-robed man in front of him was just a junior warrior. Yi Liang himself is already close to a breakthrough, not to mention the presence of Mr. Lu, a true mid-level warrior. Including Black Snake, they have a total of 3 warriors, while the other side has only 1. At this time, Mr. Lu and Black Snake also discovered this. They felt relieved, but also sneered. Boy, although you destroyed an F-level stronghold of my Yi family, I will give you a chance now. As long as you kneel before me, repent, and swear to be my dog, I will spare your life and guarantee you wealth and glory. But if you don't agree, the consequences will be more cruel than you can imagine. Yi Liang stood between Mr. Lu and the Black Snake, looking at the black-robed clone with arrogance. There are many young masters and young ladies in the Yi family, and the competition is fierce. So when Yi Liang saw this ruthless and courageous man in black, he wanted to try to see if he could subdue him. If he could be recruited as a subordinate, he would definitely be a huge fighting force. In Yi Liang's opinion, as the sixth young master of the Yi family, the other party was just a little warrior with nowhere else to go. As long as he made certain promises and threats, the other party would most likely agree. But the man in black robe sneered, holding a knife in one hand and his head in the other, and slowly walked into the room. My friend, you have to believe that Master Yi Liang has the status and strength to protect you. Kneel down now, there's still time. Mr. Lu walked up to Yi Liang and spoke coldly to Su Lang's clone. Friend, I am Master Yi Liang's subordinate. Look, since I followed Master Yi Liang, I have gained so much power and wealth. This Broken Axe hunting group and this Golden Fruit building are all things I never dared to imagine before. Black Snake also knew Yi Liang's thoughts and immediately stepped forward to persuade him. Ridiculous, so ridiculous. A mere piece of trash wants me to kneel down? Today, I will let you know what cruelty is. On the rooftop of the building next to him, Su Lang sneered, turned around, and left the rooftop. Su Lang's clone did not respond at all to the threats and inducements from Yi Liang and the other two. It is a killing machine born for combat. Seeing that the man in black robe was still cold and silent, walking slowly forward, Yi Liang and others suddenly became angry. You actually refused to accept my toast and drank the wine for punishment? Today I will let you know what will happen if you offend my Yi family and offend me, Yi Liang. Yi Liang's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he waved his hand. Go ahead, beat him into a cripple. I want him to regret coming into this world. Kill. Elder Lu understood and immediately drew his sword, rushing towards Su Lang's clone with murderous intent. The Black Snake also pulled out a single sword from the would-be warrior and rushed forward ferociously. The two warrior-level masters burst out with the speed of a cheetah and arrived in front of Su Lang's clone almost instantly. What a fast speed! The would-be warrior's eyes widened. With such a strong fighting force, the man in black robe will surely die. Snort! Yi Liang snorted coldly, as if he had already seen the scene of the black-robed man being defeated and seriously injured. Suddenly, swish! An arc of knife light appeared in the air. Bite! Bang! The sword light blocked the long swords and knives of Mr. Lu and Black Snake one after another. Immediately afterwards, the black-robed clone threw the head in his hand and retreated rapidly. And this action was naturally an order given by Su Lang. Want to escape? No way. Old Lu let out a low shout and rushed after him. The Black Snake's reaction and speed were slower. He chased after Su Lang's clone and Old Lu after they rushed out of the door. Want to escape from the city? You can't do it even if you have wings. Yi Liang raised his chin arrogantly, then turned around and said, Pour me a glass. Before he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly shrank. I saw that the would-be warrior's head and body had been separated at some point, and a man in a black robe was standing there in his place. Chapter 41. Just fish to be slaughtered. Why are you here? You are here. Who was the one who ran away just now? No, you are not the same person. But the auras on you are exactly the same. How is this possible? Yi Liang jumped up from the sofa as if he had seen a ghost. This man in black robe is exactly the same as the previous one. This goes against common sense. Even twins are different. What's more, after practicing, a person's aura will become more unique, and it will be extremely difficult to imitate. Yi Liang felt that his cognition was about to be overturned. At this moment, the man in black robe drew out his sword coldly and chopped it down fiercely. At the same time, Old Lu and Black Snake, who chased out of the door, were also so horrified that they were speechless. Because after they turned a corner, two men in black robes appeared in front of them. Same appearance, same aura, not the slightest bit of difference. This. What on earth is going on? How could there be two murderers? Old Lu and Black Snake looked at each other in blank disbelief, both seeing the disbelief in each other's eyes. At the same time, an extremely terrifying feeling gradually grew in their hearts, and their vests were gradually wet with cold sweat. Just as Mr. Lu and Black Snake froze in place, as if they were facing a formidable enemy, Su Lang was also looking at the two people in front of him. That's right, one of the two men in black robes is Su Lang himself. A tribute panel. Looking at the two people in front of him, Su Lang immediately called out their attribute panel and learned their information. The old man's name was Lu Gong, a mid-level martial artist who had practiced 2 sets of elementary skills. A set of turtle breathing body strengthening techniques and a set of Piao sword technique, both of which have been mastered at entry level. However, it is not known whether it is because Lu Gong is old and weak or he has a hidden illness. His attack level is just that of an ordinary mid-level warrior. Moreover, Lu Gong's defense and body movement are only at the intermediate level warrior dash, and only his endurance is at the intermediate level warrior plus. In general, this person's combat power is weaker than that of an average mid-level warrior. As for the other Black Snake, there is nothing much to say. He is just an ordinary junior warrior who masters the simplest Gudyuan body tempering technique. You. Who are you? Why are you targeting the Yi family? Lu Gong seemed unable to hold it anymore. He took a deep breath and asked nervously, Old thing. Su Lang sneered coldly. Are you blind, and can't you see that I'm here for revenge? Seeking revenge on our Yi family? Black Snake said in a low voice. You may have found the wrong person. In his opinion, Mr. Liu was an intermediate warrior, and with himself added, the other party was definitely no match for him in a two-on-two situation. Just a Yi family? A sneer flashed in Su Lang's eyes. Disdain the Yi family? You are not qualified yet. Lu Gong roared angrily, and his body and sword became one, killing Su Lang in an instant. The black snake also brandished a long knife and attacked fiercely. Fighting against a beginner warrior with the strength of an intermediate warrior, Lu Gong was full of confidence. He believed that the opponent would not be able to resist this strike of his sword. The Yi family? They are just fish waiting to be slaughtered. Su Lang flicked his thumb, and a flash of sword light popped out of the scabbard. Then a large amount of lightning emerged and condensed on the blade. The clone performs the same action. In an instant, two long swords flashed with lightning, with terrifying power. Thunder attribut technique. Lu Gong and Black Snake were horrified when they saw the thunder and lightning. Especially Lu Gong. His full confidence was instantly shattered and turned into a raging storm. But now it was too late for the two to turn back, and they could only bite the bullet and kill Su Lang. Dark Moon Shun. Su Lang moved his wrist, and the Tang sword wrapped in lightning flew through the air, emitting a brilliant and deadly sword light in front of the Black Snake. Faced with this extremely powerful sword, the Black Snake's eyes suddenly shrank as if it had fallen into an icy cave. Boom boom tilde. Clang! A sharp metallic tremor was followed by a piercing metallic breaking sound. I saw a broken blade tearing through the air and piercing into the wall. At the same time, a stream of hot blood spurted out from the Black Snake's neck like a water arrow. At the same time, Su Lang's clone also intertwined with Lu Gong, and the outcome was still undecided. However, after seeing the pain and despair on the Black Snake's face, Lu Gong instantly chose to retreat. He ran quickly towards the room where Yi Liang was, but he didn't notice that Su Lang behind him was not anxious at all, and even wanted to laugh. Chapter 42. Isn't it a surprise? Go ahead, I've left you a surprise. Su Lang smiled faintly and followed Lu Gong slowly with his clone. Lu Gong tried his best to rush towards the room where Yi Liang was, but when he was halfway there, he heard the sound of metal clashing. Moreover, there were also various shouts from Yi Liang. How do you know the secret of Lacey? This is one of the secrets of my family. Stop. I'm the 6th young master of the Yi family. I told you to stop. You are just a small warrior, and you dare to go against my Yi family? You will definitely die miserably. You bastard. Put down your knife, and let's settle our grudges. Ah, my back. How dare you cut me? Stop, I give up, I was wrong. Yi Liang's voice changed from ferocious at the beginning to weak, and finally, to frightened submission. The young master was attacked. Lu Gong's running body suddenly trembled, and a chill rose up his back. Then he rushed into the room and saw Yi Liang dodging around with fear on his face. His usual superior attitude was gone, and he looked like a stray dog that was forced into a desperate situation. And the one chasing Yi Liang was actually another man in black robes. What is going on? Who are these black-robed people from? Lu Gong was stunned, his eyes widened, and his mouth was speechless. Lu Gong, come and save me. Seeing Lu Gong appear at the door, Yi Liang's eyes suddenly burst into a light of hope. Swish! A brilliant knife light with lightning flashed across Yi Liang's back, instantly adding another horrible scar. Ah! Lu Gong! Hurry, save me! Yi Liang staggered in agony and kept crying out for help. In fact, if Su Lang didn't want to take Yi Liang's life for the time being, his clone would have killed Yi Liang long ago. How could he give him a chance to beg for mercy? Master! Lu Gong opened his mouth, then gritted his teeth and ran outside. At this time, Lu Gong was completely frightened. He didn't know if the 4th or 5th black-robed man would appear. Moreover, even the 3 men in black robes at present are definitely not someone he can contend with. At the critical moment of life and death, he chose to save his own life without hesitation. Even if Yi Liang's death would cost him a huge price, it would be much better than dying directly. Lu Gong, don't go, don't go. Ah! When Yi Liang saw Lu Gong actually turned around and fled, his hope was instantly shattered. He let out a cry of extreme despair and was almost on the verge of collapse. Yi Liang really doesn't want to die. He is the 6th young master of the Yi family. He has good qualifications, a bright future, and a great life waiting for him to enjoy. At this moment, Yi Liang saw Lu Gong, who had run out of the door, actually came back. However, Lu Gong's legs were weak, and he walked back. The scene that followed made Yi Liang even more horrified. Two figures in black robes appeared at the door, with long swords in their hands, surrounded by lightning and a strong smell of blood and cruelty. Three men in black robes? Yi Liang was trembling with fear. We finally meet the sixth young master of the Yi family. You didn't expect it to be me, right? Are you surprised? Su Lang took off his mask, and there was a hint of amusement in his cold voice. It's you. When Yi Liang saw Su Lang's face, he was instantly struck by lightning, and his eyes almost popped out. Yi Liang certainly knew Su Lang, because he had investigated Su Lang before giving the order. No, I just ordered you to be killed yesterday. You should be a corpse. Why are you here? You are just an ordinary person. How can you become a powerful warrior overnight? Who are you? Are you a human or a ghost? This can't be true. Yi Liang screamed in extreme despair, his throat almost torn. He felt like he was in a nightmare and everything around him was fake. He used his hands and feet, dragging his limp body around like crazy, trying to escape from this horrible dream. In addition to Yi Liang, Lu Gong was also extremely messy. He had seen Su Lang before, and he also knew that Yi Liang had ordered Su Lang to be killed. At this moment, Su Lang appeared in front of him, which was totally unbelievable to Lu Gong. Chapter 43. Not Lingqi is considered merciful. Master Yi, something is wrong with you. Where's your superior attitude? Where's your bossy arrogance? Su Lang smiled slightly, walked slowly to Yi Liang with a long knife in his hand, and looked at him indifferently. Yi. I was wrong. I kneel down to you. Please spare me. I don't want to die. Faced with the great terror between life and death, Yi Liang completely lost his dignity. He knelt down in front of Su Lang in great shame, his eyes and face full of desperate pleading. Your Yi family killed my parents. That's not enough. You're going to kill me. Sixth Master, do you think you can survive? Su Lang raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a cold and indifferent smile. I am willing to compensate you. I have lots of gold coins and spirit stones. Yi Liang hurriedly took out some spirit stones from his body, and then opened the box next to him. Then he grabbed the spirit stone in one hand and the gold coin in the other, humbly raised them above his head, and presented them to Su Lang. However, Su Lang curled the corners of his mouth, remaining unmoved, appearing extremely cold and ruthless. Please, I am your dog, your slave dog. Please spare me. Spare my life. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Liang completely collapsed. He kept kowtow and bowed his head, his face covered with snot and tears. He no longer looked like the elegant young man he once was. Compared with before, Yi Liang at this moment is more than just a completely different person. There was such a huge contrast that even Lu Gong was stunned. Do you think it looks good? Su Lang glanced at Lu Gong and said sarcastically, No. Lu Gong trembled with fear, and then he slowly knelt down, crawling humbly on the ground. Having fallen into this situation, the only option left for him was to beg for mercy. Actually, you two are not without value. If you can give me what I want, I can show you leniency. Su Lang looked down at Yi Liang and Lu Gong, the master and servant. His words immediately gave Yi Liang and Lu Gong a sense of hope. My lord, what do you want? I will give it to you as long as I can give it to you. Yi Liang raised his head, his eyes shining, and looked at Su Lang with great hope. Me too. Lu Gong also kowtowed hurriedly. In that case, first write down the techniques you know. Su Lang chuckled and threw out 2 pens and a few blank notebooks. Before coming here, Su Lang had already been planning on learning the skills of these 2 people. However, although he possesses the ability of perfect looting, he cannot loot the contents of his enemy's brain. The martial arts techniques he used to guard the Dark Snake stronghold last time were also written down by him and kept close to him. Therefore, Su Lang prepared a pen and a notebook. I'll write it right now. Yi Liang picked up the pen and notebook tremblingly and began to write on them. Lu Gong also began to write down the martial arts he practiced with trepidation. Su Lang sat leisurely on the sofa, looking indifferently at the 2 people who were lying on the ground writing martial arts. About half an hour later, Yi Liang and Lu Gong stopped writing one after another. Done? Bring it here. Su Lang waved his hand, and Yi Liang and Lu Gong immediately got up from the ground and handed over the notebooks in their hands. There are 6 sets of these skills in total, 2 more than what Su Lang saw through the attribute panel. I think it should be the martial arts that Yu Liang and the other two have memorized but have not practiced successfully. Very good. Originally, I was planning to make you suffer a fate worse than death. Your good behavior has earned you the opportunity to be treated leniently. Su Lang stood up, smiled, and drew out his sharp tang sword. Then I will give you a quick death. Oh, you said to spare me. Yi Liang trembled all over and was so frightened that he stuttered. Oh, I mean leniency. Su Lang sneered. Given the deep hatred between you and me, you are merciful if you don't torture me to death. You broke your promise, you bastard. Lu Gong, hurry up, protect me, and let me escape. Once you succeed in escaping, not only you, but also your family will receive a huge reward. Seeing that he still could not escape death, Yi Liang immediately decided to take desperate measures. But Lu Gong had obviously lost the will to resist. Please spare my life, sir. Yi Liang was the mastermind behind everything, and I have never been involved in this from the beginning to the end. I am willing to sever my relationship with Yi Liang and the Yi family. Please spare my life. Lu Gong was still crawling on the ground and kowtowing continuously, with a pleading look on his face. Lu Gong. When Yi Liang saw this scene, he was so desperate that he felt suffocated. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Su Lang raised the tang sword high. A hint of joy appeared on the corner of his mouth. Take it, my revenge. No. Chapter 44, Obtaining Thunder Attribute Technique again. Yi Liang's screams before his death came to an abrupt end as the knife fell. The headless corpse fell to the ground with a loud bang, and a head rolled in front of Lu Gong, with its eyes wide open and filled with unwillingness and despair. His who? Looking at Yi Liang's head, Lu Gong was horrified, and even his breathing was trembling. The sixth young master of the Yi family. His status in the Red Maple Stronghold is extremely noble. Once upon a time, he was honored to be the personal bodyguard of the sixth young master of the Yi family. But at this moment, the high and mighty sixth young master of the Yi family had his head chopped off like a salted fish. Sir, please forgive me. Lu Gong raised his head tremblingly, and turbid tears flowed from his old eyes. In fact, with his strength, he might be able to fight a desperate battle and survive, but he was already scared out of his wits and completely lost the will to resist. You saw what I looked like, and your family is still in the hands of the Yi family. Su Lang said coldly. Do you think I can trust you? Lu Gong's whole body trembled, and he fell to the ground with tears streaming down his face. Swish! The knife flashed and Lu Gong surrendered. Su Lang swung the knife in a flower pattern, shook off the blood on the blade, and then sheathed the knife. Next, it's time to harvest gold coins. The box contained exactly 1,265 gold coins, including the well seized from Yi Liang, Lu Gong, and the members of the Broken Axe hunting group. The total amount actually reached 4,232 pieces. Not bad. Looking at the increasingly full figure, Su Lang showed a satisfied smile. Afterwards, he changed back into his original clothes and quietly left the Jinghua building full of dead bodies. As for the clone, there was no point in leaving it there, so Su Lang simply sent it outside the barrier to explore and honey-level beasts. After returning to the hotel, Su Lang immediately took out the 6 exercises contributed by Yi Liang and Lu Gong. All 6 sets of exercises are elementary exercises. 3 books on bodybuilding skills, 2 books on weapon skills, and 1 book on attribute skills. What surprised Su Lang was that this attribute technique was actually a thunder attribute technique. Moreover, its name is similar to the true art of Thunder Silk, and is called the true art of Thunder Light. I wonder what the connection is between the two. Su Lang couldn't wait to open the true art of Thunder Light and start reading. After a quick glance through it, Su Lang immediately replaced the Thunder Silk secret on the martial arts man with the Thunder Light secret. Ding! The training method has been changed to the true art of Thunder Light. At the same time, the twisted lightning in the martial arts man's hand disappeared. Instead, 2 flickering lightning flashes appeared under its feet. Su Lang stared at the martial artist and waited excitedly. About 10 minutes passed. Ding! The Thunderbolt secret has reached the entry level. A large amount of thunder attribute mysteries were instilled into him, and Su Lang's control over the true art of Thunder Light immediately reached the entry level. This is actually a skill that improves physical skills. Moreover, it is a more advanced thunder attribute technique, just like the true art of Thunder Silk. Su Lang's eyes lit up, and he was so excited that he could hardly control himself. The Thunder Silk secret and the Thunderlight secret are born from the same origin, complement each other, and greatly increase their power. Su Lang practiced two martial arts at the same time. This was not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. It was at least equal to 3. Try it. Su Lang's mind moved, and the spiritual energy in his body began to circulate wildly, and his feet were gradually covered by a layer of flickering lightning. The next second, Su Lang took a light step and rushed out like an arrow, almost hitting the wall. Wow, is this technique so terrifying? Su Lang gasped in surprise. He felt that his speed had at least doubled compared to before. Then, he drew out his Tang sword, and a large amount of lightning flowed from his hand into the blade, creating an extraordinary power. These lace threads are obviously denser and more active than before, and their strength has been greatly improved. Marvelous! Su Lang smiled brilliantly, and then turned his attention to the other 5 techniques. Turtle breathing body strengthening technique, immovable body locking technique, rain-walking step technique, floating willow sword technique, and flying flower shadow cutting sword. Chapter 45. Crazy surge in combat power. 3 bodybuilding exercises, 2 weapon exercises. Su Lang chuckled. I wonder how much my combat power will increase if I practice these 5 techniques to the entry level. Next, Su Lang placed these 5 skills on the practitioner one by one, and practiced them all to the entry level. After changing the one-button practice method to the true art of Thunder Silk, again, Su Lang summoned the attribute panel. Anama, Su Lang. Race, human. Qualification level turbid. Level, primary warrior. Attack level, advanced warrior plus. Defense level, intermediate warrior. Level of physical skills, advanced warrior plus. Endurance level, intermediate warrior. Mastered skills, infinite heart sutra, Thunderlight's secret technique, elementary, entry level. Thunder Silk secret technique, elementary, entry level. Feihua Zhenaying sword, elementary, entry level. Guiyue sword technique, elementary, entry level. Baiyu footwork, elementary, entry level. Rain-walking footwork, elementary, entry level. Immovable body locking technique, elementary, entry level. Floating willow sword technique, elementary, entry level. Turtle breathing body strengthening technique, elementary, entry level. Return to origin body strengthening technique, elementary, entry level. Activated system functions, one-click training function, level 3, one-click martial arts function, level 3, clone dispatch function, level 2. Advanced warrior plus? Su Lang couldn't help but let out an excited laugh. And his physical skills have also reached that of a high-level warrior. With this kind of fighting power, I can almost leapfrog 2 small levels and challenge a high-level warrior. It's awesome! But after the excitement, Su Lang also discovered a problem. That is, as his combat power increases, the extent of improvement in entry-level primary skills has begun to shrink. We still have to advance our skills to the minor success level as soon as possible. Su Lang pondered and asked, System, how long will it take for the Thunder Silk technique to be promoted to the minor success level? Host, the Thunder Silk technique can be promoted to the minor success level in just 46 hours. 46 hours? It only takes 2 days for my cultivation level to be promoted directly to an intermediate warrior. Su Lang pondered, the cultivation realm is the most basic and the most important. If we spend about the same amount of time, the benefits of improving the cultivation realm will be greater. Thinking of this, Su Lang decided to prioritize upgrading the one-click cultivation function next time. To upgrade the functions, you need gold coins. When Su Lang thought about money, he felt extremely poor. Although he had just earned 3,000 or 4,000 gold coins, he was still more than halfway to 10,000 gold coins. Just then, 2 people walked over from the corridor outside, talking. One person said mysteriously, I heard that the Jinhua building was massacred. What? The Jinhua building was massacred? Who dared to do that in the city? Are they not afraid of the Alliance law enforcers? And the one they slaughtered was the Broken Axe Hunting Group's Golden Fruit building? I know that the Broken Axe Hunting Group has members from the Yi family behind them. This force that dares to slaughter the Golden Fruit building is really crazy. The other person asked back in disbelief. The man continued mysteriously. Hey, you're crazy. Did you know that in addition to the people from the Broken Axe Hunting Group, the 6th young master of the Yi family and his servants also died in the Golden Fruit building? What did you say? The 6th young master of the Yi family is also dead. Another person couldn't help but applaud. This is going to offend the Yi family to death. How fucking awesome. The mysterious man smiled and said, That's right. Didn't they say that a Yi family stronghold was also destroyed? I guess it was done by the same force. And I think it was a good thing to kill them. The scum of the Yi family and the Broken Axe hunting group should have gone to hell long ago. Sure, keep your voice down, but it's really satisfying to see them destroyed. They're heroes. The two of them kept exclaiming in amazement, never expecting that the protagonist of the incident was listening happily in the next room. Su Lang smiled faintly. It seems that I did a good thing by destroying the Broken Axe hunting group. But at this moment, he was stunned by what the person outside said. One person said, "He is a hero, but unfortunately the Yi family has teamed up with the Warrior Alliance to investigate this matter. It is said that they mobilized many people who are proficient in investigation and found many traces. If the people from that force are still in the city, they will definitely not be able to escape even if they have wings." Another person said, "Then we can only pray that they can escape safely. Let's not talk about this matter anymore. Why haven't the two people we arranged to meet last time come yet? I don't know, probably soon." Chapter 46. The Yi family with fierce beards and grim eyes. The noise outside gradually faded away, and Su Lang calmed down completely. After a moment, he left the hotel directly and walked towards the lobby of the tower. Su Lang knew that although his strength was comparable to that of a high-level warrior, and he also had two clones of the same level, it was still a very risky thing to continue staying in the city. Therefore, he planned to move the location of the incident out of the city again. With such a big incident happening in the city, martial law has been imposed at the city gate hall. People who wanted to leave the city formed a long line, and almost everyone was talking about the destruction of the Yi family stronghold and the massacre at the Jingwu building. Su Lang observed very low-key and found that everyone had to be questioned many times and their identity cards had to be verified before they were allowed to travel. It's a bit risky to go through the inspection like this. Su Lang rolled his eyes and sent a hunting clone to the vicinity of the Jingwu building. He specifically let his clone run to a corner, pretending to be avoiding pursuit, and then deliberately let some people see it. There should be good news soon. Su Lang curled the corners of his mouth and found a cool place to close his eyes and rest. As expected, the news that the murderer of the Jingwu building massacre had been exposed gradually spread. Even the people in the tower hall knew about it. Now, people are dissatisfied with the strict inspection process. Oh my, the murderer has already appeared in the Jingwu building. Why are you still checking? That's right. How can I, a high-level body-tempering person, destroy the Golden Fruit building? Hurry up, my wife is injured outside the city. I need to send her medicine. Everyone was outraged and demanded that the inspection procedures be simplified. After discussion, the staff of the Warrior Alliance decided to allow junior warriors and those below them to pass the inspection directly. So, Su Lang left the city smoothly, who made his spiritual energy fluctuations only that of a beginner warrior. Hey, the sky is high for birds to fly, the sea is wide for fish to swim. Walking on the small road outside the city, Su Lang raised the corner of his mouth, and then sent the clone in the city to hunt outside the city again. Ding! You get Silver Shadow Jackal Fangs *4, Silver Shadow Jackal Fur *1, Silver Shadow Jackal Claws *4, Silver Shadow Jackal Flesh *6. Ding! You get Silver Shadow Jackal. Su Lang raised his eyebrows happily. This is a warrior-level beast, each worth an average of 5 gold coins. Awesome, so awesome. At this time, in the study room of the Yi family mansion. Who on earth is it? How dare you destroy my stronghold and kill my grandson? The head of the Yi family, Yi Feizhong, had a face as cold as ice, with fire of anger brewing in his eyes. In the Red Maple City stronghold, no one has dared to offend the dignity of the Yi family for a long, long time. But now, in just 2 days, someone had launched 2 attacks on the Yi family right under his nose and killed one of his grandsons. This is simply too outrageous and too arrogant. Father, I have blocked the airport and the city gates. The murderer is in the city. I will definitely catch him and make him regret coming into this world. Yi Xiangming's eyes were wide open and a murderous intent burst out from his body. The person who is most eager for revenge is Yi Xiangming, because he is Yi Liang's father. The pain of losing his son almost made him angry to the point of madness. Within 3 days, I want this person to kneel before me and repent. Yi Feizhong waved his hand coldly, then turned and left. Then, Yi Xiaoming took a deep breath and walked out of the study. There were 8 people standing in the yard outside the study, 6 high-level warriors and 2 martial arts masters. Among them was Yi Tian, who had chased and killed Su Lang's clone. The master said that we must catch that bastard within 3 days. Yi Xiaoming tried hard to suppress his anger and maintain his demeanor. How is your deployment going? The Warrior Alliance has already sent a large number of personnel. The Bao family and the Yu family have also stated that they will keep an eye out for the murderer. In addition, we have issued a high reward. Almost everyone in the city is our spy. Yi Tian stepped forward and said, under our net, the murderer will not be able to escape, and the dignity of my Yi family will definitely be maintained. Very good. Yi Xiaoming showed an undisguised ferocity on his face. When the time comes, I will use the most cruel punishment to make him wish he were dead. Chapter 47. Oh wow. An acquaintance. Walking on the small road outside the city, Su Lang felt very happy. Although he couldn't see the Yi family's rage, he could guess it. A little appetizer. I hope you enjoy it. Su Lang curled his lips, took out the map, and opened it. Next, it's time to serve the main dish. The revenge for the murder has been taken, but the revenge for the parents of the previous life has not yet been taken. Those people in the Yi family who don't take human lives seriously are still acting arrogantly and living happily. This is absolutely intolerable. What's more, Su Lang destroyed a Yi family stronghold and killed Yi Liang. This hatred is irreconcilable. Even if Su Lang stopped causing trouble for the Yi family would still pounce on him like crazy. Therefore, taking the initiative is the inevitable choice. It's you, Golden Flame Leopard E-level stronghold. Soon, Su Lang determined the next Yi family stronghold to be attacked and sent a clone to investigate the situation first. At this moment, a group of people came from a distance. Su Lang looked carefully and saw that it was a familiar face. If that guy with flashy braids walking in the crowd isn't Yang Shen, then who else could he be? At this time, Yang Shen also saw Su Lang. It's that little bastard who humiliated me in the Warrior Alliance Hall, Su Lang. When enemies meet, their eyes are filled with jealousy. Yang Shen gritted his teeth, then walked towards Su Lang with his guards with a sneer on his face. He still remembered yesterday's humiliation, and the news was gradually spreading. In the past, his opponents who disliked him often used this matter to humiliate him. This made Yang Shen want to find Su Lang immediately, tear him into pieces, and avenge himself. So when he saw Su Lang at this moment, he rushed up without hesitation, as if he was afraid that Su Lang would run away. As he walked closer, Yang Shen discovered something was wrong. He felt the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy on Su Lang. What happened? Did he break through to become a warrior? No, why am I mad? He just broke through the intermediate level of body tempering yesterday. At this time, the people around Yang Shen also noticed the fluctuations of spiritual energy on Su Lang's body, and they were suddenly a little hesitant. Master, that man is a warrior. I'm afraid he is not the one who humiliated you yesterday. Yes, Master. The Master has told us not to offend warriors easily. Everyone advised. What are you afraid of? I can't afford to offend a small warrior. Can I? Even if I admit my mistake, what can I do? Who can touch me? Besides, he may not be a warrior. Maybe he has some kind of treasure that can emit spiritual energy fluctuations. Thinking of this, Yang Shen's eyes suddenly lit up and his steps became faster and faster. The others had no choice but to follow. Soon, Yang Shen and the other 5 people came in front of Su Lang. Coming, bro? Su Lang raised the corner of his mouth and asked with a smile. Stop trying to get close to me. Yang Shen glanced at Su Lang with disdain, and then he became even more confused and uncertain, because he discovered that the spiritual energy fluctuations on Su Lang were indeed the fluctuations of a warrior, and not the treasure that could emit spiritual energy fluctuations as he had guessed. At such a close distance, the unique spiritual energy fluctuations of a junior warrior could definitely not be faked. Yu, have you really broken through to the realm of a warrior? Yang Shen's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen an alien. Are you blind and can't see? Su Lang looked at Yang Shen calmly, with a hint of amusement on his lips. This is impossible. Yang Shen trembled all over and roared in fear. You just broke through the intermediate body tempering yesterday morning. It's only been 1 day. How could you break through to the warrior level? No, it's not true. It's absolutely not true. I don't believe it. TSK. Can't you bear this little blow? Su Lang sneered. What are you going to do next? But I told you. Don't let me meet you again. But when you saw me, I didn't go around you and instead rushed towards me. Don't you know the saying that goes, If you don't take the road to heaven, you will break into hell. Humph! What are you so arrogant about? Yang Shen's eyes were bloodshot, filled with shock and jealousy. Don't think that just because you are a junior warrior, you can act so arrogantly in front of me. I tell you, no matter what, you are nothing in front of me, because you will be defeated by me and tortured to death by me in 1,000 ways. Although Su Lang is a junior warrior, Yang Shen brought 4 junior warriors with him when he went out hunting this time to ensure his safety. In his eyes, the 4 junior warriors could definitely beat Su Lang to a pulp. Chapter 48. 1 second, 1 knife. Oh, I'm so scared. Su Lang hugged his shoulders sarcastically. But the ending you described is really tragic. It suits you very well. You bitch. I'm going to kill you. Yang Shen was so angry that he was fuming. His face was distorted. He turned around and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Come on." Yes. 4 junior warriors immediately surrounded Su Lang. Although the master had ordered Yang Shen not to cause trouble. But now Yang Shen was so angry that he was about to explode. How could they just stand by and watch? Besides, this is outside the city, so we can just kill him. Given the Yang family's background, there's nothing to be afraid of. Are you scared? Yang Shen looked at Su Lang with a sneer on his face. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can still consider sparing your life. Kneel down. You can't afford to offend our young master. Kneel down quickly, or don't blame us for not showing enough strength. Kneel down quickly. The 4 guards also looked at Su Lang with contempt. 4 against 1. There was no suspense at all. Ah, it's your misfortune to have provoked me. Su Lang sneered and drew out his tang sword. The sunlight shines on the blade, and the reflected light is extremely cold. Yang Shen and the 4 guards shuddered at the same time, feeling something was wrong. Come on, what are you afraid of? I give you 3 seconds to kill him. Yang Shen gritted his teeth and shouted with his temples bulging. Kill! The 4 guards roared, drew their swords, and rushed towards Su Lang. I was actually shocked by this kind of stuff, really. Looking at Su Lang, who had nowhere to hide amidst the flashing swords and shadows, Yang Shen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In just a few seconds, the other party will be chopped to the point of being unable to take care of himself. Yang Shen seemed to have seen the scene where Su Lang was seriously injured and was tortured by him. When he thought of that pleasant feeling, he couldn't help but smile cruelly. But the next moment his smile froze. A blade light shrouded in lightning was reflected in his pupils, as well as 4 figures flying backwards. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 warriors fell to the ground in different postures, screaming continuously. 1 second, just 1 second, 1 knife, just 1 knife. Yang Shen's 4 warrior-level subordinates were all defeated and seriously injured, wailing before their death. How could this happen? Am I dreaming? Yang Shen murmured in disbelief. It was clearly a battle without any suspense, but in the end his subordinates were killed with 1 sword. Is it a dream or not? Feel it yourself. Su Lang sneered, took a step forward, came to Yang Shen like the wind, raised his hand, and slapped him. Bang! However, Yang Shen, a quasi-warrior, couldn't even see Su Lang's movements clearly, and just flew out in a spin. Ah! My face hurts! My face! Yang Shen fell to the ground and landed flat on his face. The severe pain made him instinctively cover the painful area and scream. At this time, half of his face was completely swollen, and blood was flowing from his ears, nose, and mouth. And this is the result of Su Lang stopping. Otherwise, with Su Lang's attack level of a high-level warrior plus, this slap would be enough to blow Yang Shen's head off. Ah, it hurts. Blood. I'm bleeding. Yang Shen touched his own blood and was so frightened that tears came to his eyes. So useless? The show hasn't even started yet. Su Lang sneered and walked slowly towards Yang Shen. No, don't come over here. Go away. Go away, you devil. Ah, I don't want to die. The sound of Su Lang's footsteps struck Yang Shen's heart like a death knell, frightening him to the point of almost bursting with fear. I promised you that you would be tortured in every way. Su Lang walked in front of Yang Shen, his toes only a few centimeters away from Yang Shen's face. No, please give me a chance. I won't dare to do it again. Yang Shen cried out. I really know I was wrong, Master Su. Please forgive me. Su Lang curled his lips. It's not impossible for me to spare you if you want me to. It depends on how much money you can afford. To have 4 junior warriors as guards, Yang Shen's young family must be very wealthy, which made it difficult for the poor Su Lang to refuse. Chapter 49. The lion opens his mouth. I have 5 spirit stones on me, and I have a lot of money at home. Yang Shen hurriedly shouted. I am the eldest son of the family. They will give you any amount of money you want. TSK, TSK. With so much money, why did you need to collect any allowance in the first place? You're so lucky to have provoked me. Su Lang smiled and shrugged. Okay, no more nonsense. I'll ask your family to fetch 200,000 gold coins immediately. The Yang family was able to send 4 warriors to protect Yang Shen and was definitely a large family second only to the Yi family. Therefore, Su Lang asked for 200,000 gold coins. 200,000 gold coins. Yang Shen trembled all over, and his face twitched. Even if it was the Yang family's accumulation over the years, 200,000 gold coins would definitely be the majority of their savings. What? You're not worth the price. Su Lang raised his eyebrows. Forget it, go to hell. As he spoke, he raised the Tang sword that was surrounded by lightning. No, don't! Yang Shen shouted in horror. 200,000 is 200,000. My father will definitely give it to me. Make a deal. Su Lang curled his lips and sheathed his sword. In fact, he was asking for too much. It was a pleasant surprise to get 100,000, and 200,000 was beyond imagination. With this money, the 3 system functions can be upgraded again, and then Su Lang's strength improvement speed will be multiplied crazily. Thank you, Lord Su, for sparing my life. Thank you. Thank you very much. Having saved his life, Yang Shen was so excited that he burst into tears and kowtowed continuously. Finally, I don't have to die. Although after this incident, a cruel punishment will be inevitable, and he might even lose some skin. But he saved his life. He can still enjoy wealth, power, and beauty, and he can still bully ordinary people. Okay, everyone get up. Su Lang shouted calmly, and Yang Shen and the others trembled all over, trying to endure the pain and get up from the ground. You! Su Lang pointed at a guard with both legs intact and said, Go and report the news. Ask the Yang family to prepare 200,000 gold coins and send a formal warrior to the Red Forest in the E-level Kinkenlu area within half a day. If no one comes within the time limit, or if your Yang family dares to play any tricks, your young master will die miserably. I will then return his head to the Yang family, and make your Yang family lose its dignity and be laughed at by others. Of course, Su Lang would not put himself in danger. He could just leave the matter of collecting the ransom to his clone. The Chinkandir area is exactly where the clone is currently hunting, and there is no stronghold of any force in that place. Yes, sir, I will go and report it right away. The guard nodded hurriedly and ran quickly towards the barrier. Let's go. Su Lang turned and walked forward. Yang Shen was stunned for a moment and said cautiously, Master Su, that's not the direction to the Kinkenlu area. Who said I was going to the Kinkenlu area? Su Lang glanced at Yang Shen calmly. Also, did I allow you to speak? Yes, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Yang Shen was so scared that his neck shrank like a turtle. He closed his mouth tightly, mixed in with the 3 seriously injured guards, and followed Su Lang forward. Only in this way can he feel a little safe. Soon, Su Lang brought Yang Shen and the other 3 to a very remote mountain stream. Send the clone. Su Lang's mind moved, and the clone that was hunting in the Chink and Deer area immediately condensed in front of him. This is a black robe and white face. Yang Shen and others' eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. They decided to return to the city after hearing that a Yi family stronghold was destroyed by a madman in a black robe and white face. But at this moment, the madman in black robe and white face appeared in front of them, and it appears in such an incredible way. In addition, seeing him standing with his hands hanging down and not saying a word, he looks exactly like a subordinate. Could it be that this black-robed madman is actually Su Lang's subordinate? This thought appeared in the minds of Yang Shen and the other 3 at the same time, shocking them so much that their faces were stunned. It is incredible that a warrior can break through from the body tempering stage in less than a day. And at this time, Su Lang actually has such strange subordinates. It's so unreasonable and unbelievable. Who is this Su Lang? Chapter 50. My eyeballs are about to pop out. Pervert? Monster? It seems that none of them are enough to describe Su Lang. Looking at the young boy in front of them, Yang Shen and others were completely speechless. Next, my men will lead you to the Kinkenlu area, Su Lang said calmly. Before that, Hand over all your belongings and write down all the skills you know. As he said this, he threw out a pen and a blank notebook. Yes, sir. Yang Shen and the others did not dare to disobey at all. They immediately handed over their belongings and began to recite the exercises from memory. After Su Lang stored it into the system space, more than 600 gold coins immediately appeared behind the gold coin icon. And the total number of gold coins has reached a huge amount of 5,000. Soon, Yang Shen and the other three finished memorizing the skills and handed them to Su Lang with trepidation. Excluding the Infinite Heart Sutra and the Return to Origin Body Tempering Technique, there are a total of 3 sets of exercises, all of which are elementary body tempering exercises. My defense and endurance just happen to be lagging behind. Now I can make up for it. Su Lang smiled faintly and then began to look through the martial arts techniques. The first part is called the Art of Restoring Spirit and Strengthening the Body, which is specifically designed to increase the speed of spiritual power recovery and improve endurance. The second part is called Golden Body and Bone Strengthening Technique, which is specifically designed to train bones and enhance defense. The third part is called Rock Body Tempering Technique, which is also a method to increase defense. After finishing reading the 3 volumes of martial arts, Su Lang condensed a bolt of lightning and burned all the books. Hiss! Looking at the lightning in Su Lang's hand, Yang Shen and others couldn't help but shudder. That is an attribute-based skill. I don't know how much time and effort it will take to successfully practice it, but it was incredible that Su Lang had succeeded in practicing it at the elementary level. However, what they didn't expect was that even more incredible things were yet to come. System. Replace the Thunder Lightning art with the Soul-Returning Body Forging art. Su Lang's mind sank into the mysterious black space, and he immediately gave an order. Ding! The training method has been changed to Returning Soul and Strengthening the Body. After the system prompted, the martial arts man changed his movements and began to make various twisted postures. A few minutes later, ding! The Soul Reincarnation Body Tempering Technique has reached the entry level. Su Lang only felt his body warm up, and the spiritual energy in his meridians seemed to become richer. Then, without any delay, he immediately replaced the Returning Soul Body Tempering art with the Golden Body Bone Tempering art. After learning the art of strengthening the golden body and bones, he immediately switched to the art of strengthening the rock body. In less than 10 minutes, Su Lang had mastered all 3 elementary skills to the entry level. At this moment, the aura on his body became heavier, and he seemed to be as still as a mountain. This kind of aura made Yang Shen and others' eyes almost pop out. This is the feeling of getting started with the rock body tempering technique. There is also the aura of entry level to the golden body bone tempering technique. I have also mastered the soul-returning body forging technique. Also, why has the aura of his black robe subordinates become stronger? What on earth is going on? It's unbelievable. Yang Shen and the other 3 opened their mouths wide, chins hanging, and looked at Su Lang as if he were a monster. At this moment, they were all doubting whether Su Lang was a human being. Su Lang glanced at them, a faint smile on his lips. Immediately, he changed the one-button practice method to the true art of Thunderlight and called out the attribute panel. Name, Su Lang. Race, human. Qualification level turbid. Level, primary warrior. Attack level, peak warrior. Defense level, advanced warrior. Level of physical skills, advanced warrior. Endurance level, advanced warrior. Mastered skills, Infinite Heart Sutra, Lightning Secret, elementary, entry level. Thunder Silk Secret, elementary, entry level. Flying Flower Shadow, Slashing Sword, elementary, entry level. Ghost Moon Sword Skill, elementary, entry level. White Feather Footwork, elementary, entry level. Stepping on Rain Footwork, elementary, entry level. Immovable Body Locking Technique, elementary, entry level. Floating Willow Sword Technique, elementary, entry level. Turtle Breathing Body Strengthening Technique, elementary, entry level. Return to Origin Body Strengthening Technique, elementary, entry level. Return to Spirit Body Strengthening Technique, elementary, entry level. Golden Body Bone Strengthening Technique, elementary, entry level. Rock Body Strengthening Technique, elementary, entry level. Activated System Functions. 1 Key Training Function, level 3. 1 Key Martial Arts Function, level 3. Clone Dispatch Function, level 2. Chapter 51. Patriarch, something terrible has happened. The attack level has actually reached the peak warrior level. Su Lang raised his eyebrows in surprise. It seems that these bodybuilding exercises can also increase strength. In addition, the other three attributes have also reached the advanced warrior level, which is amazing. After a moment of excitement, Su Lang once again turned his attention to Yang Shen and others. Gulp! Yang Shen, who was stared at by Su Lang, swallowed hard. In his eyes, Su Lang is already a monster. The other three warriors were in a similar situation. They were all so nervous that their bodies were stiff and their necks could hardly turn. Now you will follow my subordinates to the Kinkanlu area. Su Lang smiled faintly. I'm in a good mood. If you guys are obedient, I won't embarrass you anymore. Yes, yes, Yang Shen said with trembling lips. We will definitely be obedient. Su Lang curled his lips and turned away. The black-robed clone also rushed towards the direction of Kinkanlu, and Yang Shen and others immediately followed in fear. On the other side, the warrior who brought the news ran into the barrier and immediately attracted the attention of many people. Isn't that Yang's guard? What is he in such a hurry for? Huh? He's injured. This morning I saw this guard taking young Master Yang out hunting. Now it seems like something might have happened. Oh my god, no WI. Young Master Yang has 4 junior warriors as guards. It's very dangerous outside the city. What's the use of being a beginner warrior? If you mistakenly enter a dangerous place, even a martial artist can't come back. While everyone was discussing, the warrior who brought the news had already disappeared from their sight. About half an hour later, the warrior who reported the news finally arrived at the Yang family. Hurry, let me in. At the door, the warrior who brought the news rushed to the doorman breathlessly. The owner of the house is entertaining guests. The concierge looked at the blood-soaked guard in shock. What happened to you? Where's the young master? He had a bad feeling. The warrior who reported the news said anxiously, We have offended a master, and the young master has been detained. What? The young master was detained? The doorman was stunned for a moment. He couldn't imagine who would dare to detain the eldest young master of their Yang family. Stop talking nonsense and get out of the way. The warrior who reported the news lost his patience and directly pushed open the gate and ran into the mansion. Hey, wait for me. Seeing this, the doorman immediately followed. In the compound, a small but luxurious banquet is going on. Those present here are either highly skilled in martial arts or people who hold high positions of power. Come on, distinguished guests. I toast to you all. Yang Tianrui, the head of the Yang family, stood up and invited the guests to drink. Master, something terrible has happened. The warrior who brought the news rushed into the yard shouting. Didn't I tell you that no one is allowed to disturb me and my guests? Yang Tianrui's face was filled with rage, and he immediately lost his temper. Why are you yelling so loudly? Someone, put him in the detention room and wait for his punishment. Among these guests, there are distinguished guests of the Yi family. How could they be disturbed? Besides, this warrior who brought the news rushed in casually, without any rules at all. This showed that Yang Tianrui was incapable of managing his subordinates, causing him to be looked down upon and lose all face. Get out now. Hurry up and go. I'll tell you what you want to say later. The 2 guards frowned and were about to kick out the frightened warrior who brought the news. Hey, wait. A young man in purple stood up and waved his hand, saying with concern, I see that this warrior is injured, so he must have something urgent to do. If there is a reason, we will not blame him. Please tell us what happened, and if we can help, we will do our best. As soon as these words were spoken, the warrior who brought the news immediately looked at Yang Tianrui eagerly. Since Master Yi Lingfeng has said so, I will give you a chance. Yang Tianrui nodded. Just tell me, if it's a trivial matter, I won't forgive you. Master, something happened to the young master. The warrior who reported the news knelt on the ground and said with a sad face, We have provoked a strong man, and the young master has been detained. Chapter 52, Yi Lingfeng, the eldest son of the Yi family. What? My son is being detained. Yang Tianrui was instantly struck by lightning. He had a son in his old age and felt extremely distressed for Yang Shen. When he heard that his son had been detained, the fire of anger exploded like a bomb, gushing out from all his orifices. What do you do for a living? You can't even protect my son. You loser. You still have the nerve to run back here? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Yang Tianrui looked like a madman. He drew out his sword with a clang and was ready to kill someone on the spot. Master Yang, calm down. Since the murderer is only detaining him, he must have other intentions. Yang Shen is safe for now. Patriarch Yang, you must stay calm and don't panic. Yi Lingfeng stepped forward to stop Yang Tianrui, and other guests also gathered around him. With the persuasion of the eldest son of the Yi family and the guests, Yang Tianrui gradually calmed down. Everyone, I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Yang Tianrui took a deep breath, his face flushed like a pig's liver. Guard, why don't you tell me the details? We, the young master, came back from hunting and provoked a junior warrior. The warrior who reported the news crawled on the ground, trembling, and said, but this junior warrior is very powerful. The four of us were defeated by his sword. Then the young master was detained, and the murderer asked the head of the family to send a formal warrior to deliver 200,000 gold coins to the Red Forest in the E-level Kinkanlu area within half a day. Otherwise he will send the young master's head to you, destroying the Yang family's dignity and making people laugh at us. What? How can this be possible? How can this be possible? You brat! How dare you, a mere junior warrior, be so arrogant? Yang Tianrui was furious. His face turned red, blue, and white, as if he had run a dying factory. It is such a shame and humiliation for the dignified head of the Yang family to be threatened in this way. Yang Tianrui swore that once he found the murderer, he would make him suffer all the tortures in the world. Except for Yang Tianrui, everyone else was also stunned. This guy is so arrogant. He actually wants 200,000 gold coins. But this guy is really powerful. He was able to defeat 4 opponents of the same level with overwhelming force. I don't know what kind of person he is. Oh, by the way, not long ago in the Golden Fruit Building, Master Yi Lingfeng's 6th brother. The guests talked among themselves, and then turned their eyes to Yi Lingfeng, who had a slightly frown on his brow. Master Yang, this murderer is so bold and arrogant. Yi Lingfeng said, I am willing to lend a helping hand to find Yang Shen and kill the murderer. I appreciate Master Yi Lingfeng's kindness. Yang Tianrui forced a smile. I can still handle this little thing. No, this murderer was able to defeat 4 junior warriors with one move. I'm afraid his real combat power is already that of a high-level warrior. Yi Lingfeng's eyes were slightly cold. Therefore, this murderer is very likely the same person who massacred my Yi family's stronghold and the Jinghua building. Yang Tianrui was stunned. But isn't the murderer of the Jinghua building in the city? The traces left by the murderer are too fake. It must be a trick. Yi Lingfeng shook his head and said, I believe the people tracking down the murderer have already discovered this, but they are not sure. I will report this to my family right now so that the investigators can adjust their deployment and capture the murderer. This, Yang Tianrui became a little hesitant. Yi Lingfeng knew what Yang Tianrui was thinking and comforted him. Don't worry, Patriarch Yang, we will definitely prioritize Yang Shen's safety. In that case, I'll leave it to Master Yi Lingfeng. Yang Tianrui nodded and said to a confidant, Yang Shen, go get 20 medium-grade spirit stones immediately. When the time comes, you will be the one to deliver them to the E-level chink in Deer Red Forest. At the same time, Su Lang arrived at his destination, the Golden Flame Leopard E-level area. Although I received a big order halfway through, the main plan still cannot be shelved. The E-level area is obviously much more dangerous than the F-level area. The geographical environment alone makes it difficult to move. Moreover, there are not only E-level ferocious beasts here, but also various F-level ferocious beasts. Those who temper their bodies are seeking death if they come here. It is also very dangerous for a formal warrior to hunt alone, so most of them hunt in teams and share the profits in the end. This is also the reason why E-level beasts are so valuable. After all, if they are sold at a low price, there will be no point in dividing the profits. Chapter 53. Instantly kill the beast and save 3 people. TSK. This thorny jungle makes it difficult for a formal warrior with poor physical skills to move forward. Looking around at the harsh environment, Su Lang clicked his tongue and immediately took out a map. After determining the direction, Su Lang followed the route marked on the map and walked towards the Yi family's Golden Flame Leopard stronghold. Suddenly, 3 embarrassed figures ran out from the jungle not far away. The 3 men were carrying backpacks and were covered in blood. Even the blood on their clothes was solidified. It was obvious that they had experienced a lot of battles. At this time, they looked terrified and looked back from time to time, obviously being chased. Roar! A huge white leopard about 2 meters tall rushed out of the jungle, its 2 gem-like eyes staring at the 3 fleeing people. This white leopard has tufts of golden mane on its neck and knees, which look like burning golden flames in the mountain breeze. Is this the Golden Flame Leopard? Not bad, not bad. So majestic. Su Lang looked at the white leopard with interest. It's a pity that it can't be tamed and used as a mount. Immediately afterwards, 4 more white leopards rushed out and surrounded the 3 seriously injured warriors. It's over. You're dead now. Wife, children, I'm sorry. The 3 warriors looked despairing. Roar! The golden flame leopard roared again, and its body turned into a white afterimage. Its sharp claws tore through the air as it rushed towards them fiercely. Let's fight! A warrior had a fierce look on his face and held his sword in the air. He would rather die than let these golden flame leopards have an easy time. The other 2 also gritted their teeth, ready for a do-or-die battle. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed over. Who is it? The leader of the 3 warriors was surprised, and then shouted, "Don't come over, go away." But it was too late. The figure had already fallen into the claws of a golden flame leopard. Kill! Seeing that the situation was irreversible, the 3 warriors immediately rushed forward and wanted to fight against the golden flame leopard together with the person who came to help. But at this moment, they heard a low roar. Aston! Su Lang took a bow step and drew his sword. The next moment, a flash of knife appeared and thunder swirled. The bodies of the 4 golden flame leopards suddenly froze, and then they fell to the ground powerlessly without even a chance to scream. Immediately afterwards, the body of the golden flame leopard disappeared out of thin air, and a system prompt sounded. Ding! You have obtained 4 golden flame leopard fangs, 2 golden flame leopard eyeballs, 1 golden flame leopard fur, and 4 golden flame leopard claws. It's so refreshing. Su Lang raised the corner of his mouth and sheathed his sword. This. Oh my god, this is amazing. 1 sword. Kill all the golden flame leopards chasing us with 1 sword. And the spiritual energy fluctuations on his body are only that of a beginner warrior. This is too incredible. The 3 warriors' eyes widened, and the turmoil in their hearts was about to turn the world upside down. At this time, they discovered that the golden flame leopard's body was missing, and they were even more shocked. Space Ring. This is definitely a young master from a big family from a high-level stronghold. The 3 warriors looked at Su Lang with more and more awe, just like mortals looking at gods. What are you standing there for? Su Lang glanced at the 3 of them calmly. Why don't you treat the wound? The first reaction of these 3 people when they saw him was to let him leave. They had no intention of dragging him into the water, and they seemed to have some conscience. So Su Lang's attitude is considered mild. Oh, yes. Thank you for the reminder, sir. The 3 immediately began to treat the wound. Soon, everyone had taken the medicine. Su Lang threw out 3 sets of clothes. Look at how tattered you are. Put them on. Thank you for the reward, sir. The leading warrior took Su Lang's clothes as if they were treasures, and then gave them to the other 2 to wear. What are your names? Su Lang asked calmly. Are you familiar with the Golden Flame Leopard Stronghold? In reply to your question, my name is Lu Zhong, and they are Deng Qi and Wang Cheng. The leader, Lu Zhong, replied respectfully. We have been in the Golden Flame Leopard area for many years and are very familiar with the Golden Flame Leopard Stronghold. Well, I'm a little tired. Su Lang smiled slightly. Can you take me to the Golden Flame Leopard base to rest? This was the purpose of Su Lang saving these 3 people. The Golden Flame Leopard Stronghold is a semi-open stronghold. Apart from the Yi family warriors, only warriors who know the ins and outs of the place can enter. Su Lang knew that if he was alone, he would definitely be blocked outside. But it would be different with Lu Zhong and the other 2 leading him. He could walk into the Golden Flame Leopard Stronghold with complete confidence. Chapter 54. Infiltrating the Golden Flame Leopard Base. Of course, that's no problem. Lu Zhong smiled and nodded. We are old acquaintances of the warriors guarding the gate, and we can definitely take you in. That's great. Su Lang smiled brightly. Let's go over there quickly. You guys also need to recuperate. Hey, good. Lu Zhong and the other 2 quickly agreed. Immediately, under the leadership of Lu Zhong and the other 2, Su Lang continued to advance towards the Golden Flame Leopard Stronghold. As they traveled along the way, ferocious beasts attacked soon after, but all of them became materials in Su Lang's storage space. With his attack level at the peak warrior level, he can move freely here as long as he doesn't encounter a large-scale group of A-level beasts. And his powerful fighting ability also made Lu Zhong and others more awed. About an hour later, Su Lang and his 3 companions arrived outside the Yi family's Golden Flame leopard stronghold. Compared with the F-level stronghold, the area of this E-level stronghold is much smaller, but its walls are more solid and taller. Li Laoqi, open the door quickly. Lu Zhong pulled out a golden leopard fang from his backpack and threw it skillfully into an arrow slit on the city wall. Ouch! Who is it? A man with a coxcomb appeared on the city wall. Lu Zhong, kid, there's another stranger. We 3 brothers have guaranteed it. Why are you so suspicious? Deng Qi frowned and said, it's dangerous outside. Let us in quickly. No, strangers are not allowed in. The man with the coxcomb haircut looked at Su Lang and the other 3 impatiently, but did not walk away. Damn you rascal. Lu Zhong muttered a curse, then took out a golden leopard fang and threw it to the man with the coxcomb haircut. Okay, for your sake, I'll let him in. The coxcomb weighed the golden flame leopard fang in his hand with satisfaction and immediately pressed the mechanism to open the city gate. Su Lang and his 3 companions quickly walked into the city gate, and the heavy door behind them was immediately closed. There are so many people. Su Lang looked around and found that this place was not filled with only a few official warriors as he had imagined. On the contrary, most of the people coming and going here are body tempering practitioners. They are responsible for many matters and are an indispensable part of the normal operation of this base. Because of the harsh external environment, these people rarely leave their base except during major migrations. Therefore, some people even get married and have children here. At this time, Lu Zhong respectfully asked, Sir, do you want us to find a place for you to live? Need not. Su Lang waved his hand lightly. You guys go and have a rest. I'll go for a walk by myself. Yes. Lu Zhong and the other 2 looked at each other, then left reluctantly. To them, Su Lang is a super big brother. If they hold on to him tightly, they can expect wealth and glory in the future. Unfortunately, the 3 of them are no longer of any use, so Su Lang would not let them follow him at all. After Lu Zhong and the other 2 left, Su Lang looked at the tall building in the center of the stronghold and smiled like a big bad wolf. Afterwards, Su Lang found a hotel and stayed there. Avatar perception. Sitting on the bed, Su Lang directly shared the perception of an avatar. The scene of a chinken deer falling to the ground with a loud bang appeared in Su Lang's mind. It turned out that the black-robed clone had escorted Yang Shen and the other 3 to the Kinkenlu area. After killing the sudden attacking chinken deer, several people came to the Red Forest and found a place to wait. Gulp gulp. While waiting, Yang Shen was so nervous that he swallowed his saliva from time to time, and his face was pale. Before long, a shout was heard from outside the woods. I am Yang Shen from the Yang family. I am here to deliver the ransom. Please bring the young master out to see me. Outside the woods, Yang Shen's face was cold, and a sneer flashed in his eyes from time to time. The Yang family's money is not so easy to extort. Also coming this time are the martial artist level strongman Yang Tianrui, the head of the Yang family, the elders Yi Tian and Yi Ji of the Yi family, as well as the top martial artist Yi Lingfeng, the eldest son of the Yi family, and 6 high-level martial artists. Although these people have not shown up yet, they have already hidden their aura and set up a dragnet around the Red Forest. As long as Yang Shen's safety is guaranteed, the murderer will have no bargaining chips in his hands, and he will become a fish on the chopping board and can be slaughtered however he wants. Chapter 55. No traps are useless. Hearing the shouts from outside, Yang Shen was immediately excited, and his eyes lit up. Don't move! Su Lang commanded his clone to speak simple words. Yes, yes. The cold voice reminded Yang Shen of the fear of being dominated by Su Lang. He trembled all over and shrank into a ball. Then, under Su Lang's command, the clone drew out his long sword and escorted Yang Shen out of the woods. The other 3 followed tremblingly. Master! Yang Shen was delighted to see Yang Shen, and Yang Tianrui, who was hiding in the dark, could not help but almost rushed out. At the same time, Yi Lingfeng, Yi Tian, and others who were hiding in a hidden place were also very surprised. It's indeed the black-robed murderer. Finally found him. I will definitely not let him go today. We must take this guy down and make him wish he were dead. No one in the Yi family said anything, but just by eye contact, they could see the joy, cruelty, and happiness in each other's eyes. In the field, Master, are you okay? Yang Shen opened his mouth and took 2 steps forward. Stop! Su Lang's clone shouted in a low voice, and the blade immediately cut a bloody line on Yang Shen's neck. Uncle Shen, don't come over here. Yang Shen was almost frightened to death. His voice was fast and trembling. Gold. Where are the gold coins? Quickly use the gold coins to redeem me. I brought the ransom. Don't do anything. Yang Shen didn't dare to move rashly. He quickly took out 20 medium-grade spirit stones from his arms and showed them in front of Su Lang's clone. Su Lang carefully observed through the perspective of his clone and found that these spirit stones were indeed purer and had richer spiritual energy than lower-grade spirit stones. He couldn't help but smile. All these spirit stones are given to you, but the prerequisite is that you release the young master first. Yang Shen took a deep breath and said, "You know, if I can't guarantee the safety of the young master, I can't give it to you. I have a suggestion. Let my young master come over here, and when he reaches the middle, I will throw the spirit stone to you. Don't worry. For the safety of my young master, I won't play any tricks. You will definitely get these 200,000 gold coins." As soon as these words came out, Su Lang immediately curled the corners of his mouth. He didn't believe that the other party didn't have more arrangements. If that was the case, the Yang family wouldn't be so prosperous. But anyway, Su Lang himself was not at the scene. So for him, any traps set by the Yang family were useless. Good. Su Lang asked his clone to nod and push Yang Shen out. Uncle Jean. As soon as Yang Shi escaped from the control of Su Lang's clone, he immediately ran towards Yang Shen, crying and shouting. Yang Shen looked at the man in black robe who was ready to attack and decided not to take any risks. In his opinion, the man in black will definitely be caught in the end, and these spirit stones will be returned to their original owners, to the Yang family. Therefore, it is totally not worth taking the risk. When Yang Shen ran to the middle, he immediately threw out the spirit stone. 20 crystal clear, mid-grade spirit stones were flying in the air and were quickly collected by Su Lang's clone and passed into Su Lang's hands. At the same time, Yang Shen also tightly protected Yang Shen. He sneered and said, "Little bastard, so what if you got the gold coins? Today, our Yang family and the Yi family will join forces to kill you. Your death is now." As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of figures rushed out from the surrounding jungle. "Father, brother Yi, Unye, you're all here, kill that bastard. Ha ha ha. Kill him slowly, torture him slowly, let him know what pain is." When Yang Shen saw someone rushing out of the jungle, his eyes widened and tears filled his eyes. God knows how much humiliation, panic, and fear he went through in just half a day. Although he knew that the man in black was just Su Lang's subordinate, he was ecstatic to be able to kill his enemy's subordinates. "Kill him!" An angry roar came. An old man with a majestic aura, holding a sword, rushed towards Su Lang's clone frantically. Send the clone? Su Lang thought about sending his clone to other places to avoid pursuit. The black-robed clone was seen standing there motionless, his figure gradually fading and was about to disappear. Suddenly, call out! A flying knife, surrounded by lightning, cut through the sky and instantly pierced through the right leg of the black-robed clone. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Amidst the lightning, the black-robed clone's clothes were torn into pieces, his body was charred, and his right leg disappeared directly. Chapter 56. I remember the torture you said. Ding! The dispatch of the clone is interrupted. When the system prompt came, Su Lang did not hesitate and immediately let his clone escape far away. Unfortunately, the clone only had one leg left. The Yang and Yi families had a total of 3 martial arts masters, who surrounded Su Lang's clone in just 3 breaths. It's you who dares to kill my 6th brother? It's you who dares to destroy my Yi family's stronghold? Today I will make you regret coming into this world. Yi Lingfeng walked slowly to Su Lang's clone and said, "Feel it well. Regret, fear, and despair." As he said that, Yi Lingfeng drew out his sword with a cruel look on his face and slashed fiercely at Su Lang's clone's face. He wanted to cut through the white mask and add a bright sword mark to the face under the mask. But at this moment, Ghost Moon Shun! The black-robed clone exploded under the influence of a large amount of lightning, and a blade light, surrounded by lightning, instantly slashed towards Yi Lingfeng. This move leaves no room for maneuver. It's completely a matter of life for life. All this happened in an instant, and everyone's expressions didn't even have time to change. Yi Lingfeng's pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately changed his defensive tactics without thinking. His life was precious. But was his hasty change of tactics actually a match for Su Lang's clone's powerful sword attack? Clang! There was an extremely harsh sound of metal clashing. Yi Lingfeng's sword was directly knocked away, and a horrible knife mark was left on his chest and abdomen. Yi Lingfeng. Yi Tian's eyes were bloodshot, and the others also reacted and rushed towards Su Lang's clone. At this time, Su Lang's clone's old strength had been exhausted and new strength had not yet been generated, making it difficult to dodge. Puff, puff, puff. Immediately afterwards, the weapons of Yi Tian and others pierced into the body of Su Lang's clone, making a sound of blades entering flesh. Yang Tianrui, who was furious, twisted the sword fiercely and made a big hole in the abdomen of Su Lang's clone. You bastard! How dare you hurt me? Ling Qi skinned, cut in half, and quartered. I'm going to make you experience it all. Yi Lingfeng covered his wound, rushed to Su Lang's clone with bloodshot eyes, and pierced his sword into Su Lang's clone's body like a pear blossom in a rainstorm. Each of his swords did not hit a vital spot, because he wanted to keep the murderer alive and torture him for the rest of his life. But his idea was doomed to fail. Yi Lingfeng, I'll remember the torture you mentioned. Su Lang's clone laughed wildly and smashed his own head with a palm. Ding! The clone died, entering a 24-hour cooling period. Hiss! Smashing your own head. How exciting. In the hotel, Su Lang shuddered suddenly and opened his eyes. Then his eyes fell on the 20 medium-grade spirit stones in his hand. Wow, so beautiful. Picking up a spirit stone, Su Lang showed an intoxicated and enjoyable expression. Just this one mid-grade spirit stone can upgrade his system's functions to another level. It is a huge profit to exchange a clone for these 20 medium-grade spirit stones. After all, the clone could be recondensed within 24 hours, so Su Lang only suffered a small loss. And if you suffer a loss, just make up for it. Su Lang slowly raised the corners of his mouth and looked at the golden flame leopard's stronghold outside the window. The other side, amid the splattering blood mist, Yi Lingfeng and the others looked dazed. They never expected that the murderer could be so vicious and kill themselves so easily. Soon, something even more shocking happened to them. The body of the man in black robe gradually faded into a shadow right before their eyes and finally disappeared completely. This person's body actually disappeared. Not only the flesh and blood, but also the clothes, weapons. Everything disappeared. Who on earth is this person? He's so weird. I have never heard of him before. Yes, it's too weird. Not only did the body disappear after death, but the lightning-attributed technique used before was also one that our Yi family never passes on to others. Everyone looked at each other, fear in their eyes and a chill on their backs. I know. At this time, Yang Shen ran to everyone excitedly. I know some clues. What are you doing, you little bastard? I'll beat you to death. Yang Tianrui Kurset Angrili. It was because of his useless son that their Yang family lost a full 200,000 gold coins. You know, this is most of their family savings. Chapter 57. Who is Su Lang? But I really know it. Yang Shen shrank his neck in fear, lowered his head, and did not dare to look at Yang Tianrui. Yang Shen, what do you know? Yi Lingfeng stepped forward and asked. Seeing him asking the question, Yang Tianrui did not dare to stop him. Yang Shen took a breath and said, Brother Yi, Dad, Uncle Yi, let me tell you, this man in black robe is Su Lang's subordinate. Su Lang? Who is Su Lang? Everyone looked puzzled and said they had never heard of this name. At this time, they still thought that Su Lang was a big shot from some faction, and they never imagined that Su Lang was just an ordinary person like an ant in their eyes a day ago. Master? Yang Shen was stunned. It's true that Su Lang is a master, but he is different from ordinary masters. He is very, very strange. Speak more carefully, Yi Lingfeng said with a frown. Yes. Yang Shen nodded hurriedly. Yesterday morning, I planned to experience life, so I ran to the Warrior Alliance Hall to collect my allowance, and I met Su Lang. At that time, he was just a beginner in body tempering and was laughed at by many of us. I also made a bet with him about when he could break through the intermediate level of body tempering. As a result, he broke through on the spot, and that kind of breakthrough fluctuation could definitely not be faked. That's not all. What's even more bizarre is that when I met him today, he was already a junior warrior. Moreover, he defeated my 4 junior warrior guards with 1 strike. These 3 are my guards, and they are also the parties involved. As he spoke, Yang Shen pointed at the 3 junior warrior guards. The 3 guards nodded quickly. Promoting from body tempering to a full warrior in just 1 day. Is this fake? This is unbelievable. Yang Shen, did you see it wrong? He broke through from the body tempering to the primary warrior in just one day, and also possessed a combat power far beyond that of a primary warrior. How is that possible? How could such a strange thing happen in the world? It's just a fairy tale? Yi Lingfeng and the others widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. This isn't the weirdest thing. Yang Shen also stared and said loudly. Later, Su Lang summoned his subordinates out of thin air, the black-robed man who died and disappeared before. The man in black robe had the same aura as him, and looked very much like the madman who was rumored to have destroyed your Yi family stronghold, so we were stunned on the spot. Then the weirdest thing happened. Su Lang forced us to write 3 sets of exercises, and then he took them over and practiced them all in just 10 minutes. What? Yi Lingfeng and others were so shocked that their mouths opened so wide that they could even fit a foot in, not to mention the man in black robe. Some of the super skills can be barely explained, but the practice of Qigong is completely unimaginable. It only takes more than 10 minutes to practice the 3 parts of the exercises, which means that it only takes a few minutes to master one part of the exercises. This is simply incredible. Among those present, Yi Lingfeng had the best aptitude and comprehension. But even for the elementary skills, he needed about a month to master them. Getting started in just a few minutes? I wouldn't even dream of doing that. What I said is absolutely true. Seeing everyone's faces full of doubt, Yang Shen immediately made the assurance. Hiss! Yi Lingfeng took a deep breath of cold air. He knew that Yang Shen would not lie, and what happened to Su Lang was true. The thing he never dared to do in his dreams actually happened to Su Lang. Shock, jealousy, and fear gradually filled Yi Lingfeng's heart and mind. This person is too weird. We must not let him continue like this. Yi Lingfeng turned to look at Yi Tian and Yi Ji, 3rd uncle, 5th uncle. We must kill this man. Yi Tian nodded with an unpleasant expression. Yes, this man has become our enemy. If we let him continue to develop, it will definitely be the end of our Yi family. In fact, while the 3 of them were shocked, there was also a hint of tacit excitement. Because Su Lang could become so powerful in such a short time, there must be a huge secret. Maybe it is some super treasure that appears only once in 1,000 years. At this moment, Su Lang is still weak. Once he is killed and his secret is obtained, the Yi family will surely soar to the sky. It is not impossible for them to even stand at the top of the blue star. Chapter 58. Upgrade all 3 functions. Thinking of this, Yi Lingfeng and Yi Tian looked at Yang Tianrui and other people from the Yang family intentionally or unintentionally. How can we allow irrelevant people to know such a big secret? Therefore, Yi Lingfeng, Yi Tian, Yi Ji, and others gradually developed murderous intent. The scene suddenly became quiet. A breeze blew by, and everyone felt a little chill. Yang Tianrui and others secretly thought that something was wrong, and cold sweat broke out on their palms. Under the hands of the 2 great martial artists and numerous high-level martial artists of the Yi family, their Yang family was simply no match for them. Now, it is almost a matter of life and death for their entire family. The atmosphere gradually became cold, and a hint of murderous aura spread. The Yi family was about to take action. Seeing this scene, Yang Shen's legs gradually became weak, and he couldn't even speak. Our Yang family and Su Lang are also sworn enemies. Yang Tianrui's breathing stagnated, and he quickly said, I am willing to lead the Yang family to become a vassal of the Yi family and hunt down Su Lang together. While speaking, Yang Tianrui really wanted to strangle Yang Shen, his stupid son, to death. Such an important secret was actually spoken out so casually. This not only handed over the precious secret to others, but also brought a catastrophic disaster to their Yang family. Master Yang, you should know what we mean. Yi Lingfeng said coldly. If they are not from the Yi family, we will not trust them at all. I am willing to accept any constraints. A trace of cold sweat broke out on Yang Tianrui's forehead. In that case, Yi Lingfeng and Yi Tian looked at each other and nodded. Then you should take my Yi family's 7-step life and death pill to show your loyalty. As he spoke, Yi Lingfeng took out a pill and handed it to Yang Tianrui. This pill is green all over and gives off a strange smell. 7-step life and death pill. Yang Tianrui was shocked, but he still took the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. He is a powerful martial artist, the head of the Yang family, and a high and mighty figure. But if he doesn't eat, he will die. Good. Yi Lingfeng nodded and took out a few more pills. These 7-step life and death pills are very precious, and there are not many of them. So, some unimportant people should not eat them. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of those Yang family guards and a guest from the Yi family changed drastically. If they don't have the 7-step life and death pill, their fate will be death. Time moves forward. Su Lang withdrew his gaze from the window and happily shifted his attention to the mysterious black space. 204,323 gold coins. Su Lang looked at the 6-digit gold coins and excitedly gave an order. System, upgrade all 3 functions for me. Ding! Consume 10,000 gold coins. The 1-key training function is upgraded to level 4, and the training speed is increased to 8 times the basic speed. Ding! Consume 10,000 gold coins. Upgrade the 1-click martial arts function to level 4, and increase the martial arts speed to 8 times the basic speed. Ding! Consume 10,000 gold coins. Upgrade the clone dispatching function to level 3, and increase the number of clones by 1. In an instant, the speed at which spiritual energy flowed into Su Lang's body doubled again. The wonderful feeling made Su Lang so comfortable that he almost moaned. System, how long will it take me to be promoted to an intermediate warrior? Su Lang asked excitedly. And the Thunder Silk secret technique, when can it reach the minor success level? Host, it only takes you 20 hours to be promoted to an intermediate warrior, and it only takes 20 hours for the Thunder Silk secret to reach the minor success level. Another 20 hours? The road to cultivation is really long and arduous. Su Lang shook his head and sighed, wondering if the other warriors would be so angry if they knew about it. Then, he chose to upgrade the 1-click cultivation function without hesitation. Ding! Consume 100,000 gold coins. Upgrade the 1-key training function to level 5, and increase the training speed to 16 times the basic speed. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading the 1-button training function to level 5. You have obtained a new bonus function, efficiency doubled. The current training speed has been increased to 32 times the basic speed. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading your first function to level 5. If all 3 functions reach level 5, you will be rewarded with the activation rights for new functions. 3 consecutive system prompts left Su Lang dumbfounded. Holy crap! It's reached 32 times the basic speed. Su Lang came back to his senses, his fingers trembling with excitement. And there are new functions. System, you are really perverted. I like it. Chapter 59. Yi Fei is horrified. At this time, Su Lang's cultivation speed increased by 4 times compared to before. This means that now he only needs 5 hours to be promoted from a beginner warrior to an intermediate warrior. You know, even if one has excellent qualifications, it takes half a year to be promoted from a beginner to an intermediate warrior without external assistance. It's so perverted, so perverted. I wonder how awesome it will be if the 1-touch martial arts function is upgraded to level 5. Su Lang breathed in happily, but when he saw the balance of gold coins, he immediately smiled helplessly. I saw that there were only more than 74,000 gold coins left, which was not enough to upgrade the 1-click martial arts function. I still have to make money. Su Lang turned his head to look out the window, the corners of his mouth gradually rising. An entire E-level stronghold is definitely worth much more than an F-level one, so 30 or 40,000 gold coins is definitely a must. However, it is a bit risky for a peak warrior to completely destroy an E-level stronghold in a short period of time. Therefore, Su Lang lay back on the bed, ready to wait until he was promoted to an intermediate warrior before taking action. The other side, except for Yang Tianrui, Yang Shi, and Yang Shen, the other 3 Yang family guards were killed ruthlessly. A guest warrior from the Yi family was also killed. They never expected that instead of dying at the hands of the enemy, they would be brutally murdered by their own people. At this time, Yi Lingfeng had returned to the Yi family mansion and met the head of the Yi family, Yi Feizhang, and Yi Lingfeng's father, Yi Xiaoming. Grandpa! Father! Yi Lingfeng bowed and saluted. Although he was arrogant, he did not dare to be arrogant in front of Yi Feizhang and Yi Xiaoming. Ling Feng, has the murderer been executed? Yi Feizhang asked calmly while drinking tea. Ha, my son is very thoughtful. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Yi Xiaoming smiled and said, that bastard who killed your brother and destroyed our Yi family stronghold must have died miserably. This, grandpa, father. Yi Lingfeng hesitated and said, that person is not dead. We haven't even seen him from beginning to end. What? How is this possible? Ye Vyang Ming simile Furoze. Didn't you guys set up a trap to surround and kill them with the Yang family? Didn't your success rate reach 100%? We did kill one person, but Yi Lingfeng took a deep breath and told the whole process of besieging and killing Su Lang's clone. What? You said that Su Lang was promoted from an ordinary person to a junior warrior in just 1 or 2 days. And you also said that Su Lang summoned his black-robed subordinates out of thin air? What else can I learn to master a set of skills in just a few minutes? Ling Feng, isn't this nonsense? Yi Xiaoming was stunned, and then he stood up from his chair. Bah! Yi Feizhong was also in disbelief. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground. Tea splashed everywhere, and fragments flew everywhere. As a military commander and the patriarch of the Yi family, his state of mind has long been calm. But at this moment, how could he be calm? It was simply like a raging sea, an overwhelming ocean. Grandson, are you sure this is all true? He walked quickly to Yi Lingfeng, his eyes wide open. It's all true, Yi Lingfeng said confidently. That Su Lang must have a huge secret. Hiss! Yi Feizhong and Yi Xiaoming took a deep breath at the same time. They believed that Yi Lingfeng would not talk nonsense. By the way, does anyone else know this secret? Yi Feizhong asked hurriedly. Yes, but Yi Lingfeng turned around and shouted to the door, Yang Tianrui, come in. Yi Feizhong and Yi Xiaoming looked outside and saw Yang Tianrui walking in with great respect. Your subordinate Yang Tianrui greets the patriarch. Seeing Yi Feizhong and Yi Xiaoming, Yang Tianrui knelt down without hesitation. This, Yi Feizhong and Yi Xiaoming looked at each other. But they were not fools, and they quickly figured out the reason. It must be that Yi Lingfeng had recaptured Yang Tianrui. Grandson, you did a great job. Yi Feizhong nodded in satisfaction and immediately helped Yang Tianrui up. Master Yang, don't worry. As long as you don't let down my Yi family, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Thank you for accepting me, patriarch. Yang Tianrui stood up with a smile on his face, but his heart was filled with bitterness. This time, he was really badly cheated by Yang Shen, that scumbag. If I had known this, I would have sprayed it on the wall. Chapter 60. Attack Leveled Junior Martial Artist. Ling Feng, do you know where Su Lang is now? Yi Feizhong looked at Yi Lingfeng again. Facing that big secret, he was more anxious and greedy than anyone else. Who doesn't want to advance to a higher realm, obtain a more honorable status, and enjoy more wealth, power, and beauty? What's more, Yi Feizhong has been at the military general level for 40 years. If he doesn't break through, he will end up in a coffin. At this moment, a young warrior with a huge secret appears under his nose. This is simply a great opportunity. Grandpa, I don't know where he is. Yi Lingfeng shook his head and said, but we already know his identity and appearance. In addition, the airport has been blocked, allowing only entry but not exit, and there is an area of terrifying ferocious beasts outside. Su Lang will definitely not be able to escape from the Red Maple City stronghold. With the power of our Yi family, we can conduct a carpet search and offer a high reward for this person, and we will definitely find some clues. By then, we will only need to unravel the mystery, and we will not have any trouble finding him, unless he stays in the beast zone for his entire life, or dies. Ling Feng is right. Yi Feizhong looked at him with a haughty expression. In the Red Maple City stronghold, there is no one that my Yi family cannot find. Xiangming, Ling Feng, and Patriarch Yang, from now on, abandon all other plans and tasks, and use all the strength of the Yi and Yang families to search for Su Lang. Be careful. Don't reveal any secrets. All we are doing is hunting down the murderer who killed my Yi family and destroyed my Yi family stronghold. Yes, Grandpa. Yes, Father. Yi Lingfeng and Yi Xiaoming bowed their heads and clasped their fists at the same time, their voices sonorous and powerful. Well, go ahead. Yi Feizhong looked into the distance, the vast sky reflected in his eyes. Whether my Yi family can soar to the sky depends on this move. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Yi Lingfeng, his son, and Yang Tianrui bowed and said goodbye. With the departure of Yi Xiaoming, Yi Lingfeng, and Yang Tianrui, the terrifying behemoth of the Yi family suddenly revealed its sharp claws. Time passed, and night fell. A hotel room in the Golden Flame Leopard Base. Ding! The Sea of Cultivation is full. Do you want to break through? A beautiful system prompt sound suddenly rang out. I can finally break through. Su Lang suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed across his eyes. Immediately, He chose to break through without hesitation. Boom! At the moment of breakthrough, a large amount of spiritual energy poured into the body, rushing through the meridians, and finally gathered in the Dantian cyclone, making it thicker and more condensed. Attribute panel. Su Lang's mind moved, and the attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Anama, Su Lang. Race, human. Qualification level turbid. Realm level, intermediate warrior. Attack level, primary martial artist. Defense level, peak warrior. Agility level, peak warrior. Endurance level, peak warrior. Mastered skills, Infinite Heart Sutra, Lightning Secret, elementary, entry level. Thunder Silk Secret, elementary, entry level. Flying Flower Shadow Slashing Sword, elementary, entry level. Ghost Moon Sword Skill, elementary, entry level. White Feather Footwork, elementary, entry level. Stepping on Rain Footwork, elementary, entry level. Immovable Body Locking Technique, elementary, entry level. Floating Willow Sword Technique, elementary, entry level. Turtle Breathing Body Strengthening Technique, elementary, entry level. Return to Origin Body Strengthening Technique, elementary, entry level. Return to Spirit Body Strengthening Technique, elementary, entry level. Golden Body Bone Strengthening Technique, elementary, entry level. Rock Body Strengthening Technique, elementary, entry level. Activated System Functions. One-click Training Function, level 5. One-click Martial Arts Function, level 4. Clone Dispatch Function, level 3. Beginner Martial Artist. And every attribute is directly upgraded by 1 level. Su Lang felt the surging power in his body and couldn't help but smile excitedly, with the corners of his mouth almost reaching his ears. Then he left the hotel room and went straight to the street. It was nighttime, and after a tiring day, it was time for people to relax. Therefore, there are many people on the street, and it is very lively. Su Lang casually glanced at the surrounding environment and set his eyes on a building in the center of the stronghold. This building is built entirely with huge stones. It is tall, solid, majestic, and magnificent. It is the garrison of the White Flame Leopard Stronghold. Please don't let me down. Su Lang raised the corner of his mouth, and a hint of expectation flashed in his eyes. But just when he was about to head straight for the stronghold, a shrill cry suddenly came from not far away. No, please let my daughter go. Master Yi Huai, please, my daughter is only 6 years old. I'll do anything you ask me to do. Just let my daughter go. Chapter 61. I'll make your death ugly. Yi Huai, someone from the Yi family. A sneer flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and he looked in the direction where the crying and shouting came from. I saw a group of people in extravagant clothes standing in front of a father and daughter, looking arrogant and condescending. The father and daughter, the former was a sturdy man with a strong physique, but he was only in the body tempering stage. At this moment, he was kneeling on the ground, crying and kowtowing continuously. The girl looked well-behaved and lovable, but now her face was pale, her eyes were filled with despair, and her little body was shaking constantly. Some passers-by watched from afar, with expressions of pity and numbness on their faces. Apparently, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. You bastard. It's your blessing that our Lord Yi Huai has taken a liking to your daughter. In our Golden Flame Leopard Stronghold, besides the Guardian Lord, is there anyone more noble than our Lord Yi Huai? If you are sensible, you should give your daughter to our Lord Yi Huai to enjoy. You will be rich and prosperous in the future. A junior warrior with shifty eyes walked up to the father and daughter and looked at them with a sneer on his face. No, please have mercy. The sturdy man kowtowed continuously, leaving blood on the ground. My love for your daughter is the greatest kindness I can give you. A young man with a pale face and unsteady steps came forward, looking down on us with an arrogant attitude. This person is Yi Huai. Looking at the unscrupulous Yi Huai, the passers-by around him couldn't help but look at each other with pity in their eyes. Everyone knows that Yi Huai has a cruel, lustful, and twisted personality. If the girl really falls into his hands, she will definitely be torn to pieces and die miserably in less than 3 days. No, Lord Yi Huai, please, I beg you. You can do whatever you want. Please let my daughter go. The sturdy man obviously knew the poisonous nature of the palm leaf, and he defended his daughter tightly. You bastard, if you don't accept my toast, then get out of here. The junior warrior with shifty eyes snorted coldly, kicked the burly man away, and reached out his evil claws to grab the terrified girl. Seeing this scene, passers-by around turned their heads away, sighed, and left. Faced with someone with a strong background like Yi Huai, they simply didn't dare to meddle in his affairs. The sturdy man's weakness and the fear of passers-by emboldened Yi Huai, making him even more obscene and unscrupulous. In fact, all kinds of dirty scenes have emerged in his mind. Suddenly, a bright knife light flashed like lightning, frightening Yi Huai so much that his whole body twitched and the picture in his mind shattered. Immediately afterwards, blood gushed out and a severed hand flew into the sky. Ah! The junior warrior with shifty eyes tightly grasped his bloody severed wrist, wailing in agony and distortion. The next second, the knife flashed again, and the wailing junior warrior was instantly separated from his head and body. Ding! You get! The system prompted that all the belongings of the junior warriors had been looted. Swish! Su Lang swung his long sword, and all the blood on the sword splashed onto the faces of Yi Huai and others. The sudden change made everyone stunned. This man actually dared to kill Yi Huai's men. Oh my god! Yi Huai is the younger brother of the town guardian Yi Zong. How dare you interfere in his affairs? In this remote stronghold far away from Hongfeng City, Yi Zong is the local emperor and Yi Huai is the local prince. If you dare to go against them, you are totally courting death. Everyone looked at Su Lang in disbelief, and the father and daughter kneeling on the ground had a blank mind. Who are you? How dare you kill my men and humiliate me? Yi Huai came back to his senses from his fright. He wiped the blood off his face and stared at Su Lang with bloodshot eyes, his expression as ferocious as a demon. He never expected that someone would dare to humiliate him like this in his own territory. This was simply a great shame. Humiliate you? Su Lang sneered. Not only will I humiliate you, but I will also make you die in an ugly way. As soon as these words were spoken, the passers-by around could not help but burst into an uproar. What a tough guy. Oh my god, this person is so awesome. He actually dares to speak to Yi Huai like this. But he may feel good for a while, but he will be miserable later. What a pity for such a good boy. While everyone was talking about it, Yi Huai was so angry that his eyes turned bloodshot and he was fuming. Chapter 62, Tell me how you want to die. You're the one who made me die in an ugly way? Just because of you. Yi Huai's expression was distorted. You are just a mid-level warrior, and you dare to speak so arrogantly. Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue away? Let me tell you, there were people who disliked me in the past, even high-level warriors, but they all died miserably. In this Golden Flame Leopard stronghold, there is no one I cannot afford to offend, no one I cannot kill, and you are no exception. Su Lang looked at Yi Huai with contempt. Not to mention you. Even if your entire garrison comes together, I will kill them all. Damn it, how dare you be so rampant? Do you really think that there is no one in my Yi family? Even if you kowtow to me 1,000 times and apologize, I will never forgive you. Veins on Yi Huai's temples were exposed. His face was full of ferocity and resentment. Come here, catch him. I want to slice him alive and feed him to the dogs. As soon as Yi Huai roared, the subordinates around him immediately surrounded Su Lang with cruel eyes. You don't know your own limitations. Su Lang looked around and sneered. Kill! Yi Huai's subordinates looked at each other, then rushed forward with sharp blades in hand. The flashing swords and sabers frightened the passers-by. However, the seemingly dense attacks were full of flaws in Su Lang's eyes. Ghost Moon Plunder! Su Lang's smile gradually turned cold, and as he turned his wrist, lightning flashed and a knife flashed. Ding-een-een! The dense sounds of metal clashing together merged into one. 5 broken blades flew into the sky, and all the people besieging Su Lang froze in their tracks, their eyes filled with fear. The next moment, the 5 warriors were broken into 10 pieces, and blood spread rapidly on the ground, forming a glaring pool of blood. The sheer hell-like scene shocked countless people. The bustling streets became completely quiet, even as silent as the abyss. Then, as if a volcano erupted, everyone's eyes flashed with disbelief. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but talk about it. This man is so powerful that he killed 5 warriors with 1 sword. Oh my god, is this still a mid-level warrior? How can he be so terrifying? Too strong, too fierce, too awesome. Such fighting power is definitely at the martial artist level. This Yi Huai hit the nail on the head. It feels so good. Good job. Kill Yi Huai. Kill Yi Huai. Su Lang's terrifying sword instantly killed Yi Huai's 5 men. dispelled the fear in the hearts of passersby, and aroused their hatred towards Yi Huai. You. Yi Huai's voice trembled. He looked at Su Lang, then at the 10 corpses on the ground, his eyes filled with fear. He could never have imagined that 5 of his men could be killed by the young man in front of him with just one knife. This is horrible. This is horrible. Next, it's your turn. Su Lang glanced at Yi Huai calmly and said, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" "No, my friend, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. My brother is Yi Zong. He is the guardian of this place. I was wrong in this matter. Please be friends and let me go." Yi Huai was frightened by Su Lang's indifferent gaze, and his legs went weak, and he stepped back repeatedly. "I told you I would make your death ugly." Su Lang smiled. "I am a man of integrity and will never break my promise. No, please have mercy on me and spare my life." Yi Huai's face showed fear, and he trembled violently. A strong smell of urine spread out. He was actually scared to pee. "Killing you is the greatest mercy to you. Otherwise, you will be cut into pieces and torn to pieces." Su Lang walked forward calmly, and Yi Huai trembled violently with every step he took. When passersby saw this scene, they immediately applauded and cheered, feeling very happy. Suddenly, "Who wants to cut my brother into pieces? How dare you?" A majestic voice was heard, followed by a series of messy footsteps. Su Lang looked in the direction of the sound and saw a peak warrior with a broad and short face, thick eyebrows flying, and a pair of small eyes narrowed into slits, emitting bursts of murderous intent. This person was surrounded by more than a dozen warriors in black, all with fierce looks, and it was obvious that they were not easy to mess with. Chapter 63. Yi Zong, the Guardian of the Stronghold. Elder brother. When Yi Huai heard the voice, his eyes suddenly widened, and he showed a strong sense of surprise. "It's the Guardian Yi Zong. He's here, let's go." Those passersby who were clapping and cheering just now were instantly frightened like mice seeing a cat, and they all hid in the dark. The father and daughter also looked at Su Lang with great gratitude, and then left quickly with a hint of helplessness and worry. "Brother, he was the one who killed my subordinates, and is going to torture me to pieces." Yi Huai pointed at Su Lang tremblingly, then howled miserably and ran quickly to Yi Zong. "You idiot, you got so scared by such a small incident? It's you who dares to kill people from my Yi family and torture my brother?" Yi Huai scolded Yi Zong, then stared at Su Lang closely with a venomous light in his small eyes. "Why not?" Su Lang smiled faintly. "Are the people of the Yi family so great? I have killed more than 10 of them, and you will also become a dead soul under my sword. By the way, don't be afraid of being lonely down there. I will send all of you Yi family members to hell in one piece." "Destroy my Yi family? Just you? Ha 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 ha. I'm going to laugh my teeth off." Yi Zong laughed wildly. "Who do you think you are? In the Red Maple City stronghold. Who can destroy me? Yi Zong? Who? This guy is such a boaster. Isn't he afraid of blowing shit up in his face?" Yeah, a mere mid-level warrior actually made such a bold statement that he wanted to destroy our Yi family? TSK. How did such a lunatic who overestimates his own abilities become a mid-level warrior? Those black-clad warriors also looked disdainful and mocked. "Yeah, I said I would destroy your Yi family, and I will definitely not let anyone go." Su Lang's voice gradually became cold. "It's a pity that you won't be able to see that scene. Now, take out all the gold coins and valuables in the base, and I will give you a quick death." "Arrogant," Yi Zong sneered and said cruelly. "Everyone, come together and let him experience the 108 tortures I invented. Quick, capture him. I will execute him myself." Yi Huai was also roaring excitedly and cruelly. He almost saw himself torturing Su Lang and taking revenge. "Kill." Yi Zong drew the long sword from his waist and took the lead, while the others surrounded Su Lang like hyenas. "Ghost Moon Shun." Su Lang moved, leaped 3 meters in an instant, and slashed at Yi Huai with a knife. Peak warrior speed. Yi Zong's pupil shrank, and he was slightly shocked. However, he immediately showed disdain because he had already practiced a bodybuilding technique to the great success level, and his body movements were comparable to those of a junior martial artist. Cold wind step. Yi Zong twisted his feet and came to Su Lang's side in an extremely strange way, stabbing out fiercely with the sword in his hand. "Gu, Nai." Su Lang showed no fear at all. He swung his sword horizontally, drawing a crescent-shaped blade light. Clang! The clanging sound resounded, and Yi Zhong's disdainful expression suddenly froze. He felt a terrifying force that he could not match at all. Not good. With a loud cry in his heart, Yi Zhong was about to withdraw. And with his skills as a junior martial artist, he was able to easily remove and avoid this invisible force. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. The true secret of Lei Si. Su Lang's mind moved, and a large number of lightning threads swarmed up. No matter how fast the palm leaves are, they can never be faster than lightning. In an instant, they are covered by dense lightning threads. The true secret of Lei Si? How could you do that? Yi Zhong was so frightened that all the hair on his body stood up. At the same time, his entire body was paralyzed by lightning, and even his level of a junior martial artist could not allow him to move at all. And at this moment, Su Lang's terrifying knife directly cut through his sword. No. Yi Zhong howled in extreme fear, and the next moment the sound stopped abruptly. Chapter 64, you talking about this dead dog? Puff, ho ho. Yi Zhong fell to the ground weakly, blood foaming from his mouth, and the light in his eyes gradually disappeared. It only took a breath of time for the two to come to blows and for Yi Huai to be defeated. Yi Huai was even still immersed in the excitement of the impending revenge. Those hyena-like warriors in black had just rushed to Su Lang. When they saw that half of Yi Zhong's neck was cut off, they felt as if they had fallen into an icy cave and their scalps were about to explode. They couldn't believe that Yi Zhong, who was so powerful that he could escape unscathed from a junior martial artist, was actually killed in a single encounter. So weird and scary. The next moment, everyone gave up attacking Su Lang without hesitation and ran around quickly. This scene fell into the eyes of passers-by, who were watching the fight secretly, and they were immediately stunned. What's going on? Aren't those tutelary warriors going to surround and kill that young warrior? Oh my god, look! Most of Yi Zhong's neck has been cut off. He is defeated. What on earth happened? Yi Zhong actually lost. This young man is so strong, so amazing. Countless thoughts flashed through everyone's mind at once. And at this moment, Su Lang took action again. Want to escape? You all must die. Su Lang raised the corner of his mouth and chased out with a long knife in his hand. Those black-clad warriors were just ordinary warriors. How could they escape Su Lang's pursuit? In a short period of time, Su Lang killed one person every 10 steps. All the black-clothed warriors were killed by his sword, and the blood dyed the whole street red. Oh my god, he killed all the warriors in the tutelary fort. This young man is truly like a god descending from heaven. The passers-by who were watching the fight secretly were so excited that their blood was boiling and they got goosebumps all over their bodies. What a pity! I couldn't force him to tell me the technique. Su Lang shook his head regretfully, and then came to Yi Huai, who was almost frightened silly. At this time, Yi Huai's body was not only filled with the smell of urine, but also the smell of feces. No! Please don't kill me. When he saw Su Lang coming towards him, he was so frightened that his whole body trembled. He staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground. It's really dirty from the inside out. Su Lang glanced at Yi Huai with disgust, and immediately began to ask about the martial arts skills and the location of the wealth. But at this moment, another shout came from the street not far away. Urgent news! Urgent news! The murderer who destroyed our Yi family's stronghold and killed our Yi family's 6th young master has been identified and is now wanted by the whole city. This man's name is Su Lang. Here is his portrait. Anyone who sees him must report to the garrison immediately. Anyone who provides useful clues will receive a generous reward. Get out of the way. Urgent report. Urgent report. The arrogant voice was getting closer and closer, and soon a warrior who came to report the news came running towards the garrison at a high speed, throwing papers. But soon, he found that there was no one on the street around him. Moreover, there were bloodstains scattered in some places, and the bodies of black-clad warriors were lying on the streets, which was extremely miserable. What's going on? The warrior who reported the news widened his eyes, and a sense of uneasiness gradually grew in his heart. He didn't notice that in some dark corners, a lot of gloating eyes were falling on him. Did something big happen in the base? The warrior who brought the news licked his lips nervously and then walked along the street. Soon, he saw large pools of blood and corpses scattered on the ground. Next to the bodies was a young man with a long knife in his hand and his back to him. In front of this young man, there was a very familiar-looking person slumped over. The messenger took a closer look and was immediately shocked to find that the man was actually the high and mighty Lord Yi Huai. What on earth happened? The warrior who reported the news looked at Su Lang's back in horror. Did you kill all these people? How dare you massacre the people of my Yi family? The garrison commander will tear you into pieces. Master of the town? Are you talking about this dead dog? Su Lang turned around indifferently and turned Yi Zhong's body over with his foot. Town guardian, how is it possible? How could the town guard be dead? The pupils of the warrior who reported the news shrank as small as needles, and he instantly broke out in cold sweat. Then, he saw Su Lang's face clearly again. You. The warrior who reported the news looked at the portrait in his hand with doubt and said in shock, You are Su Lang. Chapter 65. Reward for Wanted. Yes, I am Su Lang. Su Lang smiled faintly. How is it? Are you surprised to find me? After these words were spoken, the warrior who reported the news looked even more pale. The passersby, who were watching secretly, had expressions of realization and shock in their eyes. He is actually Su Lang. No wonder he dared to kill the Yi family members at will. Awesome. Su Lang is definitely the most awesome person I have ever met. I admire him so much. Yeah, he looks so handsome when he draws his sword. While everyone was discussing, Su Lang leisurely walked up to the warrior who reported the news and pulled out a wanted warrant from his hand. There was a portrait of him on the wanted poster, which was lifelike and looked like a real person. Su Lang's name was written next to the portrait, and Su Lang was described as an unforgivable person, with a reward of 50,000 gold coins offered for his arrest. 50,000 gold coins? They're not even enough for me to upgrade the system's functions. Su Lang sneered. Is the Yi family as big as this, so stingy? Then, he threw the wanted warrant into a pool of blood and turned to look at the warrior who reported the news. What? What do you want to do? The warrior who reported the news was dumbfounded, trembling all over, and even his heartbeat stopped for a moment. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Su Lang smiled slightly. Go back and tell your master to enjoy his last happy days. Su Lang will come to visit you soon. Gulp! The warrior who reported the news looked at the corpses around him and swallowed hard. Okay, I will go back and report to the head of the family. Then he tried his best and left this Shura hell-like place without looking back. I'm sorry, Master Yi Huai. I kept you waiting for so long. Su Lang walked slowly in front of Yi Huai, a hint of cruelty on the corner of his mouth. Please, Giggle, please spare my life. Yi Huai was extremely terrified, his nerves were shattered, and his teeth were almost knocked out from shaking. You offended me, and you still want to live? Su Lang's indifferent voice was like the devil's whisper blowing out from the abyss. He could let go the warrior who reported the news, but he could not let go of Yi Huai, a beast who stretched out his claws to the little girl. I want to live, Yi Huai cried miserably. I can ask you to do anything, but I only ask you to spare my life. In that case, you know where all the valuables in the garrison are, right? Tell me, and I may consider sparing your life. Su Lang showed a faint smile on his face. If not, or if you dare to play any tricks after you agree, I will do as you said and slice you alive and feed you to the dogs. Absolutely. I absolutely wouldn't dare to do that. I'm telling you right now. Yi Huai was so frightened that he spoke incoherently. Then, he trembled and told the location of all the wealth in the garrison and how to obtain it. The Golden Flame Leopard Stronghold was no secret at all to Yi Huai. After all, he was the second in command of the Golden Flame Leopard Stronghold and Yi Zhong's most beloved and trusted younger brother. After finishing speaking, Yi Huai waited for Su Lang's decision on pins and needles. Very good, come with me. Su Lang glanced at Yi Huai, counted the looted property, and walked towards the garrison. Looking at Su Lang's back, Yi Huai couldn't help but have the thought of running away. But looking at the corpses on the ground, he immediately shuddered and carefully followed Su Lang's steps. Soon, Su Lang arrived outside the garrison. At this time, the gains from killing Yi Zhong and others were also counted, a total of 1,632 gold coins, as well as some materials, weapons, and pills. Su Lang curled the corners of his mouth and walked into the garrison. At this time, the news of the killing of Yi Zhong and others had spread, and the place was deserted in a short time. Take me to the secret vault where the gold coins are stored. Su Lang glanced at Yi Huai and said lightly, The secret vault is over here, please follow me. Yi Huai forced a stiff smile and ran cautiously in front to lead the way. Chapter 66. Level 5 One-Click Martial Arts Training Function. With Yi Huai as his guide, Su Lang easily entered the secret vault of the garrison. This is it. All the gold coins in the base are stored here, Yi Huai said nervously. And my brother also put his private property in here. How much money? Su Lang glanced at Yi Huai and asked lightly. Yi Huai trembled and said, public funds plus private property, a total of maybe 70,000 or 80,000 gold coins. 70 or 80,000 gold coins. How could he be so fat? Su Lang's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was overjoyed to receive such a large amount of gold coins. But he changed his mind and realized why there were so many gold coins here. First of all, this is an E-class stronghold, which is definitely much richer than an F-class stronghold. In addition, Yizong is close to the level of a martial artist and is guarding an E-level stronghold, making him like a local emperor. In terms of his status and position, even if he is not as good as Yang Tianrui, it is not far behind. Yizong had absolute power in the Golden Flame Leopard stronghold, and it was easy for him to plunder and save up tens of thousands of gold coins in private property. Hey, now all these gold coins belong to me. An excited smile appeared on Su Lang's lips. Then, he walked into the secret room and began to deposit gold coins into the system space. Watching the gold coins disappear little by little in Su Lang's hands, Yi Huai and the woman in blue in the Wind Wolf stronghold widened their eyes in disbelief. Space ring. Yi Huai's face was filled with shock and dullness. The space ring is only possessed by 4 powerful generals in the entire Red Maple City stronghold. This Su Lang is just a formal warrior, but he actually has a space ring. What is his identity? Yi Huai's eyes widened. What kind of power has our Yi family offended? Anyone who can possess a space ring at the level of a formal warrior must have an extremely terrifying background, and must be at least a descendant of Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai's power. Yi Huai was shaking all over as if he was sifting chaff. I'm afraid our Yi family is really going to be finished. Just when Yi Huai was terrified, Su Lang had already deposited all the gold coins into the system space. A total of 76,526 gold coins. Adding the remaining 74,000 gold coins, Su Lang now had more than 150,000 gold coins again. System, quickly upgrade the one-click martial arts function for me. The funds were sufficient, and Su Lang couldn't wait to issue the upgrade order. Ding! Consume 100,000 gold coins. Upgrade the one-click martial arts training function to level 5, and increase the training speed to 16 times the basic speed. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading the one-button practice function to level 5. You have obtained a new bonus function, Dual Heart, which allows you to practice 2 techniques at the same time. In an instant, a little martial artist appeared again in the mysterious black space. Dual Hearts? What a useful bonus feature. Su Lang was so happy that his eyes turned into crescent moons. Then he decided to choose the Thunder Lightning Secret as the second method to practice without hesitation. Ding! The Thunderbolt Secret was successfully placed. At the same time, the second martial artist also began to practice his skills. Su Lang asked expectantly, System, how long will it take for these 2 techniques to be upgraded? Host, the Thunder Silk technique requires 10 hours, and the Thunder Light technique requires 18 hours. Although both books are elementary Thunder attribute skills, he has always prioritized practicing the Thunder Silk skill, so the Thunder Light skill requires more practice time. 10 hours, just enough time for a nap. Su Lang raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. I wonder what expressions those martial artists who have worked so hard to practice martial arts would have if they knew about this. My lord, Yi Huai said in a flattering and awed tone. Are we going to the warehouse where other resources are stored next? At this moment, he also knew that the only way for him to have a chance of survival was to try his best to please Su Lang. Well, let's go. Please follow me, sir. Yi Huai bent down humbly and led the way carefully in front like a eunuch. Su Lang followed calmly and soon arrived at another secret library. This secret vault is filled with materials of ferocious beasts, medicinal materials, minerals, and other natural treasures. Tisk, it's worthy of being an E-level base. Su Lang clicked his tongue and said, These things alone are worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Cool. Chapter 67. Intermediate Kung, Fu 9 Elephants Stepping on the Mountain. After putting all the materials into the storage space, Su Lang looked at Yi Huai again. Sir, this is all the wealth of the tutelary fort. Yi Huai lowered his eyebrows and said amiably, Look, with so much wealth, can you spare my life? Not enough. Su Lang's eyes flashed with a sneer. I need exercises. Write down all the exercises you know. Having said that, Su Lang threw out his pen and notebook, turned around, found a chair, and sat down leisurely. Yes, I'll write it right away. Yi Huai hurriedly picked up the pen and paper and began to write tremblingly. About 20 minutes later, he finally finished writing all the exercises. Sir, please take a look. Yi Huai held up the notebook and handed it to Su Lang with great respect. Su Lang took the book and opened it. In addition to the exercises he had already practiced, there were a total of 3 exercises that he could practice. They are Yin Feng Bu, splitting sky sword technique, and 9 elephants stepping on the mountain technique, respectively. This is an intermediate bodybuilding technique, and it's an intermediate level technique that amplifies all aspects. Looking at the 9 elephants stepping on mountains technique, a hint of surprise flashed in Su Lang's eyes. Intermediate level skills. The cheapest one is worth tens of thousands of gold coins. This 9 elephants stepping on the mountain technique is better than the ordinary intermediate skills. Great! This technique will definitely bring me great benefits. Su Lang finished reading the 9 elephants stepping on the mountain art with great joy and immediately ordered, System, immediately replace the lightning art with the 9 elephants stepping on the mountain art. 1 minute later, ding! The 9 elephants stepping on the mountain art has reached the entry level. In an instant, Su Lang felt an extremely comfortable warm current flowing into his limbs. Hi, great! Su Lang took a deep breath of comfort. Yi Huai, who was standing by, noticed the special fluctuations of Su Lang's breakthrough of the 9 elephants stepping on mountains technique and was immediately stunned with horror. The 9 elephants stepping on the mountain technique, an intermediate bodybuilding technique. After his brother bought Yi Zong, he practiced for a whole year but still couldn't master the basic skills. However, this difficult technique was completed in just 1 minute in Su Lang's hands. What a terrifying insight this is. It is beyond ordinary people's imagination. While Yi Huai was horrified, Su Lang had practiced Yin Feng Bu and Lai Kong sword technique to the entry level. The whole process took less than 2 minutes. Oh my god, who on earth is this Su Lang? Yi Huai was so shocked that his mind went blank, and his gaze towards Su Lang unconsciously became more awe-inspiring and humble. It's so cool. It's worthy of being a level 5 one-click martial arts training. Su Lang stretched his body comfortably while opening the attribute panel. Anama, Su Lang. Race, human. Qualification level turbid. Realm level, intermediate warrior. Attack level, primary martial artist plus. Defense level, quasi-martial arts master. Level of physical skills, quasi-martial artist plus. Endurance level, quasi-martial artist. Mastered skills, Infinite Heart Sutra, Lightning Secret, elementary, entry level. Thunder Silk Secret, elementary, entry level. 9 elephants stepping on the mountain secret, intermediate, entry level. Sky Splitting Sword Technique, elementary, entry level. Willow Floating Sword Technique, elementary, entry level. Flower Slashing Shadow Sword Technique, elementary, entry level. Dark Wind Step, elementary, entry level. Activated System Functions, One-Click Cultivation Function, level 5. One-Click Martial Arts Function, level 5. Clone Dispatch Function, level 3. Sure enough, there are improvements in all aspects. Su Lang nodded with satisfaction and walked out of the garrison. Yi Huai did not dare to delay and immediately followed him with trepidation. After leaving the garrison, Su Lang discovered that the rescue beam of the base had been turned on by someone unknown. It probably won't be long before the Yi family's warriors will flock here. It seems like it's time to leave this place. Su Lang narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Yi Huai. My lord! Yi Huai's heart skipped a beat and his expression suddenly tensed. He knew that next, it would be his turn to be judged. Chapter 68. I spare you. Yi Huai, I promised you that I would spare your life. Su Lang said calmly. But you have done so many evil things, I won't let you go easily. Sir, don't. Yi Huai showed fear on his face and fell to his knees on the spot. I am willing to serve you, even if it means rebelling against the Yi family. Drive for me? You are not worthy. Su Lang sneered, turned around and kicked Yi Huai hard in the chest and abdomen. Bah! There was a bone-breaking sound that made one's skin tingle. Ah! My bones, my dantian! Yi Huai curled up on the ground like a blind man, jumping around, screaming miserably, his face covered with snot and tears. His dantian was destroyed. This means that his martial arts proficiency will decline rapidly, and he will no longer be able to practice. For a warrior, This is definitely a blow that is enough to make his life worse than death. Moreover, Yi Huai was arrogant and domineering, and had committed many evil things. There was no telling how many people wanted to skin him alive and eat his flesh. At this moment, Su Lang noticed that many hateful eyes were cast on Yi Huai in secret. It goes without saying that Yi Huai will be miserable without any fighting power. I spared you. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and turned to walk out of the stronghold. Soon, Yi Huai's extremely painful pleas and wails were heard behind him. Su Lang glanced at Yi Huai with his peripheral vision and saw 5 or 6 figures surrounding him. Sticks, bricks, swords, and sabers kept falling, each one more ruthless than the last. Tsk, retribution comes so quickly. Su Lang raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. No longer paying attention to Yi Huai, Su Lang left the Golden Flame Leopard stronghold. There must be many people from the Yi family rushing here now. Among these people, there are definitely many martial arts masters. Maybe all the martial arts masters of the entire Yi family have been dispatched. In this case, I will not be able to resist for the time being, but the Yi family's rear must be extremely empty. You dare to chase me? I hope you are ready to pay the price. Looking at the huge beam of light rising into the clouds behind him, Su Lang slowly revealed a hint of sneer. Then he moved and disappeared into the wilderness. The other side, a dragnet is rapidly approaching the Golden Flame Leopard stronghold in a fan shape. Quick, hurry up! We will conduct a comprehensive carpet search. We must not let Su Lang escape. The bounty has been raised to 200,000 gold coins. Whether you can make a fortune depends on this time. Those who surrounded and killed them included not only people from the Yi and Yang families, but also hundreds and thousands of warriors who came for the bounty. These people range from beginner warriors to martial arts masters. They were a huge group, searching every corner frantically using various means, vowing to find Su Lang and win the reward. Humph, Su Lang. Let's see where you can escape this time. Yi Lingfeng looked at the Golden Flame Leopard's stronghold from afar, with a hint of hatred and jealousy in his eyes. I must get your secret. In his opinion, Su Lang would definitely not be able to escape the clutches of the Yi family this time. Because this time, except for the head of the family Yi Feizhong and a part of the warriors guarding the Yi family mansion and shops, the Yi family has mobilized its entire army. In addition, there are many warriors who come for the bounty. Such a powerful lineup is only assembled when resisting a tide of ferocious beasts. And what about Su Lang? In front of him were thousands of warriors participating in the roundup, and behind him was an area of extremely ferocious D-level beasts. He is just a powerful formal warrior. Even though he is a little weird, he is still just a formal warrior after all. Escape? Where can I escape to? However, Yi Lingfeng couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. At this time, Su Lang already possessed the combat power comparable to that of a junior martial artist, and even quietly entered the D-level glazed tiger area. Roar! A glass tiger discovered Su Lang's trail, roared, and pounced on him ferociously. Kill! Su Lang waved his hand and went forward with his 2 clones. Although the Lioli tiger is a martial artist-level beast, Su Lang has 3 people on his side, and each of them has an attack level of Junior Martial Artist Plus. Therefore, after a fierce fight, Su Lang successfully killed the glazed tiger. Ding! You get 4 glazed tiger fangs, 1 glazed tiger skin, for glazed tiger claws, 12 glazed tiger meat, 1 glazed tiger whip. What the hell is a tiger whip? Su Lang smiled silently, then walked deeper into the cave. The glazed tiger area was very dangerous. Su Lang killed 4 or 5 glazed tigers along the way. Fortunately, the Lioli tigers did not travel in groups like the wind wolves. Otherwise, Su Lang would have no choice but to turn around and leave. 2 hours later, Su Lang stopped outside a cave. After a careful investigation, Su Lang found that the cave was very clean and there were no signs of ferocious beasts. This place should be safer. At least, no one from the Yi family will be able to find this place in a short period of time. Su Lang nodded with satisfaction and went into the cave. Chapter 69, Stunned Old Qian. System. How long will it take me to be promoted to a high-level warrior? Sitting on the ground, Su Lang immediately asked, how long will it take for the Thunder Silk technique to advance to the minor success level? How long will it take for the dead clone to condense? Host, you only need 8 hours to become a high-level warrior. The true secret of Lei Si can complete the promotion in just 7 hours. It will take another 16 hours for the dead clone to recondense. The system fed back all information truthfully. Time is neither long nor short. Su Lang pondered for a moment, and his eyes fell on the balance of gold coins. 51,321 coins. We still need nearly 50,000 gold coins to upgrade the clone dispatch function. Su Lang thought, if the materials stored in the storage space are sold, it should be enough. Ever since his last transaction with Lao Qian from Yinbala, he has never sold the materials he obtained afterwards. By now, the materials in the storage space have piled up into a small mountain. To sell these materials, some preparation is required. Su Lang sent a clone to him and dressed him in another outfit, also covering his face. Then he sent this clone into the city. In a shabby alley in Red Maple City, where few people go, a figure in a white robe and cloak gradually emerged. This figure is Su Lang's clone. The man in the white cloak looked around and left the alley. He first went to the slums and then came to the city hall. At this moment, the hall of the tower was under strict guard due to the interference of the Yi family, and everyone had to go through layers of inspection before entering and leaving the barrier. What's the point of strict inspection? Su Lang couldn't help but reveal a hint of sarcasm when he saw this scene. Even if you had 100 heads, you would never have thought that I could send my clone directly into the city. With a hint of contempt, Su Lang commanded his clone to swagger into the hall of the city tower and found Lao Qian of the hidden treasure tower. Hello, selling goods? Old Qian looked at Su Lang's clone, but did not ask about his identity. They, Yinbala, only do transactions and never ask about anything else. Su Lang valued this point, which is why he came to them again. A lot of stuff? Su Lang's clone nodded, turned and left, and Lao Qian hurriedly followed. The two of them walked one after the other and came to the slums in the city. Su Lang has already bought a house here and placed all the materials to be sold here. Inside, Su Lang's clone spoke a few words and opened the door. What? So many? When old Qian saw the materials piled up like a mountain in the room, he was shocked and stunned. He has been in the materials purchasing business for a long time, but this is the first time he has seen so many materials. Gulp! Lao Qian swallowed his saliva excitedly. With so much material, his commission would definitely be a huge amount. He couldn't help but look at Su Lang's clone again, and asked respectfully, You must be the leader of a hunting group, right? Yes, give me an estimate. Su Lang's clone said casually. Good. Lao Qian nodded excitedly. But there are too many of these things. I need someone to help count them. Go ahead. Su Lang's clone was still very frugal with words. Please wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Lao Qian bowed and left like a flash. Soon, old Qian, sweating profusely, returned to the slums with 4 people. Without further ado, everyone started counting the materials. After more than half an hour, all the materials were finally counted. My dear guest, these materials of yours are worth 55,456 gold coins, which is enough to make you a silver VIP guest of our hidden treasure house. Originally, we were purchasing it at a 20% discount, but as long as you become our silver VIP, we will purchase it at a 10% discount. In this case, we need to pay you 49,910 gold coins to make it a whole 50,000 gold coins. This is the silver VIP card of our Yinbala. Once you activate it with your spiritual energy, it will automatically recognize you as the owner. After becoming our VIP, you can not only enjoy a 10% discount on the purchase price, but also have the priority to purchase in our Yinbala store. As Lao Qian spoke, he took out a silver VIP card from his arms and handed it to Su Lang. He only has this membership card, and he never thought that he would be able to issue this membership card to others. Chapter 70, Grab It All. Good. Su Lang's clone nodded and activated the membership card. Here's your payment. Old Qian took out 5 medium-grade spirit stones and handed them to Su Lang's clone. He had already applied for these funds when he asked someone to help count them. Very good. Su Lang's clone nodded, turned around, and left. Looking forward to our next transaction. After completing this huge deal, Lao Qian's face almost broke from smiling. It seems that the reputation of Yinbala is indeed good. In the cave, Su Lang smiled slightly and deposited all 5 mid-grade spirit stones into the system. The gold coin balance instantly soared to a huge amount of 100,000. System, upgrade the clone dispatch function for me. The funds were in place, and Su Lang gave the order immediately without any hesitation. Ding! Consume 100,000 gold coins. Upgrade the clone dispatching function to level 4, and increase the number of clones by 1. Hey, now it's time for you to pay the price. Su Lang curled his lips, changed the attire of the three clones, and sent them all into the city. Although the Yi family mansion cannot be moved for the time being, the Yi family still has many shops. What Su Lang has to do is to snatch them all away. North of Red Maple City, the Yi family opened a very popular weapons store here. Waiter, I want to sell weapons. How much is this high-level ordinary longsword? Boss, how long will it take for my custom-made top-grade ordinary spear to be forged? At this time, the weapon shop was bustling with people coming and going. The business in the store is very good, and making a fortune every day is not enough to describe the speed at which money is made here. It can be said that this weapon store is one of the most important sources of income for the Yi family. It feels so good to sit and collect money. The shopkeeper Yi Du sat behind the bar, drinking tea comfortably and watching the guests coming and going leisurely. Just then, a guest in a white robe and cloak walked in. This man had a long sword on his waist and walked steadily. He exuded the aura of an intermediate warrior. He was one of Su Lang's clones. Welcome to the Yi family weapon shop. Yi Du stood up and said with a smile on his face. An intermediate-level warrior was already worthy of his personal reception. However, the man in the white cloak ignored his words and walked straight to the end of the store. At the end of the shop, a purple sword was placed with great care. The purple sword looks very luxurious and emits a faint spiritual fluctuation. It is an authentic spiritual weapon. When everyone in the store saw the man in the white cloak staring at the purple sword, they immediately started talking in surprise. What's wrong with this person? Does he want to buy this purple spirit sword? How is that possible? The purple spirit sword is a mid-level spiritual weapon. Even if he is a mid-level warrior, he can't afford it. Yes, the worst intermediate spiritual weapons are worth tens of thousands of gold coins, and the purple spirit sword is the best among the intermediate spiritual weapons. How could he possibly afford it? Well, this person is just satisfying his eyes. While everyone was discussing, Yi Du also came to the side of Su Lang's clone. This distinguished guest, Yi Du said with a smile. This purple spirit sword is a top-grade intermediate spirit weapon worth 30,000 gold coins. 30,000 gold coins is definitely an amount that ordinary warriors cannot afford. Yi Du directly stated the price of the purple spirit sword in order to make the person in front of him give up. However, something unexpected happened. The man in the white cloak was not frightened by the price of 30,000 gold coins. Instead, he reached out to take the purple spirit sword. This action immediately made everyone's eyes widen. Wait a minute, my dear guest. The purple spirit sword is not an ordinary weapon and cannot be played with casually. Yi Du quickly reached out and grabbed the wrist of the man in the white cloak. If you want to see weapons, you can pick any weapon in the shop except the purple spirit sword. Our Yi family weapon shop is considered one of the top weapon shops in Red Maple City. I believe you will be able to pick out the weapons you like. Pick, the man in the white cloak said in a hoarse and cold voice. No, I want them all. As soon as these words were spoken, the store suddenly fell silent and everyone was stunned. Everyone stared blankly at the man in the white cloak, as if they were looking at a stupid roe deer. After a while, people came back to their senses from their shock and looked at each other. Discussions began to spread, and the atmosphere was boiling like a frying pan. Chapter 71. It's still not too late for you to leave now. This guy must be crazy. Oh my god. The weapons in this store are worth at least 100,000 gold coins. He wants them all? There is definitely something wrong with this person's brain. I don't know how such a person could have cultivated to become a mid-level warrior. In my opinion, he might be here to mess things up. Otherwise, who would dare to do this? Making trouble? This is the Yi family's weapons store. Who dares to come and make trouble? Are you trying to kill yourself? I think this guy is just trying to show off, but he is so stupid to choose the Yi family store. He will definitely be kicked out next. Everyone was pointing and talking loudly, looking at the man in the white cloak with contempt. My dear customer, if you want all the weapons in our store, that's no problem. There was a flash of contempt in Yi Du's eyes. But the premise is that you can pay that much money. If you can't pay that much money, please get out. He simply didn't believe that the man in the white cloak in front of him could come up with so much money. Therefore, he was certain that this person was here to cause trouble. Although the other party was a mid-level warrior, Yi Du, was a member of the Yi family's main lineage and was afraid of offending a small warrior. So the first thing he said was, "Get out." Run. The man in the white cloak turned to look at Yi Du. It's not too late for you to get out now. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was even more shocked. Everyone opened their mouths wide, and their jaws almost dropped. A mere mid-level warrior actually told the shopkeeper sent by the Yi family to get out of the Yi family's shop? How dare this person get so bold? You actually asked me to get out? Yi Du showed a gloomy smile. You are determined to run wild in my Yi family's territory. Fine, very fine, come here. As soon as the roar came out, Yi family warriors immediately jumped out from the crowd. 2 of the 4 warriors were intermediate warriors. They looked at the man in the white cloak with confidence, with a hint of cruelty in their eyes. In a situation like this, even if someone is beaten to death, the law enforcement warriors of the Warrior Alliance will turn a blind eye. Who made the other party come to provoke first? Go ahead, let him know that the dignity of our Yi family is not so easy to offend. Yi Du sneered, walked outside the crowd, and looked at the man in the white robe and cloak with contempt. Yes, the 4 warriors nodded and drew their weapons. In an instant, the weapon shop was filled with a cold, murderous atmosphere. The onlookers all retreated away with a look of gloating. An intermediate warrior. He is no ordinary person. It's a great show to see such a character being humiliated. Kill! The 4 warriors shouted and rushed towards the man in the white cloak. Every shining weapon was aimed at his vital points, leaving no chance of survival. This person is dead. 4 against 1. And with such a brutal move, there is absolutely no chance of this person escaping. Seeing this scene, the same thought flashed through the minds of the onlookers at the same time. But the next moment, their thoughts were ruthlessly shattered. Suddenly, a blade light, surrounded by lightning, appeared out of thin air and instantly slashed across the necks of the 4 Yi family warriors. The 4 Yi family warriors froze, and the weapons in their hands fell weakly to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of blood spurted out from the wounds on their necks like water guns, and no matter how they covered the blood with their hands, it was useless. The pungent smell of blood soon enveloped the entire Yi family weapons shop. Everyone stared with their eyes wide in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. They simply couldn't believe that 4 Yi family warriors were actually killed by a little-known intermediate warrior with just 1 sword. Moreover, they couldn't believe that the man in white was so bold as to kill people at will in the city. This is really too rampant. Not only does he not take the Yi family seriously, he also does not take the Warrior Alliance seriously. Hurry up, this guy is definitely crazy. Go quickly, don't block my way, I don't want to be killed. Everyone came to their senses and ran outside in fear. In their opinion, the man in the white cloak had completely lost his mind. He was a madman who only knew how to kill. If he stayed there, he would definitely die a miserable death. A few seconds later, everyone except Yi Du and a few weapon refiners ran away. Chapter 72. 3 major stores were looted. You. How dare you kill someone in my Yi family shop? Do you know what the consequences are? You will die too. You lunatic. Yi Du pointed at Su Lang in horror, his whole body shaking as if he was having a seizure. However, the man in the white cloak calmly put away his sword and picked up the purple sword as if he had done something insignificant. Yi Du opened his mouth. He really wanted the man in the white cloak to put down the purple spirit sword. But at this time, all the guards in the shop were dead. How could he dare to step forward and stop them alone? And at this moment, Yi Du discovered that the man in the white robe and cloak was actually walking towards him. What do you want to do? Yi Du's pupils suddenly shrank, and a strong sense of fear rose in his heart that he could not suppress. Hand over your money and I'll spare your life. The words of the man in the white cloak were concise, but full of murderous intent. Well, Yi Du looked at the 4 horrible corpses and had no courage to resist. He nodded tremblingly. Immediately, Yi Du and several weapon refiners handed over all the wealth in the shop to the man in the white cloak with horrified expressions. Even the materials being smelted were taken out of the furnace. The man in the white cloak waved his hand, and the gold coins, weapons, and materials all disappeared out of thin air. This scene shocked Yi Du and others so much that their brains went blank. After ransacking the entire store, the man in the white robe and cloak left the store and disappeared quickly on the street. Damsulan, if it weren't for him, how could the guards in the store be withdrawn? How could I end up like this? Yi Du looked at the tragic deaths of the Yi family guards and the empty shops and felt so miserable that he could not even cry. But if he knew that the man in the white cloak was Su Lang's clone, I wonder what he would think? At this time, a series of messy footsteps were heard outside. Who dares to kill people in the city? Hand over your weapons immediately, and kneel down in surrender. A group of Alliance law enforcers dressed in black uniforms with gold trim rushed into the store. He ran away. He ran away. Yidu pointed at the street and cried, "Why did you come just now?" The robbery of the Yi family's weapons store caused a sensation in the entire Red Maple City stronghold. And the same thing happened not just once, but 3 times. The Yi family's weapons shop, the Yi family's medicine shop, and the Yi family's trading company's head office were all looted by a man in a white robe and cloak. And not a single Alliance law enforcer was caught. At this time, the man in the white cloak has become a hot topic in the city. In the Yi family mansion, "Master," that's what he said. A warrior knelt on the ground and said nervously. This person was none other than the warrior who had rushed back from the Golden Flame Leopard stronghold to report the news. "What?" "He asked me to enjoy the last of my good life." Yi Feizhong sat at the head of the table, his face full of sneers. How dare he, a mere warrior, brag so much? The warrior who reported the news knelt on the ground in fear and did not dare to answer. "Okay, get out now." Yi Feizhong sneered and waved his hand. Just then, there was a burst of hurried footsteps outside. Then, a high-level warrior rushed into the hall. "Master, it's bad." "Yilin, what's the matter?" "Yi Feizhong frowned. Yilin has always been steady. Why is he so flustered today?" Yilin knelt on the ground with a thud. "Master, the weapon shop, medicine shop, and business headquarters in our city have all been looted." "What?" Yi Feizhong stood up with a bang, his face full of shock and disbelief. The warrior who was kneeling on the ground to report the news was so shocked that his face was filled with dementia. "Yilin, do you know what you were talking about?" Yi Feizhong walked down the hall, his face filled with shock and anger. These 3 important shops are all in the city. How could they be robbed? Although he knew that Yilin would never lie, he still couldn't believe it. "Master, the house was really robbed." Yilin leaned his head to the ground and said tremblingly, "And they were robbed at the same time by 3 mysterious intermediate warriors wearing white robes and cloaks. Our 3 stores lost a total of 15 warriors, more than 500,000 gold coins in cash, and countless supplies." Chapter 73. This is the price of provoking me. Seeing Yi Lin's appearance, Yi Feizhong could no longer refuse to believe it. Someone actually dared to rob my Yi family store? Yi Feizhong's face was ashen, his eyes were red, and he exuded a terrifying, murderous aura. "Have you caught the 3 thieves?" "No." Yi Lin's voice trembled. He didn't even dare to look up at Yi Feizhong. "The main force of our Yi family has gone to search for Su Lang. The Alliance law enforcers arrived too late. When they arrived, the murderers had all run away." "Damn it! Who on earth is that?" Yi Feizhong was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot, and he gnashed his teeth. The robbery of 3 important stores not only caused significant economic losses to the Yi family, but also seriously damaged the family's reputation. The dignified Yi family had 3 important stores robbed in broad daylight and in full view of everyone. The key point is that the murderer has not been caught yet. This is simply a great shame and humiliation. Such a shameful thing has never happened in the history of the Yi family. Investigate it for me. We must catch the murderer and punish him with the most cruel punishment. At this time, Yi Feizhong was as furious as a volcano about to erupt. "But Patriarch, our main forces are outside the city." Yilin swallowed hard and asked, "Should we ask the Warrior Alliance to investigate this matter in depth?" "Warrior Alliance." Yi Feizhong suddenly thought of something. He suppressed his anger and said, "You guys step back first. I'll think about it." "Yes." Yilin and the warrior, who reported the news, bowed with a feeling of relief and left cautiously. The man in the white robe suddenly appeared and disappeared. Yi Feizhong closed his eyes in thought, and suddenly, he opened his eyes. Such a weird method, Su Lang. Yes, this was definitely done by Su Lang. That was the case at the Dark Snake stronghold before. The man in black robe and white face disappeared inexplicably. Moreover, only Su Lang could have such strange means. I originally thought he was just a nobody, but now it seems like he's extremely difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Yi Feizhong's face became so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out. At this moment, his expression suddenly changed again. "Oh no! This person dared to attack the stronghold in the city, and he will definitely dare to raid my Yi family's stronghold outside the city again. Someone come!" Yi Feizhong didn't even think twice and shouted, "Notify all bases immediately to strengthen their defenses." However, by the time he thought of this, it was already too late. Outside the city, the Yi family's 11 Red Bear Beast stronghold. In order to search for Su Lang, this stronghold dispatched a number of warriors, whose strength was at a very weak point. A man in a white robe and cloak sneaked into the stronghold and rushed straight into the garrison to loot it. Anyone who dared to stop him would be killed in half. A large number of garrison staff fled crying and shouting, and the scene was in a mess. The same thing happened in other Yi family strongholds. The strongest fighters in these strongholds are high-level warriors, who are no match for Su Lang's clones. When Yi Feizhang's order arrived, 3 full strongholds had already been looted by Su Lang. Hee, this is the price for provoking me. In the cave, Su Lang grinned coldly. Immediately, he began to excitedly count his harvest. At this time, the storage space was already filled with various items. Weapons, elixirs, natural treasures, and materials for ferocious beasts have piled up into a small mountain. Those piles of glittering gold coins and those glittering spirit stones are so dazzling that they will dazzle your eyes. Ha! Worthy of being the Yi family. They didn't let me down. Su Lang curled his lips and said excitedly, "System, deposit all of them to me." At the command, the gold coin balance skyrocketed. 100,000, 300, 000, 600, 000. The final amount of gold coins reached an unprecedented 623,547 gold coins. In addition to gold coins, the clone also plundered a large number of elixirs and weapons. Among the weapons, the best one is the intermediate spiritual weapon, the purple spirit sword. The Black Tang sword can no longer keep up with my pace. Besides, I now have more sword skills, so it's time to change weapons. Su Lang curled his lips and took out the purple spirit sword from the storage space. This purple sword has a graceful posture. The hilt and scabbard are integrated into one, and the carvings on it are like moving stars, which is quite artistic. Clang! Su Lang moved his thumb, and the sword was instantly unsheathed. Suddenly, a ball of light burst out in the cave, like a thunder. Nice sword. Su Lang stroked the sword gently with a smile on his face. After playing with the purple spirit sword for a while, Su Lang put it on his waist and excitedly looked at the pills in the storage space. Chapter 74. Crazy looting of the Yi family stronghold. An entire shop full of elixirs was looted. These pills are of various types, including those for healing, detoxification, and assisting in spiritual practice. Everything is available. There are so many medicinal pills, and there are even 5th-level medicinal pills that can assist martial artists in their training. With these pills, my cultivation speed can be increased again. It's wonderful. Su Lang's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out the best cultivation elixir from the storage space and swallowed it into his stomach like eating candy beans. In an instant, a powerful attraction emanated from Su Lang's body. This attraction is like a giant beast, madly tearing and devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. Such a speed almost tripled Su Lang's training speed. At this rate, I can break through to the advanced warrior level in just 2 hours. Su Lang couldn't help but let out a low and excited laugh. And it certainly won't take much time to break through to the peak warrior level. By then, we'll see who will surround and kill whom. But before that, let me let you feel the deep heartache again. Ha ha ha! While feeling the pleasure of his rapidly improving cultivation, Su Lang gave the order to continue looting the Yi family stronghold. Under Su Lang's dispatch, the clones continued to loot the Yi family stronghold. Even if the Yi family received Yi Feizhang's order to take strict precautions, it would be useless. Su Lang's clones can always enter the stronghold through various means and plunder it severely. As time passed, more and more Yi family strongholds were looted, and 4 out of the 5 E-level strongholds have already fallen into Su Lang's hands. In addition, 7 or 8 F-level strongholds were also affected. If the distance between the strongholds was not so far, this number would be much larger. At the same time, so many strongholds were looted, and the news could not be stopped at all, and spread throughout the city like the wind. Almost everyone knows that the Yi family has provoked a powerful force. Everyone in the city is talking about the Yi family, and there are already dozens of versions of the rumors. Combined with the various events that had happened before, there were even rumors that the Yi family was about to perish. "You bastard! I will kill you." The severe damage to his economy and reputation made Yi Feizhang furious, and he hit a servant who was trying to avoid him hard with a palm, and the servants were torn into pieces. just when Yi Feizhong was furious and the Yi family was in panic. Ding! The Sea of Cultivation is full. Do you want to break through? Break through immediately. Su Lang's eyes lit up, and he gave an order. In the next millisecond, countless spiritual energy surged in and condensed into the spiritual energy cyclone in the Dantian. At this time, the spiritual energy cyclone has become increasingly thicker, and its volume has increased by a whole circle again. The realm of a high-level warrior. Su Lang stretched his arms and legs, feeling the power in his body with an intoxicated look on his face. Without looking at the attribute panel at this time, he knew that his four-dimensional levels had all been upgraded to a higher level. With such strength, plus 3 elusive clones, he is already able to compete with the Yi family's army. But what Su Lang wants is not a fight, but a gorgeous counterattack. Just wait, my generous gift will be delivered to you soon. Su Lang threw a precious 5th-level pill into his mouth, with a cruel smile on his face. At the same time, Yi Lingfeng and others who were searching for Su Lang also learned the sad news that the Yi family strongholds had been robbed one after another. Everyone was petrified in an instant. Everyone stood there like sculptures, motionless. After a long while, everyone took a deep breath in shock. We can't go on like this. Otherwise, our Yi family's stronghold will be completely uprooted. Yi Xiaoming was so heartbroken that his face turned pale, and he immediately wanted to go back home to protect his family's stronghold. Father, we can't give up all our efforts. Yi Lingfeng weighed the pros and cons and persuaded. If we give up now, we will certainly defend the remaining strongholds, but we will also let Su Lang go. But we have searched all of them except for the D-level beast area. Yi Xiaoming said anxiously. We haven't even found Su Lang yet. Do we have to risk entering the D-level beast area to hunt him down? Chapter 75. The magnificent counterattack begins. Certainly, Yi Lingfeng said sternly. If a mere warrior like Su Lang dares to enter the D-level beast area, why shouldn't we dare? That's right. Even if Su Lang enters the D-level beast area, he won't be able to go far. Yi Tian also stepped forward and said, maybe he is in the nearest D-level beast area. We can't give up. But our stronghold. Yi Xiaoming covered his chest in pain and was so angry that he almost vomited 3 liters of blood. Father, I am heartbroken too, but we cannot be so short-sighted. Yi Lingfeng was too lazy to be polite and said directly, you know, as long as Grandpa is here, our Yi family will always be one of the 4 major forces in Red Maple City. These looted strongholds will be able to recover sooner or later, and the lost gold coins can be earned back. These losses are not fatal. Once we catch Su Lang and force him to tell us a secret, we will be able to soar to the sky and maybe even enter the main city of Blue Star. Speaking of the main city of Blue Star, Yi Lingfeng's eyes revealed an irrepressible yearning and excitement. That is the largest city on Blue Star, and it is also the place where all the elites of the entire Blue Star gather. Compared to the main city of Blue Star, the Red Maple City outpost is just a small village in the countryside. I see. Yi Xiaoming suddenly realized and said awkwardly, my son is really smart. Look at my stupid brain. I almost lost the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. There is no time to lose. Yi Lingfeng smiled and said, Father, let's search the D-level beast area now. Good. Yi Xiaoming nodded seriously and immediately gave the order. After receiving the order, many warriors, led by a martial artist, formed nearly 30 teams and began to frantically search the area for D-level ferocious beasts. The warriors who did not have the courage to enter the D-level area stayed on the periphery to prevent Su Lang from escaping. In the blink of an eye, a night passed. Su Lang had looted all of the Yi family's 5 E-level strongholds and more than 30 F-level strongholds. In addition, there was 1 E-level stronghold and 5 F-level strongholds of the Yang family, all of which were looted by Su Lang. The balance of gold coins in the mysterious space also soared to 785,846. With so many gold coins, it won't be long before I can upgrade the clone dispatching function to level 5 and obtain the permission to activate new functions. However, this is not what makes Su Lang most excited. At this moment, he was staring excitedly at the 1-button cultivation figure in the mysterious black space. Hurry up! Why are you still not satisfied? Su Lang looked at the little cultivator who was only a little bit away from turning completely golden, and his heart felt anxious as if it was being scratched by a cat's claws. At this moment, the white man finally turned completely golden. Stop talking nonsense. Break through for me. Without waiting for the system prompt to appear, Su Lang shouted excitedly. Boom! The surging spiritual energy rushed into Su Lang's body like it had encountered a black hole. The spiritual energy cyclone in Su Lang's Dantian grew stronger again, almost filling the entire Dantian space. Attribute panel. Anama, Su Lang. Race, human. Qualification level turbid. Realm level. Peak warrior. Attack level. Senior martial artist plus. Defense level. Senior martial artist. Skill level. Senior martial artist plus. Endurance level. Senior martial artist. Mastered skills. Infinite Heart Sutra, Lightning Art Elementary, Entry Level. Thunder Silk Art, Elementary, Entry Level. 9 Elephant Stepping on the Mountain Art, Intermediate, Entry Level. Flying Flower Shadow Slashing Sword, Elementary, Entry Level. White Feather Footwork, Elementary, Entry Level. Floating Willow Sword Technique, Elementary, Entry Level. Sky Splitting Sword Technique, Elementary, Entry Level. Some skills have been omitted. Activated System Functions. One-click cultivation function, level 5. One-click martial arts function, level 5. Clone dispatch function, level 4. High-level martial artist plus. Su Lang's mouth slowly formed a devilish smile. The gorgeous counterattack has begun. He was not idle at all that night. He had already sent his clones to search the area within a radius of dozens of miles. Now he can send his clone to anywhere in the area with just a thought. Not only that, Su Lang also figured out the deployment of the Yi family's army, which made him laugh secretly. It was right for Yi Lingfeng and others to divide the large group into small teams because they were going to deal with Su Lang, who was close to being a junior martial artist. But they never expected that in just one night, Su Lang's combat power soared to the level of advanced martial artist plus. In this situation, if Yi Lingfeng and others separated their own forces, they would be courting their own destruction. Send the clones, kill them. At a command, Su Lang sent 3 clones to different places and began to hunt for traces of the Yi family team. Chapter 76. Wherever the sword passes, it is invincible. In the Liuliu area, in a mountain stream, a team of warriors were taking a rest, and the leading junior warrior even had 2 beautiful female warriors giving him a close massage. Suddenly, the junior martial artist's ears twitched and his face became alert. My lord, what's wrong? The 2 beauties asked in surprise. It seems nothing. The junior martial artist frowned, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. But just when he wanted to close his eyes and continue to enjoy the massage from the beautiful warrior, he suddenly saw a white afterimage. Not good. The junior martial artist's hair stood on end, and he tried to stand up on the spot. But it's too late. A sharp sword instantly slashed across his neck. The boss is dead. When the warriors saw this scene, they were so frightened that they almost died, peed and shit, and ran away in all directions like crazy. Even junior martial artists died in unclear circumstances. How could they not be afraid? The junior martial artist covered his neck in disbelief, blood foaming from his mouth. His eyes grew dimmer and dimmer, and finally disappeared completely. Such a high and mighty martial artist died without any chance to fight back. In fact, he didn't even get a clear look at the enemy until his death. In the Liuliu area, in a mountain forest, an intermediate martial artist was leading 10 warriors to search the surroundings carefully. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from not far away. Everyone was shocked and drew their weapons. Then they saw a man in a white robe and cloak holding a sword emerging from the woods. It's the man in the white cloak. I actually met you here. Great, we are rich. Everyone's eyes widened, unable to conceal the surprise on their faces. At this point, they already knew that there was a close relationship between the man in the white robe and Su Lang. Once the man in the white cloak is caught, it means that we are close to finding an important clue. Therefore, when everyone saw the man in the white robe and cloak, it seemed as if they saw shining gold coins waving at them. Go! Catch him alive! The intermediate martial artist was overjoyed and rushed forward immediately. The other warriors were not willing to be left behind and surrounded and attacked with wild laughter. The man in the white cloak stood there motionless, and everyone laughed at him, thinking that he was scared silly. But the next scene made their sneers freeze on their faces in an instant. The man in the white cloak drew his sword and swung it. A dazzling sword light flashed, and the intermediate martial artist was actually cut into 2 pieces. It hurts. The intermediate martial artist who was cut in half is not dead yet. He was twitching in pain, crying and wailing, his face distorted beyond all recognition. How? How is this possible? A top warrior was so frightened that his scalp was about to explode. This man in white robe only exudes the energy of a top warrior. How could he defeat Lord Tian, and with just one sword? Why do you care so much? Run away. A high-level warrior yelled and ran away desperately, not even daring to pick up his fallen shoes. Yes, run away. Mad. You stepped on my foot. The other warriors fled in all directions without even a second thought. The man in the white cloak did not chase after these warriors, but stood where he was and gradually faded away. The same scene keeps happening everywhere. Wherever the sword passes, it is invincible and no martial artist can escape. In just a short period of time, 8 martial artists died at the hands of Su Lang. TSK. These martial artists are so fat. In the cave, Su Lang looked at the newly acquired spoils and kept clicking his tongue. The 8 martial artists brought him a total of 10 mid-grade spirit stones. This is the result of those martial artists going into battle lightly equipped. Otherwise, Su Lang's gains would have been at least several times greater. In addition, there are also many elixirs and weapons. Especially the weapons. Most of those martial artists were holding primary spiritual weapons, and Su Lang obtained 6 of them. Come on, brothers, it's time to trade your muskets for cannons. Su Lang selected 3 of the best primary spiritual swords and passed them to his clone. The clones with primary spiritual weapons became stronger again, and all those below the intermediate martial artists were killed with one sword. Even a few high-level martial artists could not resist many moves and finally died in despair under the sword of Su Lang's clone. Chapter 77. Of course it's me. Just when Su Lang sent his clones to frantically hunt down the Yi family team, Yi Lingfeng was meeting up with important people including Yi Xiangming, Yi Tian, Yi Ji, and Yang Tianrui. Due to the lack of communication means, they did not know at this time that their martial artists were being sniped by Su Lang. The surrounding D-level beast areas have been searched completely. Yi Tian analyzed. Only the Liuliu area has not been searched yet. I estimate that we are not far from finding Su Lang. Unless he dares to enter the sea-level area. Yi Lingfeng sneered. But how is that possible? I don't believe he dares to go to the sea-level area to die. Yes, Su Lang is definitely in the Liuliu area. Yi Xiaoming said excitedly. We are going to catch him. Our Yi family is going to rise. Ha 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 ha. Yi Lingfeng laughed wildly towards the sky, as if he also saw the Yi family's crazy rise and becoming a top family. Master Yi Lingfeng. At this moment, a junior martial artist suddenly rushed over in panic. Didn't I tell you not to interrupt us when we're discussing? Yi Lingfeng looked at the junior martial artist who rushed over with a cold expression, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Although he was only a peak warrior, as the most talented person in the Yi family and the future heir of the Yi family, he did not take a mere junior martial artist seriously. Master Yi, something terrible is happening. The junior martial artist said with sweat on his forehead. We encountered several teams of martial artists, and they all said that their team leaders were killed. What? Yi Lingfeng's pupils shrank instantly. Tell me more carefully. How many martial artists died, and who is the murderer? The murderer is the man in the white cloak. The junior martial artist took a deep breath and said, As for the martial artists who were lost, the ones I know of include the leader of the Flying Fish Hunting Group, the leader of the Chuanshan Hunting Group, and the leader of the Black Wind Hunting Group. We actually lost 3 martial artists. It was all done by the people in white robes and cloaks. Aren't those people intermediate martial artists? Yi Xiangming shouted in disbelief. Did you make a mistake? Not only Yi Xiangming, but also Yi Lingfeng and others all felt a sense of absurdity and unreality. Absolutely true. The junior martial artist shook his head, his face full of fear. It is said that all 3 of them were killed with one sword. Kill with one sword? Yi Lingfeng laughed instead of getting angry when he heard this. Do you know how much strength is needed to kill a junior martial artist with one sword? At least the combat power of a high-level martial artist is required. Could those people in white robes and cloaks be so powerful? I suspect you were a spy sent by the Martial Arts Alliance, or the Bao, or you families. To disrupt our plans? Tell me, are you a spy? I'm not a spy. The junior martial artist shook his head with tears in his eyes. Snort. Yi Lingfeng snorted coldly. If you don't tell me now, it will be too late later. At this moment, a terrified warrior from the Yi family suddenly ran over. Master Tian, and was killed. The Yi family warrior rushed over and knelt on the ground. His eyes were full of fear, as if he had just escaped from the gates of hell. What did you say? Tian Angxing was killed. Yi Lingfeng and the others were instantly struck by lightning and were stunned. We encountered a man in a white cloak and wanted to capture him, the Yi family warrior said with a sad face. But I didn't expect that the man in the white robe and cloak would cut Lord Tian in half with just one sword. No, this is impossible. Yi Lingfeng's eyes widened, bloodshot. Kaching Tian is a person who has touched the edge of a high-level martial artist. How could he be killed by a sword? How could those people in white robes and cloaks do that? This can't be true. Tell me, are the people from the Martial Arts Alliance and the Bao and you families involved? Is that right? No. A faint voice answered his question. Who did this then? Yi Lingfeng turned around suddenly, his hair spread out, looking like a madman. Of course it's me. Su Lang pushed aside the leaves and walked out with a faint sneer. Chapter 78 is so wonderful. It's you, Su Lang. The moment Yi Lingfeng saw Su Lang, his eyes almost popped out. Yi Xiangming and others stared as if they had seen a ghost, totally unable to believe what they were seeing. Yeah, that's me. Su Lang smiled calmly. It was me who killed all the martial artists who surrounded me. Yi Lingfeng, I have to thank you for giving me the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Otherwise, with dozens of you martial artists gathered together, it would be difficult for me to take action. Kill them all? That's impossible. Yi Lingfeng's eyes were red with anger. Even if you have broken through to the peak level of martial artist, you can never kill more than 20 of US martial artists. Yeah, Su Lang curled his lips. Then I'll give you a chance. Let your subordinates go find those martial artists. 'Tis pretending. Yi Lingfeng came back to his senses from his shock and snorted coldly. If you said you killed some of our martial artists, I would believe it. But you don't think before you speak. Apart from the 5 martial artists here, there are a total of 26 martial artists outside. How can you kill them all in such a short time? Even if you ask a general to come, he will never be able to do this. You are exaggerating. Yes, I was almost fooled by you, little bastard. Yi Xiaoming took a step forward and stared at Su Lang with disdain. It's a pity that none of us were brought up to be scared. Su Lang, you are too clever for your own good. Humph, Su Lang, your subordinates must be entangled by our martial artists now. Yi Lingfeng regained his superior demeanor. You are just a peak warrior. No matter how strong you are, how can you defeat the 5 of us martial artists? I have seen people who are arrogant, but I have never seen anyone as arrogant as you. Now, where are you going to escape to? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiangming, Yi Tian, Yi Ji, Yang Tianrui, and the junior martial artist immediately moved and surrounded Su Lang. At the same time, other warriors also formed a circle on the periphery, and a few of them quietly left, preparing to call for reinforcements. Whispering sound, Su Lang looked around at everyone, sneered and shook his head. Laugh! Yi Lingfeng raised his chin in disdain. You are smiling on the surface, but you must be very scared inside, right? Ha, don't be afraid. Yi Lingfeng, like most is geniuses like you. As long as you hand over the secret that allows you to transform from an ordinary person into a top warrior in just 3 days, I promise that you will have a place in the future Yi family. By then, our Yi family will be prosperous, and you, Su Lang, will be able to stand at the top of the pyramid, with wealth, power, and beauty at your fingertips. Isn't that wonderful? But if you don't plan to give up your secrets, I'm sorry. Yi Lingfeng, will let you experience the one-stop service of 12 tortures, and then you will be unable to live or die. I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. You can choose to enjoy a wonderful life, or live a life worse than death. Ha ha ha, that's really brilliant. Su Lang laughed out loud and even clapped. Make your decision. Yi Lingfeng looked at Su Lang with contempt. I'm going to start counting. In his eyes, Su Lang had become a lamb to be slaughtered. And he, Yi Lingfeng, is the man holding the knife, and he will eventually pry the unparalleled secret out of Su Lang's mouth. Yi Lingfeng, why are you so mysteriously confident? Just based on your own conjecture. The smile on Su Lang's face gradually turned cold. Why? Don't you know how to look behind you to see who is surrounding him? When these words were spoken, Yi Lingfeng and others were stunned. Then, Yi Lingfeng laughed. Su Lang, do you think you can escape once we turn around and take a look? Come on, everyone look back with me. I want to see if you, Su Lang, can escape right under my nose, ha ha. While laughing, Yi Lingfeng turned his head first, and the others also looked back with sarcasm on their faces. The next moment, Yi Lingfeng's laughter stopped abruptly, like a goose whose neck was pinched. The sarcastic expressions of Yi Xiangming, Yi Tian, and others suddenly froze. Outside the crowd, 3 men in white robes and cloaks were seen occupying 3 directions respectively. They held blood-stained swords in their hands and exuded a terrifying, murderous aura. Chapter 79. No one can leave today. It was the man in the white cloak who killed Master Tianan. 3. How could there be 3? We're done for. We're dead. The warrior who had come to report the news was trembling all over. His voice was hoarse and desperate. The scene of the man in white cloak killing Tian and with 1 sword caused too much shock to this warrior. When he saw the man in the white cloak, he was like a frightened bird and lost all his composure in an instant. Gulp! Yi Lingfeng swallowed hard and murmured tremblingly. How is this possible? How did they appear here? Could it be that all those martial artists were really killed by them? No, this can't be true. That sword, the spiritual weapon of the leader of the lion hunting group. Yi Tian's eyes suddenly focused, and he stared at the long sword in the hand of one of the men in white robes. And the sword of the president of the Redstone Chamber of Commerce. Yi Ji also said in disbelief, President Hongshi is a high-level martial artist. Could he be dead too? What? Yi Lingfeng's face was stiff, and his eyes showed disbelief. He knew that those martial artists might have really been killed, just as Su Lang said. However, he couldn't accept such a bizarre thing from the bottom of his heart. More than 20 martial artists, what a terrifying force. How could they all be killed by a nobody who had just climbed up from the bottom a few days ago? This is simply a fantasy. At this time, the extremely frightened warrior could not bear the pressure and ran towards the outside like crazy. Sizzle! A flash of sword light passed by, and the fleeing warrior was instantly separated from his head and body. The headless corpse staggered a few steps before falling weakly, and the blood spurting out of the broken neck instantly dyed the soil red. Hiss! The glaring red color made Yi Lingfeng and others shudder. The next moment, walk! With a loud roar, Yi Lingfeng fled to the outside without hesitation. No secrets matter now, as life is the most important. Quick, protect Lingfeng and leave. Yi Tian and the others shouted in a low voice, surrounded Yi Lingfeng, and rushed out. Yi Lingfeng is an extremely talented person with top-notch qualifications. He is the person in the Yi family who has the greatest hope of becoming a martial artist or even a martial arts commander, so everyone is protecting him. No one can leave today. Su Lang's indifferent and cold voice was heard, and the murderous aura in it was chilling. Then he stepped forward and chased after him like the wind. 3 white-robed clones also surrounded and killed him with spiritual weapons in hand. My son, go! Yi Xiaoming turned around, drew his sword, and slashed at Su Lang angrily. Split the sky, the 9th sword. Su Lang flipped his wrist, and the purple spirit sword flew out of the sea like a blue dragon, instantly piercing Yi Xiaoming's heart. Father! When Yi Lingfeng saw this scene, his eyes turned bloodshot, and his eyes were red with anger. However, despite his grief, he did not slow down at all and fled away quickly. You all must die. No one can escape. Su Lang kicked Yi Xiaoming's body away and chased after him with a sneer. A thrilling chase begins. Warriors were constantly being caught up and killed. Their cries of pain spread throughout the forest and blood flowed all the way. When all the warriors are killed, it is the turn of the martial artist. The first person to be killed was the junior martial artist who came to report the news. He was no match for Su Lang and was killed with just 1 sword. Yang Tianrui, I order you to turn back and stop the enemy. Seeing Su Lang and his 4 men coming up to kill them ferociously, Yi Lingfeng immediately ordered Yang Tianrui to cover their retreat without hesitation. Master Yi, Although Yang Tianrui is the head of the Yang family, he is only an intermediate martial artist. After seeing Su Lang's powerful fighting ability, how could he be willing to turn back? Come on, think about your family. Seeing Su Lang getting closer, Yi Lingfeng suddenly felt frightened. Yang Tianrui let out a low roar of extreme frustration, then turned around and faced Su Lang, who was chasing him rapidly. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. That's why I ended up in this situation. With endless hatred, Yang Tianrui rushed forward with a sword in hand and gritted teeth. Next second, swords flashed and human figures intersected. Yang Tianrui's body fell weakly, but Su Lang's moving forward was not affected at all. Chapter 80, Where are you going to escape to? Yang Tianrui. When Yi Lingfeng and the other 2 saw Yang Tianrui die tragically in an instant, They were immediately terrified and turned pale. He's a mid-level martial artist, but he couldn't even stop it for a moment. Su Lang is too strong, too terrifying. At this moment, 3 white shadows surpassed Yi Lingfeng and the other 2 and blocked their way. Kill! Yi Tian and Yi Ji drew their swords and attacked without hesitation. But the 2 of them were only junior and intermediate martial artists, so how could they be a match for Su Lang's 3 clones? After one move, blood splattered into the sky. Yi Tian's head and body were separated, and Yi Ji was split into 2. The nauseating smell of blood filled the air. No! Yi Lingfeng stood there in horror, crying until his voice became hoarse. Where are you going to escape to? Su Lang walked slowly to Yi Lingfeng and repeated what he had said. You don't come over here. Yi Lingfeng was so frightened that he staggered backwards and bumped into Su Lang's white-robed clone again. Ah! Feeling the touch coming from behind, Yi Lingfeng was so frightened that he quickly dodged to the side. Then, he found another man in a white robe and cloak in front of him. At this moment, it seemed that Su Lang and the man in the white robe and cloak were everywhere in the sky and on the ground. What to do? Yi Lingfeng moved his lips, murmured in despair, and then sat down on the ground. Yi Lingfeng, you're not struggling anymore? Su Lang raised the corner of his mouth, outlining a hint of murderous intent. You mentioned lynching, skinning, beheading, and quartering. I remember it clearly. Now choose one. No, don't. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. In the face of death, Yi Lingfeng was terrified. He trembled all over, put aside all his arrogance and dignity, and knelt down to Su Lang in great shame and begged for mercy. Forgive you, Su Lang sneered. Put yourself in my shoes. If I were caught by you, would you let me go? You should know that ever since your Yi family killed my parents and tried to kill me, I have been fighting you till death. Lord Su. Yi Lingfeng's face was filled with fear, and he defended himself with trembling lips. That has nothing to do with me. It was my grandfather who ordered your parents to go to the D-level area, and it was my 6th brother who wanted to kill you. I really had no involvement. I didn't participate in these 2 incidents. So what about the siege this time? Su Lang snorted coldly. You led so many people to surround and kill me, and you still expect me to let you go. This is also my grandfather's order. Master Su, I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have coveted your secret. I shouldn't have brought people to kill you. Master Su, you are the star in the sky. You are the sun in the sky. Please be maggot-free and spare me. A maggot in the cesspool. You can ask for anything you want, anything I have, except my life. I only ask you to spare my life. Yi Lingfeng had disheveled hair and kowtowed to Su Lang like a madman. He looked even more miserable than an orphan who sold himself to bury his father. Except for life? After hearing Yi Lingfeng's words, Su Lang revealed a strange smile. Yes, yes, yes. Anything you want. Yi Lingfeng was so frightened that he didn't pay any attention to Su Lang's expression and nodded like a rattle. Okay, I'm moved. Su Lang put away the purple spirit sword with a smile on his face, and his 3 clones also put away their weapons at the same time. Thank you, Lord Su. Thank you, Lord Su. Yi Lingfeng's face showed ecstasy of surviving the disaster, and he kowtowed a few more times in a hurry. Listen carefully, this is what I want. Su Lang curled his lips and said with a smile. First of all, as the most important descendant of the Yi family, you must know all the Yi family's skills. I want these skills. No problem, Master Su. I know all the techniques in my family. Yi Lingfeng nodded immediately, as if he couldn't wait to tell the master the technique in order to save his life. Don't worry. Su Lang threw out a few notebooks and pens calmly. Write slowly. Don't miss a word. Otherwise, I don't know how miserable your end will be. Don't worry, Master Su. Yi Lingfeng nodded and bowed like a dog. I can recite the Yi family skills by heart, and I will never miss a word. As he spoke, he lay on the ground and wrote furiously. Next, my second condition. Su Lang looked down at Yi Lingfeng. You have to give me 5 million gold coins to buy my life. Chapter 81. Dispatching a level 5 clone. 5 million. Yi Lingfeng was so shocked that he almost couldn't hold the pen properly. How? Su Lang frowned. Could it be that the Yi family, as great as it is, can't even come up with 5 million gold coins? I looted 500,000 to 600,000 gold coins from just a few of your shops. Although those are your more important stores, they shouldn't take up most of your Yi family's wealth, right? Master Su, that being said, I really don't have 5 million gold coins. Yi Lingfeng had a sad face. Unless, unless we borrow from the other three major forces or sell off our assets, we can raise so many gold coins. It would be great if we could gather all the funds. No matter what method you use, I want 5 million gold coins otherwise. A trace of cold, murderous intent flashed across Su Lang's eyes. You can only die. No, don't kill me. Yi Lingfeng was shaking all over, sweating profusely. I am the future of the Yi family. My grandfather will redeem me. Write a letter in blood. Su Lang said indifferently. I will hand it over to your grandfather personally. Whether he lives or dies depends on whether your grandfather gives you money. Yes, yes. Yi Lingfeng bit his finger tremblingly and began to write in blood. Just at this moment. Ding! The Thunder Silk technique has reached the minor success level. The wonderful system prompt surprised Su Lang. I don't know how much my attributes can be improved by the Lightning Silk technique at the minor success level. With a hint of expectation, Su Lang opened the attribute panel. Name, Su Lang. Race, human. Qualification level turbid. Realm level. Peak warrior. Attack level. Peak martial master plus. Defense level. Senior martial artist. Skill level. Senior martial artist plus. Endurance level. Senior martial artist. Mastered skills. Infinite Heart Sutra. Thunder Silk skill. Elementary minor. Thunderlight skill. Elementary entry level. 9 Elephant Stepping on the Mountain skill. Intermediate entry level. Flying Flower Slashing Shadow Sword. Elementary entry level. White Feather Footwork. Elementary entry level. Floating Willow Sword skill. Elementary entry level. Sky Splitting Sword skill. Elementary entry level. Some skills have been omitted. Activated system functions. One-click cultivation function, level 5. One-click martial arts function, level 5. Clone dispatch function, level 4. It's worthy of being called an attribute technique. Su Lang raised his lips and smiled. At the martial artist level, you can directly improve your combat power by one small realm. The combat power of the peak martial artist level does not exceed 2 hands in the entire Red Maple City stronghold. It can be said that Su Lang is now standing above the hundreds of thousands of people in Hongfeng City. With the help of the system, it won't be long before those quasi-generals and the 4 great generals of Red Maple City will be left behind by him. After imagining a bright future, Su Lang turned his attention to the storage space. From the beginning of the counterattack to now, a total of 31 martial artists have been killed by Su Lang. This brought him extremely rich spoils. Look, the number of mid-grade spirit stones alone has exceeded 20, and there are even more low-grade spirit stones and gold coins. With so many gold coins, I think it's enough to upgrade the clone dispatching function. Su Lang gave an order with great excitement. System, quick, deposit everything to me. In the mysterious space, the numbers behind the gold coin icon immediately began to soar. 1 second later, the amount exceeded 1 million. Sure enough, there are 1 million gold coins. Su Lang's eyes lit up. Immediately upgrade the clone dispatch function. Ding! Consume 1 million gold coins. Upgrade the clone dispatching function to level 5 and increase the number of clones by 1. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading your clone dispatching function to level 5. You have gained the additional abilities Perfect Possession and Devour Clone. When using Perfect Possession, you can attach all your thoughts to the clone and control it most perfectly, just like using your own body. When using Devour Clone, you can choose to devour a certain number of clones, which will greatly increase your combat power within half an hour. The devoured clones will enter a cooling time. Ding! Host, congratulations on upgrading the first 3 functions to level 5. You have obtained the activation rights for the new function. It only costs 100 gold coins to activate it. The continuous system prompts made Su Lang so excited that he gasped. The benefits of this upgrade are terrifyingly huge, even bigger than when the clone dispatch function was just activated, especially the ability of devouring clones, which makes Su Lang's cross-level combat ability explode. This is much greater than the combat power increased by adding a clone. This is awesome, and there's a 4th feature waiting for me to activate. Su Lang's heart was beating with excitement. I don't know how abnormal the new function will be. System, activate the new function for me immediately. Chapter 82 New Function. One-click treasure hunt. Ding! Consume 100 gold coins. The one-click treasure hunting function has been activated. Ding! The one-click treasure hunting function is currently at level 1. You can send 2 treasure hunting flying gliders out to hunt for treasure. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the bonus abilities, Treasure Sense, and Perfect Collection. You can detect and identify all treasures and collect them without loss. The treasure-hunting flying glider also possesses the abilities of treasure perception and perfect collection, and has a super strong ability to save its life. However, if the treasure-hunting flying glider encounters an enemy that is too strong, it will also die. It will take 2 hours for it to regroup after death. The dispatching method and treasure hunting range of the treasure-hunting flying glider are the same as those of the clone, and the areas explored by both can be dispatched again. The system's description of the fourth function made Su Lang freeze in place. After a moment, a look of intense ecstasy appeared on his face. Wow! Treasure hunt with one click. An astonishing light flashed from Su Lang's eyes. Even though this function does not directly improve combat power, its perversion is just as great. What is the most important thing for a warrior to practice? It's nothing more than qualifications, skills, and resources. Resources refer to spiritual energy and various natural treasures. Not to mention spiritual energy, there is no warrior who doesn't want these natural treasures. However, it is too difficult to collect rare treasures. First of all, the location of natural treasures is uncertain, and they are hidden very deeply. Finding a natural treasure depends entirely on luck. Secondly, many natural treasures are guarded by ferocious beasts or are monopolized by the strong. It is difficult to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, and one must have great strength. In addition, many natural treasures have unique collection methods. Otherwise, they will be directly damaged, making it even more difficult to obtain natural treasures. But now, this difficult thing has become very simple for Su Lang. With a one-click treasure hunting function, you don't need to learn the collection method hard, spend a lot of money to buy treasure information, go deep into the wilderness, and take risks with powerful enemies. Su Lang only needs to sit at home, drinking tea happily, and he can harvest all kinds of natural treasures endlessly. Moreover, if the treasure-hunting flying glider finds a mineral vein or something, it will be rich. In short, with a one-click treasure-hunting function, Su Lang can easily collect natural treasures. Then keep the useful ones and sell the useless ones. And when you have enough money, upgrade the system functions. If this continues, Su Lang's strength will become stronger and stronger like a snowball. Quick, upgrade the one-click treasure hunting function for me, and keep upgrading it until you don't have enough money. Although he spent 1 million gold coins, there was still some balance left, so Su Lang chose the upgrade function without hesitation. Ding! Consume 1,000 gold coins, upgrade the one-click treasure hunting function to level 2, and increase the number of treasure hunting flying gliders to 4. Ding! Consume 10,000 gold coins, upgrade the one-click treasure hunting function to level 3, and increase the number of treasure hunting flying gliders to 8. System prompts kept coming, and the one-click treasure hunting function was directly upgraded to level 3. The number is actually growing exponentially. For a moment, Su Lang's eyes widened in surprise. In this way, when the one-click treasure hunting function is upgraded to the advanced level, he will be able to own dozens, hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of treasure hunting flying gliders. By then, wouldn't the extremely precious natural treasures be able to flood into the storage space like a flood? It's exciting just to think about it. Hee babies, here I come. Su Lang rubbed his hands excitedly and sent out all 8 treasure-hunting flying gliders. Yi Lingfeng, who had finished writing the blood letter and started writing the martial arts method, didn't know why Su Lang was so strange. But he didn't dare to ask, so he could only continue to study hard. D-level Flame Fox area. This ferocious beast area is right next to the glazed tiger area and has been thoroughly explored by Su Lang's clones. At this time, in a valley, a red fire fox was staring at a small tree intently. This small tree is only a dozen centimeters tall, but it bears a white fruit as big as a baby's fist. At this time, the white fruit is turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the flame fox saw this scene, it immediately showed a greedy look. But at this moment, a treasure-hunting flying glider with white fur and golden stripes fell from the sky. There are fleshy membranes between its limbs, which when open form 2 wings, which are strange and beautiful. Moreover, its speed was extremely fast, and it flew past the flame fox almost like lightning. The flame fox was stunned for a moment, and suddenly found that the white fruit in front of it had disappeared. Chapter 83. Making money faster than minting gold coins. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The flame fox suddenly became angry. This is the treasure it has been guarding for 5 days and 5 nights. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its claws and fangs were bared, and it was determined to find the guy who stole its treasure. But the treasure-hunting flying glider had already escaped, and it followed the scent but lost it in less than a few dozen meters. The other side. Ding! You get one white flame fruit. The system prompted, and a fruit with a white background and red stripes appeared out of thin air in the storage space. Su Lang immediately took out the rare treasures found by the first treasure-hunting flying stork from the storage space. White flame fruit. Su Lang showed joy on his face, his eyes shining. The main ingredient for refining the 6th-level white flame body refining pill. This is a 6th-level elixir, a precious elixir that only martial artists are qualified to take. Even the lowest level 6th grade elixir is worth at least 5,000 gold coins. The more precious 6th level elixir, Baiyin Body Refining Pill, is worth at least 10,000 gold coins. As the main ingredient of the Baiyin Body Refining Pill, this intact Baiyin fruit is worth 5,000 gold coins. This is absolutely a number that is hard for ordinary people to believe. Just then, ding, you get one green fruit. Su Lang's expression changed. He took it out and took a look. It turned out to be another main ingredient of the 6th level elixir, Qinghua Qi Gathering Pill. Ding! You get Luoxin Grass *1. Ding! You get 2 golden manganese stones. Ding! You get... There was a steady stream of system prompts, almost becoming one continuous stream. What the hell? Su Lang couldn't help but exclaim. In a short period of time, he obtained rare treasures worth tens of thousands of gold coins. However, after a series of gains, there was a certain period of blankness. Su Lang expressed his understanding. After all, natural treasures are not cheap. Besides, it takes time for the treasure-hunting flying glider to travel and search for treasure. Of course, even so, Su Lang's speed in making money is still terrifying. At least, there is no shortage of hundreds of thousands of gold coins a day, which is even faster than making money by printing money. Ah, that feels so good. Su Lang couldn't help but let out an excited laugh. This way, there will be a stable source of funds for upgrading system functions. Lord Su. At this time, Yi Lingfeng, who was concentrating on writing, raised his head and called out cautiously. Of course, he noticed Su Lang's abnormal behavior, but now he could only pretend not to see it. He even wanted to seal his eyes and mouth, so as to avoid knowing too much and being killed by Su Lang's sword. Finished. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Lingfeng. Yes, yes. Yi Lingfeng nodded tremblingly, then handed the notebook and the blood letter to Su Lang with trembling hands. Su Lang directly put the blood book into the storage space, opened the martial arts book, and started reading. Yi Lingfeng handed in a lot of martial arts techniques. Excluding those he had already learned, there were a total of 5 martial arts techniques. Moreover, these 5 skills are not simple at all. They are 3 intermediate bodybuilding skills, 1 elementary thunder attribute skill, and 1 advanced weapon skill. The 3 intermediate bodybuilding exercises are Beijia bodybuilding technique, Yunyan Chansi step, and Mianwu bodybuilding technique. These 3 skills specifically enhance defense, physical skills, and endurance respectively, with the improvements being extremely significant. The advanced weapon technique is a sword technique with a name of just 2 words, soul chasing. The last basic thunder-attributed technique is called the True Art of Thunder Gang, which is a technique that comes from the same source as the True Art of Thunder Silk and the True Art of Thunder Light. TSK, these are all good stuff. Su Lang kept clicking his tongue, and then immediately replaced the True Art of Thunder Silk with the True Art of Thunder Gang. At the same time, the True Art of Thunder Light was also replaced by the Cloud and Smoke Silk Step. Less than half a minute. Ding! The Cloud and Mist Silk Step has reached the entry level. A wave of power quietly emanated from Su Lang, and Yi Lingfeng on the side was stunned. And just when Yi Lingfeng was extremely shocked, ding! The Thunder Gang True Art has reached the entry level. Boo! Su Lang's whole body shook slightly, and a larger wave of power fluctuations came out. Even in a flash, there were flashes of lightning in the air. The True Art of Thunder Gang? You have already mastered it? Yi Lingfeng was so surprised that his jaw dropped. How is this possible? It took me 2 years to master this skill. However, something even more shocking happened to him. From time to time, Su Lang emitted strange vibrations that indicated that he was beginning to learn the basic techniques. In the blink of an eye, he had mastered all 5 techniques. Chapter 84. Breaking into the Yi family alone. This can't be true. Although Yi Lingfeng had heard such incredible things from Yang Shen a long time ago, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he still felt that his cognition was overturned. It's incredible that he mastered the 5 sets of martial arts in such a short time. Even the extremely powerful Wu Shuai can't do this. Just when Yi Lingfeng was shocked to the point of doubting his life, Su Lang raised the corner of his mouth and opened the attribute panel. Name, Su Lang. Race, human. Qualification level turbid. Realm level, peak warrior. Attack level, primary general. Defense level, peak martial master plus. Level of physical skills, quasi-military general. Endurance level, peak martial master plus. Mastered skills, infinite heart sutra, thunder silk secret, elementary minor. Thunder light secret, elementary beginner. Thunder gang secret, elementary beginner. Soul chaser, advanced beginner. Tyrant armor body forging technique, intermediate beginner. Cloud and mist silk step, intermediate beginner. Miemu body forging technique, intermediate beginner. 9 elephants stepping on the mountain technique, intermediate beginner. Some exercises have been omitted. Activated system functions. 1-click cultivation function, level 5. 1-click martial arts function, level 5. Clone dispatch function, level 5. 1-click treasure hunting function, level 3. He actually reached the junior military commander level. Even though Su Lang could clearly feel the extremely powerful energy in his body, he couldn't help but get excited when he saw the attack level of the junior general level. Military general. There are only 4 in the entire Red Maple stronghold. Moreover, if he were placed in other large strongholds, he would also be a person of high status. However, after a moment, Su Lang looked up at the sky and smiled faintly. The military commander level is a destination that almost 99.9% of warriors will never reach in their lifetime. But for him, this was just the starting point. Above the military generals, there are military commanders, military kings, and even more powerful realms. Those are the goals that should be pursued. Of course, no matter what, the road you take is the most important. Withdrawing his gaze from the distance, Su Lang took out Yi Lingfeng's blood letter. The blood letter was filled with Yi Lingfeng's words, begging Yi Feizhong to pay the ransom to save him, and it was filled with deep fear and despair. Please pray that Yi Feizhong will pay enough attention to you. Su Lang sneered and glanced at Yi Lingfeng, who looked pale, and then sent out a clone. In Red Maple City, in a dark alley near the Yi family mansion, the figure of a man in a white robe and cloak slowly gathered. Then, the man in the white cloak shook all over. An array of divine light gathered in his eyes. Obviously, Su Lang used perfect possession to control this clone. This feeling is completely different from before. Su Lang stretched his clone's body and murmured smoothly. In the past, he couldn't control his clone so easily. In order to make the clone take action, he had to give instructions one by one, and he spoke stutteringly. And now, Su Lang feels that this clone is just like his original body and can do whatever he wants. It's worthy of being called a system. Every ability is extremely useful. Su Lang smiled, then walked towards the Yi family residence. The Yi family has always been very powerful, and recently there have been a lot of major events. Yi Feizhong was furious, and no one dared to stay around the Yi family mansion. Not long after, Su Lang came straight to the gate of the Yi family mansion. Who is it? Get away from me. The 2 Yi family guards looked over warily, then showed ecstasy on their faces. The person who came was actually the man in the white robe and cloak who had robbed the 3 major stores of the Yi family and was wanted by the whole city. The man in the white robe and cloak that the entire Yi family had been looking for so long actually came to their doorstep on his own. There is such a good thing in the world. However, they soon discovered that the man in white robe was emitting the spiritual energy fluctuations of a peak warrior. Isn't he an intermediate warrior? How did you become a top warrior in the blink of an eye? The ecstasy in the hearts of the 2 guards immediately turned into terror. The 2 of them combined were not enough to be hit by a single sword strike from a peak warrior. Keep him under control. I'll report to the head of the family. The 2 guards' faces tensed, and then they spoke in unison. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene suddenly became awkward. 2 idiots. Su Lang sneered. Go and tell Yi Feizhong, and tell him that I, Su Lang, am here. Chapter 85. Strolling in the garden at a leisure. You wait. The 2 guards uttered a few words in a timid tone. Immediately, they entered the gate and ran towards Yi Feizhong, shouting, Su Lang is here. Master, Su Lang is here. The two guards ran wildly and shouted loudly, and the entire Yi family turned into a boiling oil pan in an instant. Su Lang? Aren't those the bandits who looted our base? How could he possibly come to my door? Are you kidding me? But if not, how dare those two guards do this? Could it be that Su Lang really came to our Yi family? Many of the Yi family members who were alarmed were in disbelief at first. At this moment, someone suddenly pointed at the gate and shouted, "Look, is that man in the white robe Su Lang?" Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and immediately saw Su Lang strolling in the garden. That's the person who looted my Yi family's shop and stronghold. The spiritual energy fluctuations on his body are actually that of a peak warrior. So what if he's a top warrior? Can he beat the patriarch? No matter what he relies on, today I will pull out his tendons and skin him, and hang him on the city gate as a warning to the public. Yes, only in this way can we save the reputation of our Yi family. The Yi family members were filled with murderous intent. They drew their weapons and surrounded Su Lang like hyenas. Is this the Yi family's way of entertaining guests? Su Lang sneered and walked forward calmly, as if he was taking a walk in his own backyard. All of the Yi family's martial artists are dead, and except for Yi Feizhong, everyone else in the Yi family mansion is a bunch of weaklings. They surrounded Su Lang tightly, and the shining weapons in their hands were like poisonous snakes, ready to bite anyone. However, no one dared to take action. Everyone get out of the way. The head of the family is coming. A shout was heard, and everyone's faces lit up with joy, and they hurriedly made way for them. Su Lang looked forward and saw a slender old man walking slowly towards him with his hands behind his back. This man had murderous intent in his eyes and was intimidating without being angry. People around him looked at him with great awe. It was obviously Yi Feizhong, the head of the Yi family. Properties panel. Su Lang's mind moved, and all the information about Yi Feizhong appeared before him. Name Fixin, a race, human. Qualification level, top grade. Realm level, primary general. Attack level, intermediate general plus. Defense level, primary general plus. Agility level, intermediate general plus. Endurance level, primary general plus. Mastered skills, Infinite Heart Sutra, Soul Chasing, Advanced Beginner. Thunder Silk Secret Elementary Beginner. Thunderlight Secret Elementary Beginner. Thunder Gang Secret Elementary Beginner. Tyrant Armor Body Forging Technique, Intermediate Beginner. Cloud and Mist Silk Step, Intermediate Beginner. Mimu Body Forging Technique, Intermediate Beginner. Oh, you have mastered quite a few techniques. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, but after thinking about it, he understood. It is unknown how long Yi Feizhong has been promoted to a military general. He must have been limited by his qualifications and unable to advance to a higher level of cultivation, so he shifted his focus to practicing martial arts. Moreover, his comprehension ability is not that good, and he has only practiced all the skills to the entry level. His entire life's efforts were not even as good as Su Lang's results in just 2 or 3 days. At this time, Yi Feizhong spoke. "Are you really Su Lang?" There was a hint of joy in Yi Feizhong's voice. "I didn't expect that you were already a top warrior." Such a fast promotion speed made Yi Feizhong's greed for Su Lang's secret even stronger. He wanted to know the big secret of Su Lang all the time and every minute. However, his joy soon turned into surprise. "No, that's not right. You are not Su Lang." Yi Feizhong sneered. "How dare a mere peak warrior come to me alone? Besides, my grandson is besieging Su Lang. How could he be here? You are Su Lang's subordinate. Am I right? And the reason you are here is because Su Lang sent you to beg for mercy? Ha ha ha, that must be the case." At this time, Yi Feizhong had no idea that all his sons had died, and his only grandson had fallen into Su Lang's hands. He thought that Yi Lingfeng had pushed Su Lang into a desperate situation, which was why Su Lang sent this subordinate to ask for peace. After hearing Yi Feizhong's words, the other people in the Yi family also felt that it made sense, and they looked at Su Lang with disdain and ridicule. However, Su Lang's next words stunned them all. Chapter 86, The Unbelievable Yi Family. Beg for mercy? Yi Feizhong, you probably overestimate your Yi family. A hint of sarcasm appeared on Su Lang's lips. The reason why I appeared here is that I have nothing to fear. Now, I have 2 pieces of news, 1 bad news and 1 good news. Do you want to hear them? Humph, pretending. Yi Feizhong sneered. "I want to see what tricks you want to play." The rest of the Yi family members also sneered at Su Lang's words, showing contempt. In that case, let me tell you the bad news first. Su Lang smiled faintly. The bad news is that the martial artists you sent to hunt me down and the important members of your Yi family have all been killed by me. The good news is that your precious grandson Yi Lingfeng is still alive, but he will die soon, unless you buy his life with 5 million gold coins. As Su Lang's words gradually fell, the scene became completely silent, and it seemed as if one could even hear the sound of a hair falling on the ground. The next moment, it was like a bomb exploded, and the scene suddenly became sensational. What did he say? Are my ears broken? Ha ha ha. He said that all the martial artists and important members sent out by my Yi family were dead. This is simply a fantasy. Yes, this person is absolutely insane. How dare he come to our Yi family and talk in his sleep? How many experts did our Yi family send out? 31 martial artists. He actually said to kill them all? I'm really gonna laugh my teeth off. Yes, it's amazing that Su Lang could kill a junior martial artist by himself, but killing 31 of us martial artists? No one would believe it even if I told them. And he wants 5 million gold coins. Is he crazy about money? He actually wants to trick our Yi family. A group of people from the Yi family were talking and pointing, and they all thought that Su Lang was crazy. Ha ha ha. Your master really can't change his habit of speaking arrogantly? Yi Feizhong looked at Su Lang with a sneer on his face. You said before that you wanted me to enjoy the last days of my life, but now you say something even more ridiculous. I really suspect that you are mentally retarded. TSK, there are so many things in this world. How can it be wrong for me to kill dozens of martial artists? Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and said, Only a frog in the well, like you would not believe even such a small scene. Well, since you don't believe it, I will force you to believe it. As he spoke, Su Lang waved his hand, and a blood letter appeared in his hand. Space ring. Everyone in the Yi family exclaimed in surprise. Yi Feizhong was also surprised, and then his eyes were fixed on the blood letter. He could feel a very familiar aura above. I guess you've already felt it. This is the blood letter written by Yi Lingfeng. Take a good look at it. Su Lang smiled faintly, and with a turn of his wrist, the blood letter shot out like an arrow. What? Yi Feizhong took the blood letter in disbelief. Feeling Yi Lingfeng's breath above him, Yi Feizhong gradually felt uneasy. He took a deep breath and looked at it carefully. The next moment, Yi Feizhong suddenly became furious and his face turned red. They're all dead? This is impossible. Yi Feizhong clenched his hands in rage, and his knuckles turned white in an instant. Such a scene made all the people in the Yi family stare with their mouths shut and their faces dazed. They couldn't believe it. The patriarch, who was high above everyone else and always calm and composed, would actually have such a reaction. Is that blood letter really written by Yi Lingfeng? Is what Su Lang said true? What on earth happened? Could it be that all those martial artists are really dead? Oh my god. Master Yi Xiangming, Master Yi Tian, Master Yi Ji, and many martial arts masters. Although no one in the Yi family spoke, their expressions showed all their thoughts. No. That's absolutely not true. Yi Feizhong's mind went blank, and he staggered back with the blood letter in his hand. It was as if this great military commander had aged 10 years in an instant. Su Lang smiled faintly. Yi Feizhong, you obviously already believe it. Why do you still want to deceive yourself? Ah! It'll kill you. It'll kill you. Yi Feizhong's beard was bulging, and his long sword was instantly unsheathed. The sword light and lightning were terrifying. Chapter 87. Your death is not far away. Surchaise, condensation. Su Lang was prepared. He turned his wrist, and a silver mercury, sword light, suddenly appeared in front of him. Ding-een-een. The sharp sound of swords clashing resounded throughout the Yi family mansion. After the attack, Su Lang did not move at all. Yi Feizhong's sword broke, blood gushed out from his knuckles, and he retreated more than 10 meters in an instant. All members of the Yi family were stunned by this result. In their hearts, the head of the family, Yi Feizhong, is one of the 4 strongest people in Hongfeng City. In their imagination, the man in the white robe should have been killed instantly by a single sword strike. So how could he still be alive? Moreover, the man in the white cloak actually used the same moves from the ghost. This is unbelievable. Not only the people in the Yi family, but even Yi Feizhong himself was so shocked that his pupils shrank. There was even a hint of fear in his heart. So weird and scary. A mere peak warrior could actually survive his attack that was close to the level of a high-level general. This is simply an inhuman existence. Yi Feizhong, you are very brave to attack me. At this time, Su Lang threw a piece of severed arm with sleeves on the ground. As a reward, this is for you. This is, looking at the broken arm on the ground. Yi Feizhong's pupils suddenly shrank and the whites of his eyes instantly turned red. Yes, this is Yi Lingfeng's arm, Su Lang said coldly. If you dare to attack me again, then I will give you Yi Lingfeng's head. You bastard! Yi Feizhong was so angry that he was shaking all over, and he wished he could skin Su Lang alive and eat him alive. You can't scold me. Su Lang sneered and threw out another bloody finger. You, what on earth do you want? Yi Feizhong pointed at Su Lang with great grief and indignation, and he was so angry that he looked like he was having an epileptic seizure. I did. Su Lang smiled faintly. 5 million gold coins in exchange for Yi Lingfeng's life. 5 million. Yi Feizhong's words jumped out from between his teeth. I'll give it to you. Master. Many members of the Yi family cried out in shock, their faces filled with grief, anger, and disbelief. Surrender. A great military commander, an extremely powerful family head, actually surrendered. This is such a great shame. Shut up, everyone. Yi Feizhong shouted loudly, almost shouting out of exhaustion. He is the one who surrendered. How shameful is he? However, as the patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Feizhong did not want the Yi family's incense to be cut off in his hands. Yi Lingfeng has excellent qualifications and has a great chance of becoming a military commander. As long as a person is alive, there is hope. For the sake of the Yi family, Yi Feizhong swallowed his anger and endured this great humiliation. A very wise choice. Su Lang turned his wrist and sheathed his sword. Prepare 5 million gold coins within 1 day and send one person to the designated location on the map. No one will be waited for later. As he spoke, he threw out a map and his figure gradually faded. Just as his figure was about to completely disappear, Su Lang's voice came again. By the way, Yi Feizhong, let's put things one way and one way. I will still avenge my parents. I still say the same thing. Enjoy your last days. Your death is not far away. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Lang's clone completely disappeared from the spot. Puff! Yi Feizhong trembled for a while, and suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, yelling, You bastard! Outside the barrier, in the glazed tiger area. Ah, that hurts! Yi Lingfeng covered his broken arm and wailed in pain. His only remaining hand had only 4 fingers. Su Lang, who was sitting in the middle of the 3 clones, slowly opened his eyes. Well, my own body is still the best. Su Lang took a deep breath and stretched. Although using perfect lean can control the clone's every move, it is very awkward. It's like putting thoughts into a body without temperature, and there is no feeling of harmony between soul and body at all. My hunt? Yi Lingfeng was still screaming, with snot and tears all over his face. He had been worshipped like an ancestor by the entire Yi family since he was a child. When had he ever endured such pain? And this pain is not only physical, but also mental. After all, he would be disabled from now on unless he took a precious elixir that could regenerate severed limbs. But the lowest level of that kind of elixir is level 9. How can it be so easy to get? Chapter 88. Yi Fei, the man who doesn't care about his life. TSK, don't blame me. Su Lang chuckled and said, If you want to blame someone, blame Yi Feizhong for being so nagging and even daring to attack me. But now you can rest assured. Yi Feizhong promised to buy your life with 5 million gold coins. Grandpa promised to save me. Great, I don't have to die. Yi Lingfeng's whole body trembled, and a strong surprise emerged in his painful eyes. When Su Lang chopped off his arm, he thought he was abandoned. When he heard this great news, his eyes widened with excitement. Oh, don't get excited, the broken arm is bleeding. Su Lang sneered and threw out a healing pill. Take it, but don't bleed to death. Yes. Seeing the blood spurting out of the broken arm like a water gun, Yi Lingfeng was so frightened that he immediately swallowed the healing pill. On the other side, in the Yi family mansion, Yi Feizhong was so angry that blood spurted out, and all the members of the Yi family were terrified. Master! Yi Feizhong's confidant Yi Lin came to his senses and stepped forward to support Yi Feizhong. Please calm down. Our Yi family can't live without you. Get out of the way. Do I need your help? Yi Feizhong swung his arm, and Yi Lin flew dozens of meters away in an instant. Master, calm down. The Yi family members around, who also wanted to step forward to comfort the deceased, all knelt on the ground in fear. "You bunch of rubbish, go and raise 5 million gold coins for me right now." Yi Feizhong pointed at the Yi family members on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, and said, "If you can't do it within one day, everyone will be buried with Ling Feng." Yes, the people of the Yi family were so scared that they didn't dare to break out in a sweat and immediately kowtowed and said yes. "Go away!" Yi Feizhong roared, and everyone disappeared within 3 seconds. Seeing everyone leave, Yi Feizhong, who was standing there, had his face turning blue and red, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he turned and went to the study. Boom! A small dark room was opened, revealing a stone platform with a small and luxurious box on it. Opening the box, Yi Feizhong took out a black pill from it. Ningming pill. Yi Feizhong held the pill in his hand, trembling slightly. "This is a precious 9th level elixir, which will greatly enhance your strength after taking it. As a price to pay, the person who takes it will rot and die after 1 day, and the process is extremely painful." However, from the moment he made up his mind, Yi Feizhong had already put his own life at risk. In his heart, Yi Lingfeng is the hope of the entire Yi family, and no one can compare to him. Therefore, rescuing Yi Lingfeng is not enough. Yi Feizhong also wants to kill Su Lang, firstly to avenge himself, and secondly to eliminate future troubles for Yi Lingfeng. "Su Lang, I don't want this life anymore, and you don't want to live either." Yi Feizhong's teeth were covered in blood, and his eyes were bloodshot. Then he took the black pill and entered the retreat room. After most of the day, Yi Lin came to the outside of the retreat room. "Master, we have sold a lot of assets and have raised 5 million gold coins." The door of the retreat room slowly opened, and Yi Feizhong walked out. He looked very energetic, but there was an imperceptible hint of death in his eyes. "Where are the gold coins?" Yi Feizhong looked at Yi Lin, who was half kneeling. His tone was cold. "It's all here." Yi Lin took out a bulging bag. It goes without saying that there must be a large amount of spirit stones inside. Yi Feizhong took the bundle, put it into the space ring, and said, "Pass the order from now on. Yi Lingfeng will take over the position of the head of the Yi family." "Master!" Yi Lin was shocked and felt something was wrong. "You don't need to say anything." Yi Feizhong waved his hand and walked towards the door. At the same time, in the Liulihu area, "It should be about time." Su Lang glanced at Yi Lingfeng and said, "Let's go to the saber-toothed tiger area." At this time, there were 5 clones surrounding him, and it was obvious that the dead clone had been recondensed. "Yes." Yi Lingfeng endured the pain and nodded tremblingly. Su Lang stopped looking at Yi Lingfeng and walked forward in the right direction. But he had only taken 1 step. Ding! The lightning technique has reached the minor success level. Chapter 89. When enemies meet, they become jealous of each other. Readily, Su Lang's face lit up with joy. He felt that his body had become a lot lighter. It was obvious that his physical skills had improved. Immediately, Su Lang replaced the lightning art with the Overlord armor body tempering art. At this time, the skills he was practicing became the Thunder Gang True skill and the Ba Jia body tempering skill. The former can improve attack, while the latter makes up for the lack of defense. Su Lang's mind moved, and he asked, "System, how long will it take for these 2 exercises to be promoted to the minor success level?" Host, the Thunder Gang True art can reach the minor success level in just 10 hours. It only takes 15 hours to reach the minor success level of the Tyrant Armor Body Forging technique. I've been practicing the Thunder Gang True technique for about 10 hours, so it will take about 20 hours in total. Su Lang pondered, and the Tyrant Armor Body Forging technique only takes 15 hours in total. It seems that the difficulty of practicing the primary attribute skills is even higher than the intermediate body forging skills. Just as Su Lang was thinking, another system prompt came. Ding! The Sea of Cultivation is full. Do you want a breakthrough? With the help of the elixir and the crazy advancement of one-click cultivation, the white man turned golden again. Fuck, could this be the legendary double happiness? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then, he immediately chose to break through. Boom! A strange wave spread out, and the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly gathered towards Su Lang like iron filings encountering a strong magnet. When Yi Lingfeng saw this scene, he was immediately stunned with horror. This. Another breakthrough? Yi Lingfeng screamed in his heart as if he had seen a ghost. In just a few days, He was promoted from an ordinary person to a peak warrior, and now he has broken through to the quasi-master level. Is he still a human? He has excellent qualifications, but he still stayed at the peak martial artist for a full year and a half before he could barely touch the threshold of a quasi-martial artist. Yi Lingfeng used to be quite proud of this, but now compared with Su Lang, he is nothing. Su Lang just glanced at Yi Lingfeng's reaction. Immediately, he looked at the changes in the attribute panel. I saw that his realm level had been raised to the level of quasi-martial artist. The 4 attributes of attack, defense, agility, and endurance are also comprehensively improved. They were upgraded to Intermediate General, Quasi-General Plus, Elementary General Plus, and Quasi-General Plus levels respectively. Intermediate Military Commander. Su Lang's eyes flashed with excitement. Although such combat power is not as good as Yi Feizhong, if I use the magical skill of devouring the clone, each clone has the same strength as Su Lang, and devouring one can greatly increase combat power. To deal with Yi Feizhong, Su Lang estimated that swallowing 1 or 2 clones would be enough to defeat him. I wonder what expression the dignified head of the Yi family would have when he was beaten by me? Su Lang walked forward with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. About 2 hours later, Su Lang and Yi Lingfeng appeared in a valley in the D-level saber-toothed lion area. This is the handover location he set. At this time, a tall and slender old man was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock in the valley. This man was Yi Feizhong. Yi Feizhong, we meet again, Su Lang smiled and asked. I wonder if you have prepared enough 5 million gold coins? Su Lang, I finally see you. Where's Ling Feng? Where is Ling Feng? When enemies meet, their eyes become red with envy. When Yi Feizhong saw Su Lang, his originally calm face instantly became extremely ferocious. It's sad to say that his huge Yi family was almost destroyed before he met the real culprit. But who made him provoke Su Lang? Grandpa, I'm here, save me. Yi Lingfeng rushed out from between Su Lang's clones and shouted in great surprise. Ling Feng, don't worry, I'll save you right away. Yi Feizhong was also very happy to see Yi Lingfeng. Then he took out a bundle from his space ring. Su Lang, inside is the 5 million gold coins you wanted. These gold coins have been exchanged for 200 mid-grade spirit stones and 3 high-grade spirit stones. Not a single one less. Let me test it first. Su Lang raised his eyebrows noncommittally. Otherwise, how would I know if there is stone inside? Don't go too far, Yi Feizhong said with anger. It's just a normal request. Why are you so angry? Su Lang smiled faintly. If you don't want to, then forget it. This deal is not going to happen. Chapter 90. The horrifying ability to devour the clone. Wait, Yi Feizhong's expression changed, and he immediately gave in. Let me test it. Then he poured out the spirit stones from the bag and counted them one by one for Su Lang to see. Yes, the number is correct. After checking, Su Lang nodded with satisfaction. Now we can trade. As he spoke, Su Lang lifted Yi Lingfeng's shoulders and walked slowly forward. You came here alone? How dare he be so careless? Yi Feizhong also saw this scene, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he also walked towards Su Lang with a bag of spirit stones. As the two sides got closer, the atmosphere became more tense. In the end, the two sides stopped 3 meters apart. Yi Feizhong handed over the spirit stone, and Su Lang pushed Yi Lingfeng out, successfully completing the transaction. Wah! As soon as Yi Feizhong grabbed Yi Lingfeng's shoulder, he immediately took him and retreated quickly. In a flash, the two arrived at the top of the valley. Tisk, are you so afraid of me? Su Lang looked at Yi Feizhong, who seemed to be in a hurry, and smiled sneerily. Ha ha! Afraid of you? Yi Feizhong looked down at Su Lang with a sneer on his face. Su Lang, do you know how excited I am to see you? How much I want to laugh. I originally thought that you would send a subordinate to take over, so I specially prepared a life-chasing bird to track your whereabouts. But I didn't expect that you would dare to appear in front of me in person. Ha ha ha. You are so arrogant. Without Ling Feng as a shield, do you think you can escape from me unscathed with the help of those white-robed subordinates? Delusion. In order to kill you, I took the Ningming pill. Even if you all come together, I can kill you all. Before you die, I will make you experience all the tortures of the Yi family, making you suffer so much that you would rather die than live. The more Yi Feizhong spoke, the more distorted and ferocious his expression became. His hatred for Su Lang was simply overwhelming. Ningming pill? It doesn't sound like a good thing. You must be in pain now, right? Su Lang laughed. It's a pity that all your pain will be in vain, because it's you who will die today. You can kill me? What a joke. Yi Feizhong laughed wildly, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. In an instant, the entire valley was enveloped. Under this powerful momentum, Su Lang raised his eyebrows. See? This is my current strength. It's stronger than the average high-level general. Yi Feizhong looked down upon Su Lang with all his heart. Su Lang, you can't even escape. How can you kill me? That's right. Su Lang, you bastard. You think you can defeat my grandfather? You are just daydreaming. Yi Lingfeng also jumped up and down and shouted. After my grandfather subdues you, I will torture you to death, skin you alive, cut you in half, and then cut you into pieces to vent my hatred. Sulanki. Yi Feizhong's face was full of contempt and disdain. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can consider letting you suffer 1 or 2 less tortures. Yi Feizhong, your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. But do you think you can defeat me just because you have been promoted to a high-level general? Su Lang had a cold smile on his face. Let me tell you, you're the one who will die today. A dead duck is still stubborn. Yi Feizhong snorted coldly, drew out his sword, and a hint of cruelty appeared in his eyes. However, just when he was about to take action, devouring the clone, Su Lang's mind moved, and one of his clones disappeared silently. In an instant, a powerful wave emanated from him. What is this? The aura of a high-level military commander? No. How is it possible? How can he, a mere quasi-martial artist, possess such a powerful aura? Yi Feizhong and Yi Lingfeng both looked horrified, their eyes full of disbelief. But before they could recover from their shock, another man in a white robe disappeared from the spot. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang's aura expanded again, sweeping across the entire valley like a howling gust of wind. Top military commander. Yi Feizhong's eyes bulged out so much that his eyeballs almost fell out. Yi Lingfeng was so horrified that his face turned into a daze, and he almost lost his soul. Are you so scared? It's not over yet. Su Lang sneered and swallowed another clone. His aura rushed out like a tsunami. Quasi wushuai? Yi Feizhong screamed in horror, his voice hysterical and heartbreaking. At one side, Yi Lingfeng sat down on the ground with a sharp stone piercing his butt, but he didn't react at all, as if his soul had been scattered. Chapter 91. Who can stop such fighting power? Oh my God, tell me this isn't true. Yi Feizhong was screaming in his heart. It was hysterical and heartbreaking. He took the precious Ningming pill and paid with his life to improve his strength by a small level. But Su Lang did nothing. Yet his strength increased step by step, and he actually reached the level of a quasi-martial arts commander. Yi Feizhong really began to doubt his life. Looking at Yi Feizhong and Yi Lingfeng with different expressions, Su Lang smiled coldly and directly called out the attribute panel. Anama, Su Lang. Race, human. Qualification level turbid. Level, quasi-martial arts master. Attack level, quasi-martial arts. Defense level, high-level generals plus. Agility level, peak general plus. Endurance level, high-level generals plus. Mastered skills, Infinite Heart Sutra, Chasing Souls, advanced entry level. Thunder Silk secret technique, elementary, minor success. Thunder Light secret technique, elementary, minor success. Thunder Gang secret technique, elementary, entry level. Tyrant Armor Body forging technique, intermediate, beginner. Cloud and Mist Silk step, intermediate, beginner. Mimu body forging technique, intermediate, beginner. 9 elephants stepping on the mountain technique, intermediate, beginner. Some exercises have been omitted. Activated system functions. One-click cultivation function, level 5. One-click martial arts function, level 5. Clone dispatch function, level 5. One-click treasure hunting function, level 3. With such fighting power, who can stop it? Su Lang sneered and drew out the purple spirit sword, a terrifying murderous aura emanating from his body. Lingfeng, hurry up! Yi Feizhong was terrified. He grabbed Yi Lingfeng's shoulders and threw him away. Then, he rushed towards Su Lang desperately, sword in hand. At this moment, Yi Feizhong's only thought was to preserve the Yi family's only hope. But he could never have imagined that Yi Lingfeng's faith had been shattered by Su Lang at this time, and he had become autistic and self-abandoned. Even if he survived, he would never recover. Soul Chaser, so. Looking at Yi Feizhong rushing over, Su Lang snorted coldly and thrust his sword forward without any fancy moves. Soul Chaser, condensate. At the critical moment, Yi Feizhong used the defensive sword move from the soul-chasing technique to block in front of him. Ding-ing-ing. An extremely piercing sound of metal clashing pierced the sky. Yi Feizhong's body was like a rag doll thrown by a giant, hitting a huge rock hard. Boom! The huge rocks exploded with a loud bang, and smoke and dust rose up. Yi Feizhong vomited blood. His face looked terrified and desperate. Snort! Su Lang snorted lightly, and was about to take Yi Feizhong's life with the next sword. And just at this moment, show mercy! A loud shout was heard, and 3 figures rushed into the valley, their breathing disordered. Obviously, they had just arrived. Who dares to stop me? Su Lang frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a man with a dignified appearance, a broad chest, and a very powerful look. The other 2 were. One was fat with 2 thick, curved eyebrows as black as ink, and the other was 8 feet tall with a full beard. These 3 people were emitting strong spiritual fluctuations, and they were all powerful generals. Su Lang thought and guessed that these 3 people were the other 3 great general-level masters of Red Maple City. Guard Inzhou, Pati Akbao Zeng, Patriarch Yufeng. When Yi Feizhong saw these 3 people, he immediately shouted with joy. He didn't know why these 3 people appeared here, but he knew that if these 3 people could hold Su Lang back, his grandson would be safer. Master Yi, how could you? Inzhou and the other 2 came closer and looked at Yi Feizhong in disbelief. They never expected that the dignified head of the Yi family, a powerful general-level warrior, would be beaten like this. Likewise, they never expected that Su Lang would become so strong in such a short time. That extremely terrifying aura is already approaching Shuai Wu. This is simply incredible, but the facts are right in front of them, and they have to believe it. Originally, the 3 people from Inzhou were also very interested in Su Lang's secret. But after seeing Yi Feizhong's miserable condition, they all put away their inappropriate thoughts. After all, it is a crime for a weak person to hold a treasure, but it is natural for a strong person to hold a treasure. Master Yi, I will heal you. Bao Zheng hesitated for a moment, took out a bottle of pills, and walked towards Yi Feizhong. Wait, you 3 are so free that you appear here by chance. Su Lang smiled coldly. Could it be that the 3 of you also covet my secret? Chapter 92. No one can save you today. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 people in Inzhou were stunned. How long has it been since anyone dared to speak to them like this? They instinctively wanted to get angry, but all 3 of them held back. Look at Yi Feizhong's dead dog look. Getting angry? He's looking for death. Forehead. Inzhou smiled awkwardly. I have heard of your great name for a long time today. Can you be more straightforward? Su Lang interrupted directly. Just tell me if you covet my secret. Su Lang also knew that the matter between him and the Yi family had caused a lot of controversy, and it was impossible that Inzhou and others had not investigated him. However, investigation is investigation. If we find out something, it's fine if we keep it to ourselves, but if anyone dares to show off, we'll chop him off directly. This, of course not. Inzhou was directly questioned by Su Lang, and he felt unhappy, but he still held it back. That's good. Su Lang snorted coldly. If you dare to interfere with my revenge, I will kill you. As he spoke, Su Lang walked towards Yi Feizhong with his sword in hand. Mr. Su Lang, the Yi family has already paid a huge price, and Yi Feizhong has also become like this. At this time, Inzhou laughed and stepped forward and said, Look, can we just stop here? Yufeng and Bao Zheng looked at Su Lang at the same time. They thought that Su Lang would give up for Inzhou's sake. After all, Inzhou is the garrison commander of Red Maple City sent by the Warrior Alliance. However, Su Lang didn't buy it at all. That's it? What a joke. Su Lang sneered. No matter how much they pay, they can't bring my parents back to life. What I want is blood debt paid with blood. But Su Lang, I have received a warning from my superiors that something unusual has occurred in the area around the Red Maple City stronghold. I think a wave of ferocious beasts is about to break out. Inzhou looked distressed and lowered his posture again. Every time there is a wave of ferocious beasts, Hongfeng City is in turmoil, and we need Yi Feizhong's strength. Su Lang, please forgive him once and let him fight for Red Maple City. How about that? Oh, is there going to be a tide of ferocious beasts? Su Lang raised his eyebrows and sneered. So what if there is a tide of ferocious beasts? They are nothing more than some vulnerable reptiles. After saying that, Su Lang moved and disappeared from the spot. Not good. Inzhou and others' faces changed drastically. But when they wanted to stop Su Lang, it was too late. Su Lang had already appeared in front of Yi Feizhang. Go to hell, no one can save you today. Su Lang swung his sword, and the sword light was like thunder, instantly landing on Yi Feizhang's head. No. Yi Feizhang roared unwillingly, and was then cut in half by a sword. Immediately afterwards, terrifying thunder exploded, burning his body to ashes. Ding! You get one space ring, one advanced spiritual weapon. When the system prompt came, Su Lang felt relaxed both physically and mentally. You actually killed Yi Feizhang. Bao Zheng pointed at Su Lang in anger, his lips trembling as he spoke. Yinzhou and Yufeng were also shocked. A powerful general of his generation could be killed without any hesitation. Why? You have a problem with me? Su Lang turned his eyes and stared at Bao Zheng, a cold, murderous intent gradually spreading. Gulp! Bao Zheng's neck shrank, and he couldn't help swallowing. He is still inferior to Yi Feizhang before he took the Ningming pill, so how dare he become an enemy of Su Lang? Humph! If you three dare to say another word, don't blame me for killing you without mercy. Su Lang sheathed his sword, said something coldly, and was about to leave. But just at this moment, the sky and the earth suddenly darkened, and the clear sky instantly turned into dark clouds. A strange aura spread between heaven and earth. The next moment, hundreds of blood-red beams of light shot up into the sky, and all the outposts outside the city turned on their warning beams. The expressions of Yinzhou and the other two changed drastically in an instant. A tide of ferocious beasts that occurs once every 10 years. Su Lang's expression also changed. He had experienced this kind of phenomenon once before, so he naturally knew what it meant. Chapter 93. Strange Fire, Blue Lotus Dragon Pattern. Roar! A violent roar was heard. Su Lang looked in the direction of the sound and saw a saber-toothed lion, whose size had increased 4 or 5 times, staring at them with bloodshot eyes. It can be seen that under the influence of that strange aura, the strength of this saber-toothed lion has increased by at least half a small realm. Moreover, the saber-toothed lion had lost all its sanity at this time and could not even feel fear. Roar! The next second, the saber-toothed lion rushed over with extreme brutality. Snort! Su Lang kicked a stone away, which directly exploded the saber-toothed lion's head. The dead saber-toothed lion gradually shrank back to its original size. It's really a tide of ferocious beasts. Yufeng was filled with horror. How could they come so suddenly? The city walls are currently under maintenance, and their defense is less than 80% of its normal strength. And Yi Feizhang is dead. Bao Zheng didn't care whether he could beat Su Lang or not. He pointed at Su Lang and shouted, "Now we have even less power to resist the tide of ferocious beasts. It's all your fault. I begged you so much, and you still... Don't say any more." Yinzhou hurriedly stopped Bao Zheng. He knew that if Bao Zheng dared to continue speaking, he would end up in a miserable state. After being stopped by Yinzhou, Bao Zheng calmed down a little, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Su Lang. "Mr. Su Lang, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to take action against this tide of ferocious beasts." Yinzhou turned around and bowed to Su Lang with an earnest look on his face. Sure, as a member of the human race, he also did not want Red Maple City to be destroyed by ferocious beasts. That's great. Yinzhou is grateful. Yinzhou bowed again. With Su Lang's help, it would be much easier to fight against the tide of ferocious beasts. There is no time to lose. Yufeng said anxiously, "Let's go back and deploy defenses." But at this moment, Bao Zheng suddenly shouted in fear, "Look, what is that?" Su Lang, Yinzhou, and Yufeng looked in the direction Bao Zheng pointed, and saw 5 super ferocious beasts hundreds of meters tall appearing in the distance. These 5 ferocious beasts are of different species, namely a black wolf, a red fox, a giant elephant, a golden tiger, and a giant green snake with a white horn on its forehead. And on the white horn of the giant green snake, there was actually a large amount of green flames. This flame moved through the air like a living thing, outlining abstract dragon-shaped patterns. That's a strange fire. The blue lotus dragon pattern fire. Yinzhou's face was pale, his eyes were blank, and he trembled. It's over. It's all over now. What's the end? Aren't they just 5 sea-level beasts that have bloated in size? Looking at the 3 people from Yinzhou who were looking at each other in dismay, Su Lang asked in some confusion. That's a sea-level beast, yes, But that crystal-scaled green snake possesses strange fire. Bao Zheng said anxiously, "Do you know what strange fire is? Do you know?" Oh. Su Lang's eyes turned cold, and a hint of murderous intent burst out. Bao Zheng felt a terrifying sense of crisis looming over him, and his whole body instantly went cold, and he immediately became silent. Snort! Su Lang was really annoyed with this guy, Bao Zheng. If it weren't for the tide of ferocious beasts, he would have drawn his sword just now. Mr. Su, calm down. Let me tell you. At this time, Yin Zhou, with a pale face, said, "The strange fire is a super fire created by heaven and earth. There are a total of 22 kinds of strange fire known to the public, divided into 4 levels. Heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The thing on this ferocious beast is the yellow level strange fire, green lotus dragon pattern fire. But even a yellow level exotic fire, like the green lotus dragon pattern fire, is extremely terrifying. Once you refine it for your own use, it is equivalent to mastering a high-level attribute technique of perfection. Moreover, it is said that the strange fire has other magical properties, but this is not something I can know." Wow, strange fire is so awesome. Su Lang gasped, and his eyes widened in shock. It's a high-level skill, and it's at the perfect level. How much combat power will it increase? At this time, Yin Zhou continued. Of course, it is not that simple to refine the strange fire. 99% of those who try to refine strange fire end up playing with fire and getting burned. This crystal-scaled green snake was probably able to refine the green lotus dragon pattern fire because its bloodline was more compatible with it, and it also had incredible luck. At this point, I estimate that the strength of this crystal-scaled green snake has reached the level of a martial commander. Add in the other 4 sea-level beasts, and we may not be able to save Red Maple City. At the end of his speech, Yin Zhou's eyes were red. As the guardian of the Red Maple City Warrior Alliance, he participated in 3 horrific wars against the beast tides. Each time, he managed to hold on with great difficulty. For 30 or 40 years, he had already regarded the Red Maple City stronghold as his home. But now, their home is about to be destroyed. Chapter 94, you just help out. Yin Zhou is under siege, so we can only activate the escape plan. Yu Feng took a deep breath and said tremblingly, "Right." Bao Zheng shouted in fear. "Let's run away while there's still time. That's all I can do." Yin Zhou nodded with a sad look on his face. The so-called escape plan is to take a small number of elites and escape from Red Maple City via rare airships. This means that they will abandon 99% of the people in Red Maple City. As long as the mountains remain green, there will be no shortage of firewood. Let's go. Bao Zheng not that Vigozusin. He was eager to escape anyway. Let's go. Yin Zhou looked at the crystal-scaled green snake again, then turned around and left with Yu Feng. Wait! Suddenly, Su Lang's faint voice came from behind. "Mr. Su Lang?" Yu Feng was also a little anxious. If he stayed here any longer, the entire Red Maple City would be doomed. Just because you can't beat the crystal-scale green snake doesn't mean I can't beat it. Su Lang smiled. "I will be the one guarding Red Maple City this time. You guys just need to help out." "What?" The 3 people in Yin Zhou were stunned and could not believe their ears. "Mr. Su Lang, that is a ferocious beast that possesses strange fire," Yu Fenghun said in shock. "Its strength is estimated to have reached the level of a martial commander. How can you possibly defeat it?" "Yes, Mr. Su Lang." Yin Zhou was also incredulous. "Although you can kill Yi Feizhong, you haven't reached the level of a martial arts commander. Do you think I'm stupid?" Su Lang smiled noncommittally. "Since I dare to say that, I must have it in mind." Just now, he had already seen through the strength of the 5 sea-level beasts through the attribute panel. The Black Wolf, Red Fox, Giant Elephant, and Golden Tiger are all sea-level ferocious beasts. Although their strength has been improved under the influence of that strange aura, it is only equivalent to the level of mid to high-level generals. The crystal-scaled green snake with the blue lotus dragon pattern fire has the attack level of a junior general and the other 3 attributes of a high-level general. This kind of combat power is definitely not something that Su Lang can handle at the moment. But don't forget, Su Lang only devoured 3 clones and already possessed the combat power of a quasi-martial commander. If he could devour a few more clones, he would definitely be a martial arts commander. "Mr. Su, do you really have a solution?" Yin Zhou also didn't believe that Su Lang was a fool. Seeing that Su Lang was fearless, he asked with a glimmer of hope. "Still don't believe it? Then open your eyes and watch." Su Lang curled his lips and instantly swallowed up the remaining 2 clones. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of terror burst out from his body. A violent whirlwind was set off within a radius of several hundred meters. The 3 people from Yinzhou were so shocked that they almost couldn't stand. Martial Master level. What? What kind of secret technique is this? I actually crossed a great realm in an instant. Is this true? Oh my god, this is incredible. The 3 people from Yinzhou looked like they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were about to pop out. Su Lang was already used to the fuss made by the 3 of them. He smiled slightly and opened the property panel. Aname, Su Lang. Race, human. Qualification level turbid. Level, Quasi-Martial Arts Master. Attack level, Primary Warrior Plus. Defense level, Quasi-Martial Arts Master Plus. Level of Physical Skills, Primary Wushuai. Endurance level, Quasi-Martial Arts Master Plus. Mastered Skills, Infinite Heart Sutra, Chasing Souls, Advanced Entry Level. Thunder Silk Secret Technique, Elementary, Minor Success. Thunder Light Secret Technique, Elementary, Minor Success. Thunder Gang Secret Technique, Elementary, Entry Level. Tyrant Armor Body Forging Technique, Intermediate Beginner. Cloud and Mist Silk Step, Intermediate Beginner. Mimu Body Forging Technique, Intermediate Beginner. 9 Elephants Stepping on the Mountain Technique, Intermediate Beginner. Some exercises have been omitted. Activated System Functions. One-Click Cultivation Function, Level 5. One-Click Martial Arts Function, Level 5. Clone Dispatch Function, Level 5. One-Click Treasure Hunting Function, Level 3. Chapter 95. The battle against the ferocious beasts begins. Only a junior martial arts master? Su Lang raised his eyebrows. It seems that after crossing a major realm, the degree of improvement of the swallowing clone will be weakened. It's a pity that I don't have enough funds. Otherwise, I would spend 10 million gold coins to upgrade the clone dispatch to level 6. And then devour the 6th clone. I estimate that I can reach the intermediate martial arts commander level. However, the current combat power is sufficient. Although the Crystal Scale Green Snake has a high attack level, its other 3 items are only at the high-level military commander level. Killing it is easy. Thinking of this, Su Lang smiled faintly, turned around, and said to Yinzhou, "Don't just stand there. The people in Red Maple City are in a panic and terrified. You guys go back quickly to calm people down, command the martial artists to guard the barrier, and leave those sea-level beasts to me." At this moment, Su Lang has become a well-deserved leader. Yes, Lord Sulan. The 3 people in Yinzhou were extremely excited, just like a rough sea. With Su Lang, a martial arts commander-level warrior, Hongfeng City can be defended, and they don't have to leave their homeland and flee to another place. Go ahead. Su Lang waved his hand, and the high-level spiritual sword he got from Yi Feizhong appeared in his hand. This sword glows with a deep light, and its blade is like a cliff 1,000 feet high. Its killing power is even stronger than that of the purple spirit sword. Holding a long sword, Su Lang took a step and rushed out hundreds of meters in an instant. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from the eyes of Yinzhou and the other 2. "Master Su Lang, please," Yinzhou murmured, and he and Yu Fengbao rushed towards the barrier. While Su Lang, Yinzhou, and others were acting separately, hundreds of strongholds outside the city also began to evacuate quickly before the tide of ferocious beasts was fully formed. 10 minutes later, the tide of ferocious beasts all over the mountains had formed an overwhelming force. Countless irrational beasts crowded together and rushed towards the towering walls of Red Maple City like a tsunami. They are brutal and cruel, and anything that has a human touch is their target of destruction. A large number of human warriors were chased, bitten, and devoured by them, and countless people died in a short period of time. Su Lang was moving quickly in the vast wilderness. The densely packed ferocious beasts were not afraid of his powerful aura at all and came to hunt him madly. Su Lang struck with one sword after another. Any ferocious beast that dared to step within 3 meters would have only one end, death. In the torrent of ferocious beasts, Su Lang fought his way out of a terrifying bloody path and quickly flew towards the crystal-scaled green snake. On the other side, tens of thousands of warriors appeared on the mountain-like barrier of Red Maple City. Almost all the official warriors in the entire Red Maple City were recruited, even those at the peak of body tempering. At the same time, mysterious patterns quickly lit up on the 1,000-meter-high barrier and the upper part of the Warrior Alliance building in the city center, and a layer of transparent light gradually covered the entire Red Maple City. These mysterious patterns are formations engraved by noble formation masters, and they have powerful defensive and offensive capabilities. However, even with these powerful formations protecting them, the warriors looked pale, because there are 5 sea-level beasts attacking the city this time, and there are countless D-level and E-level beasts in addition. The number alone is enough to make people despair. A few more minutes passed, and the latest wave of ferocious beasts had spread to the bottom of the barrier. Ready, shoot! At a command from a martial artist, hundreds of warriors drew their bows and shot out the sharp arrows. Without waiting for another order, the warriors shot the second arrow. A bow and arrow in their hands almost became an automatic rifle, with extremely fierce firepower. At the same time, more powerful crossbows also opened fire. The crossbow arrows shot into the tide of ferocious beasts like a bolt of lightning, instantly penetrating a distance of dozens of meters. All the ferocious beasts that were hit by the arrows were torn into pieces, leaving no intact body. Almost every terrifying crossbow arrow can kill dozens or even hundreds of ferocious beasts. However, even with such powerful firepower, it was unable to stop the tide of ferocious beasts. Boom! A loud noise was heard from a certain direction of the barrier. It turned out to be a tsunami-like wave of ferocious beasts crashing into the defensive light shield. The next moment, the mysterious formation patterns shone brightly. A terrifying shock wave suddenly shot out, and countless ferocious beasts turned into meat patties in an instant, and a vacuum area appeared under the barrier. Immediately afterwards, dense lightning burst out from the barrier, and countless ferocious beasts were turned into ashes. Chapter 96. I'll use you as a sacrifice to the sword first. However, the number of ferocious beasts is simply too large. They rushed forward desperately, even braving the terrifying lightning, and began to attack the defensive shield. Damn it, the sea-level beast hasn't even arrived yet, and the defense shield is already under attack. A warrior had a ferocious look on his face, with madness and despair in his eyes. If this continues, the barrier will definitely be destroyed. Yes, according to the current trend, even if Lord Inzhou and his men take action, they will not be able to turn the tide. It's over. We definitely can't hold on this time. What should we do? Are we all going to die here? The surrounding warriors were infected by the panic atmosphere and began to become desperate. At this moment, a man suddenly looked at the distance with a glare of astonishment and shouted, "Look, those 5 sea-level beasts have stopped." Everyone looked over in shock, only to see that the hundreds-meter-tall sea-level beast had actually stopped moving forward. Oh my God! What on earth is going on? There has never been a precedent of a sea-level beast stopping halfway before. Are they planning some terrifying ultimate move? The moment the sea-level beast stopped, the entire barrier was in an uproar. Almost all the warriors who saw this scene were shocked. As for the reason for this abnormal phenomenon, probably only Inzhou and the other two knew. Lord Su Lang stopped them. Inzhou was so excited that he couldn't help but clench his fists. Yes, it must be Lord Su Lang. Yu Feng and Bao Zheng also widened their eyes, filled with surprise. Quick, hasn't the plan been fully deployed yet? Inzhou turned to Feng Baozheng and said, "Speed up, let someone we trust lead the army for us, and we will go to assist Lord Su Lang immediately." Okay, let's work together and never let that C-rank beast get close to the barrier. Yu Feng nodded solemnly, then went to deploy his troops and prepared to go out of the city to fight. On this occasion, Su Lang was standing on the rocky summit of a mountain. His whole body was covered with the blood of the ferocious beast, which kept dripping and even formed a pool of blood under his feet. A few hundred meters away, there are 5 terrifying sea-level beasts. The black wolf with evil eyes, the red fox with rainbow jade, the giant elephant with ancient times, the bloodthirsty golden tiger, and the crystal-scaled green snake that can rival Wu Shuai. At this time, the 5 huge ferocious beasts were all staring at Su Lang. There was a hint of instinctive fear in the violent eyes of the 4 ferocious beasts, including the demon-eye black wolf. Obviously, they also felt the powerful aura from Su Lang. However, there was a hint of contempt in the crystal-scale green snake's eyes as it looked at Su Lang. It seems you were smarter than those low-level guys. Su Lang's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Unfortunately, this can't change your fate of impending death. Roar! The crystal-scaled green snake seemed to sense Su Lang's ridicule and immediately roared angrily towards the sky, its voice piercing the sky. Then, it swung its body and swooped down, carrying endless green lotus dragon pattern fire. At the same time, four huge monsters, including the demon eye black wolf, also rushed towards Su Lang, and the overwhelming shadows submerged him in an instant. Snort! Su Lang snorted disdainfully and turned his gaze to the rainbow jade red fox. I'll use you to sacrifice the sword first. The next millisecond, Su Lang stomped on the top of the rock mountain and burst it. His figure soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant. From a distance, a black line passed through the air and connected to the rainbow jade red fox. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rainbow jade red fox felt a terrifying sense of crisis enveloping its entire body, and its fur suddenly stood on end, and it wanted to move and dodge. However, facing Su Lang's agility that was at the junior martial arts commander level, it had no chance to dodge at all. Soul Chaser so. Su Lang landed between the eyes of the rainbow jade red fox, and the sharp sword instantly pierced through its eyebrows. Squeak! The pupils of the rainbow jade red fox shrank as small as needles, and it let out a scream of pain and despair. Boom! A violent bolt of lightning shot out from the sword blade, directly burning its brain into a pile of charcoal. The rainbow jade red fox stiffened all over, and its huge body shrank rapidly like a deflated ball, eventually returning to its original size of several dozen meters. To the warriors far away on the barrier, this scene was like the rainbow jade red fox gradually disappearing. All of the warriors on the fortress were stunned instantly. Chapter 97: Death of Crystal-Scaled Green Snake. Immediately afterwards, countless warriors began to discuss excitedly. Oh my god, did you see clearly what happened? I only saw those sea-level beasts suddenly get angry and attack the mountain, and then the red fox beast quickly shrank and disappeared. It was killed. That's how it was when those sea-level beasts that attacked the city died before. Such a powerful beast died in such an unclear way. What's so unclear? There must be a strong person fighting them. There are strong people protecting our Red Maple City? That's great. A large number of warriors were discussing in an excited manner, and it looked like a boiling oil pan. At the top of the barrier, Injo and the other two were shocked and excited, and couldn't help but talk about it. I didn't expect that Lord Su Lang could kill a C rank so quickly. He's so strong. As expected of a martial arts master, he is so powerful that he can fight back against 5 terrifying beasts. Yes, it's too powerful. This is harder than taking the head of an enemy general in a huge army. We are so lucky to have Lord Su Lang protecting Hongfeng City. And at this moment, an even more shocking scene appeared. Look, the ancient giant elephant is getting smaller, and it has also been killed. Not only the ancient giant elephant, but also the demon-eye black wolf. It is also shrinking rapidly. Look over there, the bloodthirsty golden tiger is on the run. Oh my god, it's not moving. It's getting smaller. It's dead too. Who on earth is so powerful that he could kill 4 sea-level beasts in such a short time? This scene is so shocking that my heart is trembling. Countless warriors stared at the area where Su Lang was, with endless admiration and awe in their eyes. Injo and the other two were also so shocked that they stood there in a daze, their faces filled with dazed expressions. After a moment, the stupidity on the 3 people's faces gradually turned into surprise. I didn't expect Lord Su Lang to be so strong. We actually wanted to help Lord Su Lang. It's ridiculous to think about it. Lord Su Lang is so powerful. This time we can not only defend Red Maple City, but also completely destroy the Beast Tide. Yes, as long as we wipe out this wave of ferocious beasts, we will be able to live well for the next 50 or 60 years. Quick, let's go and personally command the martial arts masters and warriors. And we must defend the barrier well. Yes, yes, yes. While everyone on the barrier was rejoicing, Su Lang was also in a good mood. Because he had just harvested the complete body materials of 4 sea-level ferocious beasts, which were worth millions of gold coins. That's right, sea-level beasts are so valuable. Roar! At this moment, the crystal-scaled green snake roared angrily, and then rushed over fiercely with endless flames. Whispering sound, Su Lang curled his lips in disdain. Now it's your turn. Just now when he killed the rainbow jade red fox and other 4 ferocious beasts, this crystal-scale green snake also launched many attacks. However, its agility level was only at the high-level military commander level, and it was fooled around by Su Lang the whole time. Boom! In a blink of an eye, the crystal-scaled green snake rushed to Su Lang, and the sky-high, green lotus dragon-patterned fire seemed to devour the world. Soul Chaser, Toru. Su Lang flipped his wrist, and rolling thunder poured down along with a shocking sword light. Bang, bang, bang. Endless thunder and blue lotus dragon-patterned fire intertwined together, making continuous explosions. Su Lang's thunder is much weaker than the green lotus dragon-patterned fire. Almost in the next second, the purple thunder was completely swallowed by the blue flame. But in this second, Su Lang's sword also slashed fiercely on the neck of the crystal-scaled green snake. Crack! There was a teeth-grinding sound of shattering, and a large amount of crystal scales splashed everywhere along with blood. A huge sword wound covered half of the crystal-scale green snake's neck. Roar! The crystal-scaled green snake roared in pain and anger, turned its head, opened its mouth as big as a small lake, and bit down fiercely. At the same time, countless green lotus dragon-patterned fires submerged Su Lang fiercely. Thunder is coming. Su Lang turned his body and avoided the bloody mouth of the crystal-scaled green snake, and a large amount of thunder burst out of his body again. The rolling thunder was soon extinguished by the green lotus dragon-patterned fire again. But at the same time, it also gave Su Lang an opportunity to draw his sword. Soul Chaser So. The long sword in Su Lang's hand instantly pierced into the wound on the crystal-scaled green snake's neck. This time, there are no hard scales to block it. A terrifying sword light, surrounded by lightning and thunder, was unstoppable and penetrated directly from the other side of the crystal-scaled green snake's neck. His roar! The crystal-scaled green snake let out a miserable and weak roar, and the green lotus dragon-patterned fire also dissipated. Its huge body fell down helplessly, making a deafening sound. Chapter 98. This is so cool. We won. We have secured the Red Maple City stronghold. Great. Now we can live a peaceful life for decades. On the barrier, the warriors who saw the crystal-scaled green snake fall shouted excitedly. The three people from Inzhou were also excited and wanted to roar to the sky. This is Su Lang. After the crystal-scaled green snakes died completely, their bodies began to shrink rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. When its body returned to its original size, it disappeared right away. Ding! You get blue lotus dragon pattern fire *1. Crystal scale green snake horn *1. Crystal scale green snake eye *2. Crystal scale green snake fong *2. Crystal scale green snake scale *366. Ding! Strange fire blue lotus dragon pattern fire detected. Do you want to refine it? What the hell? Su Lang opened his mouth in surprise. He never expected that the system could actually help him refine the strange fire. This is just awesome. System, refine the Azure Lotus Dragon pattern fire for me immediately. Su Lang acted decisively and issued an order immediately. Ding! Begin refining the Azure Lotus Dragon pattern fire. 24 hours remaining. A system prompt came, and the green Lotus Dragon pattern fire in the storage space suddenly disappeared. It feels so good, so good. Su Lang was excited. This is so cool. It is extremely difficult for others to refine the strange fire, and they may even lose their lives if they are not careful. But Su Lang only needed to wait 24 hours to easily master the Azure Lotus Dragon pattern fire. How could he not be happy when such a good thing happened to him? At this moment, Su Lang, feeling extremely refreshed, remembered that he still had 5 million gold coins that he hadn't used. 5 million gold coins. How many system functions can be upgraded with this? System, deposit all the gold coins and spirit stones for me. Su Lang said excitedly. Then upgrade the system functions for me. Upgrade everything that can be upgraded. Ding! All gold coins and spirit stones have been deposited. Ding! Consume 1 million gold coins. The one-click training function is upgraded to level 6, and the training speed is increased to 64 times the basic speed. Ding! Consume 1 million gold coins. Upgrade the one-click martial arts training function to level 6, and increase the training speed to 32 times the basic speed. Ding! Consume 100,000 gold coins. Upgrade the one-click treasure hunting function to level 4, and increase the number of treasure hunting flying gliders to 16. Ding! Consume 1 million gold coins. The one-click treasure hunting function is upgraded to level 5, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders increases to 32. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading the one-touch treasure hunting function to level 5. The treasure hunting efficiency and life-saving ability of the treasure hunting flying glider have increased to twice as much as before. Wonderful system prompts keep coming, which are even more refreshing than the screams of the most beautiful girls. Huh. At this moment, Su Lang, who was full of joy, suddenly let out a surprised cry. He found that the strange aura that permeated the sky and the earth slowly dissipated, and the dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed, revealing a bright sun. Soon after, the ferocious beasts that were madly attacking the city gradually returned to their original size and began to flee in panic. It's really weird, like someone is controlling it behind the scenes. Su Lang squinted his eyes and looked into the sky, then shook his head and turned his gaze to the dense tide of ferocious beasts. With such a dense concentration of ferocious beasts, it is a good time to harvest them. Su Lang curled the corner of his mouth and rushed into the group of ferocious beasts with a sword in hand. The next moment, a horrifying river of blood appeared again among the scattered herd of ferocious beasts. Su Lang, with his own strength, was able to move forward rapidly among the group of ferocious beasts like a giant ship riding the wind and waves. All the ferocious beasts that blocked his way were killed by him with one sword. Ding, ding, ding system notifications kept coming, and in a short period of time, the amount of ferocious beast materials in the storage space increased by a small mountain. At the same time, the warriors on the barrier also discovered Su Lang's figure, and they were immediately filled with excitement. Look, that's the man who killed 5 C-rank beasts. So young. He looks like he's less than 20 years old. This man must be a super demon who only appears once in 100 years. I have decided, from now on, this gentleman will be my idol. I must know his name. I admire him so much. I really want to fight alongside him. Many warriors looked excited, with deep admiration in their eyes. Chapter 99. The Respectful 3 People from Yinzhou. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came. Oh my God! Did you notice that this gentleman looks exactly like Su Lang, who is wanted by the Yi family? When everyone took a closer look, they were immediately horrified. Almost all warriors have seen the Yi family's wanted poster, so there are a lot of people who recognize Su Lang's appearance. At this time, someone reminded everyone, and everyone immediately recognized Su Lang. He really looks exactly like Su Lang. Could it be that this is the person that the Yi family is looking for? That should be right. Have you noticed that the Yi family is no longer viable now? Yes. Many core members of the Yi family, including Yi Feizhong, did not show up today. Look, why does the Yi family warrior look so unhappy? Could it be that this gentleman is really Su Lang? I think so. The Yi family actually dared to provoke this adult and even issued a wanted order. They are simply courting death. Yes, I thought so too. Yi Feizhong and the others did not show up. They must have been dealt with by Lord Su Lang. It's all their own fault. It's all their own fault. Everyone discussed it and soon figured out the truth. Everyone listen up. At this time, Yinzhou's voice suddenly spread throughout the venue. Follow the footsteps of Lord Su Lang, chase and destroy the scattered ferocious beasts, and act immediately. As soon as these words came out, Su Lang's identity was immediately confirmed. All the warriors sighed. It is just as expected, and then once again expressed their contempt for the Yi family's arrogance. The warriors of the Yi family looked pale and almost in despair. Having offended a powerful man like Su Lang, they all wanted to rebel against the Yi family directly. Next, the barrier's defensive light shield gradually disappeared, and the warriors rushed out excitedly. They hunted the scattered ferocious beasts in groups to expand their victory. The ferocious beasts were defeated, their combat power was greatly reduced, and they died in large numbers under the pursuit of tens of thousands of warriors. At this time, Su Lang also forced his way to the barrier. His bravery in slaughtering ferocious beasts crazily and the river of blood, representing death, attracted the admiration and awe of countless warriors. His young and handsome appearance coupled with his immense power instantly won the hearts of countless girls. Suddenly, ding! The duration of devouring the clone ends, and the devoured clone enters a cool-down period. The terrifying military commander level aura on Su Lang gradually disappeared and finally fell to the level of a military general. Then, the military commander level aura slowly subsided, and all that was left on Su Lang's body was the quasi-master level spiritual energy fluctuations and a deep feeling. At this time, Yinzhou, Yufeng, and Bao Zheng personally walked out of the barrier. When they realized that Su Lang only had the spiritual energy fluctuations of a quasi-martial artist, they were stunned. When Su Lang killed Yi Feizhong before, he exuded the aura of a quasi-military commander like the Abyss, and they thought that Su Lang was at least at the level of a military commander. Even if they had 100 brains, they would never have guessed that Su Lang's true realm was only at the quasi-martial artist level. This. Master Su Lang is only at the quasi-martial master level? That is to say, Master Su Lang almost crossed 2 realms and killed the powerful crystal scale green snake. This is too perverted. Is this really something a human can do? Oh my god, am I dreaming? The minds of Inzhou and the other two went blank, and even their thoughts almost stopped. What are you guys staring at? Su Lang reminded with a faint smile on his face. No. Inzhou and the other two came to their senses and bowed respectfully. Although Su Lang is only at the quasi-martial arts master level, this does not damage his lofty image in the minds of Inzhou and others. Instead, it makes Inzhou and others even more afraid to offend him. After all, a person who can easily kill a martial arts commander-level beast at the quasi-master level will almost certainly become a martial king. And currently on Blue Star, King Wu is the person standing at the top of the pyramid. How dare they, mere military generals, offend the future king of martial arts? Chapter 100. Please feel free to use it. Master Su Lang, thank you for your hard work this time. Thanks to Lord Su Lang, our Red Maple City was able to be preserved. Master Su Lang, Bao Zheng has been disrespectful many times before. Please make sure to punish him. The 3 men from Inzhou bowed respectfully to Su Lang, their expressions grateful and sincere. Bao Zheng even bowed 90 degrees to apologize for his short-sightedness and verbal offense. When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, they were immediately amazed. After all, Inzhou and others have always been the masters of Hongfeng City, but it is extremely rare for them to bow to others at this time. Haha, it's really hard work. Su Lang laughed and then curled his lips. If you 3 really want to thank me, just give me a few thousand gold coins as a token of your gratitude. As soon as these words were spoken, Inzhou and others immediately smiled. Firstly, it was because Su Lang did not look down on them from a high position, but instead had an approachable feeling. Secondly, they had investigated Su Lang before and knew that Su Lang had a strong obsession with gold coins and spirit stones. This is a very down-to-earth hobby, Master Su Lang. The fact that Red Maple City was able to escape disaster this time is entirely due to your efforts. Inzhou smiled and bowed. Without you, Red Maple City would no longer exist. Therefore, if you need anything that the Warrior Alliance Red Maple branch has, please feel free to use it. Yu Feng and Bao Zheng looked at each other and nodded solemnly. Our 2 families are the same. Please feel free to use it, Master Su Lang. If they chose the escape plan, the family's century-old foundation would be gone. If you go to other places at that time, you'll have to live under someone else's roof, and you may even be suppressed to the point where it is difficult for you to get out of trouble. How can you still live the high and mighty life as before? What Su Lang wanted was nothing more than money and property. As long as he could not cut off the lifeline of their 2 families, he would take as much money as he wanted. Ha ha ha, then I won't be polite. Su Lang smiled brightly, but feel free to use them. Just give me some gold coins and spirit stones, and then give me anything else you think I can use. By the way, I went to the Kung Fu shop in the Alliance building last time, and there were so many good things there. Ha, Master Su Lang, I understand. Inzhou smiled brightly, and Yu Feng and Bao Zheng nodded with understanding on their faces. Okay, then go get busy. Su Lang nodded with a smile on his face. I'm going to rest. Okay, Master Su Lang. Inzhou nodded, and then smiled and handed over a purple card. This is the VIP Spiritual Training Room door card used by the Alliance. Please be sure to accept it. You're thoughtful. Su Lang took the door card with a smile and immediately entered the barrier. Inzhou and the other 2 wanted to see him off, but he refused. After entering the city, Su Lang went directly to the Warrior Alliance building. At this time, there were relatively few people in the Warrior Alliance building, and almost all those left were female civilian staff. However, the good news that the Beast Tide had been defeated had already spread, and everyone was ecstatic, so it was actually quite lively here. Su Lang walked into the Warrior Hall and immediately attracted a lot of attention. It's a young martial arts master. Look at his bloody appearance. He must have killed countless ferocious beasts. So handsome, so cool, and most importantly, so amazing. It would be great if I could marry him. I have no self-awareness at all. I just hope he can just look at me a little more, and that'll satisfy me. Countless young and beautiful women looked at Su Lang like crazy, and some even made coquettish gestures to try to attract his attention. However, why would Su Lang be interested in these vulgar women? He didn't even bother to take a look and just went upstairs. At this time, a young woman in high-end work clothes came up to him. This quasi-martial arts master. The young woman blushed slightly and asked softly, "How can I help you?" "Oh." Su Lang glanced at the young woman and took out a purple card. "Do you recognize this card? This is the Alliance's Universal VIP Spiritual Training Room door card." The young woman's eyes widened instantly, her face filled with shock. This precious card can be used in any of the Warrior Alliance's VIP Reiki training rooms. Anyone who can own such a precious card must be of extremely noble status. "It's good that we know each other. Lead the way," Su Lang said as he walked forward. "Yes, sir." The young woman ran to the front excitedly to lead the way, and she looked as humble as a slave girl. However, the other female employees were very envious. After all, he is a very important person. If you can get close to him, you can become a phoenix and fly to the top of the tree. Chapter 101, It's So Disgusting. Under the respectful guidance of the young woman, Su Lang came to the 106th floor of the Alliance building. Standing at this height, you can almost overlook the entire Red Maple City. "Sir, this is VIP Reiki Training Room number 1. The young woman pointed to an ornate door and said, "I'll open it for you right now." Then, she used the door card in Su Lang's hand to open the room. But after the door opened, an extremely disgusting scene was seen in the training room. 3 flesh worms overlapped from bottom to top, and all kinds of disgusting smells filled the air, making people want to vomit. In an instant, the young woman was stunned and her face turned red. "What's going on? Who are they?" Su Lang frowned, his eyes showing disgust. "The beast tide is coming. Everyone should go to guard the barrier. Why is there anyone messing around here?" They're from the Seahai Chamber of Commerce in Nanlin City." Sorry, sir. I didn't know they were in here." The young woman blushed and stammered. The man in the middle is Zhu Fanyu, the junior president of the Seahai Chamber of Commerce. They have a relatively large-scale material transaction with our Red Maple City Alliance branch, which involves some interests. Moreover, they were not from Red Maple City, so they did not try to resist the tide of ferocious beasts. "But sir, I really didn't know they were in here." At this time, the people inside also discovered that the door was actually opened. "What the hell? How did you open the door?" Zhu Fanyu pushed the other 2 people away and looked at Su Lang and the young woman with a ferocious expression. The other man and woman also had unhappy expressions, looking at Su Lang and the other man with murderous eyes. "How disgusting." Su Lang glanced at Zhu Fanyu and the other 2 with great annoyance. "Come on, take me to the other VIP training rooms." Rotten people like Zhu Fanyu are the ones Su Lang hates the most, and they're also the people he has killed the most in his previous life. If Yin Zhou had not promised to give Su Lang gold coins and spirit stones, which made him in a good mood, he would have drawn his sword by now. "Good." The young woman nodded tremblingly and was about to take Su Lang away. "Disgusting? Stop right there." Zhu Fanyu shouted angrily. "I just wanted to leave after being disturbed. How can such a thing happen? Kneel down and apologize immediately." "You dare tell me to kneel down?" Su Lang's eyes turned cold, and he stared at Zhu Fanyu closely. "Gulp!" Zhu Fanyu felt as if a cold knife was cutting across his skin. His scalp suddenly went numb, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "Humph! Since you were supposed to be a guest of Yin Zhou, I will forgive you this time." Su Lang spoke coldly. His emotionless voice sounded like it came from hell. After saying that, Su Lang turned around and left with the young woman. Zhu Fanyu came to his senses and became angry. He was actually frightened by a mere quasi-martial artist just now. You have to know that he is a junior martial artist and the young president of the Seahai Chamber of Commerce. He has always been the one to intimidate others. When has he ever been intimidated by others? When had he ever endured such a great humiliation? "Stop right there, little bastard." Zhu Fanyu was so angry that he was fuming and shouted with a ferocious and resentful look on his face. "Are you sure?" Su Lang paused, and a murderous aura gradually spread. He had just killed Yi Feizhong not long ago, and had also slaughtered countless ferocious beasts. The murderous aura spread out, and the surroundings instantly became cold. The young woman standing next to Su Lang even had the illusion of a sea of blood and corpses. Ah! The young woman couldn't help but scream and ran away quickly. On the other side, Zhu Fanyu's heart also skipped a beat, and his pupils shrank suddenly. He knew that the young man in front of him must have had countless lives on his hands. However, as the junior president of the Sea Chamber of Commerce, the arrogant Zhu Fanyu was unwilling to accept it from the bottom of his heart. Isn't he just a quasi-martial artist? So what if he kill a lot? I can kill tens of thousands of people in the body-tempering stage. Thinking of this, a sneer gradually appeared on Zhu Fanyu's face. He raised his nose and looked at Su Lang with disdain. Little bastard, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you killed a few people. I tell you, if you don't kneel down, I will fucking kill you. Chapter 102. Killed with a slap. Want to kill me? Su Lang didn't get angry but laughed. You can try. Don't cry until you see the coffin. Today I'll let you have a taste of my power. Zhu Fanyu yelled in exasperation and rushed forward like a madman. He was extremely fast and rushed behind Su Lang in the blink of an eye. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Zhu Fanyu looked ferocious, and he threw a punch towards Su Lang's neck. He now had only one thought in mind, which was to beat the bastard in front of him to death and avenge his previous humiliation. Seeing the fist getting closer and closer to Su Lang's neck, Zhu Fanyu couldn't help but reveal a sense of pleasure of impending revenge on his face. However, what happened next shocked him to his core. Bang! A low muffled sound was heard. Zhu Fanyu's fist was easily grasped by Su Lang. What? Zhu Fanyu's pupils suddenly shrank, and he shouted in disbelief. He really couldn't believe that his full-strength attack could be blocked so easily by a quasi-martial artist. This is impossible. Go to hell. Zhu Fanyu's face was ferocious, and he threw another punch with gritted teeth. You don't know your own limitations. Su Lang curled the corner of his mouth and raised his other hand calmly. Bang! Without any suspense, Zhu Fanyu's fist was easily grasped by Su Lang again. No! I must have smoked too much poppy and am hallucinating. Zhu Fanyu was dumbfounded, his face full of dementia. You are just a quasi-martial artist. How could you take my punch so easily? I am a martial artist. Tisk, is the martial arts master level very strong? Su Lang sneered disdainfully. In my eyes, you are just a waste. You are the waste. Your whole family is waste. Zhu Fanyu cursed in shame and anger. Little bastard, I order you to let go of my fist immediately. Otherwise, I will make you pay. You still want me to look bad, even after all this? Where do you get your confidence from? Su Lang raised his eyebrows and immediately lost all his patience. I have already given you a chance. Since you don't cherish it, don't blame me for being merciless. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Fanyu suddenly felt horrified and felt that something was wrong. But when he wanted to beg for mercy, it was too late. Su Lang smiled coldly and twisted and folded his hands violently. There were two teeth-grinding sounds of broken bones, and Zhu Fanyu's two arms were instantly twisted into knots. Ah, my hand! Severe pain swept over him. Zhu Fanyu's face twisted, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Snort! Su Lang snorted lightly and kicked out. Zhu Fanyu howled and flew out, directly crashing into a wall, leaving spiderweb-like cracks. Puff! Zhu Fanyu spat out a mouthful of glaring blood and slid down the wall like a dead pig. Such a shocking scene directly stunned the man and woman in the training room. They could never have imagined that a guy who was only at the quasi-master level could actually defeat a junior master so easily. They also never expected that the quasi-martial master would dare to do such a cruel thing to the honorable young president of the Sea Chamber of Commerce. Immediately following, the man and woman in the training room came to their senses and rushed to Zhu Fanyu. Young president, are you okay? The two men fed Zhu Fanyu the pill with great fear, their faces filled with fear and worry. If anything happened to Zhu Fanyu, the two of them would definitely be living a life worse than death. Puff! Zhu Fanyu spat out a mouthful of blood again, then roared with bloodshot eyes. Don't worry about me, catch him. I will cut off his penis, chop off his limbs, and make him live the rest of his life in agony. Yes, I will definitely catch that bastard. The man nodded vigorously, and then rushed towards Su Lang like crazy. This man was an intermediate martial artist, and he thought that he could easily deal with a stronger martial artist. Give me your life. The fierce man rushed to Su Lang and slapped him on the chest. However, Su Lang's slap hit his face even faster. Bang! The loud slapping sound almost echoed out of the Union building. The vicious man's head spun 3 times. Then he fell to the ground dead. Chapter 103. This is impossible. Ah! When the woman saw that the intermediate martial artist had his neck broken by a slap, she was so frightened that her soul left her body and she was shaking all over. Then, she ran away without caring about anything. In an instant, Su Lang and Zhu Fanyu were the only 2 people left alive on the 106th floor of the huge Alliance building. Are you scared? Do you regret it? Su Lang's cold voice came, as if to freeze the entire Alliance building. You, don't mess around. Zhu Fanyu suddenly shuddered and shouted in a timid voice. I'm the junior president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, and our Chamber of Commerce has a quasi-military commander. If you kill me, you will die too. Even Inzhou will not be able to save you. Qu'est-ce martial a commandé? So what? A cruel smile appeared on Su Lang's lips. I will always take revenge. If you dare to kill me, even the real Marshal Wu can't save you. You said before that you would cut off my penis and chop off my limbs. I think this is a good way to take revenge. This is it. As he spoke, he flicked his thumb and a flash of sword appeared, which was chilling. No, you can't do that to me. Put down the sword. This is all a misunderstanding. Zhu Fanyu's face was filled with fear, his whole body was shaking, and his voice was out of tune due to panic. He never expected that the other party didn't take the Sihai Chamber of Commerce seriously at all. Misunderstanding? I don't think so. Su Lang walked towards Zhu Fanyu with a cold face and murderous intent. The footsteps echoed in the silent corridor, like the sound of death bells. I was wrong. Please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. I will be grateful. Faced with the terror of torture and death, Zhu Fanyu was so frightened that he lost his soul and no longer had his previous arrogance. I've given you a chance. Isn't it too late to beg for mercy now? Su Lang looked at Zhu Fanyu with a sneer on his face and was about to chop him down with his sword. Just at this moment, Zhu Fanyu, Inzhou's figure appeared at the entrance of the corridor with a hint of astonishment on his face. Guard Inzhou! Inzhou garrison! Save me quickly! Seeing Inzhou, Zhu Fanyu's eyes widened immediately, and then he shouted in joy. Look at what your lawless subordinates have done to me. He wanted to kill me. Luckily, you came in time. Otherwise, I would have been killed by him. Inzhou glanced at Zhu Fanyu coldly and walked towards Su Lang. Ha, Inzhou garrison, quickly catch that little bastard. You must break all his limbs and hand them over to me. I will take revenge with my own hands. I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. Zhu Fanyu was so surprised that he didn't notice Inzhou's expression at all. He thought Inzhou was going to arrest Su Lang, and he immediately shouted excitedly. As he shouted, his face showed a cruel grin and excitement for the impending revenge. In Zhu Fanyu's eyes, since Inzhou, the strongest man in Hongfeng City, had taken action, that little quasi-martial artist would definitely surrender. At this moment, in his mind, he even appeared the cruel scene of himself humiliating and torturing Su Lang. But at this moment, Lord Su Lang, I am so sorry. Inzhou bowed sharply, with a look of deep respect and apology on his face. It was my negligence that caused you to be offended. I didn't expect Zhu Fanyu to be in training room number 1. I will drive Zhu Fanyu and the Sihai Chamber of Commerce out of Red Maple City now. Although there are many interests involved between the Sihai Chamber of Commerce and the Red Maple City Alliance branch. But in Inzhou's opinion, how could a Sihai Chamber of Commerce with a quasi-martial commander be comparable to Su Lang, the future Lord Martial King? What's more, Su Lang had just turned the tide and saved the entire Red Maple City. This is impossible. When Zhu Fanyu saw this scene, he was shocked and his face was stunned. This is totally different from what he thought. Shouldn't Inzhou give that little bastard a slap and have him kneel down and beg for mercy immediately? How so? How could the governor of Inzhou be so respectful to a mere quasi-martial artist and even call him Master Su Lang? Could it be that this quasi-martial artist named Su Lang has a higher status than him? Chapter 104. Zhu Fanyu's crotch is cut off instantly. Thinking of this, Zhu Fanyu was suddenly shocked. He became more certain of his ideas. Then Su Lang must have a more noble status, which is why he is so fearless. That's why Inzhou was willing to offend him and the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in order to please them. Then, wouldn't a force stronger than the Sihai Chamber of Commerce possess a true martial commander? Thinking of this, Zhu Fanyu's heart was filled with astonishment. The fire of revenge that had risen before was completely extinguished by the cold water, and a strong sense of fear and despair grew wildly. At this time, Su Lang spoke indifferently. Drive him out of Red Maple City? This is too easy for him. He dared to kill me. I won't let him go so easily. Yes. Zhou bowed his head respectfully. Everything is up to Lord Su Lang. Zhou expressed his attitude without thinking. No, Su Lang, Master Su Lang. Please spare me. I didn't recognize the real man. I shouldn't have provoked you. I really know I was wrong. Zhou Garrison Commander, please beg for mercy on my behalf. Please ask Lord Su Lang not to kill me. Zhu Fanyu was completely defeated by fear and despair. He kept banging his head on the ground, and a mixture of blood, tears, and snot was disgusting. Of course I won't kill you. Don't you want me to live a life worse than death? Then I will make you live a life worse than death. A cruel sneer appeared on Su Lang's lips, and then he slashed with his sword. The sharp sword light flashed, and one of Zhu Fanyu's thighs was separated from his body. The next moment, a large amount of blood spurted out from the broken thigh of Zhu Fanyu, and instantly gathered into a pool of blood on the ground. Ah! My legs! Zhu Fanyu let out a shrill scream and struggled on the ground like a cut earthworm, in excruciating pain. Su Lang's face was indifferent, and he slashed down 3 times in succession. Zhu Fanyu only felt his arms and one leg suddenly go cold, and horrible pain instantly swept through his body, causing him to start twitching continuously. At this moment, the last sword light flashed. Swish! Zhu Fanyu made a prompt decision. He opened his mouth as if he was suffocating and couldn't even make a sound. Let's go. Zhou guards. Su Lang glanced at Zhu Fanyu indifferently, then turned and left. Yes. Zhou nodded and hurried to follow. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Fanyu, who had become a human stick, was the only one left there. Zhu Fanyu's face was distorted, cold sweat was pouring down his face, and he made a hoarse sound unconsciously. It would be fine if an ordinary person died instantly, but the powerful physique of a martial artist prevented him from dying just like that. This is really a situation where you can neither live nor die. At this time, a terrified woman appeared beside Zhu Fanyu, who was living a life worse than death. This person was the woman who was in the VIP Reiki training room before. Young president. The woman looked at the horrifying scene in front of her in disbelief, her mind going blank. She really couldn't imagine that Zhu Fanyu was actually cut into a human stick, and in the presence of Zhou. Who is that person? After a moment of shock, the woman picked up Zhu Fanyu's 5 limbs tremblingly, then quickly left with Zhu Fanyu in her arms. On the other side, Su Lang and Zhou sat opposite each other in a training room. Lord Su Lang, I'm so sorry. Zhou still had a look of deep apology on his face. It's okay, I'm not angry anymore. Su Lang smiled slightly. If the Sihai Chamber of Commerce comes to you, just call me. Haha, it's fine if the Sihai Chamber of Commerce doesn't come, but if they dare to come, Zhou laughed and said, with Lord Su Lang here, even if the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce were tied together, they would definitely not be a match. Su Lang nodded and asked, by the way, has the tide of ferocious beasts completely retreated? It's still finishing, as the wind and bow are taking care of the whole thing. Zhou smiled and said, I heard that Zhu Fanyu had offended Lord Su Lang, so I rushed over and brought these with me. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and swept it across the table, and suddenly a thick stack of skills appeared. Chapter 105, I want all these techniques. Fuck Zhou, did you bring all the skills from that shop? Su Lang showed surprise. With so many skills, how much combat power can be increased? I don't know which one Lord Su Lang likes, so I brought all the better ones. Zhou chuckled. The advanced skills that Feng, Bao Zheng, and I practiced are also in there. Zhou, you are so thoughtful. Su Lang's eyes sparkled. I want all these skills. Ah, Lord Su Lang, are you sure you want them all? Zhou's face was filled with surprise. There are many conflicting techniques here. They cannot be practiced at the same time. Haha, you're right. Su Lang smiled brightly. But you don't have to worry about this. I know what's going on. When others practice martial arts, you must be extremely cautious about the quantity, type, and attributes. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you will go astray and even destroy your own foundation, cutting off your path to martial arts. But Su Lang is different. With the ability of furnace of all laws, he can practice any compatible martial arts. Zhou smiled dumbly. Since Lord Su Lang has said so, I will not say any more. Yeah, go ahead and do your work. I'll take a look at these techniques first. Su Lang waved his hand and said. At this moment, his attention was completely attracted by the skills on the table. Okay, Master Su Lang, take your time to read it. I'll take my leave now. Yin Zhou stood up with a smile, then tactfully said goodbye and left. The door closed and silence returned to the practice room. TSK, 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 TSK. This requires dozens of techniques. Su Lang was so excited that he kept clicking his tongue. Then he separated the thick stack of skills and counted them carefully. Soon, the exciting inventory results came out. There are actually 6 advanced techniques, 12 intermediate techniques, and 18 elementary techniques in this pile of techniques. In total, there are 36 sets of exercises. At this time, Su Lang picked up a set of skills with a look of surprise on his face. This martial arts technique is completely Snow White, and it is the treasure of the Alliance Martial Arts Shop, a high-level martial arts technique called Blowing Snow Without Trace, worth 5 million gold coins. Huh? Su Lang was so excited that he could hardly contain himself, and couldn't help but let out a low laugh. Then, with great anticipation, he opened the Blizzard Without Trace map, and suddenly a dense mass of mysterious words and pictures appeared before his eyes. It is indeed a high-level attribute technique. Su Lang chuckled, and then read it carefully. He quickly read through the entire set of exercises, and then directly switched to the Beijia body tempering technique. Ding! The Tyrant Armor body forging technique has been replaced with the Blowing Snow Without Trace technique. The system prompted that the second martial artist in the mysterious black space moved and floated in the air. Snowflakes fell from the sky and covered him. TSK. This is even more impressive than the lightning-filled scene. Su Lang was excited for a moment and immediately picked up a black martial arts book. This technique is called 7-Star Hidden Killing Blade and is an advanced assassination sword technique that is most suitable for killers. This is asking me to go back to my old job. Su Lang grinned, opened it and read it through, then replaced the Lei Gang Jinju. In the mysterious black space, the first martial artist had an illusory short blade in his hand. It kept performing various difficult postures, which made Su Lang stare at it intently. 2 minutes later, ding! The 7-Star Hidden Killing Blade has reached the entry level. Su Lang only felt a warm current throughout his body, and his limbs became more flexible and his strength increased significantly. Immediately, he couldn't help but take a look at the attribute panel and found that his attack level and body movement level had both increased by a small level. It only takes 2 minutes to improve the combat power of a general to a small realm. If you tell this to others, I'm afraid no one will believe it. However, such a thing actually happened to Su Lang. Great! It feels so good, haha! Su Lang laughed loudly, and his excited eyes fell on other skills. Soon, about 10 minutes passed. Su Lang finished reading the remaining 34 exercises and practiced 6 more exercises to the entry level. However, even after such a long time, the Blizzard Without Trace still has not reached the entry level. Chapter 106. The Terrifying Snow-Blowing Map Without a Trace. It seems that the difficulty of practicing this advanced attribute technique is really sky-high. Su Lang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Fortunately, I have a 1-button practice function, so I just need to sit and wait. Otherwise, if you practice the skills yourself like ordinary warriors, it will probably take you most of your life just to get started. With a hint of relief, Su Lang waited for the entry of Blowing Snow Without Trace while continuing to practice other skills. In the blink of an eye, another 10 minutes passed, and the system prompt finally came. Ding! The Blizzard Without Trace has reached the entry level. Su Lang, who was sitting on the sofa, was stunned for a moment, with amazing light flashing in his eyes. Finally got started. Su Lang stood up excitedly. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and waved it gently, and 9 exquisitely clear snowflakes appeared out of thin air. After the snowflakes appeared, the walls of the entire training room were immediately covered with white frost. Immediately afterwards, 81 ice blue snowflakes condensed around the 9 crystal snowflakes, and tens of thousands of white snowflakes quickly condensed around these ice blue snowflakes. In an instant, countless snowflakes are spinning and dancing in the air, which is a beautiful sight. However, these seemingly harmless snowflakes actually carry a terrifying, icy power. Among them, the crystal-clear snowflakes are the most terrifying, followed by ice blue, and then white. Su Lang's mind moved, and a white snowflake exploded. A bone-chilling chill instantly enveloped the entire training room. This level of icy power can definitely freeze a regular warrior to death within 3 seconds. Su Lang smiled. Then with a glance, a field of ice blue snow exploded. An even more powerful icy force swept across, instantly freezing the entire training room. A martial artist who comes into contact with this kind of icy power will surely die. Even junior and mid-level generals can't resist it. Only senior generals can barely resist it. Su Lang nodded with satisfaction, then stretched out his hand and held a crystal-clear snowflake in his palm. He could feel the creepy, icy power hidden in the crystal snowflakes. Once attacked by this snowflake, a general-level warrior would definitely be killed instantly, and even a junior general might not be able to resist it. Burst! At Su Lang's command, the crystal snowflakes in his hand exploded instantly, and a terrifying cold current suddenly broke out. The entire training room was instantly covered with a thick layer of ice. Moreover, the icy force actually penetrated the walls and froze the surrounding VIP training rooms and corridors. In less than 5 seconds, the entire floor where Su Lang was located turned into ice and snow. And this is not just ordinary ice and snow. Even if a military general steps in, he will turn into an ice sculpture and gradually freeze to death. Fortunately, Zhou left, and Su Lang was the only one on the entire 106th floor. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have died in Su Lang's whim. That's amazing. That's awesome. And this is just the entry-level snow blowing without trace map. Su Lang couldn't help but widen his eyes. Compared with this, a primary attribute technique like the Thunder Silk technique is not even worthy of carrying shoes. At this time, Su Lang remembered the green lotus dragon pattern fire that he was refining. After refining this strange fire, it is equivalent to mastering a high-level attribute skill of the perfect level. The entry-level advanced attribute skills are already so abnormal. How amazing would the perfect level be? Once I refine the Azure Lotus Dragon Pattern Fire, I can definitely kill an ordinary martial arts commander with just a snap of my fingers. I don't even need to devour my clone. Thinking of this, Su Lang couldn't help but show excitement and took a breath. Although he had killed a crystal-scale green snake that was comparable to Wu Shui before, he had already revealed all his trump cards. Moreover, apart from its attack level, the other three-dimensional attributes of the crystal-scale green snake are only at the high-level military general level. Its weaknesses are too many and too obvious. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for Su Lang to kill the crystal-scale green snake. The blue lotus dragon pattern fire? I'm really looking forward to it. Su Lang couldn't help rubbing his hands, and then continued to practice other skills. Chapter 107. True Military Commander Level Combat Power. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, an afternoon was over. At this time, Su Lang had already practiced all the newly acquired skills to the entry level. However, he discovered a problem during this process. That is, when his fighting power became stronger and stronger, the elementary skills gradually lost their effect. Among dozens of elementary skills, only 6 or 7 of the miscellaneous attribute skills can increase some combat power. Moreover, the combat power increased by the intermediate skills is not as high as imagined. Only the advanced skills can directly improve one small realm. Of course, even so, Su Lang's true combat power has soared to an astonishing level. Feeling the enormous power in his body, he immediately called up the attribute panel. But at this moment, another system prompt sounded. Ding! The Sea of Cultivation is full. Do you want a breakthrough? Ha ha ha! Good things really happen one after another. Su Lang laughed loudly towards the sky, and then chose to break through with great force. In an instant, the thick spiritual energy in the training room was like encountering a black hole, and was madly swallowed by Su Lang's body. In the blink of an eye, the concentration of spiritual energy in the entire training room dropped significantly. Fortunately, this is a VIP training room, and the spiritual energy replenishment channel immediately drew a large amount of spiritual energy into it. But even so, the speed at which spiritual energy is replenished is barely the same as the speed at which Su Lang absorbs it. A vast amount of spiritual energy poured into Su Lang's body, nourishing his flesh, blood, and bones, while flowing along his meridians to the spiritual energy vortex in his dantian. With the advancement of huge amount of spiritual energy, Su Lang's spiritual energy cyclone grew rapidly, covering the entire dantian in a short time. At this point, the breakthrough stopped. The realm of a primary martial artist. There was a flash of excitement in Su Lang's eyes. Regardless of one's true combat power, the realm of cultivation is the most basic and important. Therefore, breaking through to the level of martial artist also made him very happy. After a burst of excitement, Su Lang called out the attribute panel. Name, Su Lang. Race, human. Qualification level, top grade. Level, primary martial artist. Attack level, intermediate warrior plus. Defense level, peak general plus. Level of physical skills, primary wuxuai plus. Endurance level, peak general plus. Mastered skills. Infinite Heart Sutra, Snow Blowing Without Trace Diagram, Advanced Entry. 7-star Hidden Killing Blade, Advanced Entry. Kasha Dragon Roar Sword, Advanced Entry. Flowing Light Invisible Flash, Advanced Entry. Mysterious Body Immovable Scroll, Advanced Entry. Breath of the Winding Mountain, Advanced Entry. Chasing Souls, Advanced Entry. Some exercises have been omitted. Activated System Functions. One-Click Cultivation Function, Level 6. One-Click Martial Arts Function, Level 6. Clone Dispatch Function, Level 5. One-Click Treasure Hunting Function, Level 5. A True Martial Arts Master Level. Almost all of them have crossed an entire realm. Ha ha ha. Although Su Lang already knew that his combat power would skyrocket, when he saw the detailed attribute panel, he couldn't help but laugh out loud with excitement. Then Su Lang asked the system about the time of the next breakthrough, as well as the time it would take to practice various exercises to a minor level of success. Ding! You can be promoted to Intermediate Martial Master in just 12 hours. Ding! The Snow Blowing Without Trace Diagram can be promoted to the Minor Success level in just 25 days. Ding! The 7-star Hidden Killing Blade can be promoted to the Minor Success level in just 3 days. Hey, what? It takes 25 days? Well, it's because you use a high-level attribute technique. It only takes 12 hours to advance my cultivation level. How cool! However, this is also assisted by the power of the elixir, which shortens the time a lot. Otherwise, I am afraid it will take a whole day to be promoted to an intermediate martial artist. While Su Lang was thinking, he checked the amount of pills in the storage space. There are so few 5.6 level cultivation pills. Su Lang discovered that there were only 4 or 5 pills that could increase his cultivation speed. The other pills are miscellaneous pills used for healing or other purposes. Ah! Su Lang smacked his lips helplessly. If only I had countless pills to eat. But he also knows that this is very, very difficult. Chapter 108. New and Exciting Features. Among all the warriors in this world, only alchemists have more abundant elixirs available. But the requirements to become an alchemist are too harsh. First of all, the level of cultivation cannot be low. Even the lowest level alchemy disciple must be a formal warrior. Secondly, one needs to master fire attribute skills, which will eliminate most warriors. The third is the talent for alchemy. If one is just a fool, it is impossible for him to become an alchemist. Fourthly, you need a master to teach you step by step, or at the very least, you need an alchemist to pass on the skills for your own research. Fifth, learning alchemy requires a large amount of materials, and ordinary warriors can't afford it. In short, it is extremely difficult to become an alchemist. Moreover, even alchemists cannot afford to have countless pills to eat. After all, the materials for alchemy are so expensive that it makes people vomit blood. Alas, the further we go, the more expensive the pills become. It seems that we won't be able to eat them in the future. Su Lang sighed again. Although he could earn hundreds of thousands of gold coins every day, it was not enough to upgrade the system functions. Moreover, those 8th and 9th grade pills are sold for millions each, which is simply unaffordable. As for robbing, Su Lang is not such a person without principles. He would never do such a rubbish as robbing someone without any grudge against him. Suddenly, ding! Host, as long as you upgrade all system functions to level 7 at the same time, you will be able to activate the one-click alchemy function. What? The system prompt made Su Lang stunned. Then, Su Lang came back to his senses. His eyes suddenly widened. One-button alchemy function? Wow! Refining an elixir with just one click. Just thinking about it is so awesome. Once activated, I will have countless elixirs. Oh my goodness, these pills can not only be eaten, but also sold. A 9th level pill costs millions of gold coins. When Su Lang thought of the benefits of the new function, his eyes were filled with amazing excitement. However, he quickly calmed down. After all 4 functions are still hovering around level 5 or 6, and it would take 240 million gold coins to upgrade them all to level 7. Even if it is converted into low-grade spirit stones, it is still 2.4 million low-grade spirit stones. This is absolutely a terrifying astronomical figure. With such a huge consumption, I'm afraid the entire Red Maple City stronghold can't support it. Su Lang pondered. In this case, I must leave Red Maple City and go to a larger base. So, where should I go? Just as Su Lang was lost in thought, panicked shouts suddenly came from outside. Lord Su Lang! Lord Su Lang! Hmm? It's Yin Zhou and Yu Feng and the others. Didn't Yin Zhou just leave for a while? Why did he come back? Su Lang looked puzzled, and then he suddenly understood something. He smiled awkwardly, and with a wave of his hand, he dispelled the icy force that had frozen the entire floor. Soon, Yin Zhou and the other two appeared in front of Su Lang with disbelief on their faces. Master Su Lang, are you the one who froze the 106th floor of the Alliance building? Master Su Lang, have you already mastered the blowing snow without trace technique? Oh my god, this can't be true. We've studied it for decades, and we don't even have a clue. When they saw Su Lang, Yin Zhou and the other two immediately asked the questions that had been on their minds. They had received reports that the Union building was frozen and snowing, but they thought it was fake. After receiving the chest-shattering assurances from their subordinates, they hurried back to the Alliance building in disbelief. Then they saw a shocking scene. It was actually snowing in the Alliance building, and countless warriors were watching from all around. Then they entered the Union building and went to the 106th floor, but they couldn't bear it and almost froze to death. Soon after, there was a scene where they called Su Lang. After asking the question, the three of them stared, waiting for Su Lang's answer. In fact, they knew it in their hearts, but they just wanted to get Su Lang's exact answer. Yes, you guessed it right. Su Lang smiled slightly. I have mastered the blowing snow without trace technique. Chapter 109. Clues to the Xinyan Jinghua fire. Wow! The three people in Yin Zhou were instantly shocked and stunned. At this moment, they looked at Su Lang with even more admiration and awe. Don't be surprised. I want to ask you a question. Su Lang smiled and waved his hand, then asked, do you know which strongholds have strange fire? The kind that no one has refined. Refining the strange fire can greatly improve combat power. So Su Lang decided to leave Red Maple City and planned to find a place with strange fire. Strange fire? Yin Zhou asked in surprise. Lord Su Lang wants to refine the strange fire? That is a very dangerous thing. Yu Feng and Bao Zheng were also surprised. Although they knew that Su Lang had abnormal talent and understanding, the strange fire did not buy it. From ancient times to the present, countless geniuses have died in the process of refining strange fire. However, they had no idea that Su Lang had already seized the green lotus dragon pattern fire from the crystal scale green snake, and in half a day, he would be able to refine it easily. Master Su Lang, let's forget it, Yu Feng said with some concern. If you continue like this, you can surely achieve the status of Martial King. Thank you for your concern, but I know what I am doing. Su Lang smiled faintly. If you know where there is a strange fire, just tell me. This. Yin Zhou and the other two looked at each other, then nodded. Lord Su Lang, Yin Zhou said solemnly, we do know of a yellow-level strange fire, and its name is Xinyan Pure Moon Fire. It is said that this strange fire has no offensive capabilities, but it possesses other unusual and magical abilities. However, the difficulty of refining the Xinyan Pure Moon Fire is even greater than other yellow-level strange fires. As for its location, what a coincidence. It is right in the headquarters of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, Nanlin City. After a pause, Yin Zhou continued, when I first became a military commander, I traveled to Nanlin City. By chance, he saw with his own eyes a martial arts commander-level warrior trying to refine the Xinyan Pure Moon Fire. As a result, the powerful warrior was quickly burned to ashes by the strange fire, and I fled in horror. Later, I took over as the garrison commander of the Red Maple City Alliance branch and went to Nanlin City several times with Yu Feng and others. The strange fire is still there, but we simply don't have the courage to refine it. Xinyan Pure Moon Fire? It sounds very high-end. Su Lang looked surprised. Tell me the route quickly, I want to go to Nanlin City now. Although he had just chopped the young president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce into a human stick, he had already offended the Sihai Chamber of Commerce deeply. However, Su Lang simply disdained the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, which was just a chamber of commerce that didn't even have a martial arts commander. Therefore, even though Namlin City was equivalent to the headquarters of the Sea Chamber of Commerce, Su Lang had no scruples at all. Ah, so fast. Although the three people from Yinzhou knew that Hongfeng City could never accommodate a big dragon like Su Lang, they never expected that Su Lang would leave as soon as he said he would. I've made up my mind. Su Lang smiled faintly. Refining the yellow-grade strange fire is equivalent to directly mastering a high-level attribute technique. Can this wait? All right. Yinzhou reluctantly took out a map and said, "This shows the exact location of the Xianyun Pure Moon Fire. If Lord Su Lang leaves now, I will immediately arrange an airship for you to Nanlin City. Let's go now." Su Lang took the map with a smile. Let's go. An hour later, a spiritual car appeared at the Red Maple City Airport. Master Su Lang, this is a small token of our appreciation. Yinzhou respectfully handed over a bag of spirit stones. Please be sure to accept it. Thank you very much. Su Lang accepted the bag of spirit stones without hesitation. Then we'll meet again. You don't have to send me any more. Soon after, with Yinzhou and the other two watching, Su Lang passed through a dedicated passage and stepped onto the 100-meter-long spiritual aviation airship. With Yinzhou's arrangement, Su Lang's seat was naturally not a crowded ordinary seat, but a luxurious independent room. At this moment, Su Lang was walking leisurely towards his room. At this time, another group of people came down the corridor at the back. The group of people gathered around a mobile bed on which lay a person wrapped in bandages. This person is Zhu Fanyu. Chapter 110 Fainted from Fright. It can be seen that after timely treatment, Zhu Fanyu's 5 limbs have been reattached. Of course, it's hard to make it as useful as before. At this time, the woman who rescued Zhu Fanyu recognized Su Lang's back. It's the man who cut the junior president into a human stick. Ugh! The woman's face instantly turned pale, and she immediately covered her mouth in horror. What? It's him? Why is he here? Is he going to Nanlin City too? The pupils of the other people from the Sea Chamber of Commerce suddenly shrank, and their faces were instantly filled with fear and resentment. It smells bad. Su Lang felt the strange gaze behind him, frowned, and turned around. His turning around frightened everyone in the Sea Chamber of Commerce so much that they trembled all over and immediately shut up. Hey, we meet again so soon? Su Lang curled the corners of his mouth, revealing an evil and cruel smile. When the people from the Sea Chamber of Commerce saw this smile, they felt creepy and couldn't help but lower their heads, not daring to look Su Lang in the eye. What's going on? At this time, Zhu Fanyu asked in a daze, "Why don't you leave?" But the corridor was completely silent, and no one answered him. What the hell is going on? Zhu Fanyu was confused, and he forced himself to look up, and immediately his eyes met Su Lang's. Immediately. Ah, no. Zhu Fanyu's whole body stiffened, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fright. Young President, are you okay? Young President, how are you? You can't be in trouble. The people from the Sea Chamber of Commerce were immediately panicked and surrounded Zhu Fanyu. If he dies, they will all be buried with him. TSK waste. Su Lang curled his lips in disdain and turned away. When everyone from the Sea Chamber of Commerce saw Su Lang leave, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief, sweating profusely. Enter the room. Su Lang lay down comfortably on the big bed and immediately took out the bag of spirit stones given by Yinzhou. He opened the bag and poured it out, and 20 dazzling high-quality spirit stones rolled out. Spiritual stones worth 20 million gold coins. Su Lang was pleasantly surprised. He originally thought that Yinzhou and the others would give him 10 million, but he didn't expect it to be 20 million. The garrison of Yinzhou is really nice. Su Lang laughed, and then stored all the spirit stones into the system. In the mysterious black space, the gold coin balance soared rapidly like a rocket. Finally, the number stopped at a terrifying 8-digit number, 21,803,000. System. Upgrade the 1-key cultivation and 1-key practice functions for me. Without hesitation, Su Lang immediately chose to upgrade the 2 most basic and important functions. Ding! The amount of funds consumed by the current system upgrade is too large. The current unit gold coins have been replaced with low-grade spirit stones. Ding! Consume 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the 1-click cultivation function will be upgraded to level 7. The cultivation speed will be increased to 128 times the basic speed. Ding! Consume 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upgrade the 1-click martial arts training function to level 7. and increased the training speed to 64 times the basic speed. The speed of cultivation has doubled again. So refreshing. Su Lang stretched lazily and fell asleep slowly. In a short period of time, he killed Yi Feizhong, the crystal scale green snake, and also practiced so many skills hard. He was so tired, just when Su Lang was resting. In another luxurious cabin. Ah, don't cut it. Zhu Fanyu was startled and woke up suddenly. He had a dream, a big nightmare. He dreamed that Su Lang walked slowly from the other end of the corridor with a cruel smile and cut off his reattached limbs again. Young President, are you awake? Young President, it's okay. It's okay. The devil is gone. The people from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce who were around were startled and immediately hurried to comfort Zhu Fanyu. Gone? He's gone? Was it a dream? Great, it was a dream. Zhu Fanyu, who was still in shock, breathed a sigh of relief, and then his eyes revealed a monstrous hatred. Su Lang bastard, how dare you come to my territory so brazenly? You are dead. You are dead. I will definitely capture you alive, cut off your 5 limbs, and then keep you in a cage, peel off your skin, drink your blood, and eat your flesh every day. Chapter 111. The Arrogant Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Su Lang once again made a breakthrough in his cultivation level and reached the level of an intermediate martial artist. At this moment, he was looking at his property panel. Name, Su Lang. Race, human. Qualification level, top grade. Level, intermediate martial master. Attack level, advanced wushuai. Defense level, quasi-martial arts master plus. Level of physical skills, intermediate wushuai. Endurance level, quasi-martial arts master plus. Mastered skills, infinite heart sutra, snow blowing without trace diagram, advanced entry level. 7-star hidden killing blade, advanced entry level. Kasha dragon roar sword, advanced entry level. Flowing light invisible flash, advanced beginner. Mysterious body immovable scroll, advanced beginner. Breath of the winding mountain, advanced beginner. Chasing souls, advanced beginner. Some exercises have been omitted. Activated system functions. One-click cultivation function, level 7. One-click martial arts function, level 7. Clone dispatch function, level 5. One-click treasure hunt function, level 5. This breakthrough only raised my true combat power by half a level overall. Su Lang frowned and thought, it seems that as the level gets higher and higher, the elementary skills are becoming more and more useless. The combat power level that was previously improved by relying on elementary skills also disappeared. That's right, if you want to improve your combat power to the level of a martial arts commander, how can you do it with the lowest end, low-level skills? Su Lang was originally quite satisfied with the dozens of martial arts books he received from Yinzhou. But now he once again felt the desire for new and more advanced skills. Nanlinqing, I hope you won't let me down. Su Lang looked into the distance, and a huge city gradually appeared where the sky and the earth met. This city is even more majestic than Red Maple City, and its area alone is almost 10 times larger. The airship gradually arrived at Nanlin City and landed in a huge airport. Nanlin City welcomes you. Please apply for an ID card if you have never been to Nanlin City. We apologize for the inconvenience. Following the pleasant voice broadcast, Su Lang got off the airship and went directly to the service window for card issuance. There was no internet in this era, so each city had its own management system. Hello, this is your ID card. The staff handed the card to Su Lang with a smile. Thanks. Su Lang smiled and nodded, then planned to have a meal first, and then go outside the city to find the Xinyan Pure Moon Fire. But just at this moment, everyone get out of the way. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce is doing business. If you don't want to die, get out of here, or you will bear the consequences. A group of ferocious warriors surrounded Su Lang aggressively. The people around were dodging, and some passersby who couldn't avoid it were all pushed away roughly. Noisy, these people are so arrogant. This is inside the city. What are they trying to do by being so rampant? Hey, stop talking and shut up. They're from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. If you piss them off, you're done for. Yes. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce has a close relationship with City Lord Qin Hu, and it has a quasi-military commander and many military generals. You can't afford to offend him. They're actually related to the Lord of Nanlin City. No wonder they are so arrogant. If that young martial artist offends them, he will definitely die miserably. Of course, who wouldn't disappear from the face of the earth after offending the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce? Oh, this young man is in trouble. He is so talented that he has already cultivated to the intermediate martial artist level. When the passersby around learned the identities of this group of evil men, they immediately dispersed in fear. Those who dared to stay and watch the fun also showed sympathy for Su Lang. At this time, several people came over surrounding Zhu Fanyu's bed. Young president, all the vicious warriors bowed. This scene caught the eyes of passersby and immediately caused an uproar. Oh my God, he's actually the young president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Wow, how could such a distinguished person look like this? Could it be the young man who did it? Damn, he is so bold. Isn't he risking his life? The passersby were shocked and pointed at Su Lang in disbelief. Shut up, everyone. Do you think you can discuss our young president? A junior general stepped out from among the vicious warriors. He roared, and the passersby around him quickly shut their mouths. At this time, Zhu Fanyu's bed stopped 3 meters away from Su Lang. Chapter 112. Is there anyone else who wants to take action? Su Lang. You know, I've been enduring so much hardship along the way. I really want to skin you, remove your bones, drink your blood, and eat your flesh. Zhu Fanyu sat up from the hospital bed and roared at Su Lang with a ferocious and resentful face. Looking at the enemy right in front of him, his endless anger almost erupted from all his orifices. As for the changes in Su Lang's cultivation, he didn't take it seriously at all because the people he brought this time were all powerful generals. Tise, you really have forgotten the pain before your scar has healed. Su Lang sneered. Could it be that you think the game of breaking all 5 limbs is not exciting enough? Stop being so sharp-tongued. Zhu Fanyu's eyes were bloodshot and his voice was hoarse. You have to understand, this is the territory of my Sihai Chamber of Commerce. No matter how powerful your background is, your life is in my hands now. If I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you die. If you kneel down and kowtow to me right now, you may suffer less. It seems that you really haven't learned enough lessons. Su Lang narrowed his eyes, and a hint of cold, murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Huh? What? You want to teach me a lesson in my own territory? Zhu Fanyu raised his head to the sky and grinned fiercely, gritting his teeth. Everyone, come at me, chop his legs into 10 pieces first. Yes, break his legs and avenge the young president. The warriors showed excited and cruel smiles and immediately drew their weapons. For a moment, there was the sound of swords and sabers, and the chill was bone-chilling, frightening the passers-by so much that they rushed back again. But a military commander with a group of martial arts masters and warriors wants to touch me? Faced with this small scene, Su Lang was calm and relaxed. You are just a martial artist, prepare to die. The junior general had an arrogant look on his face and slashed at Su Lang's left leg. At the same time, other warriors also took action to block all of Su Lang's escape routes. You are so ignorant that you don't even have the qualifications to let me draw my sword. Su Lang showed a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth, and then he raised his right leg and swept it out. Bang, bang, bang. A series of horrifying muffled sounds were heard, making everyone's hair stand on end. Su Lang's right leg arrived first and kicked the junior general away fiercely, and then kicked all the other warriors away. These flying garbage knocked down 7 or 8 of their own people one after another, and finally fell heavily in front of Zhu Fanyu. In the blink of an eye, the ground was filled with seriously injured people. The generals and martial artists who were kicked by Su Lang had their eyes bulged out and died with their eyes open. Such a thrilling scene instantly made everyone's eyes pop out. The originally noisy scene suddenly cooled down by 100 degrees and became completely silent. How is this possible? Zhang is a military commander. How could he be kicked to death by that little bastard? Zhu Fanyu's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at the corpse of the junior general with trembling body, his face full of disbelief. The rest of the people from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce were also shocked and stunned. Anyone else want to take action? Su Lang looked around coldly and then shouted loudly, "Who else?" As soon as these 3 words came out, they were so powerful that hundreds of people in the audience trembled and became silent. No! Su Lang sneered and set his sights on Zhu Fanyu. Then it's my turn to take action. You dare? Zhu Fanyu was terrified and shouted in a timid voice, "We are in the city, and the Sihai Chamber of Commerce is behind me. I told you last time, even if Wu Shuai comes, he can't protect you." Su Lang simply disdained Zhu Fanyu's threat. He smiled coldly and took a step forward to stand in front of Zhu Fanyu. The warriors guarding Zhu Fanyu screamed in fear and fled. Su Lang drew out his sword and swung it lightly. Swish! Sword light swirled, and Zhu Fanyu's 5 limbs that had just been reconnected yesterday were broken again. And this time Su Lang cut it into hundreds of pieces, ensuring that it could never be reconnected. Ah! Zhu Fanyu was filled with fear and despair, screaming hysterically, the sound of which was even more miserable than that of a pig being slaughtered. This scene made everyone terrified and dumbfounded. Those people from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce were even more terrified. They felt the urge to urinate frequently and dared not even breathe. The young president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce was actually beaten into a human stick in public. So shocking. So scary. Chapter 113. Su Lang's name sweeps Nanlin. Stop yelling. Su Lang smiled coldly. We agreed before that I would make you live a life worse than death. Now you don't like this result. If you don't like it, then I will kill you directly, right? No, don't kill me. Please, I don't want to die. Zhu Fanyu's face was distorted and tears were streaming down his face. He really wanted to escape, but he just lay there unable to move. All the guards around him fled in all directions, and no one dared to rescue him. Desperate. Zhu Fanyu is really desperate. Okay, I won't kill you. Just keep living like this. We'll see you later. Su Lang grinned, then sheathed his sword and walked out of the crowd. When the onlookers saw Su Lang coming, they quickly dodged to the side like a tide, fearing that they would not be able to avoid him in time. Walking out of the crowd, Su Lang quickened his pace and rushed towards the city gate. Although Su Lang was not afraid of anyone, the main goal of this trip was Xinya and Jingyi Weiuo, and he didn't want to bother with those tedious troubles. 5 minutes later, Su Lang appeared in the lobby of the city tower of Nanlin City. Now his physical skills level has reached that of an intermediate martial arts commander, and his speed has reached a terrifying 200 meters per second. That's why he was able to cover a full distance of 60 kilometers in such a short time. At this time, what happened in the airport had just begun to spread. There is an extremely luxurious giant manor in the core area of Nanlin City. This is the residence of the Zhu family, the controller of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, the originally peaceful manor has become filled with panic and fear. Everyone knew that young President Zhu Fanyu had hit a wall. Not only did he lose his troops, but he himself was also cut into a human stick. Because of this incident, Zhu Xian, the head of the Zhu family, was furious and could not control himself. In order to vent his anger, he actually burned the most luxurious building in the manor to the ground. Hateful! How dare you cut my son into a human stick in public? Launeth! Someone, hunt down the murderer immediately. I will make him kowtow and repent in front of everyone in Nanlin City, and then I will torture him alive. Only in this way can I avenge my son. Only in this way can I restore the dignity of my Zhu family. Zhu Xian stood among the ruins and roared like a madman. His heart-wrenching voice echoed throughout the manor. At the same time, the Nanlin City branch of the Warrior Alliance, Qin Hu, who was both the garrison commander and the lord of Nanlin City, was also furious. It is strictly forbidden to kill each other in the city. This is an iron rule. This person dares to be so reckless and does not take the iron law into consideration at all. Moreover, knowing that the Sihai Chamber of Commerce is related to me, you still dare to take action. You are so arrogant and insolent. Come here, send someone to express condolences to President Zhu and mobilize manpower to cooperate with all their actions. Qin Hu growled with a grim expression, and a powerful general immediately took the order and left. The Zhu family of Nanlin City and the Alliance branch were furious at the same time, which immediately caused an uproar. Almost everyone in Nanlin City knew about the airport, and Su Lang's name swept everyone's ears like a storm. TSK. What a madman. He actually dared to kill people from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, and even cut the junior chairman of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce into a human stick. Yes, although it was the Sihai Chamber of Commerce that took the initiative, this person was too heavy-handed. This time he will definitely die miserably. It depends on how long it takes to find this person. I estimate that within half a day, we will hear that this person has been captured and executed. Half a day? I don't think it will take even an hour. Countless residents of Nanlin City talked about this matter and made sarcastic remarks. In their opinion, Su Lang dared to undermine the authority of Sihai Chamber of Commerce and Qin, who just for the sake of momentary pleasure and his final end would definitely be horrible. Just as the crisis at the airport spread, Su Lang was already outside the city. Yuanshan Mountain this direction. Su Lang took out the map given by Yin Zhou and compared it with the map. He immediately found the right direction and rushed towards his destination. As he moved forward, many ferocious beasts rushed up without knowing the danger, but were eventually all killed by Su Lang with one sword. Finally, an hour later, Su Lang saw Yuanshan Mountain from afar. Chapter 114. Innocent and Cute Ji Rushue. Yuanshan Mountain is a very tall mountain. Its upper part is completely covered with snow, while the lower part is lush primeval forest. According to the map given by Yin Zhou, the location of Xinyan Jinghua Fire is in a natural cave between the two. Following the route on the map, Su Lang came straight to the entrance of the cave. No, there's a human presence. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Su Lang frowned slightly. Could it be someone got there first? At this moment, a panicked voice suddenly came from inside. Granny Ku, I can't suppress it anymore. How could this happen? Didn't we use the falling flame stone to suppress it? No, I will be burned to death if this continues. Let's go. A conversation was heard, and then two people rushed out of the cave at high speed. One of the two was an ordinary old woman, and the other was a young girl of about 13 or 14 years old. The girl had white hair like silk, cherry lips, and rosy eyes. She was like a branch of a jade tree or a flawless jade, so stunning that one could not take their eyes away. They're the ones who tried to refine the mysterious cloud pure moon fire. Su Lang looked at the attribute panels of the two people and was suddenly shocked. The plain-looking old woman turned out to be a junior martial arts commander-level expert. However, she was seriously injured and her overall combat power had dropped to the intermediate martial arts commander level. What shocked Su Lang the most was the young girl. All the information about her made Su Lang take a few more glances. Nin, Ziratu. Race, Wind Spirit Human. Qualification level none. Realm level, Primary General. Attack level, Intermediate General Plus. Defense level, Intermediate General. Agility level, Intermediate General. Endurance level, Primary General. Mastered Skills, Infinite Heart Sutra, Lotus Leaf Wutsu Collection, Advanced Minor Success. Lonely Question Phoenix Pattern Sutra, Advanced Beginner. Wind Dance Taishiju Advanced Beginner. Wind Spirit Human Race? Su Lang looked surprised. They are not pure human beings? The world is so big that there are so many strange things. Moreover, her aptitude is very high. She is only 13 or 14 years old, but she has already reached the level of a military commander. At this moment, the old man and the young man also saw Su Lang, and their expressions immediately changed drastically. They just couldn't understand why a young man of martial arts level appeared outside the cave entrance. You must know that Yuanshan Mountain is the territory of a C+ level ferocious beast. Run! The strange fire is chasing us. Once you are contaminated by the strange fire, you will be reduced to ashes. At this time, Ji Rushue came back to her senses and spoke to Su Lang anxiously. Young man, run away! Granika glanced at Su Lang and gave him a reminder. Immediately, the two of them fled quickly into the distance. It seems that they failed in refining. Seeing this scene, Su Lang smiled faintly. Very good, otherwise I would not be able to live with my conscience if I killed these two kind-hearted people. At this time, Ji Rushue and Granny Ku, who had already escaped far away, discovered that Su Lang was still there, and they were speechless. They reminded him like this, but he turned a deaf ear and remained indifferent. And he's still smiling? What are you still laughing at? Run away! Ji Rushue turned around and shouted, extremely anxious. Thanks for the reminder. Go ahead and don't worry about me. Su Lang smiled faintly at Ji Rushue and walked slowly towards the cave. What are you doing? Are you crazy? That's strange fire. Don't you know what strange fire is? When Ji Rushue saw that Su Lang not only ignored the advice, but also walked towards the extremely dangerous cave, she became so anxious that she almost cried. Miss, leave him alone. Granny Ku said anxiously, let's run away. Ji Rushue widened her beautiful eyes, full of reluctance. But he is seeking death himself. We have already dissuaded him. Granny Ku looked anxious and terrified. If you don't leave now, the Xinyan pure moon fire will break through the suppression of the falling flame stone and rush out. The Xinyan pure moon fire has already infected your chi. Once it appears, it will chase you to death. Then you will be finished. No, no way. Ji Rushua showed reluctance and shook her head fiercely. Although he is a little ignorant, if he really dies, it will be considered that I have implicated him, and I will not be able to rest in peace. Well, Su Lang was surprised by this scene. In this era, there are still such naive people. In this cruel era, it is a good thing that we don't push passersby to be used as shields in such situations. It's so rare to be so innocent and cute. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from the cave. The sound continued to echo, as if the entire Yuanshan mountain was roaring. The next moment, like an active volcano erupting, a terrifying white translucent flame suddenly gushed out of the cave. Chapter 115. He caught up. This is the Xinyan Pure Moon Fire system. How can we refine it? Su Lang looked at the white translucent flames all over the sky, and a burst of excitement flashed in his eyes. Host, directly touch the strange fire to store it in the storage space and refine it. Direct contact, it's really easy. An excited smile appeared on Su Lang's lips. At the same time, looking at the constantly surging Xinyan Pure Moon Fire, Ji Rushue and Granny Ka showed horror on their faces. The falling flamestone was broken. Granny Ka was terrified, her voice trembling. Miss, let's run away. No, it was me who caused this. If I hadn't tried to refine the mysterious cloud Pure Moon Fire, it wouldn't have erupted at all. Too many people have died because of me. I can't let another innocent person be implicated. A gleam of determination flashed across Ji Rushue's beautiful eyes, and she turned around and rushed towards the raging fire. No, miss. Come back soon. Granny Ka was so angry that her eyes burst with anger, and she immediately chased after Ji Rushue without hesitation. At the same time, a hint of hatred rose in her eyes as she looked at Su Lang. If it weren't for this young man who suddenly appeared and didn't know whether to live or die, her young lady would never have returned to the dangerous place. This idiot is so unlucky. Granny Ka looked at Su Lang with a gloomy expression, cursing under her breath. How dare this person curse me? Su Lang sensed Granny Ka's malice and immediately frowned, with a cold, murderous look in his eyes. If he hadn't seen that the old woman was with that innocent and kind little girl, he would have drawn his sword by now. At this time, the dark clouds and pure moon fire in the sky seemed to be attracted by the energy of Ji Rushue and instantly rushed over like a tsunami. Run away quickly. I will lead the strange fire away. Ji Rushue's face turned pale as she yelled at Su Lang. Then, an invisible hurricane burst out from her small body, carrying her away. The strange fire was attracted by the chi and immediately chased after it like a giant predator. Damn it! Granny Ka glared at Su Lang fiercely again, and then fled for her life with Ji Rushue. I don't know what to say to such a master and servant. Looking at the backs of the two and the distant strange fire, Su Lang sighed helplessly, then moved his feet and chased after them. In the complex environment of the primeval forest, Ji Rushue and Granny Ka kept running away. However, although Ji Rushue's speed far exceeded that of junior generals, she was still unable to escape Xinyan Jingweo's pursuit. In fact, they were being slowly approached by the Xinyan Jingwe fire. In a short period of time, the distance between the two sides was less than 30 meters. Feeling the terrifying strange fire energy behind them, Ji Rushue and Granny Ka both turned pale. We can't go on like this, Granny Ka said anxiously. Miss, hold on tight. As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed Ji Rushue's arm, and her speed suddenly increased. In an instant, her speed reached the level of a junior martial arts commander. However, as a price to pay, the serious injury that had just been suppressed immediately relapsed, causing her to spit out blood. Granny Ka, how are you? Ji Rushue's beautiful eyes were red and tears were flowing. I'm fine. Hurry and take a look. Have you gotten rid of the Xinyan Jingwe fire? Granny Ka looked as pale as a dead person. At this moment, she really hated Su Lang in her heart. Ji Rushue nodded, turned around and saw that Xinyan Jingwe had been left behind by more than 200 meters, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But just when she wanted to tell Granny Ka the good news, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Look, Granny Ka. Ji Rushue exclaimed in disbelief. Is that the young martial artist from before? He actually caught up with us? What? The martial artist from before has caught up with us? Granny Ka frowned and looked back, and was immediately stunned. Su Lang was seen following behind Xinyan Jingweowo, moving very fast in the complex environment as if he were walking on flat ground. And he looked calm and composed, as if he was not struggling at all. Chapter 116. The sudden appearance of the martial commander. This kind of speed is definitely something only a martial arts master can possess. How can he be so fast when he is just a martial artist? Ji Rushue and Granny Ku were in disbelief, with all kinds of shocking thoughts flashing through their minds. At this moment, something even more shocking happened to them. Su Lang suddenly accelerated and blocked the way of Xianyun Jingyueo. "Come on, my sweet baby." Su Lang showed excitement and stretched out his right hand. He wants to subdue Xianyun Jingyueo? Granny Ku was dumbfounded, as dumb as a piece of wood. Subdue the Xianyun pure moon fire? Touch it with your hands? How is that possible? Ji Rushue widened her beautiful eyes and immediately shouted anxiously. "Don't touch it. That is the mysterious cloud pure moon fire. You must never touch it with your physical body. If you touch it, it will get inside you and burn you to ashes from the inside out." But it was too late. Su Lang's figure was submerged by the surging Xianyun pure moon fire in the blink of an eye. "Humph! You deserve to die." Granny Ku snorted coldly, her face showing mockery and satisfaction. A mere martial artist actually wants to subdue Xianyun Jingyueo? How ridiculous! But you died a worthy death. If you were burned to death, the aura of the strange fire would change, and it would no longer chase after my young lady. Granny Ku stopped talking. Ji Rushue's eyes showed a strong sense of pity. "Okay, I won't say anything. He's hopeless now, let's go." Granny Ku nodded and was about to take Ji Rushue away. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura of a martial arts commander suddenly enveloped an area of several hundred meters. "Ms. Ji Rushue, you really know how to escape." A big man in black walked out from the bushes in front with a sneer. This man had sharp features, a face like iron, and muscles on his body that almost tore his clothes apart. Chui Tai. When they saw this person, Ji Rushue and Granny Ku were immediately shocked. They never expected that they had traveled through so many cities and strongholds, but were still caught up. "Accept your fate, Miss Ji Rushue." A ferocious smile appeared on Chui Tai's lips. "The head of the family said that I will do whatever I want to you after I catch you. I've been coveting your small and beautiful body for a long, long time. I wonder how your experience as a wind spirit and human hybrid is different from that of an ordinary human." "You bastard Chui Tai! You dare?" When Granny Ku heard that Chui Tai was going to touch her own young lady, her eyes were instantly bloodshot. "Why shouldn't I?" Chui Tai sneered repeatedly, his face grim. A human woman and an invading life form brought shame to the Ji family. Even the head of the family personally ordered the execution of this evildoer. Why shouldn't I dare to do that? As soon as these words came out, Ji Rushue's small body trembled violently, and her pearl-like beautiful eyes were instantly covered with a layer of shadow. At this moment, her mind was filled with images of bloody killing. Her mother, her sister, those loyal guards and compassionate tribesmen, all died in front of her, one by one, and the reason is her bloodline. "Ah!" Ji Rushue suddenly held her head and screamed in pain. "Chui Tai, you bastard! I'm gonna kill you!" Upon seeing this scene, Granny Ku's eyes widened in anger, tears streamed down her cheeks, and blood spurted out from her old teeth. "Ha ha! Kill me!" Chui Tai laughed wantonly. "You are just a defeated general. Even in your prime, you are not my opponent. What's more, you are still seriously injured and haven't recovered yet. If you know what's good for you, kneel down right now, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you will be like those rubbish that tried to stop me and kill me, and I will torture you to the point where your life is worse than death, and you will end up breathing your last miserably. Let me kneel down?" "You are dreaming," Granny Ku said in a hoarse voice. "Even if I die, I will never let you touch a hair of Miss Rushu." "Ha! Are you going to make my teeth fall out?" Chui Tai sneered repeatedly. "You old loser. You think you can stop me? I will break your thighs later and make you stay aside and watch me humiliate that evil creature with your own eyes." Chapter 117. The second half of my sentence is, after these words were spoken, Granny Ku became even more sad and angry. But she knew that she was definitely no match for Chui Tai. Once I die, Ji Rushue will no longer have anyone to rely on, and that will be the end. Thinking of this, sadness, pain, anger, and despair gradually grew. Granny Ku's tears gradually turned red and finally turned into tears of blood. "Granny Ku, Please go away and stop caring about me. Ji Rushue suppressed her headache and grabbed Granny Ku's sleeve with a sad look on her face. Silly boy. I'll hold him back later. You must find a chance to escape. Granny Ku smiled and shook her head. Her face was very ferocious, full of the look of fearlessness in facing death. Haha, what a touching master-servant relationship. Chui Tai's face was full of sarcasm. It's a pity that none of you can escape today, especially Ji Rushue. I must. Well, a sigh interrupted Chui Tai's words. Why do I always encounter psychopaths? Are people in this era under such great psychological pressure? Who? Chui Tai, Granny Ku, and Ji Rushue were all startled at the same time and looked in the direction of the voice. The next moment, they saw an extremely shocking scene. Hundreds of meters away, the dark clouds and pure moon fire in the sky suddenly turned into a whirlpool and rushed towards the figure in the middle. The endless flames disappeared rapidly as if they had encountered a black hole. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. The vision became clear, and the back of a young man came into view. It's him. It's that young man. Like thunder and lightning, Granny Ku's face was filled with dementia, and she was speechless with horror. Ji Rushue's face was also dazed and confused. She couldn't believe her eyes at all. Of course, Chui Tai's face was full of disbelief. He had seen the Xinyan Jinghua fire a long time ago, and he didn't dare to touch it, so he simply ignored it. But he never expected that someone could easily devour the Xinyan pure moon fire with his physical body. Moreover, that person was only emitting martial artist-level spiritual energy fluctuations. This is simply a fantasy. You must know that it is absolutely impossible to touch the strange fire like Xinyan Jinghua fire with the flesh body. To refine this strange fire, one must use very special means to separate a trace of fire from it, and then use spiritual power to refine it remotely. Even so, it is still a very, very dangerous thing. If you are not careful, you will get burned. Even gods cannot save you. But such a powerful and strange Xinyan Jinghua fire was actually swallowed by the body of a martial artist. This is as unbelievable as a powerless ordinary person crushing a spiritual weapon with his bare hands. At this moment, whether it was Chui Tai, Ji Rushue, or Granny Ku, they were all so shocked that they were about to doubt their lives. At this moment, Su Lang curled the corners of his mouth and slowly turned around. At the same time, Chui Tai's attribute panel also appeared. Nemekuite, a race, human. Qualification level, top quality. Level, primary martial artist. Attack level, intermediate wuxuai. Defense level, intermediate warrior plus. Level of physical skills, intermediate wuxuai. Endurance level, primary warrior plus. Mastered skills. Infinite Heart Sutra, Giant God Body Forging Skill, Advanced Minor Success. Ziwu Shimming Skill, Advanced Beginner. Ling Shao Fully a Step, Advanced Beginner. Sure enough, it's pretty much what I guessed. Su Lang's mouth curled up. In fact, based on Chui Tai's aura, he had roughly guessed the opponent's combat power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rashly intervened in this fight. While Su Lang was looking at Chui Tai was also looking at Su Lang. You were the one talking just now. Chui Tai narrowed his eyes, and a cold light shot out from the tiny slits of his eyes. It's me. Su Lang smiled faintly. What you said before, and you as a person are too disgusting, so I interrupted you. When he was a killer in his previous life, Su Lang witnessed a lot of dirty things and killed a lot of psychopaths, corrupt, and disgusting guys. Humph. You dare to call me disgusting and interrupt me. Where do you get your confidence from? Chui Tai snorted coldly and said, Don't you think that you, a mere martial artist, can deal with me just by refining the Xinyan pure moon fire? Of course not. Su Lang smiled slightly. I haven't refined the Xinyan pure moon fire yet, and it's not an offensive flame. Humph, you little loser still have some self-awareness. Chui Tai raised his chin and said arrogantly, Now kneel down and kowtow to me, then cut off one of your arms, and then you can get out. Tsk, so arrogant. Su Lang sneered disdainfully. A piece of trash like you. It only takes one move to kill you. What? When these words were spoken, not only Chui Tai, but also Ji Rushue and Granny Ku were stunned. A little fellow at the martial artist level actually said that he could kill a mid-level martial arts commander with just one move. How arrogant is this? It's so arrogant. Ha 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 ha. Chui Tai suddenly stopped being angry and laughed instead. Interesting. I want to see how you can kill me with one move. Chapter 118. directly frozen into an ice sculpture. You'll soon realize. Su Lang's mouth curled up into a non-committal sneer. You are really just a weak chicken. The next moment, his mind moved, and a terrifying martial arts commander-level aura suddenly burst out from him. Is this a martial arts master level? Chui Tai's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost, and he lost his voice in horror. Ji Ruxiue and Granny Ku were also stunned and instantly became petrified. They all found it unbelievable that a martial artist at the martial arts master level actually possessed the terrifying aura of a martial arts commander level. At this time, the shock on Chui Tai's face gradually subsided, and he sneered again. I didn't expect that you were a martial arts commander with hidden strength. It's a pity. Even if you are a martial arts commander, it's not like I haven't killed martial artists of the same level before. With your fighting power, you want to kill me like killing a chicken? It's almost laughable to me. Really? Then let me show you how vulnerable you are in front of me. Su Lang sneered and flicked his thumb, and a ball of cold and deep sword light burst out. Then he took a step forward, and a strong wind blew behind him. Come on, if you can push me back one step, I lose. Chui Tai laughed grimly, and his body began to expand wildly, reaching 4 or 5 meters in height in an instant. The muscles on his body also became larger and harder, and each one was as shiny and textured as granite. Giant god body forging technique. When Granny Ku saw this scene, her expression suddenly changed. She had been defeated by this move of Chui Tai before. His terrifying defense made it difficult for her to even break through it. At this moment, the afterimage of Su Lang's incarnation arrived in front of Chui Tai in an instant. Hidden kill come? Su Lang's mind moved, and the cold sword light appeared directly between Chui Tai's eyebrows as if it had penetrated through space. What? Chui Tai's pupils suddenly shrank, and his pineal gland jumped wildly. He had never expected that Su Lang's attack would be so fierce. At the critical moment, Chui Tai desperately urged his spiritual energy to form a translucent shield between his eyebrows. This is the unique innate defensive ability of the strong in the realm of Wu Shui, spiritual shield armor. With the spiritual shield armor and my physical defense, I don't believe I can't withstand your attack. Looking at the sword tip getting closer and bigger, a disdainful thought flashed through Chui Tai's mind. And in the next millisecond, Su Lang's sword pierced his spiritual shield fiercely. Bite! Crack! A sound of metal clashing almost pierced his eardrums, accompanied by a faint sound of shattering. Chui Tai was instantly terrified. What? My spiritual shield armor actually shattered directly? How is this possible? My spiritual shield armor cannot be shaken even by a martial arts commander of the same level. How can it be so vulnerable? Chui Tai was both frightened and confused, but at the critical moment of life and death, he didn't bother to think too much and immediately used his last trump card. Giant God Tyrant Body. A violent roar came out of Chui Tai's mouth, almost like thunder. The next second, a brilliant light appeared on his skin, raising his defense to another level. Boom! Su Lang's long sword fiercely stabbed Chui Tai's forehead, and a loud sound like a bronze bell rushed straight into the sky. The tip of the sword was firmly fixed on Chui Tai's forehead, and he couldn't move forward even an inch. Ha! You can't break my defense. Chui Tai breathed a sigh of relief, then laughed wildly. Now it's my turn. As he said that, he clenched his right hand and smashed Su Lang hard with his fist as big as a pot lid. Tisk, do you think this is the end? Su Lang ignored Chui Tai's iron fist and grinned. Blizzard without a trace, explode for me. The next moment, 9 crystal-clear snowflakes appeared on the sword and then exploded. Endless icy power erupted, and Chui Tai, who was hit the first, didn't even have time to change his expression and was submerged in an instant. Immediately afterwards, under the horrified gazes of Ji Ruxiue and Granny Ku, Chui Tai's movements became slower and slower, and his fist was finally frozen in the air. In less than a second, Chui Tai turned into an ice sculpture. At the same time, everything within 100 meters radius turned into glaciers, and the sky was instantly covered with heavy snow. Oh my God! An advanced attribute technique. Granny Ku was filled with shock and fear. He is so young, and not only has he reached the level of a martial arts commander, he has even successfully mastered a high-level attribute technique. Ji Ruxiue was also extremely shocked. Her qualifications were considered top-notch, but compared to Su Lang, she was nothing. Chapter 119. please take my daughter in. Ding! You get 5 top-grade spirit stones and 1 top-grade spirit weapon. The appearance of the system prompt means that Shui Tai has lost all hope of survival and is dead. The power of 9 crystal snowflakes is indeed extraordinary. Su Lang stood in front of Shui Tai, who had turned into an ice sculpture, with a satisfied smile on his face. Immediately, he stretched out his finger and lightly tapped, and Shui Tai's huge body suddenly collapsed and turned into powder. Ha! So this is how the most thorough shattering to pieces happens? Looking at Shui Tai's torn body, Su Lang laughed, then walked away while counting his gains. This time, the harvest includes the Xinyan pure moon fire that is being refined. Then there are spiritual stones worth more than 5 million in total, a top-level spiritual weapon, and elixirs too. TSK, you are worthy of being Wu Shui, so fat. Looking at the spoils in the storage space, Su Lang couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement. At this moment, a cautious yet extremely urgent voice suddenly came from behind. Sir, please stay. Su Lang turned around and saw that Granny Ke had a frightened look on her face and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Looking at Ji Ruxue again, she lowered her head, occasionally looking up at Su Lang, and no one knew what she was thinking. What's the matter? Tell me now. Stop dilly-dallying. Granny Ke left a very bad impression on Su Lang, so he was not very polite in his words. Grown-ups? Granny Ke looked at Su Lang with some awe, then pulled Ji Ruxue to kneel on the ground together, saying sadly, My lord, please take my young lady in. Oh, why? Su Lang raised his eyebrows in surprise. I think you heard what Shui Tai said. Granny Ke said with a gloomy expression. My young lady is a mixed race of the Wind Spirit clan and the Human clan. She was born into the most powerful Ji family in Dongfang City and should have had a good life. But because of her bloodline, she is regarded as a disgrace to the Ji family and is being hunted down by the Ji family. The Wind Spirit tribe? What Shui Tai said before about invading life. Could it be that he was referring to the Wind Spirit clan? Please explain in detail. Su Lang's expression changed, and he looked at Granny Ke and Ji Ruxue in surprise. Yes. Although Granny Ke was somewhat surprised that Su Lang didn't know about the Wind Spirit clan, she still said, The Wind Spirit clan is the alien life form that broke through the space-time rift and invaded Blue Planet 2,000 years ago. They're almost identical to humans, but more handsome in appearance, and each of them has snow-white hair. They're extremely powerful. Even the weakest is at the Martial King level. But precisely because of this, it is very difficult for them to personally invade the Blue Planet through the space-time rift. Therefore, they continuously sent the ferocious beasts they raised to Blue Star to consume the human strength. More than 10 years ago, a terrifying tide of ferocious beasts occurred in Dongfang City. During that battle, a rare Wind Spirit clan appeared. At that time, the Wind Spirit clan's life force was unstoppable. The barriers of Eastern City collapsed, and it was almost destroyed. It was only thanks to the main city of Blue Star that it was barely able to hold on. During that battle, Ji Ruxue's mother disappeared, and she reappeared in the Ji family a year later. I see. Suddenly. During the battle against the ferocious beasts in Red Maple City, he vaguely felt that there was a mastermind behind the scenes. Now he finally understood some truths about this world. At this time, Granny Ke continued. My young lady was hunted down by people in the family because of her bloodline. Shui Tai was just one of the pursuers. Even if he died, there would still be other pursuers. These pursuers all master a secret tracking technique that allows them to find the young lady based on her unique mixed blood aura. The reason why we tried to refine the Xinyan Pure Moon Fire was for its ability to annihilate aura. Now that Xinyan Jinggueweo has been subdued by you, as long as you use Xinyan Jinggueweo's ability to annihilate the young lady's breath, those pursuers will lose their target and become headless flies. In that way, the young lady will completely escape the Ji family's pursuit. Sir, you are the only one who can save my young lady now. Please have mercy on me and take my young lady in. At the end, Granny Ke kowtowed 3 times to Su Lang. The breath is gone. Su Lang's expression changed, so Xinyan Pure Moon Fire has this effect. Although he received the Xinyan Pure Moon Fire, he did not know what miraculous functions this strange fire had before he refined it. Immediately, Su Lang's gaze turned to Ji Ruxue. At this time, Ji Ruxue was kneeling beside Grandma Ke. Those big, tearful eyes flickered with lingering fear, new life, and a glimmer of elusive hope. Su Lang had a good impression of this innocent, cute, kind, and pure young girl. Moreover, there are many benefits to accepting Ji Rushue. The 3 advanced martial arts books she has are already very impressive. However, once the decision is made to take in Ji Rushue, it means becoming an enemy of the Ji family in Dongfang City. And this is not the most important thing. Su Lang is not afraid of anyone as his enemy. For Su Lang, the most important thing is 2 other words: bond. For Su Lang, who is used to being alone, fetters mean being restricted, having reservations, a fatal weakness, and a memory that he cannot bear to look back on. My lord, please. When Granny Ku saw that Su Lang remained silent for a long time, she became frightened and confused. Then, she suddenly thought of something and immediately knelt on the ground. Sir, I was blind before. I shouldn't have cursed you. I was wrong. I am willing to die. I am willing to pay any price. I just ask you to be kind and take my young lady in. Su Lang looked up at the sky, his eyes as deep as a black hole. My lord, please. Granny Ku cried and begged. My daughter is very well behaved and has great talent. She will definitely be a great help to you in the future. Okay, I'll take it. Su Lang closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then nodded. In the end, he could not stand idly by and watch this kind and lovely girl struggle in pain and die in despair due to her tragic fate. Chapter 120. The Old Servant Whose Life Hangs on a Thread. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Granny Ku was extremely ecstatic and kowtowed 3 times again. With Su Lang's protection, Ji Rushue no longer has to worry and run around in fear. Don't be so quick to be happy. Su Lang said calmly. It will take another day to refine the Xinyan Pure Moonfire. Only then can we eliminate Ji Rushue's aura and cut off the clues of the pursuers. It is a great favor that you are willing to take my young lady in. Granny Ku kowtowed and said, How dare we, master and servant, have any other extravagant requests? Several months had passed since they had escaped, and waiting for just one more day was nothing to them. In that case, Ji Rushue will follow me from now on. Su Lang raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a smile. You guys get up. My name is Su Lang. Yes, Lord Sunan. Granny Ku was overjoyed. Rushue, thanks Brother Su Lang for taking her in. Ji Rushue looked grateful and bowed to Su Lang in a cute and obedient manner. So good. Su Lang reached out and rubbed Ji Rushue's head and said with a smile, But if you follow me, I'm afraid you won't have a very stable life in the future. Since Rushue has decided to follow Brother Su Lang, no matter what happens in the future, I will bear it together with Brother Su Lang. Ji Rushue nodded seriously, then smiled slightly, and her beautiful eyes turned into crescent moons. Haha, who asked you to bear it? Su Lang smiled brightly. Since I have accepted you, I will definitely not let anyone hurt you. As soon as these words were spoken, Ji Rushue suddenly felt a warmth welling up in her heart, and her whole body seemed to feel relaxed from soul to body. This feeling, there was a gleam of light in Ji Rushue's eyes. She had never felt this feeling since she started her escape, until now, when she met Su Lang. What are you thinking about? Su Lang smiled and said, Let's go. We should leave here. Ji Rushue nodded obediently and immediately helped Grandma Ku up. But just at this moment, puff! Granny Ku suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell straight to the ground. Granny Ku, what's wrong with you? Don't be in trouble. Ji Rushue was so frightened that she couldn't help but cry. The injury must have worsened. Su Lang frowned, squatted down, and carefully checked Granny Ku's injuries. As a result, he found that Granny Ku was almost at the end of her rope and was only able to hold on until now on her last breath. Probably because he saw that Ji Rushue's safety was guaranteed, the anger in his heart was lost, and he became desperate. Brother Su Lang, please save Granny Ku. Ji Rushue grabbed Su Lang's sleeve and begged, tears streaming down her little face. I'll try my best. Su Lang nodded and immediately took out a large amount of healing pills from the storage space. Among these healing pills, there are some 9th-grade pills, which were just harvested from Chui Tai. Su Lang picked out a pill and stuffed it into Granny Ku's mouth. Brother Su Lang, Granny Ku will be fine, right? Ji Rushue's eyes were blurred with tears, and she looked at Su Lang with hope. This dragon tiger blood pill is the best medicine. Su Lang's expression was not very good. Grandma Ku's injuries are too serious. It's even a question whether this pill can keep her alive. The most important thing is that she has the will to survive. You can try to wake her up. Yeah, I will never let Granny Ku die in front of me. Ji Rushua nodded vigorously, then quickly moved closer to Granny Ku's ear and continued telling her about the happy past. Time passes slowly. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Brother Su Lang, Granny Ku is awake. Ji Rushua's extremely happy voice came. Su Lang looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Granny Ku waking up slowly, and couldn't help but sneer. Old woman, do you want to die like this? Don't forget that you curse me. If you dare to curse me, you will have to pay the price. You, an old servant, must do this until you die of old age. Master Su Lang, I know I was wrong. Granny Ku said with great gratitude that she really wanted to kowtow to Su Lang, but her injury did not allow her to do so. That's enough. The Dragon Tiger blood-generating pill is just keeping you alive. Su Lang waved his hand and said, if you want to really heal your injuries, you have to find an alchemist to make a tailor-made elixir for you. Let's go. We'll go into the city now. Ji Rushua, Granny Ku is in your hands. Having said that, Su Lang turned and walked towards Nanlin City. Okay, Broter Sulang. Ji Rushua smiled, then carried Granny Ku on her back and followed Su Lang closely. Chapter 121. They are all military commanders, ants. Not long. The gate of Nanlin City gradually appeared in the distance. Suddenly, Su Lang raised his eyebrows and squinted his eyes to look up at the sky. Chirp, chirp. 3 strange eagles were circling in the sky, making shrill screams from their mouths. Brother Su Lang, it's the life-chasing bird. Ji Rushua's expression changed, and her beautiful eyes narrowed. She has a deep shadow for this flying eagle that specializes in tracking enemies. Don't worry, these life-chasing birds are coming for me. Su Lang retracted his gaze and sneered. I didn't want to pay attention to you, but you insisted on coming to my door, so don't blame me for being merciless. At this moment, 8 black spots appeared in the distance, running rapidly. They had ferocious looks on their faces and were aggressive, and they surrounded us like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. All of them are military commanders? Su Lang glanced at these people, curled his lips in disdain, stood there with his hands behind his back, waiting for them to come and die. In a blink of an eye, 8 Zhu family warriors with ferocious faces rushed up to him and surrounded Su Lang. Damn you, Su Lang. I finally found you. How dare you cut our junior president into a human stick? Today I will pay you back. 8 Zhu family warriors surrounded Su Lang and Ji Rushua, who was carrying Granny Ku on her back, and kept shouting vulgar curses. At this moment, one of them suddenly looked surprised. Look, that 13 or 14-year-old girl is actually a military commander. What? A 13 or 14-year-old military commander? How is that possible? Let me see, damn. It's real. There is actually such a young military commander level girl. Oh my god. She definitely has perfect qualifications. A group of Zhu family generals stared at Ji Rushua in disbelief, with intense shock and a hint of greed in their eyes. They never expected that while chasing after Su Lang, they would actually encounter a peerless genius with perfect qualifications. You know, perfect qualifications can only be found in one person among millions of people. We are so lucky. At this time, a warrior from the Zhu family suddenly burst into laughter. Yeah, our luck is incredible. Another big man from the Zhu family also laughed and said, I can't believe that we have met a flawless genius at the level of a military commander. My Zhu family is destined to reach a higher level. The other Zhu family warriors also looked at each other with excitement. A genius with perfect qualifications is almost destined to become a martial king as long as he does not die prematurely. Once they control this young girl in front of them with little cultivation and train her to become a martial king, the Zhu family will be very successful. As for how to make the other party surrender, of course, it is coercion, inducement, and other special means of restraint. The most commonly used one is the poison pill. The Zhu family has no idea how many warriors they have controlled to work for them using this vicious method. Faced with surrender and death, those warriors had no choice at all. A bunch of ants dare to target my people? Su Lang naturally noticed the gazes of the Zhu family generals, and a sneer suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Huh, your people? A little loser like you is qualified to own her? A senior general of the Zhu family came out and looked down at Su Lang. Good. Another Zhu family general also said with disdain, you are just a martial artist. You think you are a big shot just because you killed a junior general? Don't worry about him. Go greet our talented, beautiful girl first. A thin man with a wretched look stepped forward and said to Ji Rushua, "Little girl, you are in danger if you walk with Su Lang. Fortunately, you have good qualifications and our Zhu family likes you. Why don't you consider joining our Zhu family? I promise that you will not be harmed at all, and you will have endless wealth and splendor to enjoy in the future." Ji Rushua rolled her eyes and looked at those Zhu family warriors as if they were idiots. She saw with her own eyes how Brother Su Lang defeated a mid-level martial arts master with just one move. Now these general-level minions dare to complain and provoke us constantly. They're simply asking for trouble. Chapter 122, Shattered to Pieces in the Blink of an Eye. Little girl, why don't you speak? Don't be afraid. We mean no harm. The senior general of the Zhu family, who was in the lead, laughed and said, "That's your relative on your back. He looks like he is barely alive and won't live long. However, as long as you agree to join our Zhu family, we will use all our resources to help you treat your loved ones." Ji Rushua snorted coldly, rolled her eyes, and turned away. "Little girl, with such good conditions, what are you still hesitating about?" After a Zhu family general exchanged glances with the others, a stern look gradually appeared on his face. "First of all, you have to understand that your situation is very dangerous. We were originally going to kill you all, but since you have good talent and are cute, we'll give you a chance. Don't make the mistake. Stop talking, I won't agree," Ji Rushua said in a cold tone. "Also, what's the dangerous situation? Don't make mistakes. It's really ridiculous. In front of Brother Su Lang, you are all chickens and dogs, vulnerable. I advise you to run away immediately. There is still a glimmer of hope." As soon as these words came out, Su Lang smiled slightly. The faces of those Zhu family generals were as ugly as if they had eaten dog shit. "Little sister, don't refuse my toast and drink the wine for punishment," the leading Zhu family general said coldly. "Su Lang's strength is indeed good, but it is simply wishful thinking to expect him to escape unscathed from our hands." "That's right, Su Lang is totally vulnerable in our hands." Another Zhu family member showed disdain. "If you don't believe it, we will cut Su Lang into pieces right now." Having said that, the eyes of all the Zhu family generals fell on Su Lang again. They grinned and sneered, as if they had already made up their minds to defeat Su Lang. Alas, why are there so many self-righteous idiots in the world? Su Lang shook his head and sneered. "Come on, if you want to tear me into pieces, I will grant your wish. You are about to die, and you still dare to be so sharp-tongued," a Zhu family general said cruelly. "I will cut off your tongue and pull out your teeth one by one. Stop talking nonsense. Catch him and let him taste our methods." The leading general of the Zhu family shouted loudly, waved his hand, and charged forward. The other Zhu family generals also drew their weapons with grim smiles on their faces and rushed towards Su Lang fiercely. "Ants, you are destined to become the dust under my feet." A hint of coldness flashed across Su Lang's eyes, and then he raised his right hand and flicked it gently, and suddenly heavy snow fell from the sky. Such a strange scene immediately shocked the Zhu family's generals. Immediately afterwards, a bone-chilling chill swept over them, causing them to shiver at the same time. "What's going on? It's so cold, so cold. I'm a military commander. How could I feel cold?" The Zhu family's generals looked at the heavy snow in disbelief. They are military generals, people standing at the top of the small city. They haven't felt the cold for a long time, but now they felt chilled to the bone. Even their thoughts were frozen. At this moment, the Zhu family general who was leading the group suddenly showed fear on his face. "It's an ice attribute technique. Yes, it must be like this." The others were reminded and reacted immediately. Their eyes widened. "What kind of ice attribute technique is this? It's so terrifying. It's an advanced attribute technique. But how could this bastard Su Lang master such a powerful technique?" "Don't worry about it. Just run away." Endless shock and fear instantly appeared on the faces of all Zhu family generals. Immediately, they ran out like crazy. "You want to escape now? Don't you think it's too late?" Su Lang flicked his finger, and pieces of ice-blue snowflakes exploded. The terrifying icy force swept in all directions, and the area within 100 meters instantly turned into a glacier. All the Zhu family generals who were fleeing felt a chill all over their bodies and suddenly lost consciousness. "Help, I can't move. My hands are frozen off. I can't feel my body anymore. No. Solan." The Zhu family generals were terrified and struggled continuously, but they still could not escape the fate of being turned into ice sculptures. At the same time, all the life-chasing birds circling in the sky turned into ice cubes and fell to the ground, smashing into pieces. Chapter 123. They can't afford to provoke you. In the blink of an eye, the 8 aggressive generals of the Zhu family turned into ice sculptures in despair. Su Lang stretched out his hand, and a gust of wind hit the 8 ice sculptures, instantly smashing them to pieces. However, Su Lang deliberately left their heads behind. I hope the Zhu family will like this generous gift. A strange smile appeared on Su Lang's lips. Immediately, he waved his hand and put all 8 frozen heads into the storage space. Let's go, Rushue. Su Lang tilted his head and smiled at Ji Rushue. Remember to restrain your aura, lest someone else plots against you. After saying that, Su Lang turned and walked towards Nanlin City. Okay, brother Su Lang. Ji Rushue looked at Su Lang's back with a glittering look in her eyes. Then she carried Granny Ku on her back and quickly followed him on her little feet. Soon, 3 figures appeared at the gate of Nanlin City Fortress. In front of him, several martial artist guards wearing the uniforms of the Warrior Alliance blocked his way. It's you, Su Lang, who slaughtered the warriors of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. The martial artists guarding the gate of the fortress recognized Su Lang at the first moment and were immediately surprised. They couldn't believe that Su Lang dared to appear at the gate of the barrier so openly. You know, the Zhu family and the Nanlin Warrior Alliance branch are searching for him all over the city. It's me. Get out of the way. I don't want to kill you. Su Lang glanced at the martial arts guards calmly and walked straight forward. Seeing this scene, the martial arts guards suddenly froze in silence and their faces flushed. He is so arrogant. He is really so arrogant. Since they took up the post of guard of the rampart, who has not been respectful to them when entering and leaving the rampart gate. At this moment, there are actually people who don't take them seriously. Gritsin. The martial arts guards were so angry that their faces turned red and their veins stood out. At this time, Su Lang had already walked in front of them. What? Why don't you get out of the way? The martial arts guards gritted their teeth, wishing they could draw their weapons immediately and chop Su Lang into a paste. But they dare not. They had already heard about Su Lang beheading Zhu family generals and torturing Zhu Fanyu at the airport. Faced with such a powerful and crazy person, they can't afford to offend him at all. So, after a lot of anger, they chose to compromise. Let's get out of the way. Several martial artists suppressed their anger and moved to the side. Well, you're quite sensible. Su Lang smiled and nodded, then took Ji Rushue into the barrier. Quick, notify the warriors above and the Zhu family. Damn it, you dare to look down on us like this. Do you really think you are invincible? When the warriors from the Zhu family and the Warrior Alliance surround him, I wonder if he can still be so arrogant. Let's go and change shifts. We must see how this guy died. Watching Su Lang's gradually disappearing back, the martial arts guards finally couldn't control their anger and burst out. Their faces showed ferocious looks, strong hatred, and deep disdain. In their opinion, Su Lang was able to kill military generals at the level of a martial artist, so he was indeed very powerful. However, it is sheer wishful thinking to want to fight against the Zhu family and the Warrior Alliance branch with this kind of strength. Once Su Lang is caught by the Zhu family and the Warrior Alliance, he will definitely die. After Su Lang completely disappeared at the end of the passage, the martial arts guards immediately reported the news. However, even if they had 100 heads, they could not have imagined that Zhu Xian's reaction after receiving the news was not joy, but shock. At this moment, in the Zhu family manner, what did you say? Su Lang appeared at the entrance of the barrier. Zhu Xian stood up from the chair with a bang, his face full of endless disbelief. Yes, master. The warrior who reported the news knelt on the ground and said with confidence, "This is the news from the warrior guards of the fortress. Now Su Lang has entered the city. He's still alive? How could this be?" Zhu Xian's face turned green and red, changing constantly as if he had opened a dyeing factory. Chapter 124. The Frightened and Uneasy Zhu Xian. Are you sure the source of the information is reliable? Zhu Xian stared at the warrior who reported the news. Although he knew that the warrior who reported the news would never dare to lie, he was still unwilling to believe the fact that Su Lang was still alive. Master, this is indeed true. The warrior who reported the news swallowed his saliva nervously, because not only those martial arts guards, but also many passers-by warriors have seen Su Lang's traces. Is that true? Zhu Xian's eyebrows were knitted together, and he paced back and forth in the hall with his hands behind his back. But we received news earlier that Zhu Yidong and his men have already locked on Su Lang's whereabouts through the life-chasing bird. With the life-chasing bird's lock, how could they lose him? It's impossible for Su Lang to appear at the entrance of the barrier, and they disappeared. Could it be that Zhu Yidong and the others are in danger? No. How is this possible? There are 8 generals in total. Su Lang is just a small martial artist. How could he possibly kill them? What is going on? Could it be that Su Lang has someone helping him? The head of the family. I'm afraid it's not. The warrior who reported the news felt nervous and said quickly, according to the information from the warrior guards at the fortress, Su Lang is accompanied by a little girl carrying a dying old man. They can't be masters. A dying old man? A little girl? Isn't Su Lang single? Why are there suddenly 2 people, old and young? Damn it. Why is Su Lang so weird? Zhu Xian's eyes widened, and he swept his hand fiercely, and the cup on the table smashed to the ground, and the fragments and tea splashed all over the floor. There was no news from the 8 generals and his family, but Su Lang was alive and well, and even dared to lead people into the barrier. This made him shocked, angry, and uneasy. However, as the head of the family, he quickly calmed down. The situation is not completely out of control. Zhu Xian's face was as cold as iron. His mind was working rapidly. Zhu Yidong and the others are so strong. It's impossible for them to be dead. They definitely fell into Su Lang's trap and were led to other places. Regardless of all these, Su Lang dared to enter the barrier openly. He was so arrogant. Did he really think that my Zhu family had no subordinates? Humph! Pass the order immediately and send all the general-level warriors to surround and kill Su Lang. Master, what about Lord Qin? The warrior who reported the news knelt on the ground and asked tremblingly. Idiot! Zhu Xian frowned and cursed. How could Lord Qin, whose news lagged behind ours? Why don't you go and pass on the message? Yes. The warrior who reported the news carefully got up from the ground, bent over, and left quickly. Su Lang, we will meet soon. I will definitely give you a taste of your own medicine. I will chop you into a human stick and hang you up in a crowded place for public display. When Zhu Xian thought of the miserable appearance of his son Zhu Fanyu, he couldn't help but feel the rage in his heart surge up, making his face grim and his 7 orifices fuming. Immediately, he drew his sword and walked towards the outside of Zhu's manor with murderous intent. He has to do it himself to vent his hatred. At the same time, Nanlin City's Qiling Avenue. Crowded passers-by gathered around something, pointing and whispering. Surrounded by these passers-by were the calm Su Lang and Ji Ruxue, who was carrying Granny Ku on her back. It's that Su Lang. I've seen his portrait. Is this guy stupid? He actually dares to walk on the street so brazenly. Doesn't he know that the Zhu family and the Alliance branch are hunting him down? Maybe he is just a skilled and brave man, and he is not afraid of anything. Don't you think so? He's really brave, but his skills are fake. His strength is nothing compared to the Zhu family and the Alliance branch. Many onlookers were whispering and talking, looking at Su Lang with eyes full of disdain and gloating. Chapter 125. Anyone who provokes me must die. At the same time, many people's eyes fell on Ji Ruxue. This little girl is so beautiful. She will definitely be a stunner when she grows up. Yes, her skin is whiter than snow. Her smile is as bright as the autumn moon, and her innocent and lively temperament when she looks around is really tempting. It's just too small. If it were bigger, I like this kind of petite. Many people commented on Ji Ruxue, and Su Lang's brows gradually furrowed. Ji Ruxue's graceful willow-shaped eyebrows were slightly frowned. She certainly didn't like others pointing fingers at her. You guys like to talk about other people, don't you? Su Lang stopped, and his extremely cold voice instantly spread throughout the street. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but shudder, as if they were poured with a bucket of ice water in the middle of winter. If anyone dares to speak again, I don't mind cutting off his tongue. Su Lang looked around at everyone, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Everyone who was stared at by him felt a chill running down their spine, and their hair stood on end. In less than a second, the whole street became quiet, and it seemed that you could hear a pin drop. Wow, look, this is incredible. Suddenly, a voice with a strong hint of sarcasm came out. How dare you act so arrogantly on the street? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw 5 martial artists wearing the uniforms of the Alliance branch looking at Su Lang with disdain. And these people were none other than the martial artist guards who had made way for Su Lang at the entrance of the barrier. So it's you guys. Su Lang glanced at the 5 martial arts guards calmly. Before, you were so humble in front of me and behaved like a human being with your tail between your legs. Now you dare to mock me. You must be relying on the power of others to gain the confidence, right? You are the dog. A dying man dares to speak rudely. How dare you bully us? Wait and see how you die. The martial arts guards did not get angry, but laughed instead, looking at Su Lang as if he was a dead man. Before, they certainly didn't dare to talk to Su Lang like this. But now the news has spread. The warriors from the Zhu family and the Alliance branch will be here soon. With such a powerful force backing them up, what are they afraid of? You are so confident. The corners of Su Lang's mouth slowly drew out a cold and cruel smile. It's a pity that you provoked me. No matter who you rely on, you will die. Want to kill us? That's ridiculous. The martial arts guards looked at each other and sneered with a cowardly look. Just at this moment, Su Lang sneered and pointed his hand. A terrifying, icy force instantly condensed into dozens of flying knives flashing with cold light and slashed out fiercely. What the hell? What kind of move is this? Faced with such an incredible scene, everyone was stunned. The martial arts guards were so scared that their hair stood on end and their scalps felt like they were about to explode. They ran away without even thinking. However, the icy power emanating from the flying knives alone was enough to freeze them stiff and slow their thinking, leaving them with no chance to even move. No. The terrifying ice blades gradually filled the field of vision, and the martial arts guards let out howls of despair. The next moment, dozens of icy flying knives mercilessly slashed at them, cutting them all in half in an instant. However, their bodies were not split in two, because the icy force directly froze them into ice sculptures. Such a shocking scene made everyone dumbfounded and stunned. This is an ice attribute technique. Su Lang actually mastered such a powerful technique, and 5 martial arts masters were gone in an instant. I never thought that he would be so awesome that he could even practice the most difficult attribute skills to such a level. No wonder he is so arrogant. But he is too arrogant. He actually dared to kill the barrier guards of the Alliance branch. He is really crazy. Run away. This guy must be crazy and might start killing people soon. Those martial artists were all vulnerable to a single blow, and my small body can't even withstand the aftermath. Yes. Run away, run away. A large number of onlookers came to their senses and immediately ran away in horror. Suddenly, a fierce roar came from outside the crowd. Everyone, get out of the way! The roar was like a thunderclap, making all the passers-by's scalps numb. Their hearts tremble with fear, and they involuntarily squeezed to the side. In an instant, a wide road appeared among the surging crowd. Chapter 126, You Will Die Pleasantly. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the voice. In the middle of the avenue, a group of warriors in red clothes walked towards them with angry brows and murderous intent. In the middle of this group of warriors was an old man with gray hair, a sullen face, and murderous eyes. That's Zhu Xiyin, the head of the Zhu family. I didn't expect the Zhu family's patriarch would actually take action himself. He is a well-known quasi-martial arts commander. Many of the Zhu family's guest generals have also come, and other generals who have invested in the Sihai Chamber of Commerce have also come. I counted, there are 9 generals in total. The last time we saw such a large lineup was when we were resisting the tide of ferocious beasts. With such fighting power, Su Lang is definitely doomed this time, no doubt about it. TSK. The Zhu family is so powerful. Otherwise, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce would not have been able to monopolize the various markets in Nanlin City for so many years. Why are you talking about this? Are you trying to kill yourself? Everyone was whispering to each other, looking at Zhu Xiyin and others with awe. At this moment, in everyone's mind, Su Lang was already doomed to die. At this moment, Zhu Xiyin and a group of generals also walked up to Su Lang. They gnashed their teeth and were furious, like active volcanoes about to erupt. Su Lang, I finally found you. It's you who dared to cut my son into a human stick? Zhu Xiyin stared at Su Lang with bloodshot eyes, and the surging hatred was like a tsunami. Yes, it's me. Zhu Fanyu has provoked me time and again. I have shown great mercy by not killing him. Su Lang remained calm and composed in the face of more than a dozen generals, including Zhu Xiyin, and even had a faint smile on his face. God's mercy. You cut my son into a human stick, making his life worse than death. And you still think you are merciful. You are so cruel, ruthless, vicious, inhumane, and heartless. Zhu Xian's eyes bulged out, bloodshot, and he almost wanted to eat Su Lang alive. Sorry, this is the fate of being my enemy. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and then smiled again. By the way, I also prepared some gifts for you. I hope you like them. As he spoke, Su Lang waved his hand, and suddenly 8 frozen heads appeared on the ground. Zhu Xian took a look, and immediately his whole body shook, his blood churned up, and he almost vomited 3 liters of blood. He looked at the heads on the ground tremblingly and chanted the names of their owners one by one. Zhu Yidong, Zhu Yuchu, Zhu Linjin. These 8 generals were the true core strength of the Zhu family, and yet they were all dead. Zhu Xian let out a hoarse, heart-wrenching roar and almost collapsed. The rest of the Zhu family members also had bloodshot eyes, and the veins on their faces and necks were almost bursting. The onlookers were all stunned, standing there like sculptures. Su Lang, I want you to pay with blood. Zhu Xian's face was distorted. Tears were streaming down his face. He drew out his sword and rushed towards Su Lang. Revenge for our people. The other Zhu family generals also drew their weapons with anger and rushed towards Su Lang with roars. In an instant, the whole street was filled with the flashing of swords and the chilling coldness of the bones, and the aura of murder was overwhelming. Those on the ground are ants, and so are you. Facing the siege of the quasi-military commander Zhu Xian and 8 generals, Su Lang was disdainful. He blew gently, and 9 crystal-clear snowflakes condensed out, floating up and down. As soon as these snowflakes appeared, the temperature within 100 meters radius immediately dropped by dozens of degrees. It's so cold. I can't stand it anymore, go. The warriors with low cultivation levels were terrified and retreated one after another. Those warriors with decent skills were also trembling all over and couldn't stop. Zhu Xian and the Zhu family generals who were targeted by Su Lang were like being stared at by the god of death. They were so scared that they stopped in their tracks at the same time. Advanced ice attribute technique. How is it possible for him, a mere martial artist? Zhu Xian's pupils suddenly shrank, and the flames of anger that had been burning in his heart were like being poured with a basin of ice water, extinguished instantly. The other Zhu family generals were also terrified, and their scalps were about to explode. They knew that they could not withstand the seemingly harmless snowflakes. If you want to seek revenge from me, you must be prepared for a tragic ending. Su Lang's mouth drew a cold smile. Don't worry, you will die happily. After saying this, Su Lang was about to shoot out snowflakes to put an end to all the people in the Zhu family. But just at this moment, stop! A loud shout was like thunder, piercing the sky. Chapter 127. You are dreaming. Wake up. Oh, another one? Su Lang took a quick glance and saw a figure stepping on tall buildings, constantly shuttling back and forth, running madly towards the battle circle. As soon as he thought about it, this person's attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Qin Hu. Race, human. Qualification level, top quality. Level, primary martial master. Attack level, intermediate wuxuai. Defense level, primary warrior plus. Level of physical skills, primary wuxuai plus. Endurance level, primary wuxuai. Mastering the skills. Infinite Heart Sutra, Sunluo, Dokue, Sword Technique, Advanced Entry Level. Qinli Golden Body Technique, Advanced Entry Level. Green Willow Flying Eagle Step, Intermediate Small Success. Lord Qin Hu. When Zhu Xian and a group of Zhu family generals saw Qin Hu, they suddenly showed ecstasy. This little fighting power? Huh. Su Lang raised the corner of his mouth and put one hand behind his back. If you are fast enough and can block my snowflakes, why not let you save them? Then, with a thought in his mind, crystal snowflakes burst out, killing Zhu Xian and others. Seeing the crystal snowflakes getting closer and closer, Zhu Xian and others suddenly turned pale with fright and were about to run away. But the terrifying force of ice swept over them, making them stiff and almost unable to move. Only Zhu Xian, who was at the level of a military commander, could barely resist the invasion of the cold force and ran away into the distance. However, Zhu Xian's speed was as slow as a snail, and he was almost useless in the face of the sweeping, icy force. Feeling the fear of almost certain death, Zhu Xian and others felt extremely regretful and regretted provoking Su Lang, this perverted monster. But it's too late now. The icy force carrying Su Lang's anger was overwhelming and rolling in. No, Master Qin, who helped me? Zhu Xian and the others felt their hair stand on end. Their souls sank, and they all looked at Qin Hu with despair. Qin Hu was their last straw. I told you to stop. The veins on Qin Hu's forehead were throbbing, and his speed reached the limit. However, he was still more than 200 meters away from the battle circle, and it would take at least 1 second to reach there. And 1 second was enough for Su Lang to kill Zhu Xian and others over and over again. Goodbye, everyone. A sneer flashed in Su Lang's eyes. The next moment, 9 crystal snowflakes shot out and exploded violently. The 8 Zhu family generals turned into ice sculptures in full view of everyone, and lost all their breath on the spot. Zhu Xian tried his best to escape, but his lower body was frozen 100 meters away. Zhu Xian, Qin Hu ran to Zhu Xian and immediately fed him a fiery red pill. Master Qin Hu, all the Zhu family's generals are dead. The Zhu family is gone. Zhu Xian's eyes were blank, and his lips were trembling as he made a sound like a cuckoo crying blood. Su Lang, you are so bold. Qin Hu looked at Su Lang with great anger, his face flushed and his eyes almost spitting fire. The Zhu family is very important to Qin Hu. These are almost the hands that he uses to rule Nanlin City, and are also the largest supplier of resources for his cultivation. But now, the Zhu family is almost dead in name only, and both his hands are broken. How intense is the pain of a broken arm? At this moment, Qin Hu's hatred for Su Lang was overwhelming. Why? Do you want to avenge the Zhu family? Su Lang smiled faintly. Then you have to think it over carefully. If you make an enemy of me, you will end up in a miserable situation. Su Lang, I admit that you are really strong. Qin Hu stared at Su Lang with a gloomy face. But you can beat Zhu Xian. Can you beat me? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Hu suddenly exuded the powerful aura of a junior martial arts commander. This aura swept across the 8 directions like a hurricane, and all the warriors could not help but feel their legs go weak and fell to the ground. Seeing that his domineering aura immediately brought a large group of people to their knees, Qin Hu suddenly became more confident. How about it? With such strength, can you beat him? Qin Hu raised his chin and looked down at Su Lang with a disdainful look. Now kneel down and beg for mercy immediately. Swear to be loyal to me, and I may consider sparing your life. For a young and powerful warrior like Su Lang, Qin Hu naturally wanted to subdue him and make him work for him. Su Lang laughed wildly toward the sky, and then glanced at Qin Hu with disdain. You are really good, but you have the fighting power of a mid-level martial commander with only the primary martial commander realm. Unfortunately, even with your strength, you still can't even hit one of my fingers. You want me to kneel down and beg for mercy and be loyal to you? Are you dreaming? Wake up! As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers who were kneeling on the ground were suddenly shocked and stunned. Chapter 128. You can't even hit me with a finger. Immediately following, the onlookers came to their senses and burst into an uproar. Their discussions were like waves crashing on the shore, deafening. Oh my God, he dares to be so arrogant in front of Master Qin Hu. The power of an intermediate martial commander is just good in his eyes? That's too crazy. He even said that Lord Qin, who couldn't even hit him with a finger. This is really arrogant to the extreme. That's right, he defeated Zhu Xian, the head of the Zhu family. He is indeed abnormally strong. But to say that Lord Qin Hu can't beat him with just one finger is too exaggerated and too arrogant. I really don't know where his confidence comes from. When everyone was in an uproar, Qin Hu was also speechless, his face full of surprise. He knew that Su Lang was very crazy, but he didn't expect him to be this crazy. I can't even hit you with one finger? Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue away? Qin Hu smiled instead of getting angry and drew out his sword. Today, I want to see how you can defeat me with just one finger. As he spoke, Qin Hu raised his sword and stabbed it out fiercely. Senro jumped. With a roar of rage, Qin Hu suddenly appeared in front of Su Lang. The cold sword edge was filled with murderous aura, like the fangs of a terrifying beast, heading straight for Su Lang's throat. Such an attack is like a thunder across the sky, leaving no way to avoid it and no way to escape. Almost everyone who saw this move felt a chill on their neck, as if their throat had been pierced. However, The moves that seemed unstoppable to others were not worth mentioning in Su Lang's eyes. The speed is good, but it's not enough. Su Lang smiled contemptuously, raised his right hand, and tapped lightly in the air. In the next millisecond, endless icy power gushed out from Su Lang's fingertips like a dragon emerging from the sea, and in an instant turned into an ice sword more than 10 meters long. What? Qin, who was horrified and tried to dodge hastily, but found it was too late. Puff! The sound of a blade piercing flesh suddenly rang out. Qin, whose figure suddenly froze, and the murderous intent on his face turned into shock and despair. Looking down from the sky, Qin Hu and Su Lang were about 3 meters apart. But these 3 meters are a chasm that Qin Hu can never cross. The more than 10-meter-long ice sword pierced through his body, and the sword that pierced from his back alone was 8 or 9 meters long. The long sword in his hand stabbed in the air, still 1 or 2 meters away from Su Lang's throat. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone opened their mouths in disbelief, speechless. The entire Chilang street was silent, with only the wind blowing, making a whistling sound. This isn't possible. Qin Hu's eyes bulged out, and the severe pain and disbelief made his whole body tremble. He could never have imagined that Su Lang could instantly condense a 10-meter-long ice sword and pierce him directly without any tricks. See, I didn't lie to you. You literally can't even hit me with a finger. Su Lang smiled faintly, then moved his fingers, and Qin Hu, who was pierced by the ice sword, was suddenly picked up and hung in the air. The severe pain and bone-chilling cold made Qin Hu unable to help but let out a shrill scream. The High and Mighty Namlin City Alliance branch was guarding the city. The Namlin City Lord, a powerful junior martial arts commander, was hanging in the air like a dead dog, struggling in agony. Everyone who saw this shocking scene couldn't help but feel terrified and horrified. Sonang, release Lord Qin Hu. Zhu Xian suppressed his fear and shouted with trembling lips. Master Qin, who was the garrison commander of the Namlin City Alliance branch and an important member of the Warrior Alliance. Let him go. Oh, you haven't run away yet? You're quite loyal. Su Lang looked at Zhu Xian. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Why, at this point, you still dare to use your status to pressure me? Believe it or not, I could freeze him into an ice sculpture out of anger and then smash him to pieces. No, don't. Zhu Xian, shut up immediately. Faced with the great terror between life and death, Qin Hu immediately gave in. Su Lang, please let me go. But if you have a request, I will definitely satisfy you. Chapter 129, please give me a chance. Seeing Qin Hu surrender on the spot, everyone was shocked. No one expected that the high and mighty city lord Qin Hu would be such a wimp. Zhu Xian also felt a chill in his heart. He clearly wanted to save Qin Hu, but was scolded by the flustered Qin Hu and was speechless for a while. Qin Hu, you and I have a mortal enemy. Su Lang's cold voice came. How can you let me forgive you? Master Su Lang, I was blind and didn't recognize the real master. I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Qin Hu burst into tears, his voice trembling. Please give me a chance. Give me a chance to make up for my mistakes. I've been running Nanlin City for quite some time. I have a lot of spiritual stones and treasures. I am willing to give them all to you in exchange for my life. Faced with the invincible Su Lang and the terrifying crisis of death, Qin Hu completely let go of all his attitude and lowered his head humbly like a beggar. If he had not been hung on the ice sword by Su Lang at this moment, he would have knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Since you are sincere and repentant, I will give you a chance. Su Lang slowly raised the corner of his mouth. Didn't he come to Nanlin City for more funds to upgrade the system functions? Now that there is a chance to make a fortune directly from the Lord of Nanlin City, he naturally cannot let Qin Hu die like this. Thank you, Lord Su Lang. Thank you, Lord Su Lang. Qin Hu got the opportunity rewarded by Su Lang, and suddenly saw a glimmer of hope in despair, and his eyes burst into excitement of surviving a disaster. You only have one chance. If you dare to play tricks, don't even think about living. Su Lang sneered, and then his mind moved. The more than 10-meter-long ice sword suddenly collapsed and turned into icy power and dissipated. Plop! Qin Hu is grateful for your mercy and will never have any second thoughts. Qin Hu landed on the ground and immediately knelt down in front of Su Lang. Su Lang nodded lightly and looked at Zhu Xian again. Hiss! Zhu Xian was stared at by Su Lang's cold gaze, and he immediately took a breath of cold air with a trembling voice. He knew that it was his turn to have his fate decided. If he takes a wrong step, a tragic end will definitely be waiting for him. Master Su Lang, Zhu Xian knows his mistake. I beg you, Lord Su Lang, to be magnanimous and let me go this time. Without hesitation, Zhu Xian's knees softened, and he knelt directly on the ground, with his forehead hitting the ground with a bang. Zhu Xian, if you can pay a price that satisfies me, I can consider sparing your life. Su Lang looked down at Zhu Xian with a hint of excitement and anticipation in his eyes. Zhu Xian is the controller of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce and is also a big fat sheep. In Nanlin City, the richest people are Qin Hu and Zhu Xian. No one knows how much wealth can be extorted from them. My lord, I am willing to pay any price. When Zhu Xian saw that he had a chance to survive, he immediately showed the same ecstasy as Qin Hu, having survived a disaster. In that case, you should immediately send someone to raise money. Su Lang smiled faintly. Whether you can survive depends on how much money you can pay for your life. Yes. We will go and raise the money right now, and will not let Master Su Lang down. Qin Hu and Zhu Xian kowtowed so much that 2 big holes were knocked out on the ground. Seeing this scene, the onlookers sighed. However, they also know that if it were them, they would probably be more humble than Qin Hu and Zhu Xian. At this time, Qin Hu and Zhu Xian called out, and several frightened warriors immediately walked out from the crowd. These warriors are from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce and the Alliance branch. They were all frightened by Su Lang and didn't even have the courage to look up at him. Did you all hear what Lord Su Lang said? You must make up for the offense suffered by Lord Su Lang at all costs. Do it immediately. Qin Hu and Zhu Xian were horrified and scared, and their words were so anxious that they could hardly speak clearly. Yes, I understand. Several warriors nodded quickly and left quickly. Hey, don't let me down. Su Lang looked at the warriors who were leaving, and his heart felt itchy as if it was being scratched by a cat's claws. However, there was one thing he did not forget. Chapter 130. Hurry up and lead the way. Qin Hu, Zhu Xian. Su Lang looked down at the 2 of them, his tone indifferent and cold. Sir, we are here. Please tell us what you want. We will do whatever we can for you. Qin Hu and Zhu Xian trembled all over, crawled down in fear, and touched their foreheads to the ground. One of my servants is seriously injured. Su Lang said calmly. You have seen it too, so you know what to do, right? I know. Let's go and invite the best alchemist in Nanlin City. Qin Hu and Zhu Xian nodded hurriedly. Of course, they had already noticed the dying Granny Ku on Ji Rushua's back. At this time, Su Lang mentioned that if they didn't know what to do, they might as well just kill themselves with a piece of tofu. Then, they called out a few subordinates again and ordered them to invite the alchemist. I hope the level of the alchemist here is high enough. Su Lang glanced at Qin Hu and Zhu Xian, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Otherwise, if I get angry, the consequences will be serious. Lord Su Lang. We will invite Tian Xiao, the best 10th grade alchemist in Nanlin City. He is the best at treating the injured. Qin Hu swallowed his saliva nervously, then patted his chest and promised solemnly. It would be better. Su Lang nodded without comment and looked up at the sky again. The sun is so strong. Do you 2 want me to continue basking here? No, it's not. Lord Su Lang, calm down. Seeing Su Lang was angry, Zhu Xian quickly begged for mercy. We will take you to the best place to rest. Why don't you go ahead and lead the way? Su Lang curled his lips and came to Ji Rushua. They went to find the best alchemist. Su Lang gently pinched Ji Rushua's cute little face and said, Don't worry, your grandma will be fine. Ji Rushua blushed slightly and nodded obediently. Su Lang's warm big hands made her heart jump like a deer. Soon, under the respectful leadership of Qin Hu and Zhu Xian, Su Lang and the other 2 gradually disappeared on Qilang Street. Looking at Su Lang's receding back, all the onlookers looked at each other and were secretly shocked. From the beginning till now, they all thought that Su Lang was going to die for sure. But unexpected things happen again and again. Wave after wave of increasingly powerful opponents were all defeated by Su Lang. Even Qin Hu, the strongest man in Nanlin City, was no exception. Such an incredible scene makes them still unbelievable. At the same time, this also gave all of them a hard slap in the face. This Su Lang is so awesome. I really don't know where this monster came from. Yes, with the strength of one person, he can defeat our entire Nanlin city. Monster, monster! The onlookers expressed their feelings one after another, and then dispersed one by one. And what they saw today became the most important topic of conversation in their lives. 2 hours later, in a luxurious private manor in the core area of Nanlin City. In the hall, Su Lang sat in a chair and drank tea leisurely. Grandma Ka was lying in the next room, and Ji Rushue was waiting for her obediently. Qin Hu and Zhu Xian stood at the door cautiously like servants. They were extremely anxious and worried, because as time went by, they found that Su Lang had become a little impatient. At this time, footsteps were finally heard outside. Here it comes. Qin Hu and Zhu Xian looked outside with great joy. I saw a military general and a martial artist walking towards me, looking extremely nervous. Master Qin Hu, master of the family. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. I have brought here all the wealth that can be raised in a short period of time. The two nervous subordinates each took out a space ring and handed it to Qin Hu and Zhu Xian. How many are there? Qin Hu asked with some concern. He was afraid that the amount would not be enough, and then his life would be over. The general said, Master Qin Hu, there are spiritual stones in your ring worth 150 million gold coins. What about yours? How much is it? Tell me now. Zhu Xian also looked at his subordinates worriedly. The martial artist said, Sir, the spiritual stones inside are worth about 70 million gold coins, and there are also some natural treasures that have not yet been exchanged for money. I guess that's enough. Qin Hu gasped in pain. Alas, there is nothing we can do if it is not enough. Zhu Xian was also extremely distressed. He waved his hands impatiently at his two subordinates and said, You can go now. By the way, urge Master Tian to practice alchemy. Yes, I will take my leave. The two subordinates breathed a sigh of relief and left quickly. Qin Hu and Zhu Xian came to Su Lang with great respect, holding the space ring. Chapter 131, Activate the fifth system function. Did you get the money? Su Lang had a faint smile on his face. Yes, Master Su Lang. All our property is here. Please have mercy on us. Qin Hu and Zhu Xian knelt on the ground anxiously and presented the space rings humbly. Su Lang nodded slightly, then waved his hand and took the two space rings in his hand. Look, how many are there? With a hint of expectation, Su Lang's mind sank into the space ring. The next moment, densely packed spirit stones and gold coins appeared before his eyes, mixed with various rare treasures. Good, very good, enough to buy your lives. Su Lang showed a bright and excited smile on his face. This amount of gold coins is more than enough for him to upgrade all functions to level 7 and enable the latest one-click alchemy function. Compared with such huge profits, it is not a bad idea to let go of Qin Hu and Zhu Xian, these two ants. That's great, that's great. Thank you, Lord Su Lang, for sparing my life. Qin Hu and Zhu Xian were saved and looked at each other with joy. They were so excited that they trembled all over and kowtowed repeatedly. Looking at the two people crawling at his feet, Su Lang smiled happily and immediately gave an order. System, deposit all the money and spirit stones I have into it. The next moment, the gold coins and spirit stones in the storage space and space ring disappeared instantly. The amount behind the spirit stone icon skyrocketed like a rocket. Finally, the number reached a terrifying 7-digit number. 223-8325 low-grade spirit stones. System, upgrade the clone dispatch function and one-click treasure hunting function for me. Looking at such a huge amount, Su Lang gave the order excitedly. Ding! Consume 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upgrade the clone dispatching function to level 6 and increase the number of clones by 1. Ding! Consume 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Upgrade the clone dispatching function to level 7 and increase the number of clones by 1. Ding! Consume 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The one-click treasure hunting function is upgraded to level 6, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders increases to 64. Ding! Consume 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The one-click treasure hunting function is upgraded to level 7, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders increases to 128. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading the first 4 system functions to level 7. You have obtained the activation rights for the new functions. You only need 100 low-grade spirit stones to activate them. Extremely pleasant system prompts continued to come, and Su Lang's eyes showed excitement. Immediately, his sexy lips spread into a smile. System, activate the new function. Ding! Consume 100 low-grade spirit stones, and the one-click alchemy function has been activated. Ding! The one-button pill refining function is currently at level 1, and can refine pills of level 2 and below. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the bonus features, alchemy synchronization, and elixir identification. After a series of system prompts, Su Lang felt a tremor in his mind. There are changes in the mysterious black space. Su Lang's expression changed, and his mind sank into the mysterious black space. He suddenly found that there was another white little man inside. However, unlike other little men, this white little man holds a constantly rotating alchemy furnace in his hand. At the same time, a large amount of information poured into Su Lang's brain. Wow, are you that awesome? Looking through the information in his mind, Su Lang's eyes widened with excitement. He knew that the one-button alchemy function must be very abnormal, but he never expected that this function would be so abnormal. First of all, as long as you have the elixir recipe, the one-click alchemy function can refine all elixirs within the limited level, and the refined elixirs are all of perfect quality. You should know that the quality of elixirs is divided into 6 grades: waste elixir, inferior grade, medium grade, superior grade, top grade, and perfect grade. Among them, top quality products are already extremely rare, and the best quality ones will occasionally appear, but elixirs of perfect quality will almost never appear on the market. Once elixirs of perfect quality appear on the market, they will definitely cause a scramble. Secondly, using one-click alchemy is very simple. You only need to use your mind to put the alchemy materials in the storage space into the alchemy furnace. Wait for a while, and you can make the pill. The success rate of refining pills is a terrifying 100%. This success rate is enough to surprise all alchemists and make them question their lives. Chapter 132. System. You are so considerate. In addition, the 2 bonus features are also very useful. I won't talk about pill identification. With it, you can recognize any obscure elixir. Alchemy synchronization gives Su Lang the ability to refine pills by himself. He can refine any pill that can be refined by the one-click alchemy function. In this way, Su Lang would not fall into the embarrassing situation of knowing it but not knowing why. Finally, the one-click alchemy function and the one-click treasure hunting function are a perfect match. After the treasure hunting flying squirrel finds the materials for alchemy, it doesn't have to hoard them to sell. It can refine them into pills and then sell them. The price of alchemy materials and pills is very different. The money you can earn from this refining process will be many times higher. TSK, 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 system, system. You are so considerate. Su Lang was so excited that he couldn't be more excited. From now on, he was also an alchemist. Moreover, he can make elixirs even while sitting or lying down while hugging a beautiful woman. All right, I still have money to upgrade. Su Lang suddenly raised his eyebrows, and his mind moved. System, upgrade the one-key alchemy function for me. Ding! Consume 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the one-button alchemy function is upgraded to level 2, which can refine 4th level and lower pills. Ding! Consume 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the one-button alchemy function is upgraded to level 3, which can refine 6th level and lower pills. Ding! Not enough spirit stones. Unable to upgrade. Fuck! I have more than 2 million low-grade spirit stones, and I'm out of money now. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and glanced at the remaining spirit stone balance, only to find that there were only 21,115 low-grade spirit stones left. Fuck, the money comes in quickly, but it also goes away quickly. Su Lang gasped at the speed at which the system swallowed up money. However, he was still very, very happy in his heart. After all, in less than a second, he possessed the strength of a 6th-grade alchemist. Moreover, it is the kind that as long as you have the recipe, you can make a 100% perfect pill. Just thinking about that round and round pill is really exciting. After a long time, Su Lang slowly calmed down his excitement, and his eyes fell on Qin Hu and Zhu Xian again. Lord Su Lang. When the two saw Su Lang looking at them, they suddenly became nervous. Su Lang's expression had been changing before, and now he suddenly stared at them, which scared them. Why hasn't the Tian Xiu you mentioned come yet? Su Lang said unhappily. If anything happens to my servant, you two will still die. Sir, we don't know either. That Tian Xiu thinks he is a 10th rank alchemist and has a very strange personality. I think our people are being made difficult by him. Master Su Lang, how about you allow me to go and urge them? Zhu Xian and Qin, who were terrified and spoke at once. That's fine, go ahead. Su Lang nodded without comment. But if you want to escape, don't blame me for being merciless. Sir, we absolutely won't. Yes, yes, yes. Our family assets are all here. Please rest assured. Qin Hu and Zhu Xian hurriedly made assurances, patting their chests so hard that they made a banging sound. Immediately, at Su Lang's signal, Qin Hu and the other man left the luxurious manor and went to find the alchemist Tian Xiao in person. After the two left, Su Lang's attention was once again focused on the mysterious black space. At this time, half of the little man turned golden after practicing with one click. It was obvious that he would be able to break through again in a short time. It is worthy of being a level 7 one-click cultivation, which is 128 times faster than a genius, with perfect qualifications. The two one-click martial arts figures are still the same, one practicing the blowing snow without trace, and the other practicing the 7-star hidden killing blade. After reaching level 7 through one-click martial arts training, the former will need another 12 days to reach the minor success level, while the latter will only need 28 hours to be promoted to the minor success level. In addition to the one-click cultivation and one-click martial arts figures, there are two purple figures standing alone in the corner. This is condensed when the clone dispatch is upgraded to level 6 and 7. The remaining 5 clones have a cooling time of 6 hours. This also means that it will take less than 6 hours to refine the green lotus dragon pattern fire. Heh? Su Lang couldn't help but let out a low and excited laugh. After a good night's sleep, my strength has skyrocketed again. So cool. Immediately, Su Lang sent all his newly condensed clones and treasure-hunting flying gliders out to hunt for treasures, and then began to close his eyes and rest. Chapter 133. Of course I have a way. At the same time, in a luxurious pavilion in Nanlin City, Qin Hu and Zhu Xian met the alchemist Tian Xiao. Although this alchemist Tian Xiao has gray hair like Zhu Xian, he is in high spirits and has frivolous eyes, which always gives people a sense of perverseness and paranoia. At this time, he was sitting opposite Qin Hu and Zhu Xian with a trace of contempt on his face. Qin Hu, Zhu Xian. Tian Xiao took a sip of tea and said sarcastically, I didn't expect you to kneel down and beg for mercy from a young man. How ridiculous! As a 10th-rank alchemist, or a quasi-alchemy king, Tian Xiao's status and position are no weaker than those of Qin Hu and Zhu Xian. He had a good relationship with Qin Hu and Zhu Xian, so he was always very rude. Tian Xiao, you don't understand how terrifying Su Lang is. Qin Hu's expression was very ugly. I couldn't even survive a single move from him. That's right, Tian Xiao. Don't think we are all wimps. Zhu Xian's face flushed, and he gritted his teeth and said, unless we have no other choice, how could we abandon our dignity and kneel down to Su Lang? Humph, it's really useless. Tian Xiao raised his chin in disdain. If you can't win head-on, don't you know how to outsmart me? Outsmart? How? Qin Hu's eyes flickered, and he asked thoughtfully, do you have a solution? How can Su Lang, who is as strong as a high-level martial arts commander, outsmart him? Zhu Xian stared at Tian Xiao unhappily. Don't stand and talk without any back pain. Of course I have a way. Tian Xiao snorted coldly and stood up. Didn't Su Lang ask me to save his servant? This is a great opportunity. Tian Xiao, what on earth do you have in mind? Qin Hu showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Can you really handle that, Su Lang? Tian Xiao, speak quickly. Zhu Xian also turned his worry into joy. He and Qin Hu were severely slapped in the face by Su Lang. In order to survive, they sold their dignity and paid for their entire fortune. How could they not hate him? Before, she was as obedient as a lamb in front of Su Lang and had no power to resist at all, so she had to surrender. How could they not be excited when they saw the hope of revenge? Tian Xiao smiled faintly. Have you ever heard of the impermanence purple jade poison? Impermanence purple jade poison? Qin Hu and Zhu Xian looked at each other, then slowly shook their heads. Ah, I knew you hadn't heard of it. Tian Xiao snorted softly, his face full of pride. This impermanence purple jade poison is a 10th level poison that has been lost for thousands of years. This highly toxic substance is colorless and tasteless, can be dissolved in elixirs without affecting the original medicinal properties of the elixir. If you are not a high-level alchemist, it is impossible to identify it, which makes it impossible to guard against. After I got the remaining formula, I spent a lot of effort to research it again. There is such a poison. Qin Hu and Zhu Xian both felt a chill rising from their coccyx. They usually take a lot of elixirs made by Tian Xiuyan. If the other party has a little bit of malicious intentions, they will be in trouble. You are such cowards. Tian Xiu sneered. We have been together for so many years. If I wanted to harm you, would I wait until now? Cough. Qin Hu coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment, and then asked, the impermanence purple jade poison is indeed hard to guard against. However, the one who was seriously injured was Su Lang's servant, not him, and it was not him who took the elixir. Yes. Zhu Xian frowned and guessed. Could it be that you want to give in first, pretend to give Su Lang the elixir, and wait for him to take the elixir and get poisoned? Wait for him to be poisoned? Humph, why wait? Tian Xiu snorted disdainfully. Listen carefully to my tricks. I'm all ears. Qin Hu and Zhu Xian bowed solemnly. Tian Xiu took a sip from the teacup and said slowly, doesn't his servant need to be treated? We. When Qin Hu and Zhu Xian heard this, they were suddenly enlightened. Immediately, their eyes were filled with murderous intent, anticipation, and excitement for revenge. Chapter 134, Why do you have to stir up trouble? Half an hour later, in a luxurious manner. Why haven't you come back yet? Su Lang frowned slightly. Do they really dare to escape? Brother Su Lang. Suddenly, Ji Rushue ran out of the room with an anxious look on her face. What's wrong? Little sister Rushue. Su Lang's face darkened. Could it be that your grandmother Ke's injury has become more serious? Yes, Brother Su Lang, Granny Ke just vomited blood again. Ji Rushue's cute face was full of panic. Why hasn't the alchemist come yet? I'm afraid Granny Ke won't be able to wait until then. Here is the dragon and tiger blood pill. Give it to her. Su Lang took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Ji Rushue. Don't worry, Granny Ke won't die. Ah! Ji Rushue took the pill and quickly ran into the room. At this time, there was a sound of messy footsteps outside. 3 people? Su Lang immediately recognized the footsteps of 3 people. It seems that Tian Xiu is coming. A few seconds later, 3 people walked into the hall with respectful expressions. They were Qin Hu, Zhu Xian, and Tian Xiu. You are that Tian Xiu. You are so arrogant. Su Lang stood up and looked down at Tian Xiu. Lord Su Lang, spare my life. Tian Xiu immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, but a hint of cruelty flashed in his blind eyes. Master Su Lang, Tian Xiu was treating a patient before, and he refused to leave no matter how we called him. Zhu Xian also knelt on the ground, his face full of resentment. His acting skills are far better than any other young actors on the screen. Forget it, come in and take a look. Su Lang glanced at Tian Xiu without comment, then turned and walked into the room. Brother Su Lang, I gave Granny Ke the elixir. Ji Rushue ran to Su Lang and looked at Tian Xiu with some suspicion in her beautiful eyes. She instinctively felt that this old man was not a good person. Yeah, good boy. Su Lang rubbed Ji Rushue's head, then turned and signaled to Tian Xiu. I will treat the patient right away. Tian Xiu had a look of compassion on his face as he began to treat Grandma Ke. His movements were very quick and smooth, and he really seemed to be quite skilled. After a long while, Tian Xiu stood up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and bowed to Su Lang. Fortunately, I have found a cure. All we need to do is refine the yin-yang vitality pill, and after the 2 martial commanders swallow and refine it, they can transfer the spiritual energy to the injured person's dantian, and they will be healed within 3 days. Liang Yisheng Jidan? Su Lang raised his eyebrows. What level of medicine is this? To answer your question, sir, it is a 10th level elixir. Tian Xiu answered respectfully, but there was a barely perceptible hint of pride in his eyes. In Nanlin City, he has the highest attainments in alchemy, and only he can refine 10th grade elixirs. It was for this reason that he diagnosed several treatment methods, but he chose this 10th level Liangyi vitality pill. In this way, the elixir to cure Granny Ke must be refined by him, and Su Lang will definitely not be able to escape the deadly trap. A 10th level elixir? Then you can refine it. Su Lang curled his lips. In fact, he wanted to try the one-click alchemy function. However, his one-click alchemy function needs to be at level 5 to refine 10th level pills. And to upgrade it to level 5, it would cost a full 1.1 million low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, I have no choice but to give up. I will definitely live up to your trust. Tian Xiu bowed again, the sarcasm in his eyes becoming more and more intense. Qin Hu and Zhu Xiyin, who were standing nearby, were secretly excited when they saw Su Lang was about to take the bait. Go and refine it quickly, don't waste time. Su Lang waved his hand, pulled over a chair, and sat down. Yes. Tian Xiao nodded, took out the materials, and began to refine the elixir with a serious face. About an hour later, hey! Tian Xiao gave a low shout, and the lid of the alchemy furnace flew high up. A strong elixir fragrance spread out along with a cloud of white mist. After the faint white mist dissipated, 2 crystal-clear pills were seen lying in the alchemy furnace. Is this the 10th level Yin-Yang Vitality Pill? Su Lang looked at the elixir in the furnace with great interest. Suddenly, his expression changed and his face gradually turned cold. Through the pill identification function, he found a clue. What Tian Xiaoxian made was indeed the Liang Yisheng Jidan, but he added other things to it. Su Lang laughed in his heart. Why are you always unwilling to give up and have to make trouble? Chapter 135. Your acting skills are really good. Yes, Master Su Lang, this is the Yin-Yang Vitality Pill. Tian Xiao was so confident that he didn't even notice the change in Su Lang's expression. However, even if he noticed it, he could not believe that his little trick was discovered by Su Lang just after he used it. He carefully put the pills into a plate and presented it to Su Lang with great respect. Next, Master Su Lang and Master Qin, who will need to swallow the pills and pass the qi. Looking at the pills on the plate, and then at Su Lang, Qin Hu and Zhu Xian couldn't help but reveal an expectant smile on their faces. Lord Su Lang, it's not too late. Qin Hu stepped forward and took out a pill from the plate and said excitedly, Master Su Lang, without further ado, let's start healing your servant now. As he said this, he was about to swallow the pill. It looked like Qin, who was excited about saving a life. But Su Lang knew that this guy must be excited about the upcoming revenge. TSK, 3 clowns. Looking at the 3 people with their amazing acting skills, Su Lang laughed in his heart. Immediately, he turned his gaze and stared at Tian Xiao. Are you sure this is a medicine that can cure diseases and save lives? When this question was asked, Qin Hu and the other 2 were suddenly startled and felt that something was wrong. Why would he ask that question? Did he find something wrong? That's impossible. He's not a high-level alchemist. How could he possibly identify the impermanence purple jade poison? In my opinion, he must be pretending to cheat. You are really suspicious. However, we are well prepared. Humph! In an instant, Qin Hu, Tian Xiao, and Zhu Xiyan exchanged glances tacitly and confirmed their thoughts. Master Su Lang, the Yin-Yang life pill I refined, is used to cure diseases and save lives. Tian Xiao pretended to be terrified and said, considering the condition of your servant's injury, this elixir is the fastest and best to take effect. Tian Xiao has always been kind and compassionate, saving lives and healing the wounded. Zhu Xiyan patted his chest and said, he would never dare to use the elixir recklessly. I am sure of that. That's right, Tian Xiao has no reason to harm us. Qin Hu nodded solemnly at Su Lang. The 2 people who took the pill were him and Su Lang, and his words put him and Su Lang in the same camp. Ha ha, you 3 are really good at acting. Su Lang laughed loudly, but then his smile turned cold and he said with murderous eyes, if it weren't for my good eyesight, I would have fallen into your hands. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Hu and the other 2's expressions changed drastically. Master Su Lang, what kind of acting skills are you using? Zhu Xiyan pretended to be innocent and said, we are all servants who are wholeheartedly trying to treat you. We dare not have any other thoughts. Yes, Master Su Lang, do you think there is something wrong with this pill? Qin Hu pretended to be surprised. This is impossible. I believe Tian Xiao. I can take it now. Master Su Lang, I have been saving people sincerely for 30 years, and my reputation is known to everyone. Tian Xiao seemed to be greatly insulted. If you don't believe me, I will swallow this pill immediately. Ha ha ha, you're still acting? You have a pretty good mentality. Su Lang laughed. You want to swallow the pill to show that there is no problem with it. Okay. However, the 3 of you cannot be the ones to swallow the pill. After all, I don't know if you have prepared in advance. After hearing what Su Lang said, the expressions of Qin Hu, Zhu Xiyan, and Tian Xiao suddenly froze on their faces. At the same time, a strong sense of fear arose in the hearts of the 3 people. They knew that Su Lang really saw something. Why? You don't dare to let others test the pills? Didn't you guys make a solemn promise before? Su Lang's mouth curled up into a strange smile. Tian Xiao, don't you have a good reputation for decades of kindness and medical skills, saving lives and healing the wounded? Why would you do something like poisoning the pill? Qin Hu, Zhu Xian, didn't you kneel on the ground and express your gratitude to me for sparing your lives? Why did you team up with Tian Xiao to do such a thing of repaying kindness with enmity? Every time Su Lang spoke, a hint of fear appeared on the faces of Tian Xiao and the other two. When Su Lang finished speaking, Zhu Xian and Qin, who were completely shrouded in fear, they remembered Su Lang's powerful fighting ability, remembered the scene where they were vulnerable, and remembered that they had saved their lives with great difficulty. A strong feeling of regret suddenly rushed to their heads, and the great terror between life and death seemed to have come again. Tian Xiao was terrified, and his face was filled with disbelief.